Chapter 1, Snow White. I am the only heir to the kingdom, and my parents are already dead. If I change the time and place, the girl of the traverser must have an expression of so good, so good. Actually, what a fart. Stepmother wants to kill me. The north wind whistles. The freezing cold wind can freeze people into ice sculptures from inside to outside. The sky is piled up with thick clouds, and a blizzard is coming. The girl sits in the tower on the north side of the castle. It is surrounded by dark brown bricks. This room, less than 10 square meters, is her bedroom. The layout of the room is extremely simple. A hardwood wardrobe with no original color is in the corner. There is a wooden bed and some clothes scattered on the canvas cushion. This is all her belongings. It's not clear how many months it is. Seeing the blizzard is about to come, the girl quickly blocked the canvas in the gap by the window. This is something she has often done in the past few days. Then she blew out the oil lamp, and any supplies are precious now. The small room became dark, and the girl looked out from the gap. The extremely cold weather outside made the girl's only view covered by snow. The snow fell on the ground and was quickly frozen into ice by the low temperature. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the cracks between the bricks seemed to be cold. There is no air leakage in the room. There is no stove and no insulation facilities. She only wore a linen shirt and a skirt made of coarse cloth, and a pair of cloth shoes were slightly squeezed under her feet. After passing the college entrance examination, the pinnacle of her life, the girl's physics knowledge was basically returned to the teacher, but she also knew how terrifying the extreme cold weather outside was. She also knew that she was sitting in the room wearing such a little clothes, and she had not been frozen to death. What a miraculous thing! Cold? In fact, it is still a bit cold, but this kind of weather that looks like -40 or 50 degrees makes her feel a bit cold. This world is so strange. In the dark room, she touched her cheek, completely puzzled. She only thinks that her ability to withstand the cold is incredible. This should be the ability of her predecessor. Is this a good thing? The blizzard lasted all night, accompanied by the cold wind roaring outside the window. The girl curled up on the bed and soon fell asleep. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were as red as apples, her hair was jet black and supple. The girl had died 10 years ago when she knew her parents in this life. The stepmother was an extremely cold woman, and her nickname was Bai Shuet. At that time, she was very broken. If the two sides can turn the fighting into jade, she doesn't mind calling the queen mom. What a big deal. Don't call me mom, just call grandma. It's a pity, the girl has never seen the story of Snow White being able to live peacefully with the queen, and she's like a family ever since. The queen wants to kill me. How to do? Although not online, Bai Shui was also in a hurry. The fairy tale of Snow White is basically a household name. The girl thinks that she can still live safely and steadily now, just because she has not yet threatened the queen. The queen has always considered herself the most beautiful woman. Once the queen asked the magic mirror and knew that she would become a threat to her, she would be dead at that time. The opponent has advanced magic and there are many soldiers. How about yourself? The girl squeezed her arm. She had no power, let alone martial arts. Her combat power was infinitely close to zero. The ability to resist cold is useless. It is a passive ability at best. According to her observation, people here are not very afraid of the cold. Apart from being the daughter of the former king, she can be said to have nothing. Bai Shui is a nickname, her parents died early, she doesn't even have a big name. Not to mention claims and princess titles. Now he raised his arms and called on the people to rise up to overthrow the queen and let himself lead the country. That is pure death. Run. Must run. It takes a plan to escape. The first question is, where to go? In the next few days, the girl Shirayuki pretended to be careless, observing several areas in the castle where she could move around. She is not a prisoner, but once she escapes, the queen will definitely send chasing soldiers. If the terrain is not understood, she will not run far. Although the predecessor of is not a fool like the queen declared to everyone, it is at best a young girl in season. My parents were the jewels of the palm when they were there, and they had never been out of the castle. After my parents died, let alone, the queen ignored her existence, and the reason why she did not starve to death was entirely because of the shadow of the old king. According to memory, Bai Shui found the cook who was kindest to him, a middle-aged woman who was slightly fat. Books. The middle-aged woman was a little surprised at Bai Shui's request. The word was very strange to her. His Royal Highness, do you want some books as a gift for your 18 years old? Hey? Right. Shirayuki replied smoothly while pondering the meaning of the other party's words. The fat cook shook her hand kindly. Don't worry, there is still half a year, and we will try our best to satisfy your wishes. After all, you are the king of this country. Is 18 years old for half a year? Bai Shui immediately calculated his age and guessed the key points. Perhaps when he was 18, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com would pose a threat to the queen. It seems that there is still half a year, but the closer she is to that time, the more dangerous she is. You should have your own name, which is different from your nickname, which represents the majesty of the king. Is almost killed and still majestic. The girl really didn't have any thoughts in this regard. She was thinking about escape, but facing the expectation of the fat cook, she had no choice but to use her brain. Mom and Dad died early, stepmother? The stepmother can't wait to kill me. The girl hesitated for 2 seconds. Snow White was obviously a nickname, and the big name could only figure it out. What is the name of her parents? She doesn't know, nor does the fat cook girl. There is no reference value in this respect. The name of the previous life is the ultimate secret for her, and she is not going to use it. Out of sight, she saw the reflection in the bronze mirror not far away. To be honest, this was the first time she took a serious look at her face in this life. The eyebrows are white, and the skin feels soft and supple, as if it has a moisturizing effect. The lips are delicate and beautiful, and a special brilliance blooms between the lips and teeth. Without any cosmetic modification, she has reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, but the anxiety between the eyebrows slightly undermines this beauty. Long-term malnutrition, it also made her appearance a little flawed. Found that his face resembled a certain female celebrity in the previous life, and he also thought of a certain idol drama starring the other. Call me Isabella Swan. She paused. Swan was a weird surname, not aggressive enough. Isabella Swan Prince. You can also call me Bella. Even though it was a fabricated name, she read it twice by herself, and it felt quite smooth, so she will call this name in the future. Chapter 2, Yutun? Do you know why I have stayed to serve the evil queen all these years? That's because I believe that one day you will regain your kingdom. That woman convinced people that you are autistic and cannot do without this castle, but we all know that you have the ability to rule this country. The fat cook didn't wait for Bella to answer, looked around, and took out a brown bag from under the stove. The linen was opened layer by layer, and a dagger glowing with cold appeared in front of Bella. The fat cook said, "This is for you by His Majesty the King, please keep it away." Did you give me a dagger to let me assassinate the queen alone? The girl didn't think she had this ability as a person without any training. Her original intention has not changed. It is useless if you name a flower, I must run. But the dagger is also a self-defense weapon, you can take it first. The leather sheath is inlaid with 3 gems, and the handle is tightly wound with golden thread. The girl holds the handle and doesn't know how to use cold weapons, but she knows that this dagger feels very comfortable. The blade was more than 20 centimeters long, and it was opened on both sides, and the blood trough was glowing with cold light. She swung it twice like cutting vegetables. Really good. Not bad. I don't know how to praise. She can speak the language of this unfamiliar region, but she has a small vocabulary, and she didn't think of any good words when she searched her belly. She admired a few words insincerely, and then she asked herself, issue concerned. How big is our country? I see a snow-capped mountain in the distance. Where is it outside? Is there a name? If I ask for help, is there anyone in the kingdom who can help me? Unfortunately, from the country's geographic location, to the country's population, and even to the current time and age, the fat cook has always asked 3 questions about Bella. I don't know what year, when and where it is now. The fat cook is more ignorant than Bella, like a traverser. The world does not seem to attach importance to culture, saying that it is a certain degree of praise. According to the fat chef, he has served in the castle for 20 years. From the time of Bella's father, the castle is, it seems that there is no such thing as a book. The current background is not the Middle Ages, right? Bella is very entangled. Without the exact information, she dare not run around. Pretends to be a happy face, and takes over the food that the fat cook left for her. It's not appropriate to pull his face with kindness. The queen doesn't care about her life or death. She is hungry and full every day. There is no nutritional supplement. It's useless to be natural beauty. If it weren't for the fat cook, she would add meals to Bella from time to time. The appearance does not threaten the queen. A plate of lentils, a fat fried egg, and a braised wild pigeon. In order to maintain her beauty, many foods can only be smelled, and now it's all cheap Bella. The fat lady cook saw her eating hungrily, and handed Bella 2 pieces of rye bread left over from the kitchen. Thank you. The rye bread was dry and astringent, without gluten, and the taste was almost terrible, but in order to replenish her strength, she was still dipped in the only sauce and swallowed with difficulty. In the next few days, as long as she has free time, Bella will study the various furnishings in the castle, thinking about the places that can be used by herself. A rope or a torch can make her ponder for a long time. Many things that are common in the castle treat her. They are all new things. In my spare time, I sneak into the kitchen and listen to the fat cook telling various gossip stories, from the queen's horror and magic to the grievances between soldiers and servants. Eating is the main job, waiting for news from books, and secretly observing soldiers' patrols the route is a secondary job. It's impossible to salt a fish. As a modern person, magic is too far away from her, and it's too unbelievable. It's a blind spot of knowledge. The queen's magic cannot be estimated by the cognition of the previous life, just like it is a sharp sword hanging in her heart, always spurring her to work hard and work harder. The work of the fat cook is very heavy, but she still struggled to find the book that Bella needed so much. The first impression of the book was very bad. It was in tatters and dregs. The girl was really convinced by the level of civilization in this country. There is no printing. The 2 books are more like 2 notes, with messy handwriting and dirt all over the pages. Maybe the evil woman has a book there. Seeing the girl's reluctance in her expression, the fat cook gave her another idea. Needless to say, I know it too. The only cultural person in this illiterate castle is probably the queen. Bella smiled and thanked the fat cook for her help. After 3 steps and 2 steps, she ran back to her bedroom. She didn't want to go to the queen's house to find a book. The risk was too high. After more than 10 days of hard reading, Bella tried to guess and finally read the 2 notes. This is not to say that the notes are advanced, but because she has limited literacy. Without parents at the age of 7, the education level of the predecessor can be imagined. Fortunately, she is a little basic, plus she can speak the language here. Relying on this level of graduation from the literacy class, she struggled to finish reading 2 notes. One of them is useless, it's all short chores for parents, and the other notebook contains more information. The queen comes from the north, where is the country covered in ice and snow. The west is a dark forest full of evil magic. Outside the snow-capped mountains is a wider world of ice. Bella read this passage several times, she was a little confused. Reading www.uuganshu. calm. It is recorded in the notebook that this continent is an ice world, and it is mentioned that a group of alien humanoids driving a rainbow call this continent Jordan. The ancient literature believes that these alien humanoids are golden people. And these Jotens on their side are the people of silver. Bella knew about the Yordle people, but she had no idea about the Jordan people. The people of gold and silver sounded very high, but in her opinion, there was no meaning at all. Bella's country is located in the easternmost part of the mainland, where the temperature is relatively highest and it is also the most suitable for living. The northern country of ice and snow can be said to be the queen's natal family. She did not dare to go. The dark forest was not a good place to listen to the name. After repeated weighings, she had to make a difficult decision. Instead of going to the wilderness to survive, wandering, and finally being eaten by wild animals, it is better to fight. She is not strong enough to kill her as soon as she crosses, but the chance of the other party killing her is as high as 90%. Is there a way to survive without desperate? There is no internet in the castle, no novels, but no in the wilderness. Somehow there are servants in the castle, and there are probably only wolves in the wilderness. Even if this is a world covered in ice and snow, as a king, she can live to the end, she just wants to live now. Fight. Bella has been practicing stabs for several days. She has no idea how strong the queen's magic is. According to her brain-explored estimation, she faces the queen directly. If the two sides are separated by 5 meters, the chance of winning is 50%. The odds of winning are reduced by 10%. If 10 meters away, she can consider designing a handsome death pose for herself. The best way is to sneak attack, such as hiding under the bed, hiding in the closet or something. When the queen falls asleep, he can come out by himself. Chapter 3, Magic Mirror. The queen is not a housemaid, and she has no habit of staying in the room all day long. She is vain, fierce, admiring the prosperity, and likes the process of mastering the destiny of others. According to Bella's observations, every afternoon the queen would order many servants to have signs symbolizing king, knight, and chariots on their heads. Under her remote control, people would be used as chess pieces and the hall would be used as chessboard to play chess. And this is her chance. Discussed with the fat cook, and finally launched a very crude plan to seize the country. Bella doesn't have the skills of a juggernaut, and there are no martial arts friends to help. There is only a fat cook like a Russian ant. The two of them are very good at cooking and eating. They can eat a bowl of lamb stew with tender lentils. Pour a bowl of pies with rich meat flavor, and they will eat one of 3. But revenge to seize the country? The difficulty is too high. The plan shouldn't be too complicated, and it won't be complicated in reality. Just take advantage of the interval when the queen is going to play chess and attract the attention of the soldiers in front of the queen's bedroom. The country is too small and there are no foreign enemies. The soldiers have no sense of vigilance at all. They are leaning on the 2 pillars and chatting in a low voice. Oh! My legs! Why didn't you help me when you saw that I fell? The fat cook was extremely powerful in slapstick shame. With the help of her weight, she knocked one of the soldiers with one head. Tumble! Then she pulled the trousers of the soldier and lay on the ground sideways like a weight, insisting that the soldier tripped herself. Quiet! Quiet! This is the queen's bedroom. It's not me. I didn't touch you. You fell by yourself. Fat pig! You touched me. My leg was broken. How miserable I am. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the 2 soldiers and the fat cook, Bella sneaked into the queen's bedroom from the dark. The bedroom is very big. If you use one word to describe it, it is magnificent. Exquisite chandeliers, colorful carpets, and various gorgeous decorations. Where should I hide? Bella was extremely nervous. She didn't know how much time the fat cook could buy for herself. At this time, she must race against time. Glanced quickly across several places where people could be Tibetans. She only saw a lot of Chinese clothes, necklaces, headwear, and footwear. Bella clenched her dagger tightly, concentrated her attention, looking for everything she could hide. A strange feeling came to mind in a way she couldn't understand. Either the predecessor's charm is high, or the two souls have strengthened this trait. Bella knows that her charm will have an impact on intelligent life, which includes but is not limited to human beings. The mice in the kitchen, the birds outside the window, the soldiers' horses, many intelligent life will radiate kindness to her. Now she feels that she is being watched by something without emotion. Bella was still decisive. She drew out the dagger with a wee, and at the same time rushed forward 2 steps before looking back. Hey! The expected enemy did not appear, only a silver frame with a dazzling dressing mirror. The mirror seemed to feel her gaze, and the gorgeous queen in the mirror quickly deformed and became Bella's appearance in less than 2 seconds. She shook left and right in the mirror. The figure in the mirror looked at her like a fool. Bella's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Even though she was not too familiar with the story of Snow White, she knew the thing in front of her. It's a magic mirror. Interesting, are you Snow White? The trajectory of fate is really wonderful, I didn't expect our encounter this time. The figure in the magic mirror said with the same face as Bella. Bella tentatively asked, I was passing by, I don't think you will inform the queen. The truth is that I have already notified. Enjoy your last time, beautiful girl. The figure in the magic mirror smiled gloomily. Damn it! The girl was in a state of confusion, and there is no doubt that the assassination plan died before it even started. Although the fat cook outside the bedroom was still arguing loudly with the 2 soldiers, her heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She couldn't beat any of the soldiers outside. According to observations, there were at least 100 such soldiers in the castle. If the assassination is successful, with the right of inheritance, she can order these soldiers, but now? Many soldiers didn't even know her existence, and no more than 10 could obey orders. What's more, there was a queen, who was a master of black magic. How could she resist? Face 100 soldiers and a black magic master full of anger? This is all looking for death. Now running out and then finding a place to hide is too passive. As long as the queen closes the castle gate, she will be dead. Jump out. He lay down by the window and looked out. Just kidding. The queen's bedroom is not the highest point of the entire castle, but it is also more than 30 meters above the ground, equivalent to the height of 10 stories. If she jumps out now, there is no guarantee that the whole body is. Several options are dangerous, but after weighing them, she chose to escape from the queen's bedroom and find a place to hide in the castle. Survive first and think of a way slowly. But before leaving, I still got a bit of disgust in my heart. She looked at the magic mirror fiercely, and the figure in the mirror jokingly stretched out her hand and pointed out, beckoning you to run quickly. The girl is just to vent her anger, she has torn her face anyway, she is afraid of a fart. She raised the dagger in her hand, read www.yuyuganshu.com and cut it down in front of the mirror. Okay? The moment the dagger approached the mirror, the complexion of the figure in the mirror changed greatly, and Bella felt that the dagger in her hand was blocked by something. A cloud of milky white mist blocked the dagger, which was very powerful, but Bella unexpectedly discovered the miracle of the dagger in her hand. The moment she touched the mist of the magic mirror, a certain upturned change occurred inside the dagger. The mist was just before the magic mirror. The second is still like a solid stone, but after a second it becomes soft and delicious cream. This dagger left by the former king is very strong. Just when this thought came to mind, I saw the fog that hindered her suddenly shrinking inward, and then a large area suddenly vacated in front of her. Bella couldn't manage her strength, so she rushed into the white fog with a cry. The figure here just disappeared, and the next moment she stood up in the pool at the other end. I was overcast by the ghost of the magic mirror. But then the girl didn't feel like it again, she looked around. This is a place that looks big, but is actually very small. In the distance, the sea and the sky are the same color, the blue sky and the blue sea are connected, but there is no wave in the sky, and there is no ripple on the water. There is only silence in the whole world. The girl walked out of a very shallow water hole. Not far away was a wooden bridge. The bridge was 1 person wide, and a slightly broken wooden house was built 10 meters away. The wooden strips of various lengths are tied tightly with thick hemp rope, and some dry weeds are scattered on the outside. The whole wooden house is like it was built by primitive people, with no sense of beauty at all. Ha 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 ha, this is your lair? The mirror monster. The girl didn't know if her guess was correct, but she had to show her aura at least. The voice inside the wooden house became a bit sharp. I am the magic mirror. The most noble magic mirror. Chapter 4, 3 Drops of Blood. Has reached this point, there is no need to be cautious at all. It's better to let go than defend a wave. Bella clenched the dagger tightly. The level of this weapon was higher than she expected. After entering the inner world of the magic mirror, the dagger exuded a burst of chill, which was a bit cold in her body, but the chill dispelled her heart. Fear made her thinking very clear. Opened the grass curtain in front of the house, she stepped into the wooden house. The house is very simple. The length of the wooden boards varies. The light from outside the house shines in from the gaps of large and small. Even if there is no lighting equipment in the house, it does not affect the line of sight. A bright silver frame and golden vanity mirror is quietly placed in the center of the wooden house. The figure in the mirror changed rapidly. There were queens Bella had seen, men and women in weird costumes, and between the light and shadows, she seemed to have seen the figure of a horned demon, but in the end, the figure in the mirror became Bella's. Look like. The girl outside the mirror is a bit anxious. Even though her mind can remain calm under the blessing of the dagger, being calm and not worrying are two different things. The magic is that the faces of the girls in the mirror are also quite disturbed, and it seems that the two of them are a little bit afraid of fighting wolves. Surrender, you have been surrounded by me. In the new era and new situation, we should abandon personal grievances, learn from the experience and lessons of history, go beyond the past, and strive to strengthen equal exchanges and cooperation with all countries in the world, and actively develop under the new situation, diverse, pragmatic and effective special work. The figure in the magic mirror frowned. She didn't understand what Bella was saying. Don't understand? You are not politically conscious enough, and you still need to continue to learn. Simply put, cooperation or confrontation. You choose. Bella wanted to be steady. She was not prepared to talk to the magic mirror if the other party is willing to accept the head and worship. She thinks she can forgive the other party. This is a magic mirror. It is the most important magic item in the Queen's hands. If you steal my kingdom, I will steal your magic mirror. Come on, hurt each other. Seeing the magic mirror did not respond, Bella raised the dagger in her hand and gestured to the air in front of the mirror twice. It seems that our cooperation foundation is a bit weak, and we need to increase some effective bilateral consensus. I take a step back. Magic mirror, can you help me get rid of the Queen's chase? The Queen's figure appeared in the mirror first, but before she could make further demonstrations, she was overwhelmed by other figures, and finally a figure similar to the girl appeared to answer. The magic mirror is a certain reflection of your mind, the opposite of reality, the limit of imagination, and the projection of a form of existence that you don't fully understand on the material world. Bella's previous words made the magic mirror bewildered, but now Bella's answer is also bewildered. What is this saying? You mean, you can't help me escape? That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Bella put the dagger horizontally in front of the mirror, threatening, and her smile gradually changed. No, I think it has something to do with you, it has a lot to do with it. Mirror. Seems to be weighing, seems to be delaying time. Bella also looks nervously outside the wooden house, for fear that the Queen's figure will emerge from the pool in the next second. Help me live together. Otherwise, I will also hold you back. This dagger can hurt you, I know this. The magic mirror is very speechless, she has her own wisdom, and in her core area, she is really worried about the dagger in Bella's hand. Okay, I can't help you directly, you can save yourself, your soul is much stronger than ordinary people, and your blood is also. Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point. Bella stared at the exit, even with the blessing of cold thinking, the worry in her heart was about to reach its limit. She is now looking forward to a teleportation technique from the magic mirror, just teleport her away. I can teach you a ritual that uses blood as a medium to unlock the source of your own magic. Hearing that it was not a teleportation, Bella subconsciously retorted, not applicable, change another. I tell you, if you can't think of a solution, wait a moment. What are you talking about? Me? I can learn magic. She quickly reacted, her eyes full of hope, staring at the magic mirror. Snow White can learn magic? There seems to be no such plot in the original book. After repeatedly confirming that the magic mirror did not make herself disappear with a whir, she decided to turn on her source of magic power. Maybe she could run out with the cooperation of magic? If you lie to me, then we'll be over together. Her tone was threatening. The magic mirror nodded noncommittally, and a half-meter diameter water mirror floated in front of Bella in the rippling water. This is a ritual used by Lavanna. It is very simple and suitable for your current situation. Take your 3 drops of blood, use the light in your father's blood, use the water in your mother's blood, and use the water in your own blood. Quality completes the magic ritual. Lavanna is the queen. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is now Bella's mortal enemy, and the only cultural person in the castle. If anyone has such an extraordinary ceremony in their hands, it can only be her. The ritual process is very simple. The difficulty lies in the 3 words that Bella has never heard of. She chanted them several times before she could master the pronunciation. Bella also worried that this was some kind of trick of the magic mirror, but she really didn't have much choice. She cut through the palm of her left hand with a dagger very decisively. Seeing that blood was about to gush out from the wound, she said in a deep voice, "Dag, light." A magical scene appeared, the wound was suddenly closed for more than half, only a drop of blood dripped into the water mirror in front of me. She said again, "Lagu, water, Odell, hereditary quality, my beauty is my amulet, it gives me the magic to overcome everything." Magic. According to the ritual, without waiting for the 3 drops of blood to be completely fused, she picked up the water mirror like the substance and drank the water with the blood. Tons. The water mirror with a diameter of half a meter is as big as a child's bathtub when carried. It is not heavy, but there is too much water. She lifted it up and poured it into her belly. After 2 seconds, she felt that there was a problem. She drank and looked at the magic mirror with the corner of her eye. How much do I have to drink? My little belly can't hold too much water. She soon knew that the ceremony had taken effect. There were changes in the body that turned upside down in an instant. Blood, bone marrow, nerves, and even lymphatics, as long as she could sense things, seemed to converge towards the heart at this instant, a new force. It was born out of it, it was ancient, it was a legend, it was a power that was no longer suitable for appearing in this world, it was the power of magic. Chapter 5, The Foundation of Magic. Hurts. The body pain was extremely painful. Fortunately, the dagger kept Bella's brain absolutely awake, and she was not overwhelmed by the pain that seemed to pull out the bone marrow and stir. The girl clenched the dagger tightly, she was ready to keep a little bit of the ability to fight back once she found out that the magic mirror was causing trouble. Fortunately, the worst possibility did not happen, and the magic mirror looked on coldly, neither providing help nor falling into trouble. A small energy cyclone gradually formed in Bella's heart. The energy was very weak, and it seemed that the wind could be extinguished. The process was extremely painful, but she knew that she was different from before. Damn it! Why do I think you are beautiful and kind? She looked at the magic mirror in confusion. I have to say that your language organization ability is inversely proportional to your beauty. In addition to wearing a hat, wearing earrings, applying some powder and lipstick, the thing on your neck may also contain some knowledge appropriately. That's good for you. A little old magic mirror saw her holding up the dagger again, and quickly pulled the crooked building back, because you are using my mirror to complete the ritual, which brings us closely together. Once you die, I will also be destroyed. And vice versa, I think that way we can trust each other more. Bella's chin raised slightly. This is really good news. She actually has reservations about this. If the magic mirror is destroyed, she will hang up with it. This seems to be no problem, but if it is the other way round, the magic mirror will be a little damaged at best, and it will definitely not be enough to end together. The other party has reservations, and she didn't ask the details. Bella closed her eyes and meditated for a few seconds, carefully comprehending this magical ability based on her own beauty. The specific magic used by her and the Queen is different, but the core is exactly the same. They both use 3 drops of blood to unlock their own magic power, and both use themselves as the most beautiful cornerstone of spell casting. Is a very idealistic thing. It seems that as long as she can reach the most beautiful level, a certain rule will bear the backlash brought by casting magic for her. If she is not the most beautiful, then sorry, backlash needs to be carried by herself. A big question mark appeared in her heart. What is the world rule? Where is he? There is even a backlash when using magic? She had to ask the understanding people around her. Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? It's Queen Lavanna. Puff Bella Hawkswind spouted a mouthful of old blood. You said the Queen was the most beautiful when she was in my hand, and I was the most beautiful when she was in her hand? Then she knew that she was wrong with the magic mirror. Eating leftovers every day, or brown bread, her nutrition couldn't keep up. There is no nutritional supplement, anxiety, irregular schedules, no matter how natural beauty is, it is useless. At present, the Queen is indeed more beautiful. Although it was so uncomfortable to vomit blood, Bella's cold thinking made Bella aware of the problem. No. How do you define the concept of world? Even if the Queen is the most beautiful, it will not be the most beautiful in the whole world, right? According to Bella's observation, there are up to 500 people in the castle. Outside the castle, I heard the fat cook said that there is a town. There may be 2,000 people in it. There may be a few villages around it. The population of this country may be over 10,000. Could it be said that there are more than 10,000 people in this world? Does the whole world just slap a big place like this? Magic Mirror did not answer her question directly. Your magic is a drop of water, then your beauty is limited to the sky at the mouth of the well. If your magic is a stream, then you need to make your beauty above the entire kingdom. Bella nodded thoughtfully. She thought she probably understood. When the magic power is 1, it may be enough to be a class flower. If the magic power reaches 10, then you must go to the school flower. If you don't exercise your magic power, keep the status quo, and stay away from the Queen's schoolgirl. She and the Queen, who also uses 3 drops of blood to unlock her own magic, do not have a face-to-face intersection, then no one will have an accident. The typical well water does not offend the river. But in order to make her magic more powerful, she must exercise. As long as she exercises, she must keep her appearance up with the growth rate of magic power. The balance between the two must be grasped. Bella pulled off the whalebone skirt brace on her body. In order to deal with today's sudden situation, she deliberately wore a pair of trousers inside. The tassels on the cuffs and the gauze on the neck were all torn off. These things were all to deal with being discovered by the soldiers. You don't need to disguise what you have done. Let's fight. Understood, follow me. Can you make it smaller? Bella didn't have any room for discussion. She estimated that she had some connection with the magic mirror, so most of the magic mirror and the queen were also there. At this time, destroy the magic mirror. It is indeed done once and for all, but when the queen is hit hard, it must be able to take her away. She can't leave the magic mirror in the hands of the queen. What if the old lady wants to die together? Must be taken away. The magic mirror is very intelligent. After weighing the pros and cons, according to her requirements, it becomes a palm-sized mirror. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Bella hung the mirror on her waist, and when she raised her eyes later, she found that she had returned to the queen's bedroom. It seemed that it took more than 10 minutes to enter the magic mirror space, but in the outside world, she felt that the flow of time might be only 1 or 2 minutes. That feeling was very mysterious. It didn't need much reason, it was an intuition. She turned her head and looked out the door. The 2 soldiers who had been pulling with the fat cook were awakened by the alarm bell inside the castle. They opened the door anxiously and looked in, just in time with Bella's sight. These 2 guys must be killed. Once the queen traces them, the fat cook who cooperates with them is in danger. Bella was an ordinary person before, but because she was an ordinary person, she would not watch a good person who was kind to herself lose her life because of her mistake. The dagger was taken into the magic mirror space by her. Bella raised her hands high, not retreating but advancing, indicating that she had no weapons in her hand. Come out! You shameful thief! The 2 guards don't know Bella's true identity. According to their own values, they make up a story of a thief that hits the West. The fat cook is playing cover, and Bella is the one. Thief! Okay, okay, I will come out, I will come out. Bella was trembling all over, as if she was terrified. In fact, she is in pain now. As the second-ranked beauty in the castle, she is undoubtedly within the queen's beauty suppression range. Casting spells within this range must endure spell backlash. Want to kill the 2 powerful soldiers in Kongwu instantly, she and the fat cook are not good enough, the decisive thing is magic. She now knows, and only has such a spell drawn from blood. Cold ice touch. She needs to be closer, closer. Chapter 6, Angry Queen. Hurts. It hurts. Magic power flows from the heart, through the upper arm to the forearm, and finally stops at the fingertips. The strands of cold air lingered between the white and tender fingers, as if tendrils shuttled back and forth in the finger bones. Bella focused on calculating the distance between the 2 sides. As the distance got closer, she endured the pain and smiled at the 2 soldiers. Even if it is the second, her beauty is far more than that of ordinary people. The 2 soldiers looked blankly, watching the white jade fingers stroke their respective throats. Oxygen, blood, and saliva were condensed into ice in an instant, and the water in the throat quickly gathered, and then appeared in the throats of the 2 people like ice cones. The soldier who was the first to bear the brunt covered his neck and fell down. The cone of ice penetrated front and back, piercing a hideous blood hole. A small area of freezing appeared on the edge of the wound, but the next moment was rushed away by the blood. Finally, the soldier twitched his hands and feet and his face was blue and purple. With a deep confusion, he stopped breathing. The soldier behind him had a little reaction time, and subconsciously pulled away and backed away. Bella's spell missed 2 points. The ice cone did not completely appear in the throat, but abruptly exposed most of the side of the neck. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted to the side wall. The soldier did not die immediately. Bella had to take out the dagger, and hit the soldier's heart twice. Blood sprayed her sleeve. Watching the look in the soldier's eyes slowly faded, she ignored the fragility of life, and wiped her hands on the soldier's clothes. There were a lot of ways to make a secret room and how to make an alibi in his mind, and then he realized that he was thinking too much. For such a medieval castle, let alone an alibi, it doesn't matter even if you leave your fingerprints. Pulled up the stunned fat lady cook, and dashed out while shaking her hand. Go! Go! It hurts me to death. My hand is going to be broken. The two hands that are the medium of the spell are sore. At first, she ran with the fat cook. After more than 10 seconds, the fat cook woke up and began to drag her to run. The two rushed into the servant area. Marguerite! Listen to me. I must leave immediately. At least half a year, at most 3 years, I will definitely come back. To calm the fat cook girl's emotions, Bella didn't know how sure she had promised. The queen does not have a magic mirror, but knowledge and magic will not disappear out of thin air. Compared to Bella, it will be a new magical spell, and the gap between the two is too big. Now she needs to find a place to hang out. For half a year, waiting for her appearance to surpass the other person, will she have a turnaround then? Worried about being chased by the queen, Bella picked up the package that had been prepared long ago, which contained some food and clothes. His Royal Highness. Please pay attention to your body. Well, Margaret, take care too. After I return to the country, I will appoint you as the head of the kingdom. Actually, Bella doesn't know whether this country has the official position of general manager, but it doesn't matter, a small country in the countryside, there is no need to stick to tradition. Saying goodbye to the fat cook Margaret, Bella ran from the side door of the disrepaired castle to the stables. The escape plan that had been prepared for more than half a month can now be activated. Seeing her coming, a white horse snapped its nose with excitement. Bella raised it to the main building of the castle. Not only did I steal your magic mirror, I also want to steal your horse. Mad at you. Her affinity for animals and her high charm have played an effect. Even if she doesn't know any riding skills at all, she still steadily rolls over. Run! Barry! Run! She named her own horse Barry just because she wanted it to run like lightning. It's better to be faster and faster. You don't need to hide your tracks at this time, just run. I dare not go to the ice and snow country in the north. There is the Queen's family, and there is only one goal left, to go to the dark forest. Hearing the big bell clanging in the bell tower, Bella riding a white horse, before the gatekeeper reacted, rushed out of the gate like a sharp arrow, and then went all the way to the west, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Asshole! You just watched that little run away like this? Are you all rubbish? Didn't stop her. Queen Lavanna was furious, her palms wrapped in a thick black cyclone. Damn! Die! Her palms shot out suddenly, and a soldier a few meters apart was knocked out of the main building by a black cyclone. Under a huge drop of nearly 30 meters, head down and feet up, he fell into flesh. A pile of minced meat. The magic of darkness was still snorting, and the corpse was quickly corroded by the magic and turned into a mass of brown carrion. The crows hovering in the sky landed on the ground one after another to taste this delicious meal. One by one the biggest crow flew into the main building. The queen was wearing a golden finger caught on her left index finger. She beckoned slightly, and the crow fell on her finger. The crow is as black as charcoal, and the fingers are as white as jade. Even though his colleagues had just been thrown out by the queen as if to vent their anger and fed the crows, none of the other soldiers dared to call him wrong. Everyone at UU reading www.uugonshu.com stared at their insteps for fear of causing even more violent anger. Speaking? Everyone usually seems to have ideas, why don't you talk anymore? The queen's appearance is extremely cold and glamorous, even if the scorn between her eyebrows is full, her beauty will not be compromised. Eat well, sleep soundly, and maintain good care. Although this country is not big, it can be regarded as the king of a country. The royal power also strengthens her charm, making her look awe-inspiring and powerful. Are full of unimaginable evil beauty. At this time, this beautiful woman was furious. She didn't know that Bella would threaten herself one day in the future, but at this time her hatred also exceeded the limit of tolerance, because the other party stole the magic mirror. Go and find her. Find her. Get her body. Bring me her tongue and heart. The soldiers rushed out of the castle to chase Bella like an amnesty, but after a short time, they all ran back, because following the footsteps, they found the thief who angered Her Majesty rushed into the dark forest. For these soldiers who have been warned to stay away from the dark forest since their ancestors, the endless forest is full of unknowns and fears, and they dare not go deep into the forest to find them. But they dare not go back to face the angry queen again. How about, find some ghosts to find the way for the dead? We can follow far away. Yes. This way is good. After several captains discussed, they quickly made up their minds, looking for the dead ghost to find the way in the dark forest. Everyone can deal with each other if they succeed, and it's not themselves who fail, they can still find them again. In a country with tens of thousands of people, there are always so few who are not afraid of death. Chapter 7, Hunter and Dwarf. Ha 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 ha, drink. Drink again. Drink again. Last time a giant fought with me, I raised his leg, and that's it. A tall blond man shouted in the tavern. He held the wine glass in one hand, and gestured with the other hand to the air. His dress is a bit desolate, but his body is slender, his muscles are bulging, his body is full of strength, and his spirit is very different from ordinary people, but the brilliance between his eyes is covered by alcohol for a bit, making his sharp edge not so obvious. Everyone in the tavern disagrees with what he calls fighting with giants, but because he invites everyone to drink, everyone responds. You are the hunter who has become famous recently? Do you dare to go to the dark forest? Several soldiers found the blond man. Dark forest? Hiccup. Do you call that little forest the dark forest? Ha 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 ha. The blond man drank too much, he didn't even think about it, there was a burst of mockery. A few soldiers looked at each other, all trying to kill the guy in front of them, but thinking that this guy was going to die, their hearts were more balanced. A thief stole your majesty's beloved thing. Your majesty hired loyal men to hunt in the dark forest. Do you dare to go? The soldier also took out a purse and shook it in front of the hunter. This is a few of them. The money that comes out is already a huge sum of money for civilians. Thief? Hunted? The blonde hunter's head was filled with alcohol, and his thinking ability was almost zero. He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear himself up. He has traveled many places over the years, and he is not fixed in a certain area. The monsters have fought, and the robbers have also been killed. He enjoys the cheers from the crowd. He thinks that it has nothing to do with the ethnic group and parents, and is an honor that belongs to him alone. The blond man thinks that this job is not difficult to do, and maybe it will be another conversation at the wine table in the future. As for the danger of the dark forest, he didn't take it seriously. Took the soldier's purse, I took this task. I will bring people back for you. Picked up a battle axe from the iron frame on the side, and then rode on the horse prepared for him by the soldiers. The blond hunter rushed out of the town and went to the western dark forest to hunt for the thief. The little movements of the soldiers thought they were very hidden, but the queen still saw these pictures through the crow's vision. These idiots! The queen doesn't think that a nameless person who is dizzy with drinking can track Bella, she wants to use her own way to solve the matter. She looked through the crows, towards the edge of the dark forest. This forest has the chaotic magic left over from ancient times, which will interfere with many of her high-level spells. She doesn't want to enter the forest if she has no choice. Get up, my servant. Follow the old contract, you must fight for me. The queen held her hands high, she stood alone at the top of the main building of the castle, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, and the turbulent magic rushed in all directions. The blizzard that was about to take shape in the clouds was washed away by her magic. Queen Lavanna is still the most beautiful woman, even without a magic mirror, her strength will not be compromised. In a swamp 3 kilometers away from the dark forest, he responded to the call of magic. The soil rolled, the earthquake trembled, and the ground swelled high, first with the arms, then the head and body, and finally the feet. 3 giant creatures walked out of the swamp. They were 5 meters high, their skin was like rough sand, without hair or eyebrows, they were ugly, with large limbs and full of strength. They are giant monsters, creatures that are extremely afraid of sunlight. Go, enter the forest, and bring me the body of that little bitch," the queen said with a sullen face. The 3 giants have almost no intelligence. They received the order, like a huge wild boar, rushing to the distant dark forest. "Slow down, slow down." After entering the dark forest, Bella patted the white horse's mane to slow it down. The chaotic atmosphere here has some influence on her magic power, but the influence is not too big, after all, her strength is low. It's just that the silence in the forest made White Horse very terrified. She needed to be soothed constantly to keep the mount that came along. The ground in the forest is muddy, the trees are strangely shaped, and the sky is extremely dim. Whenever the leaves are blown by the wind, the rustling sound will make people feel shocked. Who? Bella heard footsteps behind her and couldn't help but look back. The scene in front of him is no different from a horror movie. There are bizarre trees with crooked necks and various strange-looking rocks in his eyes. The sky is dim, the ground is dark brown, and everything around is obscure and decayed. Bella originally wanted to ask the magic mirror about Yatun and the people of Silver, but the horrible atmosphere of the dark forest still made the girl choose to shut up. She turned over and got off the horse. She was indeed highly mobile when riding on the horse, but her riding skill was almost zero, and her ability to ride and war was zero. Once she encountered an enemy or the horse was frightened, she would be miserable. Is holding the horse in one hand and the dagger in the other, keeping himself awake by relying on the cold thinking inside the dagger. Bella looked back at the footprints along the way. She did not dare to wander on the edge of the forest. To avoid chasing soldiers, she had to go deep into the forest. The environment here is not good for her, and it is the same for the enemy. Went all the way into the forest, and when she felt hungry again, she stopped. Bella feels in the dark, she should be the most beautiful person in this small area now. A flower in the dark forest, forest flower for short. As long as the queen does not enter the dark forest, she will not have backlash when she casts spells. Ice rays. During this period of time, she also repeatedly thought about the magic she had understood. At this time, she extended the casting process of the ice touch according to her idea. The girl raised her right hand to the trees not far away, and a silver-white low-temperature ray hit the air straightly. The place is crystal clear and powerful, but there is no doubt that this move is wrong. Just when she was annoyed by her accuracy, she saw several figures appearing sunken 2 meters away from where the spell fell. Idiot! You must be exposed. Don't blame me. It was Philly who kicked my ass. It was Philly. Nonsense. It's Bover who is pulling my pants. There is a strange smell in the soil here. Yet, Pangbo is so hungry. Soren, do you have anything to eat? Shut up. You idiots, shut up. Bahrain, this guy seems to be a wizard, and has the characteristics of a white horse and grey clothes. Is she the one we are looking for? The girl Bella clasped the dagger tightly, and the white horse hid behind her, looking more scared than her. She stared carefully at these weird people emerging from the grass. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Bella counted the heads back and forth twice, then carefully examined the heights of these guys, and his guard was slightly relaxed by 2 points. The 7 dwarves met Snow White. It shouldn't be dangerous, right? Chapter 8, Occupation. Who are you? I guessed that these dwarves should not be the queen's chasers, but I am afraid of 10,000 in case. Bella is still brewing magic in the palm of her hand. As long as the opponent rushes over, she will make ice, and then mount and escape. The 7 dwarves all wear masks, and the headed dwarf is very majestic. He has a long knife in one hand and a piece of wood in the other strangely. A dwarf next to him seems to be a little older, with a white beard and white hair that can't be covered by a mask, and a dwarf is fat, about the same height and width, even if he gets out of the grass, he is whispering to himself. Very hungry. The 7 dwarves are all powerful and capable of fighting. If there is no extraordinary power to participate, judging from the momentum they show, it is not a problem to fight a dozen or 20 castle soldiers. A wizard in a grey robe. The dwarf leader carrying a piece of wood asked the white-haired old dwarf beside him. There are blood stains on the clothes, and the original color is no longer clear. It is also possible to say that it is grey, but she is not wearing a robe, but grey pants. This seems a bit different from the prediction. The old dwarf analyzed carefully, and the dwarf leader whispered a few words to him. They nodded and shook their heads sometimes. Finally, the white-bearded old dwarf tore off the mask on his face. He stretched out his hands and signaled that he had no weapons, and then took a few steps in the direction of the girl Bella. I am Bahrain, this is a meeting of fate, we just want to ask you one thing, can you make magic? The old dwarf raised his head and asked expectantly. What's going on? The 7 dwarves are still looking for a magical Snow White? Did I make a mistake, or did they make a mistake? Bella was confused, the development of the plot made her a little bit confused. What is the relationship between you looking for a wizard and Snow White? If she could only shake her head and say no a day ago, there is no need to hide it now, anyway, there will be a magic, flicker if you can, hide a fart. Yes. I am the wizard in your mouth. Are you, a robber? Is this trying to get me into the group? Bella is 1.75 meters tall and is among women she is definitely a tall man. In order to make a good impression on the future gangster buddy, she lowered her weight and squatted and asked. We are not robbers. We are just looking for some ancient weapons here. I am starving. Several dwarves argued very angrily, and finally they were sternly rebuked by the dwarf leader. The old dwarf Bahrain saluted, and he said, Hello young wizard. We are not robbers. The reason we met you here is because our home is occupied by evil monsters, and we need to find some belts in this forest. A weapon with the attributes of ice. As you can see, we are dwarves. Our homes are full of gold and silver jewelry. Now we need some external help to retake our homes. If you accept employment, you can get them afterwards. A generous remuneration, you are our most important partner during the employment period, and we are willing to hand over your back to you. The girl Bella looked at the old dwarf with bright eyes. This phrase was like a variant of I, Qin Shi Wang, fight money, but she doesn't need to fight money now. It seems that she wants her to join the gang and go out to fool others. Play money? I'll talk about things later. Her eyebrows were burning on her side, and she didn't care whether she would cheat or go out together to make money together. Of course. Since we can meet in the dark forest, I think this is the arrangement of fate. I am willing to help you. The 7 dwarves are overjoyed. It seems that they can find someone who knows magic, which is very important to them. The old dwarf Bahrain took out a thick little book from his arms. This is a standard contract. Under the witness of the gods, it lists the actual cost, time, and remuneration required, and funeral arrangements, etc. Funeral arrangements. The girl Bella's eyes were a bit dull, and she took the small book blankly. Take a closer look, this thing is the same as the memorials from the previous life and Tang Seng's customs clearance papers. The papers are folded in the same size one by one. At first, she didn't pay attention. She casually grabbed the cover and let it go. Fully opened, more than a meter long, full of text on both sides. Seeing that the 7 dwarves have no intention to continue to explain, as a respected wizard, mage, and literate person, you can't say that you don't know how to read. Bella can only use her literacy class graduated education level to insist. Fortunately, the language used by the dwarf is the same as that of hers. There are some adjectives and slang words that cannot be understood, but the dwarf is not a literary race, and the words and sentences are very plain, and it is roughly within the scope of her understanding. It seems that these guys are going to some kind of mountain to slay a monster. After that, the treasure in the monster's lair will be shared. The text is simple and clear, and Bella can understand it. At last, she looked at the signatures of the dwarves, just like many celebrities in the previous life. The text in front was written neatly, but when it came to the signing stage, it was dragons and phoenixes. She can't say that she doesn't know. Whose wizard can't read UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Well, since everyone will be companions in the future, let me introduce myself first. I am Isabella Swan Prince. You can call me Bella. I'm Kellett, this is my brother Philly. Well, I did an introduction before, I am Bahrain. I am Dewarin, the brother of Bahrain. Poverty, I and the fat man over there are brothers. The brother he said is me, I am Pang Bai. I am the employer of Action, Thorin Oakshield. The previous dwarves Bella didn't react much, she had never heard of it, she just nodded and smiled. Until the end, when the dwarf leader reported herself, she fell into a sluggish state. Who? Bella stared at the dwarf, who took off his mask and looked not angry, and took a second look at the piece of wood he was carrying. Thorin Oakshield. Bella hurriedly took a closer look at the previous customs clearance documents. What is the name of the mountain they are going to? Mountain of Ore? The only mountain by the river? I tried several spellings in a row, and finally confirmed, really hammered, Gushan. Is it not the world of Snow White, but the world of the Lord of the Rings? Going to Middle-earth continent now? A strong sense of absurdity emerged in her heart. She felt that things had disappeared from her own knowledge all at once, and what was happening now was too unexpected. Smirked at the dwarf who was suspected to be Thorin Oakshield, Bella pointed to a distance, that me, I'll go and tie my horse. Walked to the distance, she took out the magic mirror, magic mirror, magic mirror, tell me. What is the name of this area under my feet? Chapter 9, The Truth of the World. Her figure is reflected in the magic mirror, and Bella in the mirror looks a little more enchanting and mature than her. It is the Kingdom of Silver established by the people of Silver 2000 years ago. At that time, many of the ancestors were hunted and killed by powerful enemies, and eventually died in the dark forest under your feet. The remnants of their evil spirits and magic power enveloped this place. It became the dark forest of today. Bella scratched her head, and the magic mirror's answer was no problem, mainly because her own questions were not accurate enough. Following the answer of the magic mirror, she continued to ask, who was chased and killed? You don't know this? Frost giants, your ancestors were a hybrid of the frost giants and all races. As slaves, if they want to run, those giants will chase after them, and then they will fight. How simple one thing! What? There are frost giants in Snow White's world? Bella felt that after entering the dark forest, she passively received too much information, and she had to stroke it so as not to miss important information. The magic mirror said with emotion, Lavanna is also a citizen of Silver, but her blood is not as pure as yours. This is why I predict that your appearance will surpass her. It may be your royal family and the king of frost giants. Closer. What kind of mess is this? Bella frowned, then, what about these frost giants now? They were all killed by the Asgardian army led by Odin, at least most of them. Bella Sigma. Odin. Asgard. Thinking back to her own memory, she pointed to her feet with a heavy tone, then this continent under our feet is Jotun. The magic mirror revealed the answer, yes, the Asgardians are the conquerors. They named this place Jotunheim, including your silver people. The name comes from the Asgardians, and the Asgardians think of themselves the most noble bloodline is the people of gold. Your ancestors made great contributions to Odin's suppression of Jotunheim. Without them, the Asgardians could not enter the frozen world at all, so after the war, your ancestors won the title of People of Silver. Bella waved her hand. She didn't care how many tactics Odin used in the process of putting down Jotunheim, how many inner ghosts secretly bought, and what kind of benefit exchange she made, she only cared about her own situation. Where do these dwarves come from? It should be from Niederweiler. The dwarves dig around and can always find some strange paths. They may pass through the small gaps in space. The dwarves have the best hole-making technology in the 9 countries. Bella's heart is completely cold. She originally thought it was just a fairy tale world. She thought that when she went out of the castle, she was the forest, and when she was out of the forest, she was the wilderness. Now it seems that she was wrong. This world is not only the small piece in front of her, but there is also a wider world outside. Could it be said that this is the world of Nordic mythology? But how can there be Thorin Oakshield in the Nordic mythical world? Or a world wider than the world of Norse mythology? She had some guesses in her heart, but she was not sure. Are you okay? If you are sad and want to die, please return me to Lavanna before you die. I don't want to stay in this ghost forest with your corpse. It is so dirty here. Bella made a very dissatisfied bah. You've said before that you'll be finished if I die. How can I change my mouth now? Liar. Was interrupted in this way, her fighting spirit came back, not to mention Thorin Oakshield. She is not surprised that Thor jumps out now. Finally found you. Thief. Come and try Luo, it's not right, come and taste the uncle's iron axe. Bella looked at the thunderous roar. On the other side of the forest, a blonde hunter roared out and rushed out sneakily, with a mask in his hand and a large number of weapons. The 7 dwarves were targeted by the blonde hunter. The blonde hunter was holding a very ordinary iron axe, and rushed to the front like a wind and thunder. It was just a normal slash, which made people feel a strong fighting spirit. Thorin Oakenshield, as the leader of the dwarf, has experienced many battles. Although it is not clear who the blonde hunter is, he can see the fierce chopping of the other party, and he also raised the oak trunk in his hand to parry. The savvy and capable dwarf brothers Chili and Philip help to contain them on the left, and the fierce-faced bald dwarf Devarin is in charge of the right. The 4 dwarves and the blonde hunter quickly become a group. Among them, Thorin Oakshield has the highest martial arts. Facing the onslaught of the blonde hunter, he responded calmly, both offensive and defensive, without any panic. Keely, Philip brothers, and Dewarin cooperated very well with him. After the first few fierce attacks, the blonde hunter surged in alcohol, dizzy, and slowed down unconsciously. This world is too exaggerated. Bella felt her eyes staring out. Blonde hair, beard, big body, except for the absence of Thor's hammer and red cloak, this blonde man is not right with Teacher Sue, and is very similar to Thor's characteristics. In order to worry about making a mistake, Bella had to ask the magic mirror again, who is this big blonde man? The Bella in the magic mirror made a probe movement, it looks like it is the of Asgard, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but he didn't use divine power and divine weapons, and the specific priesthood cannot be seen. Why doesn't he use supernatural power and weapons? The figure in the magic mirror shrugged, or don't want to reveal your identity. Or just eat and have nothing to do. How would I know? I'm just a mirror. Bella gave AO and continued to look at the guy who was suspected to be Thor. There is no divine blessing, no hammer, and still in a drunken state. From the perspective of her pure layman, the guy who is suspected to be Thor can't beat Thorin and the 4 dwarves only by physical strength. But Thor did not lose, Thorin did not win the 4 of them. Stop! 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 Bridge bean sack! Bella yelled for a long time from the side, and the 5 men, 1 tall and 4 short, didn't mean to stop at all. Thorin Oakshield jumped up and slammed the blonde hunter in the stomach. When the hunter found a beautiful woman onlookers beside him, he rubbed his drunken eyes and gave her a thumbs up, indicating that he could fight for another 800 rounds. Bella hurriedly asked the mirror, "Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. Is your brain okay? If I beg you, don't ask. You are a woman like you in a radius of 10 miles. The magic mirror's tone was all impatient, and the figure disappeared, and she simply ignored her. After getting the guarantee, Bella was completely relieved that she could let go of her hands and feet to pretend. No, it was a spell. It's just that she doesn't have a precise head right now. It's easy to accidentally hurt people when aiming at people, so the aiming is no problem. Stretched out the index finger of her right hand, as if she was about to cast the 6 medical Excalibur, she slammed the ground in the battle area. Chapter 10, Covenant. Bayou bayou bayou. 3 consecutive ice rays hit the ground, creating a small piece of detail with potholes, but roughly looking like a smooth ice surface. Bella stopped and stood there. Going aside, there is no way, the magic is too little, and the 3 launch lines are the limit. Sorin! Get on the ice! Quick! Bahrain, the old dwarf with white beard and hair, shouted. Facing Bella's inquisitive eyes, he also explained, in order to deal with our enemy, we made a lot of assumptions. Thorin has practiced on the ice for a long time. How free are you guys? Also bother to practice ice combat? Bella shook her head, saying that she didn't understand you dwarves very well. Thorin quickly went to the ice, with blonde hair, and the guy suspected to be Thor followed him. Facts have proved that there is indeed a difference between practicing in advance and not practicing. The ice layer affects both sides of the war, but the dwarves have short legs and a low center of gravity, and the adjustment is quickly completed. A tall man like Thor is much worse. In addition, he is still drunk and his body balance is not grasped. He just listened to the sound of a slouch, the solace of his feet slipped, the back of his head landed, and he fell straight on the ice, which was hard. Thorin's head smashed into the ice, and Thorin Oakshield was not polite, carrying a wooden stake that was thicker than an adult's thigh and hitting Thor's head. With a muffled noise, the guy who was suspected to be the of Asgard was knocked out. Bella is a little worried, what if Odin's son gets stupid? Although he was not smart. Fortunately, after her investigation, no obvious bloodstains were seen. Thorin Oakshield is also a very close dwarf king. The 2 sides have no grievances, and he did not kill him. Lei Shen was tied to a big tree, and within 10 minutes, he started snoring and talking in sleep. 1 more cup. Hurry up. 1 more cup. Hi, don't fall back. 4, for the glory of that one. Bella and Thorin stared at each other. Unlike their rude people, Thorin was slender and subtle, but he was too shrewd. He quickly guessed that Thor was directed at Bella, just because these dwarves were not good looking. This was just a vague fight. Well, I didn't have a complete introduction to my own background before, but the actual situation is like this. Bella considered the language and told about herself and the queen. The magic mirror is not important. The important thing is that this country belongs to itself, and now is the stage where the stolen country is hunted down. With a high face value and a similar life experience, Thorin Oakshield instantly recognized her as a king who had left his hometown and was kicked out of his country. The Turin dwarves are friends in the Silver Kingdom. You help us return to the Lonely Mountain, and we will help you regain the throne. I swear by the flames in the iron furnace. Solon made a solemn promise. Bella really doesn't know how to say this style. Now 2 sentences of old iron, yo are definitely not appropriate, she can only draw a gourd. You are also my friends. I am still young. There is no urgent need to regain the throne. I will help you regain the Lone Mountain first and swear by the ice of Jotunheim. Actually, she wants to stay for a while, don't mention anything else, first supplement her nutrition. Eat well and sleep well, and then wait until your appearance can suppress the queen, then consider the matter of seizing the country. Thorin is very grateful for her support, and thinks that she puts Gushen's affairs first and her own affairs behind, which is a kind of honor. He coughed, and several dwarves stood up immediately, and he said solemnly, "Isabella Swan Prince, I will remember your words, and my promise will be fulfilled. If I die, let my son fulfill it, if my son dies, let my grandson fulfill it." Bella laughed dryly. According to her understanding, dwarves are all long-lived races. The combination of Thorin, a son and grandson, will continue. Is that hundreds of years away? Was he still alive at that time? Although the details cannot be considered, the fledgling princess of the small border country of Jotunheim has concluded an alliance with the downfall dwarf prince of Nidawell. If you count the suspected coming out to play, Thor, the Thor, who is now tied to a tree, can be counted as the three kings of Jotunheim, Nidavanna, and Asgard. Unfortunately, Bella and Thorin's thrones together are not as gold as Thor. The first night of rest in the dark forest was very lively. Bella and the dwarves signed an employment contract, successfully entered the company, and took the top spot. Except for Thorin Oakeshield, who is an only dwarf, the other 6 dwarves are all biological brothers in pairs. The most handsome dwarf Keely and the bravest dwarf Philip are brothers, the old dwarf Bahrain and the bald dwarf Dewarin are brothers, the music-loving Bover and the fat dwarf Pompeo who loves food are also brothers. The night in the dark forest was still so gloomy and cold, but the enthusiasm of the dwarves to sing and dance also infected Bella. She let go of her worries and danced with the most handsome dwarf, Keely, with Bover on the side to accompany them. The remaining few dwarves of .ukansha.com threw up various foods and let the fat dwarf Pombo perform the stunt of picking up food with his mouth. One night passed. "It's a good drink. My head seems to hurt a little. Where am I?" Thor opened his eyes in a daze. Bella said, "Let him go, he shouldn't be a bad guy. There are 8 people on his side, and the other is only 1. The dwarf doesn't think Thor can threaten several people." Philip untied the rope, and the fat man Pompey handed Thor some food and wine. After all, this is Loki's brother. According to Bella's speculation, Loki and their ancestors in the Silver Kingdom and Bella himself are mostly blood-related. In terms of generation, they are probably the 7th uncle's grandfather or something. And what kind of combat power is Thor? Super fierce player. The intelligence is really bad, but it can fight. Pulling up to deal with the monster in Thorin's family should be a good hand. Seeing Thor sitting on the ground again drinking, Bella cleverly led the topic to the monster in Thorin's house. "What kind of magic do I need to prepare to deal with the monster in your home? Can you elaborate on it?" Thorin looked at the ice layer that Bella had made on the ground before. He was a pure warrior and didn't understand magic at all, but he still knew attribute restraint. "It's this kind of ice magic. It must have a greater power and a larger range. It is best to be able to freeze an entire cave in an instant." Bella's smile is a bit stiff. "What you are talking about is not magic at all, this is the green pheasant that eats frozen fruit." Thor's interest was mobilized. He couldn't help but ask, "What kind of monster is it? Can you elaborate on it?" Chapter 11, Trolls are coming. Thorin looked at Bella, then looked at Thor carefully. Then solemnly said, "The dragon is a fire dragon." Unlike Bella, whose legs trembled like a sieve when he heard the word dragon, Thor's face was shocked first, then excited, and his messy beard seemed to be excited. "Is it really a dragon?" "Impossible. No. I don't doubt your courage, but now it's 9, there has been no news about dragons in this world for a long time now." Thor obviously hasn't been beaten by society. When he mentioned the dragon, he seemed to be talking about some big toy, and he didn't care about Thorin's increasingly ugly face. Bella had to divert the topic. "Hey, big man, why did you make such a broken axe?" She picked up the axe that Thor was flying before and looked at it, the typical broken copper and iron, and threw it to the scrap collection station for 8 cents. 1 pound kind. It's hard to imagine that Thor would use such a bad weapon. Thorin glanced at the battle axe from the corner of the eye. The dwarves are master blacksmiths, and this kind of broken axe, the dwarves simply don't like it. Bella talked about the axe as just an excuse. She wanted to know if this Thor was the Thor of the Marvel world, and if so, could she send herself to the Earth using the Rainbow Bridge? She doesn't know Marvel, but Guyi, the Supreme Master, still knows it. Someone must be better than her, and she will practice hard for several years. After that, she will return from studying art, regain the throne, and step onto the pinnacle of life. Before I could say anything about the Korra relationship, I saw Keely, who was in charge of the investigation, ran back like a frightened rabbit. The enemy. A huge enemy. Thor raised his eyes and looked out, while Bella turned on his horse and stood on the saddle to look into the distance. Thorin could not make too exaggerated movements for the coercion of his own king, so he could only stand on the ground and wait. It's a giant monster. Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. I like your place. Thor was so happy as a fool, he didn't care whether the weapon in his hand was broken or broken, he jumped 10 meters away. After that, he stepped away from his legs, accelerated with all his might, carrying huge kinetic energy, and raised his battle axe to slash the monster that first appeared. This thing is called a giant monster? Bella, who had been educated in socialist materialism, was very uncomfortable with this magical style, but when she saw a crowd of dwarves rushing up there, she could only bite the bullet to fight. Thor alone fights a giant monster. Although this creature has thick skin and fierceness, the drunken Thor surpasses his opponent in terms of strength, speed, or endurance, and takes less than 20 seconds. Got the upper hand. Thorin Oakshield and Keely, Fulik brothers, and the bald dwarf Diwerin, the four teamed up, and the cooperation was extremely delicate, and they also limped the left leg of another giant monster. Victory was only a matter of time. The remaining monster is on Bella's side. She didn't make ice surface this time, her magic power was insufficient and she couldn't waste it at will. I feel that the target of the giant monster is herself. She is riding a white horse, holding the dagger tightly, and constantly kiting the giant monster. Bella's helper is not very helpful. Hair, eyebrows, and beard are all white, the old dwarf Bahrain who is more like a counselor than a warrior, the civilian dwarf warrior Bafo who loves music, and the fat dwarf bomber who loves food. 3 dwarves, 1 old, 1 commoner, young, little combat experience, the last one is simply fat. Old, weak and fat. These are Bella's 3 comrades in arms. The monster was full of corrupt stench, and its skin was as rough as sand. The fat and dwarf bomber followed Thor's appearance and slashed the monster's leg with an axe. However, his strength was insufficient, not only did not cause any damage, but instead attracted the troll's attention to himself. Dodge! Bella's eyes were sharp, and a beam of ice hit the troll's face. After that, the old dwarf Bahrain pulled the fat dwarf Bombay to the other side, which was considered to have escaped the troll's slam. How can I defeat this monster? Bella rode a white horse, trying to keep herself within the farthest range. She found that the troll's attack had no tactics, basically just smashing with a thick wooden stick. Even if the frost ray hits the monster, it will not cause any damage. This guy's defense is too high, and the strength is too large, and they are not opponents when they go together. How to do? How to do? Use the floating spell to make the troll stick fly up and hit the head? Bella shook her head. First of all, she wouldn't know how to use this spell. In addition, this kind of attack was too critical for the timing and angle of control. The remaining way, since Thorin is here, it is not surprising that there are a few giant monsters who are afraid of light. Bella hurriedly pulled the horse's head, constantly dodged the rocks thrown by the giant monsters, and at the same time, in the spare time of the attack, looked up at the sky. In the dark forest, there is a dark grey sky all year round, and there is still a faint fog in the forest. It can be said that the light is extremely poor. But it cannot be said that there is no light here. If it is completely dark, there will be no vision at all. There is light, is my guess wrong? Bella kept observing the moving range of the troll. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Under the blessing of cold thinking, she discovered that this monster is not rampant, it will also make some choices subconsciously. It will stop attacking where there are trees, and it will go around awkwardly where there are no trees. The intensity of the light. Giant monsters are not afraid of light at night or in dim areas, they are afraid of glare. Pangbo. Cut down the tree on your right. Cut it to the outside. Bafo, the tree on your left. Bahrain. The two trees behind you are cut down. Although she didn't understand what she was going to do, out of awe of the wizard, the three dwarves shot together, and after a few axes, they cut down the surrounding trees. Not bad. Bella secretly admired that her temporary comrades couldn't cut people, but they were still very professional in cutting trees, especially the fat and dwarf Pang Bai, who was skilled and methodical. He was obviously an expert in cutting trees and burning wood. Bella took out her water bag, all the magic power in her body was mobilized, the ice touch quickly started, and she shaped according to her own imagination. When the leather outside the water bladder is broken, a concave mirror that is not so beautiful is formed. Adjusted the angle a few times, and then an inconspicuous beam of light hit the troll, and made a sound of shishi. The giant roared and retreated 3 steps in a row, the skin that looked like a rock was dissolving into a hole the thickness of a finger. Bella got it right. Tangle it. Hit its feet. Hit it. She rode a white horse, held up the concave mirror and directed it at the periphery, while correcting the angle of the light. The old, weak, fat 3 dwarves circled around the troll, this one hit the troll's toe, the other jumped up to hit the troll's knee, and Bella controlled the light to make holes in the troll. Chapter 12, Master. Stay. Hold on. Don't mess, pay attention to the rhythm, pay attention to the angle, that bomba, you move faster. Old Bahrain, get down. Hurry up, gather. All up the tree, speed. Disperse and disperse. Giant. The blame is stomping. Watch out for his sweep, forget it, this item is already dead. Bella pretends to be a human DBM and is commanding from the periphery. Although there is a tendency to get more and more chaotic, they still win in the end. She held the concave mirror and gestured blindly, and did not make it clear which light pierced the eyes of the troll. From front to back, the troll's head was punched through a hole the size of a child's fist. Inadvertently, she won. The giant monster lost its breath of life, and the corpse turned into rock. Bella thinks that she is using the correct strategy, but the other 2 grumpy brothers don't think so. Thorin, they chopped their legs and stomachs, climbed up from the back of the monster, chopped their necks, chopped their heads, and with a fierce force, they hacked the monster to death. It is suspected to be Thor's dude, let alone, when Bella led the old, weak, fat, and giant monsters in circles, he sat on the body of the giant monster to rest. Don't you feel stinky? Or does your sense of smell differ from ours? Bella asked. Thor, who had been sitting there all the time, was stunned. He had no rhinitis. Of course, he could smell the smelly smell of the monster, but, just sitting on the enemy's corpse to rest. Show your brave expression? Bella took the opportunity to speak. Hey, we are also comrades fighting together, what is your name? This seems to have nothing to keep secret, the news between the 9 worlds is very closed, and he is not the kind of person who does things without leaving a name. Tor. Bella looked normal, as if it was the first time he heard the name. Brother Thor, how did you defeat this monster by yourself? Can you tell me? Asgard's generations of kings have the habit of bragging, and Thor has to add a new word on the original basis. Especially telling about his bravery in front of beautiful women, he really likes to do it. He didn't hesitate, even if his father came to the world now, he would have to finish the first. Thor immediately recounted his fighting process in full spirit. Not to mention, it may be because of the frequent storytelling. His eloquence is very good, the circumflex, various suspense is also very cleverly designed. It is obviously a crushing situation, but in his narration, he can defeat powerful enemies. It is not muscles that rely on, but their own wit and courage. Regarding Thor's various fancy bragging, Bella listened. When the other party talked about excitement, she finally revealed her intentions. Wow! Your martial arts are really amazing. Thor smiled and nodded, saying that he was such a man of great martial arts. Then can you teach me martial arts? I am willing to worship you as a teacher. Master. A master extinguished the little flame that had just ignited in Thor's heart. He repeatedly dodges, but Bella must apprehend his teacher, and he is also dragging Thorin and others to testify. When the dust settled, Thor, dizzy, found that he had an extra beautiful apprentice. Thorin and other dwarves were worried about the queen's chasing soldiers. They quickly packed their bags and went to a temporary camp at the other end of the forest. According to the ancient prophecy, they have found the so-called Witcher, and also found a large number of weapons with ice attributes that can damage fire dragons. The mission is successfully completed, and they can return to Nida from the space channel dug out by the dwarves. Willer. But before leaving, Thorin still set up the stove. He wanted to build an armor for Bella. This is a symbol of friendship between the two sides. Bella used this time to have a relationship with her cheap master. If the enemy is a humanoid creature, use your whole body strength to slam his head. This is the simplest and most practical method of attack. Although this apprentice came here inexplicably, after a while, Thor began to perform his duties as a master seriously and responsibly. Is not a martial arts master, but he has lived for thousands of years, and has killed more enemies than Bella's previous life and this life. Thor still has 2 brushes. Is that his sturdy way is not suitable for Bella? What if the enemy is tall? Like a giant monster. Jump up. Jump up and hit the enemy's head. For example, what Thorin said, what about the 100-meter-long fire dragon? Bella asked curiously. Thor was very interested in this question. He touched his beard, thought for a while and said, my suggestion is to jump from a high place and hit the dragon on the head. Bella and this muscular guy have no common language at all. But in order to cooperate with Thor's teaching, Bella still found a hard-textured branch from the dark forest as a cane. Hit, smash, pick. Some martial arts taught by Thor can be useful. As for hammers and axes, Bella doesn't use these heavy weapons. She is determined to be the most beautiful woman. Which beauty wanders around with a hammer? The hammer is a heavy weapon for women. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is definitely a deduction. The walking stick is just right, it can use strength, and it is not embarrassing to hold it. This kind of assault learning can only be said to be a general idea. It is impossible to practice peerless martial arts. Bella also asked Thor to teach herself to use the dagger. Not counting the stick picked up by the roadside, this dagger is the best and only weapon in her body. Thor had an obvious daze when he saw the dagger. Can I see it? Don't think Thor will his weapon, Bella handed it over happily. Thor looked at the dagger twice, then tried the sharpness of the dagger with his fingers. It's a bit like a dagger of my brother, but the details are different. He returned the weapon to Bella. This is a very good weapon, it contains a little. He hesitated, then said, it contains a little bit of God's domain metal. He didn't want to talk more about this issue, and changed the subject abruptly. I don't use the dagger much, I can only teach you 2 simple tricks. Bella didn't ask much. She didn't mention anything about Rocky or the Frost Giant. In fact, she also knew that the relationship between the two was far from good enough to involve personal privacy. Some of the natural advantages of women force Thor to put up. I learned the dagger with Thor for another day. The tricks taught this time fit Bella's characteristics very fast, accurate, and ruthlessly. She doesn't require high strength. She suspects that this is mostly Rocky's martial arts, but Thor changed it. The change was taught to her. Compared to various heavy weapons, she is very attentive to the study of daggers. Under Thor's correction, she has made it look different in just one day. Chapter 13, respectively. Bella followed Thor to learn martial arts. On the other side, Thorin worked endlessly for 7 days, only then smelted a piece of mithril they carried with them, added some rare metals, and made a mithril chain mail. Mithril armor is soft and light, with amazing defense power, and will not interfere with spell casting. It can be regarded as the top equipment for mages to save their lives. Thorin gave the mithril armor to Bella, and never mentioned this armor again, as if it was just a trivial gift. "We are leaving, Miss Prince. I will go back and continue to gather my people. When the omen appears, it will be the time for us to return to the lonely mountain." When will this omen appear? I don't know. It is also unknown how many people from Thorin Oakshield can gather. However, they are confident, with an aura of the male gate is really like iron, and now they step forward from the beginning. The 7 dwarves smiled and said goodbye to Bella, and they will return to the dwarf kingdom of Nightleville from a nearby gap in space. Thorin Oakshield left Bella with a magic pointer that would emit a white light before acting, then patted her arm and led the people out of the dark forest. 7 cheerful dwarves left, and the forest instantly became deserted. "Master, are you leaving too?" Bella asked Thor. Thor hesitated. If Bella was a man, he would have left early. At this time, when the topic is clear, he is a little passive. Bella began to sell badly. "The queen is going to kill me. She will cut my tongue and dig my heart. I am so poor." Tolby was still embarrassed and had to turn her head and whispered, "I sympathize with your experience. Really, this is from my heart. If I can, I will definitely help you, but my father strictly forbids me to participate. These things." Seeing that his cheap master was about to pull Odin out, Bella hurriedly took the topic in another direction. "I can't survive in the world of the frost giant. There are too many evil creatures here. Can you send me away? For example, send me to Midgard in the atrium." "Atrium?" Thor made an obvious stunned movement. When he heard Bella say that he could not survive in Jotunheim, he was worried that this cheap apprentice would follow him back to Asgard. How would he explain to his parents? He wondered how to push things away tactfully, but when he heard the name of the atrium, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was not difficult at all, it was too easy. "Okay. No problem." He agreed very happily. After Thor walked to the side and whispered a few words. In the next moment, he saw a brilliant beam of light covering him. "Quick! Come here!" He waved to Bella again and again. "Fuck me! Don't you need to be so anxious?" Bella was speechless for a while. She was not ready yet. The transmission range is not large, and the horses cannot be taken away. "Barry, I will come to you again when I develop. Remember, don't go back to the castle, they will eat you." The white horse was released. Bella didn't know what age the earth is now. What if it's the Middle Ages? What if Kamataj was ruled by the supreme master of the previous generation? What if his future law name is called Guyi? Everything is possible. She took all the food and clothes, and ran quickly into the transmission range of the Rainbow Bridge. "Close your eyes." Bella closed her eyes honestly, and then felt like she was riding in an elevator, with the sound of wow, being pulled into the distance steadily and at high speed by some force. Silently counted for less than 10 seconds, and her feet touched the ground again. "I haven't been to the atrium for many years. The last time I came, the Beowulf impressed me very much. The people here are very kind. You should be very safe." "What kind of illusion is it that makes you think that people on Earth are very kind?" Bella murmured to herself. She looked left and right. Ah! There was a vast expanse of snow in front of me, and apart from her and Thor, there was no living thing in sight. Thor's teleportation was too hasty. So she didn't know what was going on, and she sent it over quickly. Now she must ask carefully. Master. Will our teleportation cause hostility in the atrium? I feel that there is a trace of magic in the air. Will there be any guardians here? Tor laughed, with pride on the corners of his mouth. Bella didn't go to Asgard with him, which made him very relaxed, and he didn't mind revealing some internal information at this time. Don't worry, the other party has already discovered us, but don't worry. I am from Asgard. The guardian of the atrium and Asgard have enough understanding. We will not go to them and they will not show up in front of us. By the way, this one is for you, and it may be useful to you. Tor handed Bella a thin book, then waved his hand and was sent away by the Rainbow Bridge again, leaving Bella alone in the snow. Sigma. He came to Earth through Thor's Rainbow Bridge, so he was defaulted to the Asgard camp. Kamataja's magic gate was completely closed to him. She was completely stunned. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. Then she began to force herself to calm down and think about it seriously. Bella thinks she can go to Kamataj to try her luck. Maybe the contemporary supreme mage will discover her shining light? Even if there is no Kamataj, it is not desperate. It is not clear whether the world in front of her is a Marvel world or not. More evidence is needed, but she knows that Dr. Voodoo is not inferior to Dr. Strange, Dr. Destruction. The strength is even more extraordinary, these two are self-taught. I still have hope. The big idiot Master Thor obviously does not know that there is another thing called an ID card in the world. The current Bella is a complete black house to the earth. If it is good in ancient times, if it is modern society, she has to solve her own identity. Question: can't you say that you are from Jotunheim? Oh. This is the earth, she sighed. Her appearance on the earth for the first time was terrible. At this moment, she was holding the black cane in her right hand, the mithril chainmail on her shoulders, water sacks and clothes hung on her arms, which added up to 3 baggages, and her left hand held Thor just handed to her. There are 2 pieces of rye bread hanging around his neck. The clothes on his body are tattered, blood and mud are mixed. Now this honor, if you take another broken bowl, people who say it is a beggar will believe. She looked around, and she was surrounded by whiteness. It may be that Thor thought she liked this kind of environment. Anyway, this teleportation point is not compatible with the scenery, and an ordinary girl came here. It was frozen to death 3 minutes ago. Fortunately, the low temperature here has no effect on Bella, the silver people of Jotunheim, the hybrid descendants of the frost giants. This bit of ice is a fart at the moment. Important notice. 10 chapters have been blocked. I am going to change the beginning and write again. That's it, thank you all for your support. Chapter 1, Escape from Hell. Where is this? Girl Leah looked around. The hot breath made her very comfortable, as if she belonged here. The girl inhaled subconsciously, but the gas entered her throat, causing her to cough violently, her heart beating like a wild horse, and her lungs burning like a fire. At this time, she finally remembered that this new body had just arrived in hell, and it was still not used to the chaotic and manic atmosphere. The girl's memory was a little messy, and after a long time, what happened before slowly came to mind. From a student to a project manager, from a farmer's daughter to the host of the Great Demon King, she looked down at her hands. There were no scars from practicing bows and arrows, and no knife and arrow injuries left over from various battles. This was not her previous body. If not wrong, this is her third life. The first life is the safest, carefree, that modern society is so good, I really miss it. The environment in the second life was a bit worse, but as the protagonist of the world and the host of the great demon, she also lived safely to the end, lived until the dread Lord Diablo took the house and reborn. The third life was too miserable, she came to the famous Marvel world. It seems that her good luck has been consumed by 2 crossings. At the beginning of the journey, she was unfortunately reborn in a female slave, or in front of several demons, and then the origin of the demons carried in her soul was discovered by the Lord in this world. Mephisto. The girl Leah chanted this name bitterly. The devil with this name is not a good thing, whether it is from the dark world or the Marvel world. Your Majesty said you should prepare. 2 firstborn with double horns, muscle-bulging demons opened the door, and then guarded the girl's door firmly. 4 enchanting succubus walked slowly with their dresses, and they wanted to dress the so-called princess. The name of the princess must be imaginary. After a bitter battle, the demon lord Mephisto finally snatched Leah, a girl like Tang Seng, to his side. His methods are also sharp. Obviously the energy nature of the 2 worlds is different, but he was stunned to away the part of the demon power belonging to the dark world of Mephisto from the girl's body. The real 7 demons are still fighting with angels in the dark world. The only remnants that followed the girl's soul to the Marvel world are still some remnants. Now these remnants have been looted by 1/7, which is the main reason for the girl's long-term coma. Either to frighten the other demon kings in hell, or to enjoy the spoils exclusively, Mephisto gave the girl Leah the title of princess. During this period of time, he has been trying to absorb the power of the rest of the demons, but unfortunately he has no way of doing it, and he has not made any progress. The girl Leah felt that Mephisto's patience was about to run out. Don't touch me! Call Margaret! Leah slapped the succubus's hand and snapped. Succubus is not good at fighting. In the sequence of hell, they are at the bottom of their combat power, but they are also far stronger than Leah, whose soul and body are not in harmony, and a piece of soul origin has been dug out, at least on the surface. They couldn't help but sneered. The devil outside didn't know it, didn't they know? This princess is a soft and delicious food, but this food is exclusively enjoyed by the demon lord Mephisto. They didn't take this so-called princess seriously, but Leah was resolute and could only call Margaret in her mouth according to her instructions. Marguerite is not a demon, but a pure human. There are also humans in hell. Some are unlucky people who were taken captive during the War of Plains, such as Margaret, and some are silly birds who admire the power of demons and are willing to fall, such as the predecessor of the girl Leah. Margaret is a fat cook. She has no fighting ability. After being called, she is very obedient and helps Leah change clothes without saying a word. The gorgeous blouse is inlaid with bright silver magic thread on the sleeves and neckline, which is not only gorgeous, but also can effectively restrain the demon power in Leah's soul. The skirt is like a Victorian whalebone skirt, but the skirt is used a special metal and is also a confinement. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and even crowns that represent princess status have the same effect. These things are a shackle to Leah, and to the demon lord Mephisto, they are packages to show off his trophy. The devil is vain, fierce, and admiring the prosperity. He likes the process of mastering the destiny of others. What he likes most is the expression of sentient beings struggling, but ultimately helpless. Today, a flame-headed demon came to that guy. They seem to be discussing the ownership of a woman's soul. The fat cook is very friendly to Leah. She helps deliver some news every day. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com murmured a word in the girl's ear with a mosquito-like voice, and then numbly exited the room. I have a rest, and call me when I need to see your majesty. Leah said coldly. Several succubuses didn't notice any abnormalities in her, and they smiled and exited the room. Run! Must run today. Which demon king Mephisto was discussing with, she didn't know, and she didn't know whether the focus of the discussion between the 2 parties was herself. But relying on the hidden dangers of a few days, the girl has accumulated a little strength. The first life is mediocre, and the second life is the protagonist of the world. Unfortunately, as the host of the devil's resurrection, she can only master a few magics, and these magics are closely related to the demon's resurrection, even if she did a lot in advance. But everything seems to be destined. In front of the wheel of fate, all her efforts seem both ridiculous and sad. Now the of the Marvel world is different from the of the Dark world in many ways. The rules are different, the characteristics of power are different, and the methods of using the power of the devil are different. But Mephisto extracted her demonic power and soul, which also gave her a little knowledge of the world, and this knowledge is enough to deal with the immediate crisis. The rules of the two worlds are different. A shackle can forbid the magic of the Marvel world but the magic of the dark world. Damn it! It hurts. It hurts. The young girl Lia stretched out her hand and shook her hand. There was a light black mist between the fingers of her left hand, fast in and out. She grabbed a fingernail-sized black stone from her heart. The stones are black and translucent, with sharp edges and corners. There are 7 uneven sharp corners. The inside of the stones is faintly shining with dark red light. This is a fragment of the Dark Soul Stone of the artifact. Chapter 2, Dark Soul Stone. The fragments of the Dark Soul Stone are just a little power remnant of the original artifact. After all, Lia has existed as the host of the Dread Lord Diablo for a long time. It is impossible to say that the soul is not affected by the power of the devil. There is a certain degree between the two implicated. As long as he walked past, there would be traces, Diablo reborn with her body, and naturally left part of his characteristics in Lia's soul. Now this small fragment followed her soul to the Marvel world, and the 7 sharp horns were taken away by Mephisto abruptly, leaving only 6 dim sharp horns. It should be almost enough. Secretly weighed the energy contained in the fragment, calculated how much magic power can be extracted, and then carefully squatted on the ground, drawing a magic teleportation array. Fixed point teleportation can't be done, it can only be teleported randomly, but this is still with the help of geographical advantages. Consciousness recognizes her identity as a demon princess, and will bear part of the spell consumption for this. Take me. The magic circle was quickly drawn. As long as it is not hell, she can accept it if it is sent to any place, but she gets stuck before the spell is cast. In whose name do you cast the spell? Diablo certainly can't do it, Mephisto is no good either, no Bar or Endalils. She can only cast spells in her own name. But she couldn't leave too many traces. Once Mephisto followed her soul traits to track, she was caught 100%. For the mage, the name is powerful. The name Lia is mixed with her soul, and can no longer be used. The girl looked at her reflection in the mirror. Is much more beautiful than the first, and much more beautiful than the second. The eyebrows are white, and the skin feels soft and supple, as if it has a moisturizing effect. The lips are delicate and beautiful, and a special brilliance faintly blooms between the lips and teeth. Without any cosmetic modification, she has reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, but the anxiety between the eyebrows destroys this beauty, and the pain in the soul also makes there is a slight flaw in her appearance. Is so beautiful, why should he die? She wondered if the original intention of the predecessor to deal with the devil, dare to do the deal with the devil? Really ignorant and fearless. Found that his face resembled a certain female celebrity in the first life, and he also thought of a certain idol drama starring the other. Isabella Swan? It seemed that it was the name, and she paused, feeling that Swan's surname was weird and not aggressive enough. Isabella Swan Prince. She gave herself a new name. Even though it was made up, she read it twice by herself and found it quite smooth, so she will call it this name in the future. Did a final check, and found that there were no omissions. Her fingernails became extremely sharp, and she waved it quickly, and the imprisonment on her body could be torn off. Destructive damage. She knew that Mephisto must have a sense now, and immediately activated the teleportation circle. In the name of Isabella Swan Prince, take me to a safe place. She extracted the power of the devil from the fragments of the Dark Soul Stone and poured it into the teleportation circle. The first second the circle was activated, there was an astonishing throbbing in the distance, and she knew that Mephisto was returning quickly. In the second, the door was smashed open, and 2 demon soldiers acting as jailers rushed towards her fiercely. At any rate, I have fought countless army of demons in my previous life. I have also seen Asmodan, the king of sin, Belial, the king of lies, and even the host of the resurrection of Diablo, the king of fear. The great demon has seen several of them. Now the two pawns dare to offend her? Get away! Her palm suddenly came out, and the black flames turned into an extension of the arm. The 10-meter distance was fleeting. The demon soldier who was the first to bear the brunt was knocked out of the main building, head down under a huge drop of nearly 80 meters. With his feet facing up, he fell into a pool of minced meat. Dark flames are the ability of Diablo, the king of fear. Even if the world rules are different, it does not damage the level of power. The devil's corpse was burned and smeared. The corpse was quickly corroded by magic and turned into a brown carrion. The blood crows hovering in the sky landed on the ground one after another to taste this delicious meal. Another demon soldier was taken aback for a moment, and Bella drew a gourd like a gourd, patted the main building with one palm, and went to accompany his colleagues. Using magic power continuously, Bella only felt that her soul was torn in half. The soul that had been broken because of crossing and Mephisto forcibly extracting the power of the devil became even weaker. I just feel dizzy, as if I will fall in the next second. Mephisto gave her the great gift, she will definitely pay it, next time. Next time she must make the Demon King pay the price. The light of the teleportation flashed, Bella turned into a streamer, and was taken by magic to fly away, but Mephisto and his guests were one step too late after all. Ha 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 ha, you are still the same, you are still so stupid. The baby you got was lost. A flame-headed demon laughed at Mephisto unscrupulously. Laughed at his mouth, in fact, he was also secretly evaluating the power of the demon lord. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Before, everyone was of the same level. Mephisto was completely red at the time, sinister, cunning, and unscrupulous in doing things, but he also had the shortcomings of the devil, that is, impulsive and irritable. Now? The flame-headed demon couldn't see through Mephisto. The fiery red devil's skin is still there, and his face is exactly the same as before, but Mephisto can cover the flames with a faint layer of ice. The flame-headed demon really doesn't know how he combined two diametrically opposed powers. Merged together. Domum, are you looking for death? Or do you not care about this clone? Hey! Mephisto's expression was very calm, without emotion, anger, sorrow, and joy, as if Bella's escape was irrelevant. Everything is in my expectation. I don't think so. You will change your mind. After not knowing how long it took to teleport, Bella suddenly dropped from the air to the ground. She just feels a splitting headache, her head is buzzing, and her body is extremely weak. This shouldn't be hell, right? Opening his eyes with difficulty, he found himself in a forest. The ground in the forest is muddy, the trees are strangely shaped, and the sky is extremely dim. Whenever the leaves are blown by the wind, the rustling sound will make people feel shocked. It seems to be safe. Bella breathed a long sigh of relief. The journey of marvels in January has caused her to suffer old sins. She felt very comfortable in this scene that was the same as a horror film. The strange things in her sight, crooked neck trees, all kinds of strange-looking rocks, made her feel the warmth of home. Chapter 3, Higher. Dizziness, and want to sleep, plus tired and hungry, Bella climbed to a tree with hands and feet, and quickly fell asleep leaning on the trunk. It was not a long time, and a dozen figures appeared 5 meters away. Why is she lying here? Did you find us? Idiot! You must be exposed. Don't blame me. It was Philly who kicked my ass. It was Philly. Nonsense. It's Bover who is pulling my pants. There is a strange smell in the soil here. Yet, Pangbo is so hungry. Thorin, do you have anything to eat? Shut up. Shut up all of you idiots. Bahrain and Philly and Keely, all of you come and have a look. This guy has a smell of sulfur on his body and he wears a tattered robe, will he? Is she the grey-robed wizard who fought the devil in the prophecy? Several dwarves immediately started a lot of yes or no arguments. Bella's mental power was severely overdrawn, and her body was extremely exhausted. She slept for 2 days before sitting up with her eyes rubbing. Oh! She got up a bit big, her head collided fiercely with the ceiling, accompanied by a muffled bang. Dizzy, she lay back on the bed again, and it took a full half a minute to wake up bored. What is this place? Who can touch the ceiling when he gets up? This house is a little short. 2 minutes later, she bent over and came out of the room. She couldn't get out. The clang-clang outside was so loud, it was too noisy. When I went out, the houses on the left and right were not high. They were all made of dark brown bricks. They were as strong as bunkers, but for her height, everything around them seemed a little short, far away. It was the forest that could not be seen at a glance, and the silence made the forest look very cold. However, the counterpart of the forest is the dwarf camp. It's so lively here. The term dwarf just came to Bella's mind. Not far away, an old dwarf with white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows walked over quickly. The old dwarf brought wind under his feet, and he seemed to have been a mercenary. He knew the rules very well. He stopped at a distance of 10 meters. He stretched out his hands and signaled that he had no weapons in his hand. Then he slowly approached Bella. "Bahrain, wait for instructions." The old dwarf bowed kindly. Bella doesn't speak the language of dwarves, but she was a scholar in the dark world in her previous life. She followed her cheap uncle to almost all corners of the dark world. Her language proficiency is one of the few in the Demon King Diablo. Resurrection has nothing to do with magic. This is a basic magic, and the power of the devil will also give the user a talent for being eloquent. In just 2 breaths, she parsed the language of the Marvel world to be proficient in magic. She also bowed like an old dwarf. "Isabella Swan Prince, you can call me Bella and wait for your instructions. Besides, thank you for saving me. I was in before. If you are worried about trouble, I can leave immediately." The old dwarf smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to worry. "This is a meeting of fate, young travelers, and my people are very curious. They entrusted me to ask you one thing: can you do magic? Are you a wizard?" He raised his head and asked expectantly. "Tau. What's going on?" Bella was at a loss. The development of the plot made her a little bit confused. The dwarves of the Marvel world had no impression. She only knew that there were some dwarves in the 9 realms of Asgard. They helped Thanos build infinite gloves and helped Thor build the storm axe. The rest is not clear. She needs to recuperate now, need a long period of recuperation, and then collect the 7 negative emotions representing the origin of the 7 demon kings: hatred, destruction, fear, pain, lies, and sin, to reshape the dark soul stone, harness this power, and finally kill revenge in hell. The shelter of the dwarves is very important to her, and she must prove her worth. I am the wizard in your mouth. Do you need wizards to do something? Bella's height is 1.75 meters, and she is definitely tall among women. In order to provide these long-term, the meal ticket left a good impression. She lowered her weight and asked while squatting. The old dwarf beckoned back and forth, and 13 dwarves appeared in front of Bella instantly. Bella took a quick look at the group of dwarves. She has experienced wars in the dark world. Her own level is not high, but she has enough vision. She can see that these dwarves are elite fighters, especially the leader of the dwarves. This guy is definitely a master when thrown into the dark world, but he carries what is the number of paths with a section of wooden stake? Bella couldn't understand. "Hey! Are you really a mage? Can you turn Keely's horse into a pig? I think you want to Iron Fist. What can spells do? Can they help us build more weapons? I am starving." The few dwarves turned the building upside down as they said, and finally the dwarf leader screamed. The old dwarf Bahrain waited until the surroundings were quiet, and then he said, "Young wizard, there is an old prophecy that mentions you, that is either you or someone else. The prophecy is always so hard to understand, who knows? But we only found you now, and we want to hire you. As you can see, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, we are dwarves. Our home is full of gold and silver jewelry. If you are willing to help, we will give you a generous reward afterwards. During the employment period, you are our most important partner, and we are willing to hand over your back to you." The girl Bella looked at the old dwarf with bright eyes. This phrase was like a variant of "I, Qin Shi Wang, fight money," but now she doesn't need to fight money. It seems that she wants to join the gang and deal with some enemies. "I'll talk about things later." Her eyebrows are burning on her side, and she has no qualifications to be picky and thin. If she accepts employment, she can accept the shelter of the dwarf warriors. This is the most important thing for her. Of course. Since we can meet, I think this is the arrangement of fate. You saved my life, I am willing to help you. The 13 dwarves are overjoyed. It seems that they can find someone who knows magic, which is very important to them. The old dwarf Bahrain took out a thick little book from his arms. This is a standard contract. Under the witness of the gods, it lists the actual costs, time and remuneration required, and funeral arrangements. Funeral arrangements. Bella's eyes were a bit sluggish. She just wanted to find a long-term hotel. How could it seem so dangerous now? She took the small book blankly. Take a closer look. This thing is the same as the memorials from the previous life and Tang Seng's customs clearance papers. They were folded in sequence according to the same size. At first, she didn't pay attention. She casually grabbed the cover and let go, with a sound of clap. Open it, it's more than a meter long, and it's full of text on both sides. Seeing that the dwarves had no meaning to explain, as a respected wizard, mage, Bella could only look carefully at each word. Notice. Everything is difficult at the beginning. It is impossible to say that things have no effect on the author. I need to adjust one day and reorganize the main line. There is no change today. In addition, there were too many chapters deleted yesterday. The chapter said the function was locked. I will contact the editor to solve it after work. That's it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Twilight. I always feel that I am out of step with the people around me, stumbled in my life, and it is very painful. Everyone thinks that I am abnormal. They are right because I am abnormal and I don't want to be normal. Isabella Swan looked at the diary left by her predecessor, and between the lines, she could see that her predecessor was a little bit mentally ill, and she was rejected for a long time, making her heart full of exhaustion. In order to integrate into the environment, she worked hard to meet the people around her, teachers, classmates, mother, and her current husband. Participate in various club activities, go shopping with female companions, watch male classmates play basketball, participate in debates awkwardly, take to the streets on weekends, join various inexplicable volunteer activities, and talk about topics she doesn't care about. I want to work hard to integrate into society and make myself look like a stranger. It's a pity that many things are not rewarded with hard work. The young girl made her beautiful face full of heaviness and her bright smile lost her spirit. After so much effort, she still gained a series of weirdness, silence, incompatibility, etc. Negative label. In a depressed mood, she was overwhelmed in a prank, causing the traversers to occupy the magpie's nest. What a simple child, if you dare to provoke you, you will retaliate and go back. Isabella Swan took out the predecessor's cosmetics, after screening, with the help of makeup primer, foundation, loose powder, eyebrow pencil, and lipstick, painted a light makeup, which is considered to cover the paleness in her face for 1 or 2. Looking at the face in the mirror, she nodded while watching. This is the main reason why the predecessor was rejected. I am so beautiful. Could have been a princess who called the wind and the rain, but it turned out to be as miserable as a maid, and Isabella Swan was worthless for her. Rushed into the campus and let the men and women who had bullied her predecessor kneel on the ground and sing the desire to conquer after all. The predecessor's poor social skills made her mother handle the transfer procedures for her. The cold notice made Isabella Swan finally return to reality from the cycle of I'm so beautiful, and why am I so beautiful? Foxtown High School? Are you sure? Are you kidding? She had to find her mother for final confirmation. To be able to give birth to a beauty like Isabella Swan, her mother would definitely not be crooked. At the age of less than 40 years old, Renee Dell still maintains a high value, and her current post the husband is a strong man, and normal people understand the stories. Renee stroked Isabella Swan's hair. Baby, why are you so big? Don't you always want to reunite with your dad? Go play for a while, relax. Washington's climate is very comfortable, it's not as hot as the Arizona side. The girl heard the subtext of her mother, that is, you go quickly, and the longer you stay with your father, the better, we are happy here, you don't have to worry about us. The next day, my mother and her husband went to play. Washington State has nothing to do with the capital of Washington, and they are not in the same direction. Washington State is in the northwest corner of the country, with the Pacific Ocean to the west and Canada to the north. It is a typical northern state. Isabella Swan is from the south of Arizona. My mother didn't care if I went to school in the northern state of Washington State, whether there were difficulties or dangers in the way. According to her words, Bella is already an adult. It can be resolved. Her mother was already like this when she was this age. Bella wanted to explain to her, Mom, I just wore it for 2 days. I know a ghostly Washington State. Helpless, the girl Bella walked out of the house alone, pulling her suitcase early the next morning. The shattered light spilled through the gaps between the shades of the trees, and it seemed to stain the whole world with a layer of gold. Passers-by traveled through the city, rushing for the livelihood of their own family, and the young girl walked towards the station full of heart. She is going to bid farewell to this city. Phoenix, the capital of Arizona, sounds like a good name. It's reborn from the ashes. What a beautiful meaning. The facts are similar. The girl died suddenly at work in her previous life, and she was reborn when she opened her eyes again. At first she thought she was lucky, but when she knew that there was Stark Industry and Osborne Industry in this world, she felt very unlucky. After getting a notice from her mother, asking her to go to high school in Foxtown, Washington, she felt that she was moldy and moldy. Adding the two moldy characters together can write a cool word. Is this a Marvel world that incorporates Twilight movies or novels? High-end issues like the nature of the world do not need her to think about. According to her memory, Foxtown is a good place. There are a group of werewolves living in the north of the town, a family of vampires living in the south of the town, and occasionally vampires from other places rushing past the town. It is no longer possible to describe Foxtown in the word danger. Excellent people. How to do it? The girl didn't know what to do. Do you start a company without graduating from high school? She felt that she had no brains and no capital, and now she had $1,000 all over her body. She can only bite the bullet and go to Foxtown to join her father and complete her high school career. After that, she plans to take a university far away from the United States. UU reading www.uugonshu.com as far as possible. Isabella Swan? TWA wishes you a pleasant journey. The airport staff spoke of the daily nature, and handled the consignments for the girls with ease. After past the security check, her phone rang. The girl took out her old-fashioned flip phone, looked at the number, and then pressed the answer button. Hey, Mom. Hi, Bella, honey, are you at the airport? Standing on such a superb mother, Bella only felt that her luck might have been exhausted during the crossing. Say that mother and daughter have no feelings at all, right? That certainly does not conform to the actual situation. If you say you have deep feelings, it seems to be almost meaningless. After the traverser came over, the mother-daughter relationship, which was not very strong, became worse. Her mother puts most of her energy on her new husband and pays less and less attention to her daughter. Like Bella's journey today, she just calls to ask. Well, no problem, I can, you guys have fun. Mother's care is very American, and Bella's answer is in line with American standards. After 2 sentences, I hung up soon. Bella listened carefully to the airport announcement, for fear of changes in flights. The predecessor left her nothing except beauty. Her English level is now in a very strange state, and her vocabulary is enough, but because she has not lived in an English environment, she needs to quickly pass words and sentences through her mind when listening and speaking, and her mother when chatting. It was often that she had just thought of how to answer, and she had already reached the next sentence. Many times you must listen carefully so that important information is not missed. Chapter 2, Chance Encounter. Bella was careful, but still didn't get on the plane on time because the flight was normally delayed. I'm going. She slumped in the seat, her face speechless. She doesn't want to wait stupidly, but she has nowhere to go if she is unfamiliar with her place. After thinking about it, I was going to go shopping in the airport and buy a small gift for my father who had never met. Although Fox is a small town of 3,000 people, it is too small in this country. My father, the sheriff, is a little bit taller, but the position of the sheriff is there, he is not a flat-headed citizen. The predecessor didn't know how to use it, but she did. She stepped back 10,000 steps and said that there is no harm in pulling in the relationship. 50, 105, 106. She counted the dollars in her purse. It is March of 2000. There is no mobile payment, no credit card in the predecessor, only cash in the wallet. As she walked, she was counting her money, and suddenly the other side also walked over to a girl listening to music with her head down. The two of them didn't see anyone. They walked in a hurry, so they bumped into each other unexpectedly. With a muffled sound, Bella was taller, and her chin hit the girl's forehead directly. Oh! She took 2 steps back, and she felt that her chin was unconscious, her head buzzed, and she held the wall tremblingly, so she didn't fall. The girl opposite was also very embarrassed, and could no longer take care of the problem of decent and indecent. The girl in a lavender sweater squatted on the ground and rubbed her forehead. It seemed that she was hit hard. Sorry. Bella and the girl opposite spoke at the same time, apologizing. Bella really didn't look at the way, plus she was away from home and didn't want to cause trouble. Her apology was very sincere. The girl knocked her purse into the air. There were a lot of 10 and 5 yuan bills in Bella's purse. Just looking at the quantity, she really had a lot of money. At this time, the goddess scattered flowers all over the place. It also makes the girl feel very sorry. Both of them apologized, and the girl's family walked over to help Bella collect the money. A middle-aged man also asked if she was going to the hospital. Is different from Bella, the only child, opposite is a family of 5, a standard American family. A couple took 2 men, 1 woman, and 3 children. It was the girl who hit Bella. The young man next to her looked like an older brother. Not far away, he was holding a toy box. The boy with a childish look was obviously the younger brother. But this girl is so beautiful. Even Bella had to admit the other's looks. The girl's eyes seem to be naturally enchanting, her brows are picturesque, the corners of her mouth are slightly cocked, her face is full of collagen, she has a graceful figure, and she doesn't seem to be fully opened. She should be 1 or 2 years younger than Bella. The girl was hit hard by Bella and rubbed her forehead in a concealed manner. When she raised her head, she was shocked by Bella's appearance. The eyebrows are white, and the skin looks soft and supple, as if it has a moisturizing effect. The lips are delicate and beautiful, and a special brilliance blooms between the lips and teeth. Without any cosmetic modification, Bella's appearance is already beautiful to a height that ordinary people can hardly reach, but the boredom between the eyebrows destroys this beauty, and the predecessor is a little pale. Her face also made her appearance slightly flawed. Natural beauties are very rare. If two natural beauties collide together, it is even more rare. I'm really sorry. It's me who should apologize. I didn't see the way before. Ping Shui meets, there is no need to get acquainted. Bella is worried, and politely bid farewell to the family of 5. There. I saw it, catch them. A loud drink rang not far away, and a family of 5 and Bella looked over at the same time, and saw 3 men and 1 woman, 4 very sturdy people from 2 things. The passage rushed towards them with a roar. Bella found that the family of 5 was in a sluggish state, and she herself was a little confused. What's the situation? Is it a robber? So tough? In broad daylight, did you start sounding the kill at the airport? The husband of a family of 5 subconsciously wants to call the police. Just after he took out his mobile phone, the 4 people had already arrived. The black-haired man headed by was full of flesh, and a big hand like a fan of puffer caught Bella's shoulder. Is this for yourself? Of course she won't catch the enemy with her hands. After knowing that this is the Marvel world, she has always been quite precautionary and has prepared anti-wolf spray. Half a can of spray was sprayed into the eyes of black-haired men, and after that, women often cut off their feet. Is tall and has long legs. She has been brewing for this foot for a long time, steady, accurate and ruthless. And no emotion. The black-haired man was completely unable to withstand the blow of this level. He was beaten up by the dick, and his tears flowed from the pain. He clutched the vital parts in a very embarrassing manner, and fell to the ground. Bella knocked down the black-haired man, but before she could speak, she saw another thin man rushing in front of her. Once there is no chance for a sneak attack, Bella is an ordinary person. He has never practiced martial arts, never encountered a master initiation, and has no earth-shattering superpowers. Fortunately, the mother of a family of 5 looks quite powerful and seems to have practiced fighting. She was standing in front of Bella. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com grabbed the thin man's fist, turned around at the same time, exerted force on the back. A very beautiful man fell over the shoulder and fell down. The 2 men rushing from the west passage were knocked down separately between the electric light and flint. After knowing how dangerous this world is, Bella has made sufficient mental preparations, let alone a few robbers preparing to rob. She is not surprised that even aliens jump out now. The responses of a family of 5 are different. The husband is a bit conscientious. Seeing his wife defeat the enemy, he didn't say what he wanted to say. The little beauty who collided with Bella was full of excitement, biting her lip, and she was eager to try. The young man who is suspected to be his elder brother can't see any expressions, he seems to be scared and stupid. The girl's bare kid brother doesn't need to be like, that is scared and stupid. A family of 5 plus Bella, the number of people here has the advantage. This is the airport again. At this time someone in the distance started to point. A man and a woman who rushed from the East Passage were very embarrassed. They hesitated for a moment. The woman winked at her companion and leaned on her companion to attract attention. She went around half a circle and rushed behind Bella. That bear kid! I got it! Split up! The woman with fierce eyes snatched the toy car from the bear child's hand. And ran away without looking. Bella Sigma! She was shocked. You made such a big show just to grab a child's toy car at the airport? I don't know you Americans very much. Apart from anything else, there was a pistol hidden in the arms of the man who was kicked and beaten by her. No matter how turbulent American law and order were, it didn't even go out with a gun in his pocket every day. There is a problem in this. Chapter 3, Omen. You. They? What the is this? The girl's mother can't figure out why these people are robbing her son's toy car. She also feels that things are a little weird as the sheriff. I can think of it as just a toy. If you take it away. Her husband, son, and daughter are all by her side. It is not appropriate and worthwhile for her to chase it alone. Even if it catches up with her, it doesn't make much sense. These guys who the toy car look quite abnormal. What if it's a neuropathy coming out of the hospital? A man and a woman ran in two directions. The mother of the girl with the highest combat power on the scene did not chase, and Bella, a person with a strong psychological quality, did not chase. This has nothing to do with her before and after. It is that the young girl is quite clever. She stood on the outside early, stretched her legs quickly, and tripped over the woman who snatched the toy car. The girl's mother was a little helpless, but the man had fallen, and she couldn't ignore it. She ran over quickly, subdued the woman with a standard army grappling motion, and snatched the bear's toy car back. Is a glorious victory. Even though I think there is a secret in the toy car, Bella is still preparing to retreat. She is a pure passerby, so what time is she wasting here? At this time, she also heard the news of the flight and said goodbye to the family of 5. Well, my suggestion is that you should call the police as soon as possible. The goals of these guys are very problematic. She took out the sticky note and quickly wrote a line of words. It's nice to meet you, I'm Isabella Swan, this is my phone number, if the police need a permit, you can contact me at any time. Desperate, she handed the note to the young girl. I don't know the reason. The girl heard her self-introduction and also reported to her family, Natasha Romanoff. Who? Bella's eyes suddenly became strange. Secretly told herself to be calm, she looked at the girl up and down, and hesitantly asked, in what year were you born? If a man asks this way, it must be very abrupt. If it is either splashed or kicked, it will be fine for a woman to ask. Natasha, the young girl, had no mental preparation for this question, and answered smoothly, in 1984, how about you? Miss Swan. I was in 1983, you can call me Bella. Nada. Miss Natasha Romanoff's answer was short and powerful, and quite handsome. The conversation between the two beauties ended soon, or rather, Bella was busy running away. Now there is Natasha. Will Hawkeye and Tony Stark jump out in the next second? Whether she is a little beauty or a big beauty, it doesn't matter whether she was born in 1984 or 1884. As an ordinary person, she still runs far away. Bella bought an exquisite-looking lighter for the cheap old man in the shop, and put all Natasha things behind. Then she found her boarding gate, and before she was about to take a step, the sudden omen made her stop. A lot of pictures of unknown meaning suddenly appeared in my mind: disease, corruption, calamity, and killing. Some of the pictures were very real, while others appeared like a slideshow, and disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Up. Bella only feels that her palms are full of sweat, and her heart is beating rapidly at a very high frequency. It seems that some kind of information is received by her, but due to the human brain structure, she cannot correctly interpret the content of the information. Sweat soaked her forehead, her lips opened slightly, but she couldn't make a sound, as if there was an invisible giant hand holding her soul tightly, and her intense fear almost suffocated her. Passengers on Flight 180, please prepare for boarding. The airport announcement was still playing as usual. It can be introduced into Bella's ears but turned into intermittent electronic sounds, which are also mixed with almost imperceptible noises, as if some high-power electrical appliances are interfering. Why is this person standing in the middle? She won't get sick suddenly, will she? The sudden sound was like throwing a boulder into the lake. Bella withdrew from the previous strange state and barely recovered a little mobility. She turned her neck stiffly and found a large number of men and women under the leadership of an older teacher. Passed by her. A few girls who think they are pretty look at Bella with sympathy. Country folks, haven't you been on a plane? Classmate, do you need help? The middle-aged female teacher watched Bella standing at the boarding gate, neither entering nor exiting. She couldn't help asking. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Bella was so scared that she almost jumped up. She looked at the plane in the distance, the light rain outside the window, and then at the wall clock on the wall. It is impossible to keep calm. She stepped aside. Her memory was vague. She had forgotten the details of the movies she saw many years ago, but she trusted her instincts. This plane cannot be boarded. Go up and die. Seeing more than 40 young men and women enthusiastically preparing to board the plane, she hesitated a few times, and finally decided to speak up. Bella called the female teacher. The rain outside is getting heavier. The plane was delayed for an hour before. Maybe. She said that she had no words. www.novel.com. What should I say? Neuropathy. Her dress is really earthy. She looks like she has never seen the world. Perhaps, what she said makes sense. The rain is really too heavy today. The young students are actually the same age as Bella. At this time, they regarded her as an interesting topic and had a lively discussion. Is very clear. It is the boys who support her statement and express the need to be cautious. Those who sneer and ridicule are all girls. However, after seeing the attitude of the girls, most of the boys who support Bella's statement also changed their camps in time. Really, I'm not kidding, madam, I have a very vague hunch, this plane. She was interrupted by the female teacher before she finished her words. The other party said in a caring and mentally handicapped tone, Miss, I suggest you see a doctor, you are still young, and some diseases should be treated early. It's okay, everyone is going to keep up. The female teacher greeted the students to board the plane. Bella's instructions were left behind. 40 men and women were already discussing their journey. Bella let out a long sigh. Her heart is also very tangled. Can she remember it wrong? Will it be troublesome to mix yourself into this kind of thing? Can social and transcendental problems be solved with my own shoulders? Does the Americans have anything to do with themselves? But then she made up her mind that this has nothing to do with the United States, but with people. Looking at the gray-haired old man and the baby held in her arms by her mother, the only sense of justice in Bella's heart prevailed. In her opinion, the probability of an accident on the plane was more than 90%, and she couldn't just watch. To the people to die. She kept persuading the passengers, persuading everyone not to board the plane. Chapter 4, Save People. Please listen to me, for the child in your arms, please be cautious. The rain outside is too heavy, and it is not safe to take off in this kind of weather. This gentleman, I have no ill will, I just hope you will listen to me, sir. Two ladies, don't you have any premonitions? The kind of danger is coming. As long as you carefully understand it, I believe you will have a certain sense. Bella tried to persuade the passengers around, but she couldn't produce effective evidence for this kind of thing, so she could only make her attitude as sincere as possible. As long as someone is willing to listen, she will not tire of persuading them to wait for the next flight. Bella's tone is sincere, and slowly several passengers stopped. More passengers are still dubious, and a small number of people have begun to speak coldly. Fool. Neurotic. Rapturist. Many titles have fallen on Bella. Miss. If you don't board the plane, please leave immediately, we don't welcome you at the airport. The airport security arrived aggressively, and a man pointed at the exit forcefully, beckoning you to leave. Bella came to her senses. She was too passive and inefficient one by one, so she could directly contact the official agency of the airport. Where is your supervisor? I asked him to organize maintenance personnel to inspect the aircraft immediately. It does not take much time to investigate once. This is the right of our passengers. The words this time are very American and very democratic. 4 or 5 people began to support her in a low voice. An old man with a white beard and white hair also said that the airport should be cautious. I support her. Your airport should be responsible for the lives of passengers, and the aircraft should undergo a comprehensive inspection. A tall girl with brown hair walked out of the 40-student team, and she supported Bella with a clear-cut stand. I can see that she stood up at this moment, and she was also under tremendous pressure, with sweat all over her forehead, and she was forced to say something. Claire, are you crazy too? Hee, crazy Claire, I have long seen that she has a mental problem. Miss Redfield, we are a team, I ask you to come back immediately. The female teacher said sharply. The brown-haired girl still refused to board the plane rather firmly, saying that she would not go up. We can wait for the flight in 3 hours. Boarding is too risky now. I have the same premonition as this lady, but it's not obvious. Please trust me. Even after hard persuasion, most passengers still regarded the matter as a complete joke. The only ones left in the waiting hall were Bella, the brown-haired Claire, her 2 female classmates, and more than a dozen passers-by. The airport director hurriedly arrived. The face of the white man with a big belly was full of dissatisfaction. More than a dozen passengers refused to board the plane for a very absurd reason. Once this incident is reported by the news media, he will definitely suffer from the airline. High-level condemnation. He had a sullen face. Girls and gentlemen, I ask you to leave the airport as soon as possible, and I am here to officially inform you that TWA does not welcome you. 2 female classmates of the brown-haired Claire were dumbfounded. They were still thinking about the flight 3 hours later. Sir, you don't have this right. You are abusing your power, I want to sue you. The person in charge of the airport waved his hand impatiently and signaled the security to chase away all the bad guys. He felt sick when he looked at it more. But before Bella and the others left the waiting hall, they saw an extremely noisy noise on the plane. 2 tall and strong male students ran off the plane embarrassedly with a thin male student. They once suggested Bella to see a doctor. The female teacher followed with a sad face, and a large group of students and passengers followed them in a dark stream. Let go of me. The plane is going to explode. I'm not making trouble. I'm really not making trouble. Let go, bastard. The thin male student has been struggling, his whole body is like being fished out of the water, sweating ruzzy, the plaid shirts were soaked, and the 2 tall and strong male students next to them looked disgusted, as if they were subduing a neurosis. One of the passengers was also yelling. It was a young man with black hair. He kept talking to people around him about his experience. Do you know the previous bridge collapse accident? I was the survivor at that time. It was terrible. God. I was still thinking about this before, but when I arrived at the airport, it seems, it's like being confused by something, it's terrifying. This ghost is going to kill us. We can't run away. We are all going to die. One person said that maybe no one believed it, but 2 people said and 3 people said, the credibility of the matter is much higher. Different from the plot in Bella's original memory, 40 or 50 people came down from the plane in a sudden, many of them lost their shoes, as if there was a beast chasing after him. Reading www.uyugonshu.com waiting hall instantly became very lively. The captain was a black man. At this time, the black man turned pale with anger. He had been flying for so many years, and it was the first time he encountered such a rare event today. The more than a dozen people who were stranded in the lobby, plus the 40 to 50 people who ran down as if they were running for their lives, instantly made the plane empty 1/3. The incident has developed to the point where it is now, and it will surely be stabbed to the media by interested people. If airlines want to crush the rumors, there is only one way, and that is to take off as usual. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with the plane, are you? The airport director looked at the increasing rain outside the window and couldn't help but whispered to the black captain. Please trust my professionalism, I assure you that there will be no problems. The black captain turned around and boarded the plane angrily. Bella moved away from the passengers who had boarded the plane and got off, and sat alone in the corner. She watched the plane slowly draw out the runway. Her mood was extremely complicated. After the blood, she became scared. The more you know, the more fear. She was worried about the remaining 100 passengers, but if the passengers were all right and the plane landed safely, what should she do as the initiator? Is the rumor here also detained for 15 days? Thinking deeper, if someone suspects that the plane accident was caused by her, then I'm afraid it's been 15 years since the start? Bella became a little bit troubled. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly folded together, and her pale face was now whiter. She looked like a thin male student who was still struggling and cursing like a mad dog. She looked at the black-haired young man and felt relieved. Fortunately, there were 2 male protagonists who came with her. She has no intersection with those 2 men. If they are not counted as a gang committing crimes, if the 3 are counted separately, the guilt should be much lighter, right? Chapter 5, Explosion. Don't worry, kid, kind reminders are not a sin, even if they are wrong, it doesn't matter. We will not curse others with malice, but we will not let kind people be punished for it. The fat old man with white beard and white hair sat. Bella spoke of relief beside her. The fat old man handed her a business card. John Gray, professor of history at Bard College in New York. Bella has no business card. She can only introduce herself, Isabella Swan, Professor, you can call me Bella. Hello, Bella, I think you are very upset. Are you worried about the government's censure? I know some friends anyway, so don't be afraid. At this time Bella did indeed have a very guilty conscience. After the impulse to save people, all that was left was fear. She knew better than everyone what she was about to face, that was beauty, wealth, status, and status. Something against. You believe me, my nonsense? She asked deliberately. Many passengers are dubious, or rather believe that they have a mindset of being untrustworthy, supporting themselves with a clear-cut stand, and very few people are convinced. The fat old man looked into the distance, his expression a bit lonely. Are you a high school student? Have you studied American history? America has history? Bella despised the so-called American history from the bottom of her heart. She only remembers the story of Washington, the vampire hunter Lincoln. She hasn't received much memory from her predecessor at all, and she has only traveled through 3 days after she had a lot of money. There is no time to read at all. She doesn't know what the history class in the United States is about, so she can only answer ambiguously, no some. Our history carries original sin. This land does not belong to us, and this sky is hating us. In 1821, in Idaho, all the residents and gold diggers in a small town died without wounds and no signs. A total of 500 people died all of a sudden. There are many similar cases. The government thinks it is a vendetta by the Indians, but I think it is nature's revenge. Bella feels that the fat old man's statement is very close to the truth. No one can tell what the of death is in the movie. I think. Before she finished her words, she saw a huge fireball bursting out of the sky in the distance. 2 seconds later, the air wave caused by the violent explosion hit the glass in the waiting hall. There was a bang. Several passengers standing in front of the window were directly shocked. The newspapers, water glasses, and coats of the passengers in the hall were covered. Blow everywhere. The drizzle outside the window was swept into the waiting hall by a gust of wind, and the shining ground was stained with a layer of mud. I wonder if it was an illusion. Bella smelled a faint smell of blood. The indoor temperature dropped by 3 or 4 degrees in an instant, but no one had time to think about the glass and the ground. Everyone, including Bella, looked out the window blankly, watching the fireball burning violently in the air and falling to the ground. A few men threw away the so-called demeanor, clutching their heads. Their faces were full of disbelief. The women put their arms around their children, trying to give their children some courage, but in fact they are too scared now. Oh! God! Mom. I'm afraid. Child, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Mom is here. Mom is here. The survivors in the waiting hall were all caught in an inexplicable panic. Some kiss the cross, some sit in a daze on the seat, and some lovers hug each other and lament that they have escaped. Is still apologizing to the host of the airport, hoping that the face of the female teacher who can allow herself and her students to board the plane as usual turned pale. Fortunately, but more regrettable, if she had another life, she would definitely stop everyone. Didn't you say that the plane is okay? You are murder. Murder, understand? You stupid pig. You are all murderers. The thin female teacher grabbed the tie of the airport director. She had heard this guy vow to say that the plane was not there. Any faults, now? Is this okay? How would she explain to the families of the students who died? The airport director was also frightened. The one who said that the plane was okay and patted his chest to make sure was the captain. Now this product is dead, right? The law does not control the dead, and he should be unlucky if he is alive. I saw it. I saw the whole picture. Everything was exactly the same as I remembered. The left side engine of the plane caught fire, and the flames from the explosion rushed into the cabin. I saw you, and you, all of you. Dead. All dead. The thin male student has been emphasizing the scenes he has predicted. To be honest, Bella thinks his ability is quite magical, like going through a process, and then dialing back the time of a single individual. Listening to him has a nose and eyes looks, always feels very real, completely different from the death omen experienced by Bella herself. That seems to be some kind of mental perception, but the thin male student seems to be temporarily hanging out. Since someone is willing to attract firepower, she will not jump out to highlight herself. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. More than 100 people were killed, and many of them still appeared in front of Bella's eyes. There were female students who mocked her for dressing up, and some company executives who accused her of being neurotic. Now everything is gone. At 9:25 in the morning, the plane took off and there was a big explosion. Although the airport sent a search and rescue team under heavy rain, everyone was pessimistic about the results of the search and rescue. In that case, the chance of surviving was very slim. Trans World Airlines was originally under pressure from all aspects due to poor management. Now the 180 flight accident has dealt them a heavy blow. Whether it was a mechanical failure or a fuel explosion, it was impossible to prevent the airline that was founded in 1925 from falling. Abyss. The police, firefighters, FBI, and reporters from various media took turns in the battle, and they began to ask the survivors various questions. From religious beliefs to human rights issues, from political stances to supporting teams. Among them, Bella, thin male student Alex, black-haired young man Sam and brown-haired female student Claire are all the focus of the questioning. The middle-aged man wearing a long woolen coat showed his credentials to several people. He is a C1 field officer in charge of the Phoenix branch of the FBI. He has a very cliched name or a pseudonym. He introduced himself as his name Henry. Claire Redfield, the lightest suspected girl student with brown hair, was the first to be questioned. Miss Redfield, I haven't seen any intersection between you and Miss Swan before. Can you tell me why you support her point of view? It's a very unknown premonition. If I board the plane, I will die. It's that simple. Premonition? Nothing? Do you mind if I record it truthfully? Of course can. Chapter 6, Accident Investigation. Mr. Alex, you have told a lot of people about your illusion, do you still insist on that? Yes, sir. Mr. Alex, many passengers said that you clamored to leave shortly after boarding the plane. Why did you do this? Who instigated you? Have you received military training abroad? Thin and weak male student Alex flushed with anger, and the blue veins on his neck flared up. He shouted loudly, No. Nothing, are you satisfied? Fool! Miss Swan, many people are very grateful for your move. They think they can be spared because your initial reminder played a key role. Can you tell us in detail what you thought at the time? Just to save people, no extra thoughts. There are a lot of materials on the FBI agent's desktop. He quickly flipped through it. The school teacher you used to study thought you could not integrate into normal learning. Many classmates said that you have a certain degree of antisocial personality tendency. What do you think this is? What caused it? Bella replied solemnly, it's normal for them to be hostile to me, because I am so beautiful. Puff. The FBI director said that the coffee was sprayed all over the report. This answer was unexpected, and it was really unexpected. The question of who is more beautiful is sometimes not well judged. There will be some subjective intentions in it. However, as a social elite, the FBI director's vision is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Bella's appearance is better than ordinary people. Obvious. Now ordinary girls are still popular in jeans with big fat trouser legs, they are after hip-hop style. Bella can't look down on this thing. What is this? The trouser legs are so fat that they can cover the insteps, which is too ugly. The jeans she chooses are relatively close-fitting styles, which run counter to the current trend. This is the reason why many girls ridiculed them as Earth at the airport. Bella's dress is simple, with her a little pale face, she can't look at ordinary people in school, which makes sense in psychology. Such people are generally too arrogant and often disdain to lie. The FBI director crumpled the report stained with coffee in his hands and threw it into the wastebasket on the side. Well, I forgive you, I hope you continue to maintain your confidence. Bella was asked for 5 minutes before she came out. It was not that the agents let her go, but that there were too many survivors at the scene. The total number of survivors is 60 or 70. Why do you survive? Who made you survive? Why do others die and you are alive? Suspected. All staff in the airport are suspected. If the scope of investigation is further expanded, all passengers who have been in and out of the airport within the last week must be searched. As long as they are alive and able to breathe, they are suspected in the eyes of the FBI. Bella bought a sandwich for lunch, and while she was eating it, the phone rang suddenly. She looked at the female agent named Protection next to her, who was actually a surveillance. Can I answer the phone? Please turn on the hands-free. Hands-free, hands-free, there is no secret anyway. She didn't know the phone number, but after the phone number was connected, she realized that it was Miss Natasha that she met this morning. It was someone I met in the morning, but in reality, I felt that people and things were far away from me. What's the matter, Nada? I'm really sorry, Bella, we still have some trouble here. When will you return to Phoenix? The police here want to do some inquiries. Bella smiled on the phone. Phoenix? Haha, a big event happened at the airport this morning, don't you guys know? I don't know, what's the matter? We have been in the police station. Natasha's phone call took the Flight 180 crash into another direction. The C1 level supervisory agent took over the toy car robbery on the other side and handled the case of the 180 flight accident. 15 minutes later, after Bella finished a glass of Coke, she saw the dazed Natasha family and the 3 robbers. The robber who ran away has been away for a long time, but the FBI agents are quite confident, let alone half a day, how about a day? As long as this guy is still on Earth, as long as he wants to catch it, he will definitely catch it. A family of 5 was also questioned like prisoners. The FBI has truly achieved the equality of all living beings. From an old professor in his 60s like John Gray to the baby in the arms of women, they are all the subjects of their inquiries. What about this old man, sympathetic terrorists? What if that baby is a powerful mutant? Everyone is doubtful. Among them, beautiful women are the key suspects. There is no way. Being beautiful means trouble. This is a rule in the FBI Action Manual. A beautiful woman can rely on her own high charm to let a person who has nothing to do with herself do something. Things. After Bella was personally questioned by the intelligence director, the little beauty Natasha also enjoyed the same treatment. Miss Romanoff, I heard that your last name comes from your mother. What do you think of Russia? No opinion. Ms. Romanoff, I read your grade book. You are very good at all subjects, but why do you deliberately make some low-level mistakes during the exam? What are you hiding? I just annoy the teachers. Their IQ is too low. Miss Romanoff, www.novel.com. I have noticed a few suggestions from your physical education teacher. Your physical fitness is very good. Why are you not willing to participate in various club activities? Don't you think those activities are interesting? Natasha rolled her eyes. These questions are really stupid. Because of her lack of cooperation and the identity of Russian descent, even though she still doesn't know what happened, she has become an important surveillance target in the 180th flight incident, and she is treated with Bella. There were so many people at the scene. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the initial screening of targets had just been completed. The FBI did not find any suspects related to the plane explosion. How exactly the plane exploded, no one can tell. The FBI wanted to push the matter to magneto, airplanes, trains, missiles, and similar things, related to metal. Once the cause was not found, Magneto would be said to have done it. This trick is to try biling. They think this is another challenge to the world democratic order initiated by Magneto. However, the FBI was disappointed this time. Their report has just been handed in and has not been released to the public. The Brotherhood of Mutants used secret channels to pass on the news. The general idea is, I am not, I do not, don't talk nonsense. The black pot cannot be thrown out, so I can only continue to investigate. More than 100 passengers were killed. This matter has spread to all corners of the world. The FBI is under tremendous pressure, especially as they plan to confine all survivors at the scene to the hotel for 48 hours and plan to investigate all passengers who have entered and exited the airport in the past 3 days. This makes people from all walks of life and survivors very dissatisfied. Dissatisfaction returns to dissatisfaction, and it must be executed when it is time to execute. The 2 major suspects in the accident, Bella and Natasha, were assigned to a room guarded by a special female detective. Chapter 7, Family. I really don't know what those idiots are thinking. Stupid. A waste of taxpayers' money. The little beauty Natasha expressed a moment of emotion. At this time, she was no different from ordinary Americans, cursing the White House and cursing FBI, various curses of daily nature. Bella also felt that she was wronged. She walked on the road in a decent way, met a robber to a toy car, and then was involved in a bigger storm. Does the Black Widow have a natural calamity? Should I stay away from her in the future? Thinking of the toy car, she couldn't help but ask, what exactly is in that toy car? A missile main control circuit board. Do you know Stark Industries? I should know this. Natasha hugged the pillow in the room and sat cross-legged on the head of the bed. From Bella's sight, the little beauty's back curve was unusually soft. Natasha looked back at her, her eyes were so bright that she meant to kill men and women. Do you know the latest trackable missile developed by their company? Why is your beauty so excited about missiles? Through contact and conversation, Bella has confirmed the age of the other party. This is a pink and tender Black Widow 1 year younger than herself. Natasha is very knowledgeable among her peers. She can talk to you about mechanical engineering, biomedicine, cosmic speed, quantum physics, everything. She likes new things, and she likes to pursue excitement. This is a nature that cannot be concealed anyway. I don't know much about missiles, can you elaborate on it? It is good. Natasha is like a not-so-standard military fan. She talked about the missile parameters she had learned. The Internet in 2000 was not so developed. Even if the Internet is developed, this cutting-edge technology will not be released for ordinary people to read. She can only talk about it in general. Bella doesn't understand missiles, but she understands people's hearts. I understand what the FBI thinks, they are really good. The next day, her conjecture was confirmed. A department head of Stark Industries confirmed the authenticity of the chip, and then the FBI released an initial report on the correlation between speculation and reality. Someone stolen the main control circuit board of the missile and disguised it in the toy car. As a result, he took the wrong bag when picking up the luggage. This is what happened to Natasha and the others. The whole process is clear. On Bella's side, the air crash is much more complicated. There are many theories about the cause of the accident, but the FBI initially determined that it was a missile attack. As for why? Isn't there a group of people stealing missiles at the scene? They can steal circuit boards, and naturally they can steal missiles. Maybe their accomplices saw the circuit board incident fail and attacked the plane to hide their true purpose. A report full of maybe, suspect, unnecessary, and maybe was officially released. It was finally confirmed that the 4 robbers who snatched the toy car were suspected of committing major crimes in the 180th flight crash. Especially since there is still one running now, and there are buyers behind them. If you dig this line deeply, you will definitely be able to dig out something. And these things are enough for business. Stark Industries believes that it is a good thing for the state to provide manpower and materials to help them find the black man behind the scenes. He hesitated and agreed to this report. As for the claims of the victims and survivors, they have nothing to do with them. It is the airline's business. After 2 days of investigation and compromise, the parties are still satisfied, and the incident has entered the second stage. Bella and others can go home. Many students in Bella and the flight are minors, and guardians are required to be present when signing some written guarantee documents. Bella's mother has gone to California for vacation, and her mobile phone is turned off, so she can only get her sheriff's father to sign. What does his own father look like? Bella suddenly realized that she had never seen this pro-father at all. So far, she has only traveled through 5 days. Deliberately dangled for a while, and waited for the rest of the students to meet their parents before she left the room. The only man left outside should be his own father, right? The other party should have waited quite anxiously. As soon as he showed his head, the other party rushed over to give himself a hug, even if this link passed smoothly. She had a good plan, but a little accident happened. Ha ha ha, I have to say, Samantha, your town is pretty good. In Foxtown, I am the only sergeant. The middle-aged man with the word who was chatting with Natasha's mother. Natasha's old lady's face is not low, and her figure is even hotter. At this time, she smiled very brightly. Pete is a bit stupid to be honest, and can provide little help. There is a bear outside Foxtown? It's incredible. The middle-aged who said with such pride, not only are there bears, one of my old buddies is an Indian. They say that you can see wolves in winter. That's really interesting. Yes, when we went into the forest last time. When Bella and Natasha came out, they saw the 2 police chiefs having a hot conversation. Just a few words can get the resonance of each other. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is just an action of raising a gun and aiming to make each other meet with a smile of heart. If it weren't for the relatives of a large number of flight victims around, the 2 would have laughed. Is that your father? Natasha asked with her head tilted. I really don't know if this is my father. This is the first time I have seen you. Bella recalled the photos she had seen. The man in the photo was younger and slightly gloomy, not as mature as the middle-aged man now. But it's roughly the same. There are no men with similar looks nearby. She shrugged at Natasha's question, isn't this obvious? The 2 sighed together. Your dad is quite handsome, why did you divorce your mother? Is there a disagreement? Natasha asked. Bella thought for a while, and recalled the content in her predecessor's diary, think he has no fun in life. My mother likes all the fun activities in the big city, parties, shopping, and the beach, while my dad only likes fishing and hunting. The two parties can't play together at all. Natasha puts the index finger of her right hand between her lips. No wonder, your father and my mom have similar hobbies. Natasha and Bella talked about each other's family situation. Her mother's marriage was also a disaster. Although the first husband was handsome, he was drunk, irritable, and still not working. After they had a daughter, Natasha, and goodbye soon. The second husband is the current one, an ordinary company employee. The man took a boy, the woman took Natasha, and each of them took a child to reform the family, and soon there was a love crystallization, that is Natasha's bare kid brother. This kind of family with no blood relationship with each other, is a very common thing here. Chapter 8, not the end, but the beginning. Natasha's first marriage was too intense, and the second marriage can be said to be very safe, but unfortunately it was too dull. The husband usually works in the city, and the wife works as a sheriff in the surrounding towns. On holidays, a family of 5, it's not a good day to travel, but it's not bad. Would you like to create more opportunities for them in normal times? Natasha tapped the middle-aged men and women who were having fun in the distance with their chin, and said nonchalantly. Bella was taken aback. This is a bit different from her values. She refused her intentions, but she also knew her words didn't have much strength. Freedom of love, freedom of marriage, don't ask anything, ask is the pursuit of freedom. She sighed, it's up to you, I don't care anyway. Natasha was also very melancholy. Following my mother, I have already transferred 4 times. By the way, how about your school? Bella rolled her eyes. I'm on the way to transfer, what do you think? I'll tell you when I get there. The whispers of the girls still alarmed middle-aged men and women. The word-who man quickly stood up, and it seemed that he wanted to give Bella a hug, but the father and daughter hadn't seen each other for many years, and the relationship was a bit strange. With a restrained personality, he could only say, "Hi, Bella, are you okay? Come for the opening remarks." "Hi, Charlie." Bella's reaction was also very normal. The two were not like father and daughter, but rather like passers-by who had a better relationship, but Charlie didn't notice the difference. Their father and daughter were in this way of getting along before. Father and daughter once had a rather fierce dispute about this title. At that time, the father won the victory. He asked his daughter to call himself dad in front of others. It doesn't matter what he called behind. Bella didn't know about it, so she just called her by name according to her predecessor's diary. Charlie felt that she was in a plane crash, and she must be very flustered at this time, so she didn't care about the title. The two parties really have nothing to say. The Swan father and daughter said goodbye to Natasha mother and daughter, and they had to sign some guarantee documents that they would not leave the country and would not release information to the media at will. Goodbye, Charlie. Bye, Samantha. Natasha made a call gesture to Bella, and their father and daughter turned and left. I have bookmarked a lot of various guarantees, and Bella did not forget the survivors who were saved by herself. The group cannot be established. She has left her MSN for many survivors. If you have anything to do, please contact me. Under Bella's initiative, they established a mutual aid association called Flight 180 Survivors. The original intention of this association was to help the families of those victims. By the way, in the name of the association, they hired lawyers to litigate and seek compensation from airlines. To be honest, MSN Bella is very unaccustomed to using it, but it is only in 2000 and Facebook is not available, she can only use it alive. It takes 4 hours to fly from Phoenix in the south to Seattle in the north. After that, change a small plane and fly north for an hour to Port Angeles, and then drive to Foxtown in an hour, but this is the flight route. There is a 40-day safety period in my memory. Most of the time, this American of death was influenced by democratic thinking, read the Bible well, and remembered the meaning of death for 40 days. This time is safe, but Bella still refuses to fly, and would rather spend time on the train than go to the airport. Trains are relatively slow, and Charlie didn't complain. It's normal not to fly. Then a terrible air crash happened, so who would dare to fly? Sighing to buy tickets, take my daughter to the north by train. After Swan and his daughter left, Natasha's family of 5 also left. They had nothing to do with this. It was the FBI's political intentions that made it abruptly. They don't need to seek an airline claim. Instead, Stark Industries gave them a check for $100,000, which was a thank you fee plus a hush fee. Even the gloomy-looking husband smiled after seeing the check. A family of 5 is very happy, and the money is nothing. The rest of the survivors also left one after another, and the brown-haired beauty Claire Redfield was picked up by her brother. This is a tall, strong young man, his eyes are sharp and his bulging muscles are full of deterrence. I will look for some friends to help and continue to investigate this matter. According to my guess, this must be caused by some kind of missile. There should be clues in the passenger list. Chris Redfield is a tough soldier who is proficient in the use of various modern weapons and is good at most fighting skills. He believes that the plane crash must be caused by some high-tech weapon. His views are similar to those of the FBI, but some people have other ideas. Professor John Gray left the hotel alone, pulling his luggage. At the corner, he stepped into an extended Lincoln. "Charles, old friend, thank you for coming to pick me up." The mutant leader with a bald head, a dark blue suit, and a wheelchair with his signature gentle smile, he looked at his old colleagues and friends. "The situation you described on the phone is really strange. www.novel.com. I have to come and see it myself." John Gray was very convinced of the ability of his old friend, and immediately asked, "Did you find any clues? If so, please tell me, it is related to the lives of hundreds of people." The bald-headed Professor Charles Xavier is a little bit at a loss as to how to describe it. He speaks very slowly. "I searched the scene, and it must not be Eric, let alone still in school, Jin. I don't know for any mutant of, I only detect a manic psychic power. The thoughts in it are very chaotic, I have never seen it before, and I need to observe further." He thought for a while. Maybe Orlo's ability can find some clues. I will let her return to the United States as soon as possible. Those who are good at using firearms like to think about problems from the perspective of weapons, and those who are good at using superpowers like to think about problems from the perspective of abilities. The 180 flight incident is not the end, but the beginning. Bella's journey to Foxtown went smoothly. Foxtown is located on the Olympic Peninsula in the northwest of Washington state. Why did the colonists give this land such a name, whether they love sports or ancient Greek culture, is now untestable. The peninsula is shrouded by dark clouds all year round, with continuous rain and rain. There are not a few days to see the sun throughout the year. The rainfall here is not normal. Bella's mother was stimulated by the gloomy weather in the town, and only then took Bella, who was a few months old, to the south. After that, every summer, Bella would go back to the town to live for a month until she was 14. Until 4 years have passed since she came to Foxtown last time, and now the sky-shaking drum of war is sounding again. Chapter 9, Charlie and Number 039, S Old Friend. Bella's journey to Foxtown went very smoothly. The train did not derail, there were no bombs on the car, and it was not smashed into meatloaf by billboards or telephone poles during the meal. There was no short circuit of wires, no deflagration, all the way safe. It was on the train, and the conversation between father and daughter was a bit awkward. Charlie thinks she is too frightened, expresses understanding, and takes care of her very well. The initial conversation between the two was basically an awkward conversation. "Your hair is growing." "Ah, yeah, I haven't cut it since I saw you last time." "Grows so fast." And so on. Bella didn't know what topic the predecessor and her father had talked about. She was worried about revealing her stuff. She was very silent about past events. Fortunately, she had personally experienced the toy car incident and the 180 flight incident. You can talk about these. In order to resolve the embarrassment, she consciously introduced the topic to Natasha's mother. Men are all big pigs' hoofs. It must be right to talk to them about women. Facts have proved that even Charlie, who has a very restrained personality, would not refuse this topic. Listen to Bella's talk about using anti-wolf spray to bring down a robber, and hear her talk about how Natasha's old lady brought down an enemy with an over-the-shoulder fall. Father and daughter, the relationship between them is obviously warming up. In addition to dealing with Charlie's various concerns on the way, Bella has been thinking about self-help. She doesn't believe in God, and the old man will not come to bless her. The only thing she can rely on is herself. I'm here, do you have any impression? The cafe at the intersection, we used to eat together. Charlie drove Bella home in the police car. There are only more than 3,000 people in Foxtown, which is typically very large and sparsely populated. To be honest, the outside of the town is still very beautiful. Looking at it, the site is all green, the moss on the trunk is green, the leaves are also green, even many ferns are also green, the air is very fresh, and it is a veritable virgin forest. Charlie himself has a small white house in the town. This is the house he bought when Bella's mother got married. The marriage only lasted for more than a year. The style of the house is a bit old-fashioned, with 2 floors above and below the door. With lawns and cars parked at will, there is no concept of a garage in the town. Bella looked around and found that unlike those apartments in Arizona, there are quite a few houses in Foxtown, but you can see at a glance that everyone's houses are of different styles and colors, which may be different from other people's houses. Is it a symbol of freedom and individuality? She doesn't really understand. Bella lives in the bedroom on the 2nd floor facing the front yard. The modern floor and dark red walls show that Charlie made some arrangements in advance. Many graffiti, photos, and star posters suspected to be Bella's childhood are hung on the wall. Above, the pillows, quilts and table lamps are all new. The room is a bit small, there is a second-hand computer, and the basic necessities of life are all there. For you, I don't know if you like it or not. Seeing Charlie was about to leave, Bella quickly took out the small gift she bought at the airport. She almost forgot about all the things she was busy talking about. Oh, thank you. Very beautiful. A small gift can increase affection. Bella then went to the town to eat, and Charlie agreed very happily. Did-a-die horn sounded outside the house. Charlie couldn't help but smile. It's my old friend, come, let's go down together. The father and daughter came outside the house. This fairly pleasant journey made Charlie feel that his daughter had made some good changes, and he solemnly introduced his friends to his daughter. This is Billy Black, my old friend, this is my daughter Bella, do you still have an impression? He introduced a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. If you ignore the wheelchair, the middle-aged man can be said to be extremely burly. He has brown skin, a square face, long shawl hair, and is an Indian with very obvious characteristics. However, Indians are now a discriminatory term. According to official requirements, this name cannot be used. They are now collectively referred to as Native Americans. Bella respected each other very much, even a little too much. The first rule of Marvel's survival rules, in the Marvel world. You must not underestimate any person in a wheelchair. This kind of character is very likely to be a bigwig. Bella, a person with sound hands and feet, can live as if walking on thin ice. A disabled person can live a very moisturized life in a wheelchair without relying on the sky or the ground or the government. This is the ability. She gave a decent smile. Uncle Black, hello. The middle-aged Indian shook hands with her gently, but at the moment his fingers touched, his face under the cowboy hat still showed an unnoticeable abnormality. Are you getting more and more beautiful? Charlie never stopped his mouth when he knew you were coming over. The middle-aged Indian laughed and teased his old friend. Charlie tilted his head to look aside, as if a little embarrassed, he whispered, "If you any more, I will push you into the mud. Then I'll break your leg first." The middle-aged Indian in a wheelchair started fighting with Charlie like children. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. The two middle-aged people consciously gave up the space, and the young man who had been supporting the wheelchair had the opportunity to walk 2 steps forward. Bella looked at the other person very shy, and said preemptively, "Hi, are you Jacob? I remember you, you are much stronger than when you were a kid, I almost can't recognize it." This is a typical all-purpose opening remark in a chat. It is basically not wrong when used with young men. After all, there are very few who are willing to be said, "You are more than a child." The young man has the unique features of Indian appearance. At this time, Bella's opening remarks were extremely embarrassed, and the dog-licking gesture showed no doubt. You too, you too." He wanted to say compliments like prettier, but he was embarrassed to speak up. Yuan Chikang. Because the two young people were embarrassed with each other, the conversation ended with 2 sentences, but at this time Bella had some ideas of her own, and she still firmly grasped the initiative of the topic. "I remember that when you were a kid, you liked to study those mechanical equipment. Are you still playing? Would you modify a motorcycle?" she asked curiously. Hearing the goddess talking to himself so softly, the young man licking the dog Jacob was so excited that he almost jumped to the tree. He was really not confident when it came to other things, but what about modifying a motorcycle? This is what he does best. "Do you like it too? Would you like to visit my workshop?" he asked excitedly. Bella made an obvious hesitation. "If I go, is it appropriate? There is the problem of an Indian reserve. The former natives and former owners are now protected by the American people. If Bella enters the reserve without permission, it's illegal to be caught." Chapter 10, Jacob. The question of whether you can go to the reserve is not a problem in the mind of the young Jacob. His father is the chief of the tribe. He led his goddess to the reserve to take a look and stroll around. Is there anything wrong with this? Is not a problem at all. Who in the tribe dares to object? Tear him. But before leaving, he still glanced at his father. Compared to his stupid son, Billy Black in a wheelchair has a lot more eyes. Over the years, as the chief of the Indian tribe, I deliberately befriended the sheriff of this small town, Charlie, just to make my people safer. Due to physical reasons, he did not have the extraordinary abilities passed down to the clan, but he is the son of the former chief, and his knowledge far exceeds that of ordinary clan members. He can see the slight faults on Bella's body. If this girl is sent to the tribe at this time, it is really. But he has no legitimate reason to oppose it. There is no reason for public or private. Facing Jacob's puzzled look, he could only smile and nod his head in agreement. "Come on. Get in the car." Young Jacob drove a faded Chevrolet pickup truck, which was barely red. This car was originally a half-sold and half-giving gift to Bella by their father and son. If it is sent out at this time, it will be the goddess driving and sitting on the side. If it is not sent out immediately, it will be driving by itself and the goddess sitting on the side. Jacob is eager to show his strengths, he chooses the latter and drives himself. Bella sits in the passenger, Jacob backs up with excitement. After bidding farewell to the two middle-aged people, the pickup drove to the forest reserve in the north of the town. Bella started to talk to Jacob in one and the other. She can't say how much she hates this pickup, but she doesn't like it either. Pickup trucks are also trucks. How does she feel uncomfortable with that open truck compartment? Whose girl drives a truck? Is this what you usually use to pull goods? It smells like there is still a smell of potatoes. Bella is not interested in handsome vampires or licking dogs. She doesn't care about how miserable the handsome vampires are. She doesn't care whether licking dogs can evolve into werewolves. Foxtown will only be her starting point, not her end. There is no reason for the two to compare, because it makes no sense. But I have to say that the handsome vampire has lived for more than 100 years, and he can still do things. The licking dog Jacob can only give the goddess a truck, the paint is all off, and the big round fender looks really strong. The two cars collided, and the car crashed and killed the other party. But this thing is not pretty. Even if Bella doesn't understand cars, she can see that this car is probably older than Charlie, and it's half sold and half free. The handsome vampire boy is different, he got a Mercedes for his engagement and a Ferrari after his marriage. From this perspective, licking the dog is defeated. But she also knows that the Indians are being protected, and there are many restrictions in various aspects. It is not that Jacob doesn't want to give the car a good car, but that he really has no money. At this time, she deliberately looked for topics, from looking for water sources, talking to identifying poisonous mushrooms, and turning what she had learned from the internet in her previous life into actual knowledge. Jacob knows everything he can talk about. Although he feels that in this environment, it is a bit shameful to talk to the goddess about living in the wild, but it does not spoil the atmosphere of the chat. The second rule of Marvel's survival code: don't offend handsome men who can repair motorcycles. If people in wheelchairs are spiritual leaders, then those who can repair motorcycles are generally real leaders, such as Laser Eye, Captain America, and Tony Stark. These people are all outstanding people in their respective fields. Like Bella's Jacob, as the son of the chief, he seems to have inherited some great blood, and it must be right to make good friends. Bella stayed in Jacob's tribe for an afternoon. The Indians were still very simple. At first they rejected her a bit, but after getting acquainted with her, she became enthusiastic. Jacob did his best, took Bella to visit his workshop, took out many of his collections for her to admire, and told her in detail about his experience about refitting motorcycles. If time did not allow him, he would have liked the scene. Perform it. Bella has only ridden that kind of scooter in her previous life. She has a very simple understanding of machinery. She asks some very naive questions from time to time. Jacob is not half impatient, and he will answer every question. When Bella said at the end, "Jacob, you are a good person," he thought he had taken a big step forward on the road to success. In the end, Bella didn't accept the motorcycle or the truck. Instead, he bought a bicycle from Jacob. "I live in the town, and the school is on the edge of the town. I really don't need to drive. If you have a good car, I will give myself a truck. You should keep it for you to continue shopping for food. Bicycles are good, but they can still exercise." The school knew that Bella had been involved in the 180 flight accident, and specially gave her a 1-month vacation, which was a rare free time for her. After knowing her desire to exercise, Jacob also threw away his motorcycle, and came to her every day on his bike. The two sides gradually become familiar, and Jacob often drags Bella to the Indian reserve to play. Once or twice, it's okay. The times are long, and Chief Billy, who is in a wheelchair, starts to worry about his stupid son and tribe. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. But Bella was dragged to the tribe by his stupid son, and he couldn't drive people away. From the perspective of his old friend Charlie or his stupid son, he couldn't drive Bella away. The middle-aged chief sighed in the dark, thinking for a long time, he could only come to Bella for an interview. With a gentle smile like a wheelchair person, he asked Bella, "It looks like you have walked out of the haze. This is really great. Tribulation will not knock us down, but will only make us more powerful." His opening remarks are also universal, and they are applicable to most people. The reserve is similar to the virgin forest. Many people in this Indian tribe have werewolf blood, all of them are like small stoves, shirtless, and not afraid of the cold at all. Bella can't do it. After the rain, the temperature in the forest is very low. Today, she wore a light yellow parka coat, paired with jeans and sneakers that the predecessor would not change for a long time. The appearance looks pretty sunny. Jacob is a good friend, he can always bring people warmth. Is also a panacea answer. It is certainly not wrong to praise the other party's children. The middle-aged chief doesn't actually care about the 180th flight accident. He only stays at the level of knowledge about this matter, and did not understand it carefully. Anyway, the dead are all Americans. What does it have to do with my Indians? I didn't light a bonfire to celebrate, it was fun enough. But at this time he couldn't say that he didn't care. The middle-aged chief made his tone curious and asked in detail about the accident. Bella has said it back and forth n times, and she recounted the incident again, without overly demeaning her role in it, nor exaggerating the seriousness of the matter. "Come with me outside," said the middle-aged chief. Chapter 11, Ancestors. Bella pushed the middle-aged chief's wheelchair and walked deep into the reserve along the dirt road opened by the Indians. "Is it, what happened to me?" She guessed that the middle-aged man might have seen something, but she herself was unaware of it and had no premonition. Bella will save people at the airport, so naturally she is unwilling to bring the catastrophe to innocent Indian tribes. Her idea is very simple, or even naive. She wants to use the bridge of Indian tribes to see if she can work with them. Let's talk about the so-called Reaper who caused the crash. It's definitely not a good idea to let the Reaper pay for his life, the American law is not so powerful yet. She guessed that the of death might be the of the ancient Mayans and Aztecs. Most of the Indian tribes now have their own guardian gods, protection totems, etc. They don't beat their own people. If you have any problems, let's talk about it. Talk about it, how great it is. There is indeed. The middle-aged chief was concise, but did not discuss this topic in depth, but instead asked, "Bella, do you know the history of our Quirut tribe? I know you can become wolves. The werewolves of the Quirut tribe are not the same as the traditional werewolves. They were human in normal times. After being stimulated by the external vampire breath, their bloodline regained and they could transform into a giant wolf. But in the form of a wolf, it is a wolf, and in a human form, it is a human. There is no black hair, a wolf head, and walking upright. According to Bella's guess, they are a bit like the druids in the game, with their own bloodline transformation. She pondered, well, Jacob said that you have a glorious history. You were a great tribe at first. She just picked it up and said, no one can fault it. The middle-aged chief couldn't help but chuckle several times. No wonder his son was so fascinated, this girl was really too good at talking. Knows politeness and speaks nicely, the most important thing is to be beautiful. He sighed secretly, and if you can help, please help. After all, he is the daughter of an old friend and the object of his son's admiration. His tone suddenly became solemn, your doom is not getting rid of, something that cannot be explained by science is still watching you. Bella's heart sank. I will leave here tonight, I will explain to Charlie and Jacob. Her words were firm. Billy Black in a wheelchair waved his hand gently, no, boy, I didn't mean that. Quirut is just a small tribe now, and the ancestors' inheritance is very little left. Please keep the following words confidential, even if it is Jacob, don't tell him. Well, I won't tell anyone, including Jacob, including Charlie. Billy Black stretched out his hand and stroked a towering tree on the side. This tree was already very high when my grandfather, it's really a long-lasting memory. The knowledge of the Quirut tribe comes from the Mayan Empire. We believe that everything has an aura, and we believe that there is a spirit in the blood of our ancestors. You are a spirit, and I am a spirit. Even the guy who caused the air disaster is a spirit. Bella carefully savored what the other party said, and obeyed the meaning in the words. The middle-aged chief had no respect for the of death. The middle-aged chief guessed her doubts and gave an explanation. Our beliefs are very different from yours. In our customs, the role of gods is also constantly changing. Many tribes still have rituals to kill gods. They will put some outdated, or the name of the deity of the conquered tribe is marked on the food for everyone to eat, so whether the person who caused the air disaster is dead or alive has nothing to do with the Quirut tribe. Bella is a little bit enlightened, this Indian system is really complicated, she has not studied these things in the previous life, it is a blind spot of knowledge. But the Indian gods are indeed a bit miserable compared to the gods, Odin and Zeus. They are laid off at every turn. Who can stand this? Billy Black patted his head. It's easy to go off the subject when you are old. In fact, what I want to say is that the Querut tribe cannot help you. You are not the blood of our tribe, and Querut's ancestor spirit cannot help you. But your ancestors can help, and you can pray to them for strength. Bella's eyes were so dull, she didn't understand what she said. She asked hesitantly, our ancestors were all ordinary people, and there was no extraordinary power. Billy Black laughed loudly, there must be, as long as you look for it patiently, I think your ancestors will shelter you. He took out a cloth bag from the back of his wheelchair. The ceremony is very simple, but you need to understand your own advantages. The ancestor spirit is not omnipotent. Focus on your eyes. Don't make wishes blindly. You are a clever child. I believe you will get rid of this crisis. The cloth bag was left for Bella, and the middle-aged chief shook his wheelchair, slowly leaving the path, and returning to the residence of the tribe. Back to her home, Bella hurriedly opened the cloth bag and found that the contents were very simple. Some burnt yellow grass seeds, she couldn't tell what kind of grass they were. A white animal tooth, www.looknovel.com, some colorful paints. There is also a piece of A4 paper with some torn corners, and the specific process is written on it. It seems that she is afraid that she can't understand it. It is still in English. This kind of ritual is not demanding, just find a quiet place for the psychic ritual. Is there any quiet place in Foxtown? The Querut tribe gave her a psychic ritual. Naturally, she will not go to the tribe to trouble others. Besides, Querut has her own ancestor spirit. She ran over there to recruit an ancestor of the Swan family. What's the matter? Do you want to play? The tribe in the north cannot go, and there is a big family vampire in the south, and they cannot go. The original time and space Bella dreamed of becoming a vampire, and now she is not so crazy, the upper limit of vampires in Marvel world is too low. She can only channelize at home. I read the process twice before and after. It is a full version of the operation method. I didn't write any principles or specific meanings. There is only one startup process, plus some precautions. Bella took advantage of Charlie to go to work, officially began the ceremony. She first found a small basin, put a small amount of charcoal, and then lit it. According to the process, she blended grass seeds and paints together. These things are to be painted on the face. No one cares what kind of painting, anyway. Bella looked in the mirror, one stroke on one side and one stroke on the other side. Seeing that there was a lot of paint, she connected the left and right, and finally drew like the fairy pattern of Ziliyat. This thing won't hurt the skin, right? Seeing her appearance in the mirror, she only felt ugly, but in order to save her life, she could only endure it. Took out the animal teeth and stroked the palm of his right hand vigorously. All the blood dripped into the brazier. She closed her eyes and quietly waited for the response from the ancestors of the Swan family. Chapter 12, Ling Hai. Bella waited quietly for 10 seconds, but found nothing unusual. She opened her eyes and looked at the brazier carefully. Why didn't the ancestor respond? Should I shout some slogans in this link? What are you calling? For the tribe. Immediately felt that her idea was absurd, and her desire for extraordinary power made her a little bit troubled. There should be no fixed sentences here, let alone a unified slogan. Everyone's ancestors are different, and their personalities are also different. It is impossible to channel all ancestors with a fixed routine. According to Billy Black, as long as you communicate with sincerity. This ancestor doesn't like you. Maybe the next ancestor will like you? Anyway, there are many ancestors, two-way choice, sooner or later you can find an ancestor willing to help yourself. Does the Swan family have any particularly awesome ancestors? Bella didn't know. But she knows a general truth. She is only rich for 3 generations. How about the reality? Poor, poor, and poor for only 3 generations, because if you are too poor, you cannot marry a wife, so naturally there will be no offspring. In theory, there should have been a few great people from the ancestors of the Swan family. Bella watched her blood burning in the brazier with some anxiety. She didn't care about dressing, so she recounted her experience in the flight accident against the brazier, hoping which ancestor would see her pleasing to her eyes and help herself. This time there is finally a change. She only feels that a force is emerging in her blood, the heart is beating frantically, and the cells of the whole body are responding in a boiling way. When his own blood and the blood in the brazier resonate to a certain extent, the call of the bloodline was answered. With the help of the bloodline, Bella's soul began to swim in a sea of spirits. Seems like dreams but not dreams, seems true but not true, Bella has never had such a wonderful experience. Without sails and oars, the blood boat slowly sailed towards the depths of the light clusters according to her wishes. There is nothing unusual about her spirit body and normal state, she is Bella, and Bella is her, there is no outsider here. After adapting to the existence of the spirit body, she began to focus on her purpose. Please help me, I was entangled by a guy called Reaper, or maybe a similar name. She kept repeating her intentions, and as she went deep into the spirit sea, light groups slowly began to appear. Contacted her. These are the ancestors related to her, and the light group looked at the younger generation who broke into the Linghai with curiosity. Bella is also doing a certain degree of screening. People who are willing to move closer to her are all direct lines, such as Grandpa Grandpa, Grandma Grandpa, Grandpa Teju, and so on. The relationship between love and ignorance is far away, such as the grandfather of the 7th uncle and grandmother of the 9 ancestors. The light group has bright and dark, and the brightness is high, and the general achievement is high, and the dim light is mostly ordinary people. But high achievement does not mean that she is extraordinary, she needs to take a closer look. Doctors? It's useless, I'm dying myself, goodbye. Workers on the assembly line? This ancestor is not as good as me, goodbye. Little businessman? What's the use of money if you don't bring it with you when you die? It has nothing to do with the immediate matter, goodbye. Bosun? It seems useless. As she got deeper and deeper into Linghai, Bella was a little anxious. She was already a little skeptical about the theory that she was poor for only 3 generations. The Swan family had never been particularly poor, but according to her observations, it seemed that they had never been rich. Family history is so common. Do you really have ancestors who can help you fight the death god? A generation of 20 years, she can only keep looking forward. 5 generations have passed, and no one has been found in 100 years. 10 generations have passed, and there seems to be no outstanding person in 200 years. 15 generations, 20 generations, the further you look back, Bella finds that the Swan family has more people involved in maritime affairs. Sailor, second officer, captain, navigator, soldiers, and naturally pirates. One of the witches who can practice spells attracted her attention, but unfortunately the other party didn't like her, and because they were not directly related, the 2 parties separated after a simple meeting. Where is my awesome ancestor? Bella was a bit speechless. Such endless search made her very tired. According to Billy Black, this was because of the rapid consumption of mental power. Querut tribe is quite experienced in channeling to ancestors, and Billy Black also explained it in his channeling process. The first time has the greatest chance of success, and the second time will instantly drop to 1/3 of the original. During the third channeling, there is a high chance that even the initial bloodline response ritual will not succeed. The ancestors are also very busy. Who pays attention to you every 2 days? Bella can only grit her teeth and continue. Drift. Drift. Suddenly she found a huge ball of light. After her gaze passed, it went dark and too bright. 4 balls of light instantly appeared in front of her. Not far away, 2 light were coming slowly. All this seemed to happen in an instant, and it seemed to emerge suddenly. Do you have so many great ancestors? Even if it is a little dark, the other 5 light groups are much brighter than the ancestor of the witch who ignored the answer. Bella looked at the 2 light that came back. She couldn't help but let out a "Hey." Inside the light group are the famous adventurer Henry Turner, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and the famous astronomer Karina Barbosa. Are these their ancestors? This is a character in Pirates of the Caribbean. Bella was really shocked. The goodwill in the blood cannot be faked. Bella's Swan surname comes from 2 people. The 2 have 2 children, one is his surname, Turner, and the other is Swan. It is said that the surname of Turner is relatively safe, and Swan's surname as the Pirate Queen is relatively dangerous. I don't know what they thought at first. Bella tried to get in touch with the 2 of them. Henry Turner possessed all adventure skills, which was of little use to her. Karina Barbosa is very powerful. This astronomer has briefly contacted the artifact Trident and obtained some fragments of knowledge. Although only a small part of it was deciphered before her death, it is also precious after all, that is the knowledge of the gods, and it is more than enough to help Bella open the way to transcendence. If Bella had passed before, the death in the air crash would also use some coincidences to kill ordinary people, which would be a big threat to ordinary people, and perhaps ordinary people would be ordinary. But now she has a better choice. The light group around Karina Barbosa turned on and off. It should be her parents, Hector Barbosa and Margaret Smith. Lao Ba has the ability, vision, and insight. As the Pirate King of the Caspian Sea, he is not too much to say that he is a hero. He is very likely to have a way to open up extraordinary abilities, but Bella always feels that the 2 parties have different personalities, which is not the best choice. Bella looked to the center. This is the brightest and most accomplished ancestor, Elizabeth Swan. Pirate Queen. This light group made her feel very kind. Without too much hesitation, she completely immersed her consciousness. Chapter 13, Psychic. Like a bystander, Bella came to the turbulent Caribbean Sea, with countless warships at the end of her sight, and the brutal and murderous rushing on her face made people fearful. Even if she was not actually here, she could still feel the air. The smell of killing in. The enemy is strong and we are weak, fear and death affect everyone here. Just when everyone was at a loss, a vague light and shadow climbed onto the ship's side, pulled the cable, and gave an impassioned pre-war speech to everyone. The pirates are still looking at us, waiting for the leader of the Black Pearl. What will they see? A terrified rat, a broken ship that has lost fighting spirit? No. They will see free people and free spirits. With the sweat of our foreheads, the strength of our backs and the courage in our hearts. Gentlemen, raise the flag! Raise the flag! The morale of the pirates reached its peak in an instant, and they all yelled, wishing to fight the enemy with a white knife and a red knife. The charm of the Pirate Queen Elizabeth Swan was evident. Bella could not see the next battle, blurry like a large mosaic fighting in front of her eyes. This time group came to her. My child, your heart is full of kindness, and your actions are noble enough. A small ordeal can't knock you down. I traverse the 7 seas and master a lot of methods to make you stronger, but those things don't belong after all. You, some, more dangerous. In addition, I can also help you unlock your own strength. Maybe that is your true support. Which method do you want to choose? All I want. But Bella also knew it was impossible. Bella is not smart, but she can understand the meaning of this ancestor's words. There is no doubt that the Pirate Queen wants to choose the latter. I believe in myself, I choose to unlock my own power. The light group reached out and tapped Bella's heart. She only felt that some of her limitations had been completely opened. Before, she seemed to be trapped in a pool for people to watch. Now she has escaped directly into the sea, with an infinitely broad head. The sky is surrounded by the endless blue sea, and a brand new world is unfolding before his eyes, and all this only happens in a moment. Me. This is. She was surprised by the huge changes in her body. From the light group came a chuckle like a girl, stupid. Your ancestors were great, right? Go back, silly boy, think about it, maybe you can figure it out, but it doesn't matter if you don't understand it, this ability saves you, safety is still okay. Bella left Linghai instantly, the pain in the palm of her hand made her consciousness return to reality. She quickly bandaged her bleeding right hand, washed her face with cold water, and calmed down completely before she began to carefully realize her own changes. The abnormality in her body was not bestowed by the Pirate Queen, but her original ability. These abilities are closely related to her, not genetic mutations, or mysterious powers exchanged by gods and demons through contracts. That is the ability of Isabella Swan. Maybe it was because she was abused too many times by cold violence on campus, or she was born with autism. Her predecessor had a huge guard against the outside world. Her heart was firmly closed. Over time, she gradually gained the ability to prevent mental peeping. After the predecessor did everything possible to die, and became a vampire, this ability was manifested. Using the vampire method to manifest the ability is once and for all, but it also has no way of making progress. She can't make progress in her life, and her original aptitude for promising future has been cut off by her life. Now the Pirate Queen helped Bella to start this most critical step, the ability to manifest, but it did not have any impact on her future, and how far she can go in the future depends on herself. She can use her own belief, will and determination to construct a source of energy that belongs to her, taking herself as the spirit, and extracting energy from the spirit. This energy is called psychic energy by her, which is different from the 40K psychic energy. What kind of subspace needs to go to extract power? Just focus on yourself, this is a very ideal power, the power of the soul. This kind of ability will not have the backlash phenomenon commonly seen by Marvel wizards when it is used. It is originally his own ability, and it is a ghost. But because of over-reliance on her own mind, things that Bella cannot understand or identify with cannot be accepted by her own mind smoothly. In other words, the spells she can cast are not as diverse as traditional wizards. The wizards borrowed power from the devil, drew a symbol, read a few spells, and the spell was displayed. The specific meaning of it can be used if you don't understand it. Anyway, the magic is foreign and the spell is foreign, it doesn't matter. Bella can't do it, she must fully understand, and the spell cannot be used if she doesn't understand it. The spiritual ability is completely controlled by one's own realm. It is impossible to say that I am God and become God in the next instant. Are you worthy? You do not deserve. This ability barely resembles the Psion of D&D, but the reality is still different. Everyone's spiritual world is different. The spiritual world of human beings is some kind of animal www.novel.com or some kind of plant, while the spiritual world of Bella is an inverted triangular lake. The surface of her Linghu lake is very small, with only a thin layer of liquid inside. Can be said to be small and shallow. According to her understanding, the lake surface represents a lot of things such as her own knowledge, insights, and beliefs, which can be counted as her own magic value. The depth of Linghu represents the power of magic. The deeper she understands her own spiritual world, the stronger the energy that can be manipulated, which is equivalent to her own level. Bella's mental abilities are different from those of mutants. Mutants awaken the X gene during adolescence and extract new power from it. After this state is fixed, through a lot of practice, slowly control your abilities. This is a genetic superpower that will form a solidification effect. No matter how hard you practice, there is little room for growth. Except for those Omega-class mutants who can change their own genetic sequence, the ability of most mutants lies in their genetic modification. After that, it's solidified. Bella's psychic abilities are different. It is the ability that her predecessor relies on blood. Her own genes have not suffered any damage, she can add her own abilities to human genes. After the original Bella became a vampire, he manifested an ability called shielding, which was a deformed ability produced after the spiritual talent was destroyed by the blood of the vampire. At the same time, she also gained the ability to control emotions. There is no doubt that by looking at the name, this ability is also a remnant of the destruction of spiritual talent. Buying A is the predecessor. Now the shielding technique and emotional control are in her Linghu. It is the ability that she can fully grasp and understand, and it can be called directly when needed. Chapter 14, New Changes. Mind Shield can help Bella resist mind-reading skills and to a certain extent evil spells. The spell forms an abstract symbol like a weaving net inside the heart lake, which means that Bella has completely mastered and can use this spell skillfully. The deeper she knows about her own psychic abilities, the more powerful the attack this spell can resist. Is still in its infancy. It can only prevent general-level mind reading. If Charles's old bald head turns on his brainwave amplifier, or some angels or demons come directly to force his mind to read, then 100% can't help it. The emotion control ability originally possessed by Bella is integrated into the mental shield. With the shield, she is difficult to be affected by negative emotions and can maintain an optimistic, positive, and very positive attitude for a long time. This is very important. Good swimmers drown in water. 99% of mind manipulators have mental illness. It is more important to put your mindset in mind and always keep your position in mind. Bella tested her own abilities back and forth, and found that in addition to a mind shield, she barely had two more passive abilities. One is a substantial improvement in physical fitness. Ling can make her strength, speed, endurance, responsiveness, and all aspects of her quality have a relatively obvious improvement. Where is the ceiling of this ability? She couldn't tell now, she only knew that there was still a lot of room for growth in her physical fitness. The spiritual shield is the manifestation of the predecessor's ability. The surge in physical fitness is the inevitable result of the spiritual blessing on the body. The last ability is unique to this Bella. Death prediction. Said that she can be afraid of death, and that she can also say that she is in awe of death. Anyway, she can foresee a small part of the scene before the death crisis. There are limits to this ability, and it is not 100% predictable, and it is also difficult to correctly interpret the foreseeable content. Bella experimented back and forth, only to feel dizzy, as if she would pass out in the next second. What a big smoke! Ahem! Seeing the billowing smoke in the room, she realized that she was hypoxic. She quickly opened the window to ventilate and explained to the neighbors that this was the only thing she could do. The traces after the channeling are cleaned up. There are still some materials left, and it should be able to channel the spirits once. After solving the death incident, she plans to perform another report ritual similar to a family sacrifice and report to Now Wing, and put it away first. After the improvement of physical fitness, the recovery speed is much faster. It is estimated that the wound on the palm of the right hand can be healed in at most 3 days. When Charlie knew that there was a fire in the house and ran back in a hurry, she had initially mastered a series of new abilities of her own. It was another plane accident and another fire. Charlie was full of sympathy for his daughter's experience, so he picked up his wallet and took his daughter out for dinner. Bella is indeed hungry, and the improvement of physical fitness requires a lot of food intake. Although spiritual energy can be used to deceive the body and give the body an illusion of being full, it is ultimately false. Bella's the spiritual attainments have not yet turned into reality. Drawing cakes to satisfy your hunger, and drinking northwestern wind will be enough for you. If someone treats you, then eat. Charlie has been single for 17 years, has no daughter-in-law, and has no daily expenses. He can't afford to eat 1 or 2 meals. Golden-colored tonkatsu, exquisite small cakes, a large bowl of potato and beef soup and a plate of wheat-flavored bread that seems to be appetizing. It seems that she is worried that she will not eat enough. Charlie also greeted the boss and brought her a crispy yellow pan. Greasy fried fish. While eating, Charlie found that his daughter had some changes that he couldn't tell. "You? Why do you suddenly become so energetic? The people have not changed, the clothes and accessories have not changed, but the feeling is different from before. The feeling is very subtle, and passers-by can't see it, but people who come in contact with it every day can see it at a glance." Bella ate the berry pie quite gracefully. She tried her best to make her movements look elegant and calm, instead of starving to death. She pretended not to care and asked, "Charlie, do you think I'm more beautiful?" The daughter asked her father if she was very beautiful. It would be normal to ask when she was a child. It would be a little weird to ask Bella, who is almost 18. However, these issues are not taboo here. It is common to show individuality and highlight oneself. Charlie nodded affirmatively. "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Bella felt the state of Linghu with her heart, and her hand with the fork couldn't help being clenched. It was great. The total amount of Linghu has increased slightly. The idea is successful. Bella swallowed the pie, feeling happy. She refers to the principle of animal confession: let others praise from the heart, and strengthen her confidence from the side. The foundation for her self-confidence is her own appearance. Don't think about the courage and wisdom. The Marvel world has more courage and wisdom than her, so I have a lot of them. After considering that Natasha's appearance is already at the current top level, she is more confident in appearance. There is no specific measurement standard for appearance, but at least the two are about the same. In that way, she is considered top-notch. Why does she, who can fight her appearance, compare her wisdom with others? Beauty is over. There is not much mental power in the praise feedback. You reading www.yunsha.com, but it didn't cost much effort, it was for nothing. In the next few days, Bella asked all the acquaintances in Foxtown, from the cafe proprietress to the dog-licking Jacob. Jacob's response is the most enthusiastic and sincere. "Do you think I am the most beautiful woman?" "Yes. You are the most beautiful woman in my heart." "Okay, goodbye." Bella even called Natasha, who was still in Phoenix, and the two were now half friends. "Nada, do you think I am the most beautiful woman?" Is dumbfounded directly opposite, "Where are you confident?" Natasha yawned casually and said, Yeah, you are the most beautiful woman." Is that all the matter? Bella didn't feel the increase of Shinnik energy. She knew that the other party was not sincere. Took out the little black notebook on the side. "Natasha perfunced me on a certain day, a certain year, and I wrote down this grudge." After harassing everyone around, the total amount of Shinnik energy roughly increased by 1/3, and a small half of this was practiced by herself. She talked to herself like brainwashing every day. "I am the most beautiful, no one is more beautiful than me, it's so beautiful" or something. Foxtown does not have a decent training setting, but she has passed some self-tests and knows that her physical fitness has completely exceeded the human limit. The muscles are slender and look no abnormalities, but the actual body is full of power. The acceleration in a short period of time can even reach 100 meters per second, and the strength of the bench press is more than 1 ton. Follow Charlie to hunt in the woods. Even the flight path of the shotgun bullet can be seen in a blur. Chapter 15, Go to School. Every few days, Bella will contact the survivors of Flight 180 through mission. She remembers the number of 40 days. This fits the story of Noah's Ark in the Bible. At that time, it rained heavily for 40 days. This number means death in the Bible. In other words, 40 days after the flight crash, the so-called of death will begin to kill again, and he will kill all the survivors who had escaped before. As for whether he starts to kill according to the order of seats, or kills according to a new law, it is unknown. Bella only knows that she wants to stop all of this. This is her heart. The 1-month vacation quickly passed. Charlie saw her stepping out of the haze, and even her mentality was good enough to explode, so she began to urge her to go to school. 4 years of high school, and then college, This is what many parents here expect for their children. For universities, Bella is also looking forward to it. The internet in this era is still in its infancy, and many materials cannot be found on the internet. You can only study in the university library. If she wants to learn more and build her own spiritual world, she must go to university. In the past month, Bella also flipped through the book. Her mental abilities made her memory very good, and the knowledge she had learned and mastered in her previous life was basically recalled. Review a little and go through the content of the textbook twice, so I don't need to worry about SAT or ACT. However, the scores of these exams only account for 1/3 of the university admission factors. Normal homework scores, experiment scores, classroom discussions, and absences are also counted. Universities will also examine whether students love off-campus activities, which include sports, entertainment, technology, on-campus activities, and off-campus activities. Some schools also stipulate a certain amount of time for public welfare activities and part-time work. It doesn't matter if I do part-time jobs, I often have to do volunteer work. Like building houses for Black people. Bella is very speechless about this. Are the officials of the U.S. Department of Education all forced? Water in your head? I traveled all the way to build a house for the black man? Use mental abilities to deceive the vision of people around you, and then burn the house in the past is almost the same. The original Bella got married and became a vampire after graduating from high school at the age of 18. It was not for no reason that she could not go to college with her predecessor's bad social experience. Now Bella can reverse some of the disadvantages, but in general it is still a bit late. She is going to make use of the follow-up events of Flight 180 to make a name for herself. It is the original mind to save people, and the original mind is also to be famous. The two are not contradictory. American universities are very keen on celebrities. When dealing with celebrities, their assessment standards will drop off a cliff. Not to mention the trivial matter of not participating in social activities. Even if the Black House is burned, they will turn a blind eye. 1 month after the accident of Flight 180, Bella officially started her studies at Foxtown High School. Fox High School has only 357 students, now with Bella, it is 358. Foxtown has many characteristics of American small towns, that is, closed. Once such a small town is haunted, invaded by aliens, and controlled by an evil church, the outside world will not know it without 10.5 months. The children here all grew up together, their parents grew up together, and so did their grandparents. Are very familiar with each other. Girls like Bella who come from big cities will be extremely rejected. A school with more than 300 students will naturally not have such things as school buses and uniforms. Bella has been walking around the town this month, and has seen this school from a distance, but this is the first time to come today. Fox High School is on the side of the road. If you don't know it, you can't tell from the outside that it's a school. There are a few trees and bushes outside the low wall, and when you walk in there are rows of maroon brick houses. If you say it better, this is called nostalgia. If you say it is ugly, it is broken. Charlie has already gone through the transfer formalities, Bella just needs to come by herself. At the administrative office, she received her own curriculum and a school map. The staff in charge of the administrative office is a middle-aged female teacher, so passionate that Bella is a little uncomfortable. The other party compared the class schedule and marked the locations of the classrooms one by one on the map. For fear that she would not be able to read them, they also wrote the serial number of 1234 and connected them with black arrows from beginning to end. This made Bella speechless. She didn't feel like she was in high school, but like she was in kindergarten on the first day. What a bad impression did the predecessor leave Foxtown before he turned 14. The kind attitude of the middle-aged female teacher is obviously not to be close to her, but to stay away from her. After I take care of you, you can find someone else, which is probably what I mean. Bella shook her head and sighed, that terrible popularity of her predecessor. Received the book in the morning, and then took an English class. Well, yes, there is also an English class here, but it's a bit like the Chinese class in the previous life. I have been doing various reading comprehension and article analysis. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Bella only discovered a problem at this time: her English level is a bit insufficient. She talked about Wuthering Heights as soon as the class started. She had heard of this book, but when the teacher started to tell a certain passage, she was confused. Where is this passage? Who and whose story is this book telling? A book turned from front to back, then back to front, and finally I asked the same table to find the passage that the teacher told. The morning passed in a daze. The idea of dominating Fox High School was shattered by reality. The time is still immature. She should learn a lot. In the afternoon, I arrived at a course that students all over the world love to see: physical education. However, Fox High School has limited faculty and few teachers, which makes the physical education classes here very domineering. 4 consecutive physical education classes are held in one afternoon. Boys play basketball, girls play volleyball, and the physical education teacher led everyone to the gym with a tone of "Stop learning, let's go out together." What? 4 years of physical education are needed here. In the women's locker room, Bella asked several girls next to her. Only then did she know that Foxtown has a hard requirement. During the 4 years of high school, she will have to participate in sports every year. Class. She didn't mention the school in the previous life. When she first came through, she learned that Arizona also took physical education for 2 years, and spent the rest of the time studying or participating in some extracurricular activities. It's really rare, such crazy fun, empty head, and college entrance exam. Slandered in secret, but Bella did not question either. Once she got the label of a non-sports nerd, she would end up being isolated. Physical education is physical education. Just wait to be abused by me. Chapter 16, Open the Situation. There are few students in the school, so naturally there are fewer students taking physical education classes at the same time. The addition of Bella finally made a volleyball match with 12 girls. She didn't bring special sportswear. Who knows that there will be 4 sessions of physical education? The physical education class she remembered remained at the level of shot put and standing long jump. She came up against the extremely intense volleyball match, which she never expected. If the predecessor comes over, he will definitely feel the deep malice in the surrounding environment. The poor physical fitness and hand-foot coordination ability of the previous body must be a disaster to play volleyball. Bella has confidence now. Although she has never played volleyball, she still has confidence in her eyes. What are you afraid of? Don't say it's a girl, even if you call all boys over, you can't beat her. She rummaged and looked for it, and chose a slightly fat grey short-sleeved top as a top. The short-sleeved hem was tied around the waist, revealing a smooth and shiny lower abdomen. The effect of showing off the abdomen was first-rate. The lower body was dark blue shorts and sports shoes. 2 long legs fully interpret what is called leg essence. In the women's locker room, the scene of violently beating new students, pulling their hair, and mouthing will not happen, but the comparison between the girls is inevitable. Bella just took off her coat. She found several girls standing on both sides. Aim, steal. When others look at her, she also looks at others. Don't worry, there is not a single one who can fight. These classmates are all ordinary girls. They are going to find a college to hang out for a few years after graduating from high school. After having fun outside and enjoying the atmosphere of democracy and freedom, they return to the town to take over the jobs of their parents and stay in the town for the rest of their lives. They don't go to any beauty pageant, they don't make their debut as celebrities, so naturally they don't need to go for surgery or explode their bodies. There is fat on the waist, and the arms are thicker, and even a girl seems to be a little bit strange to her. Even if Bella is affected by the blood of her pirate queen's ancestor, she is not so protruding in some respects, but her slender waist, long legs, and porcelain skin can crush these girls. Hi, this is Jessie. I'm Danny. This is Angela. The names of several girls are all passers-by. Bella has only passed through for a month and has known more than 3 girls named Jessie. This name is really lackluster. The girls expressed kindness, and she didn't hold her airs. Both sides talked warmly on the surface. Bella secretly observed the roles of several people. Among them, Jessie has the best appearance. Before she came, she was probably a character like a schoolgirl in Banhua, and the one named Angela was a black-haired girl. Even if she wanted to play volleyball, she also wore glasses. There is no doubt that he is highly myopic. Bella couldn't help but ask, is there any problem playing with glasses? The other party's answer is as standard as a textbook, I like sports. I like playing volleyball the most. The girls quickly changed their clothes and officially started today's game. Volleyball is a sport that Bella has heard of, but has never played. She doesn't understand the rules at all. She plays conservatively. There is no time limit for a volleyball game, and a 5-game 3-win system is adopted. In theory, a game can be played for a long time. After playing for 3 minutes, Bella was completely relieved. She does not understand the rules, but the actual level of these girls stays at the level of understanding the rules. This is called a dish. Wearing glasses, she claims that she likes sports and loves volleyball. When she sees a volleyball flying in front of her, she will have a subconscious dodge action. Former school flower Jessie kept shouting, as if trying to drive the rhythm of the game, and organizing teammates to counterattack from time to time, but Bella could see that she was conserving energy. As for why to save energy? How fresh! For 4 consecutive games, such a large amount of exercise is no problem for professional athletes, but it is very difficult for ordinary girls. No matter how ugly the adolescent girl is, she doesn't want the boys around to see that she is tired, sweaty, and panting in embarrassment. Bella can only say that the physical education teacher who made these 4 physical education classes is a pure stupid, but in this big environment, I can't say that I hate sports. The 4-eyed girl ran by Bella, panting like a bellows, sweat ran down the temples of the glasses onto the glasses, she wiped it off in secret, and then excitedly said that she likes volleyball. The girls lacked strength and almost no skills. The cooperation was so-so. The first game was finished very quickly. Even though the opponents were saving their energy, Bella and the others lost the game. In the second game, she started to exert her strength. Originally, her role was to respond to the setter, but after she started to play part of her strength, she became the main offense, and she also performed a large part of the block work. The bullet traces can be seen clearly, so a volleyball that is so big is naturally not a problem. Bella has both the main tasks of offense and blocking alone. This makes it taller, but for the glasses girl who is unable to do the job of blocking, it is tantamount to a boon. Now she only needs to be on the side to mix the whole game. Every critical moment www.novel.com Bella uses almost the same physical fitness as a professional athlete to block, smash and pass the ball. There are almost no skills and tactics, but it is strong, fast, and good. This kind of team competition mainly depends on technology and cooperation, but if the individual's physical fitness is particularly good, it can also play a decisive role. The rhythm of the game was quickly driven by her. The teammates around Bella couldn't talk about the subtle sense of cooperation, but after discovering her brilliant performance, they also specially created some opportunities for her. There is no hard time for volleyball matches, so they can go to rest after playing early. Watching boys play basketball is a kind of enjoyment, but it's not so wonderful when boys look at it the other way around. Bella's strength caused the 6 girls on the opposite side to collapse, and she couldn't keep up with her speed at all. The morale is like a rainbow here, 4 games, except for the first, the other 3 have won. Midway, Bella also paid for her teammates, including the female classmates opposite, to drink drinks. Her dry wallet shrank again, but her popularity improved invisibly. During the intermittent period, she did not forget to harvest the power of the soul. "Jessie, help me rub my wrist, it was a bit cruel just now." "Wow! Your skin is so good. Your skin is also good. Why, you are so beautiful." "I think so too, thank you." In less than 2 days, under the influence of Bella's super charm, the former school flower and the glasses girl became best friends with her. Even if they were plastic sisters, they were also sisters. Is beautiful, sports good, and generous, girls will not refuse her to join. As for studying, what it is? What we advocate in Foxtown is happy education. Chapter 17, Vampire. After the girls initially accepted Bella, the boys also began to show their courtesy. No one is a fool. Everyone likes beautiful beauties, but if you are rejected by the whole circle and socially die because of beautiful beauties, it will be a disaster for people here. To put it simply, they value their social relationships more seriously. After a conflict between social and personal relationships, personal preferences can step aside. For the sake of social relations, Professor Charles can turn against his friend Magneto, and also for the collective benefit, Storm Girl can tear up with her husband, Black Panther, and their personal feelings are all given way to the so-called big picture when facing choices. The love story of Winter Thunder and Xiaoyuxio can only be born between vampires and humans, and it is impossible to produce that kind of strong love between humans and humans. The dedication of the boys allowed Bella to harvest a wave of spiritual power. Relaxed with a pious attitude. Everyone will be friends in the future. If I was bullied at Fox High School, I would report my name to Bella. Those with bad attitudes and unsuspecting thoughts were to write them down separately, and then give the list to Jacob. Find a small alley or something, close the door and let the dog. Call the police? My father is the sheriff, you can try it. Revenge privately? Do you dare to insult Native Americans? Learn about the Aboriginal Protection Law. At first I didn't notice it, but once the contact time is long, Bella's mental energy will also affect the people around her in a certain magnetic field. The girls who have been in contact with her the most will be slightly affected, and they will not. I can't help having thoughts like this man is a good friend, Bella is beautiful and so on. The influence of this charm is very low, and there is no priority. It is possible to improve the relationship with each other in a quiet and silent manner without violating each other's vital interests. He speaks nicely, he is not stingy with money, he is beautiful, and his father is the only sheriff in the town. In just 2 days, Bella has completely opened up the situation. After gradually revealing the face of the Fox High School bully, Bella also had a choice. He chose a few clubs and none of them reported. Obviously it is a school of 300 people, but there are more than a dozen various associations. She picks and chooses and joins a volleyball club, a network future development club, a rock climbing club, an American culture research group and an opera club. Sports, technology, art, several major aspects are included. Opera Club even arranged for her to star in the protagonist of this year's opera, playing Snow White. The reason is that she is fair and beautiful, and she is kind, and she is a princess who has emerged from a fairy tale. Vampires are evil creatures, which are described in detail in both Eastern and Western religious books. The origin can be said to be diverse, and the methods of killing are also varied. You have Zhongliangji. I have a wall ladder. You humans have compiled 108 ways to kill vampires. Vampires have a long lifespan and a lot of resources. They are not fools. They will naturally find ways to overcome their weaknesses. After human beings entered modern society, the rapid development of genetics, biology, materials science, and chemistry allowed human science and technology to take off, and vampires also benefited from it. A small group of vampires modified some fragments of their genes by referring to mutants methods, and created completely unrecognizable X genes. They are still vampires in nature, but to a certain extent, they can also be regarded as a group of very different mutants. These vampires are still unable to receive strong light for a long time, and their strength, speed, and endurance will decrease during the day, and their spirits are also very poor, but they are already exactly the same as ordinary humans in cloudy and thunderstorm days. Foxtown, a place that is always rainy all year round, is simply a treasure in the eyes of vampires. Because Bella came a month late, she and the vampire did not meet in biology class, but this school is so big, with more than 300 people, it is impossible to see it without looking up and looking down. On the third day of history class, Bella finally met the vegetarian vampire, the three members of the Karen family. Emmett Cullen is a big, bulging muscle like a weightlifter. The facial features are very delicate, and the one with short dark black hair is Alice Cullen. The young man with a tall and thin body, deep eyes, and a stiff expression is Edward Cullen. Bella is not going to have anything to do with vampires. This Karen family is very vegetarian, and it can be said to be completely harmless to the town. She has no intention to target her. She went to high school in the first half of the year and then went to university. Fox to her, the town is just a novice village. She looked at a manuscript she found in the school library. It was written by a missionary who described the Indian tribes who lived on this land 200 years ago. Bella seems to be struggling. The lines of the manuscript are filled with a lot of slang and abbreviations, and there are some religious allusions. God does not know her, and she does not know God. Isn't it nonsense to tell her about religious allusions? She can only copy down the words she doesn't know, and plan to go home and search the specific meanings on the internet on the computer. Reading www.youcanshu.com. Okay? Suddenly, she felt something strange, and when she looked back, she met the two pairs of eyes diagonally behind. The masters of the gaze are the thin red brown-haired vampire Edward Cullen and the black short-haired female vampire Alice Cullen. Emmett Cullen, a big, weightlifter like a weightlifter, later realized that until Bella turned around and continued to read his book, he realized that something had happened before. His face was guarded and asked with his eyes. Two companions. I can't see her inner thoughts. Edward the thin vampire whispered. She is a mist in my perception. The female vampire Alice was also a little surprised. The two looked at each other, and their expressions were a little flustered. It was like a shepherd who suddenly saw a wolf in the flock, with confusion, and fear. The big man Emmett's thoughts are more straightforward. Is it right, for us? Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by the short-haired female vampire on the side. She might be able to hear it. Bella turned her head in time and showed a bright smile, meaning that we can indeed hear it. In the next 2 days, she did not deliberately evade, but also did not provoke the vampires who seemed a little panicked, instead focusing on studying various ancient documents. With a lot of reading, her English level has improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, except for some religious allusions, she has no major obstacles in reading. However, knowledge is more rewarding. The spiritual world provides psychic energy, which is a kind of pure energy, but how to use these energy, she still needs to learn, master, and summarize herself. She is now a mage with empty mana, but few spells. Chapter 18, Death is Coming. If someone guides things like magic, the learning progress will undoubtedly be much faster. So the question is coming? Who can you learn? Bella is now like a pauper, and relies on Charlie for food and accommodation, not to mention commutage. Even going to New York is a problem. What's more, she was restricted from leaving the country because of the 180 flight accident. Even if she was allowed to run, she couldn't find the location of Taj Kama. This place is not on the map. And she went to Kamataj to hang out with her identity as a traveler. Isn't she looking for the difference? It's over after stealing fun at home, and still deliver it to your door? Bella has seen a lot of things from Indian Chief Billy Black. The two sides have the deep friendship of the previous generation, as well as their friendship with the little licking dog. With such a great relationship, getting an ancestral spirit ceremony is like death. Based on this inference, the supernatural persons in the rest of the law system will definitely value their knowledge more closely. It is possible that she spent 10 years or more searching for commutage, and finally received a "don't know, no, goodbye" excuse. Thinking about it in another way, if she had a magical success and someone came to her door to learn art, she would definitely greet her with 3 lines. Bella can only learn by herself, at least at this stage. During the day, I study various documents and ancient books in the classroom. During the physical education class, I have activities with my classmates, dominate the game, occasionally play basketball with the boys, go home at night, and do school assignments in front of Charlie. She arranged her time to the full. Bella didn't meet Edward Cullen in biology class, but ran into an experiment table with Alice Cullen. This female vampire with short black hair has bright eyes. She looks at Bella, her eyes are full of exploration, as if she wants to see through her spiritual shield. These guys are so unbelievable. Bella put down her book and asked in a low voice, "I remember that you should not be a biology class today? Miss Karen." "That's not important, what do you think?" "I think it's very important, because I like order, so I hope everyone will follow the order." Bella adjusted the position of the microscope on the experimental platform. Alice with short black hair flips through the book casually. "You are not an ordinary person, are you?" "I'm an ordinary person, and I'm in class." In this class, Bella didn't study her ancient feudal superstitions. Instead, she followed the teacher's rhythm and took an authentic biology class. Ask Alice Cullen next to me when I meet something I don't understand. This group of vampires also suffered, because they were solidified at the age of 18 or 19. They went back and forth between high school, university, high school, and university. Once they were suspected of their true age, they had to move immediately and find a place to continue. High school, continue to college. For more than 100 years, similar experiences have been repeatedly tossed dozens of times. It is said that the bachelor's hat at home is completely covered with a wall. The same textbook, repeated a dozen or 20 times, even if it is an idiot, after such 100 years of study, it will become a master. Some of Bella's questions were really familiar to Alice Cullen, and she explained it casually, which was clearer than the teacher on stage. "Thank you. You explained so well." Others answered the question, and Bella did not hesitate to praise, in exchange for Alice Cullen's strange look. The 40th day after the crash of Flight 180. Theoretically, starting today, it will be the day when death will avenge the survivors. It rained all night in Foxtown, and it was cool and shady. Bella rode a bicycle to school. Parked the car, she took off her gloves, breathed into her cold hands, and when her hands warmed up, she took out her purse depressed. "I went to photocopy some documents yesterday, which caused my wallet to shrink again. There used to be $1,000, but now only a few dozen dollars are left." She is really embarrassed to ask Charlie for money. After all, it's not her father. It's already very interesting that people take care of the food and the living. Asking for money? Bella didn't open her mouth. Foxtown is so big, there are really no business opportunities in the town. She also doesn't want to abuse her extraordinary power. The soul is the cornerstone, and she can go further without doing anything wrong. Bella is very depressed. She really has no means of making money. Can't she go to work? "I'm too difficult." She looked carefully at the few notes left in her purse, shook her head and sighed. While she was sighing for her poverty, a violent piercing break sounded not far away. Bella suddenly raised her head, her eyes sharp. I saw a dark blue truck running sideways in her direction. The truck's tires had been locked, but the accumulation of water on the road still caused the body to be driven by inertia into her position. The premonition of death made her realize one thing for the first time: something in the dark locked her, and death is here. It's just a broken car, you underestimate me. When the truck was 3 meters away from her, her knees were slightly bent, and she was about to jump out after the truck completely covered the sight of passing students. After all, I still have to go to this school. A student who jumps 10 meters away is fundamentally different from normal people. It's a pity that she underestimated something similar to the trajectory of fate. www.novel.com. It happened that Edward Cullen, a thin vampire, never passed by at this time, and he turned over and jumped to bay with a very quick movement. Pulling to the side, stretched out a hand to the truck, trying to push the truck away. Bella has been reminding herself not to make excessively exaggerated movements in front of her classmates. Suddenly, Yu Guang found that there was another person next to her. It was too late to think about it and didn't see who it was. She was worried that the passing classmate would be injured or even killed after she jumped out. She subconsciously reduced her strength and jumped to push instead. She also extended a right hand against the door of the truck. One left and one right, both hands were placed on the side of the truck at the same time. The power of the vampire was great, and the huge wrinkles made the side of the truck sunk in a big piece. Bella also left a wrinkle and dent on the side of the truck, but unlike the pure power of a vampire, after the Chinook energy is refracted to the outside world, it takes a thin layer of frost, and then the frost falls off, causing the outside of the car body a large patch of paint fell off. 2 big pits similar to the shape of the palms, one on the left and the other on the right, look very strange. The driver driving the truck is also a student of the school. At this time, he was lying on the steering wheel with blood on his forehead, and he obviously fainted. Bella turned around and looked depressed at the vampire. "Are you sick? Can't you see that I can handle it by myself?" The vampire also knew that it was unnecessary to jump out. But he was used to pretending to be cold, and he still looked like he was pulling. "Ro. You are awesome. You just stay here." Bella was a little worried, and her death premonition could not be faked. Looking at this alone, this is a case of out-of-control brakes on a rainy day, but if it is combined with the 180 flight accident, it would be more interesting. Chapter 19, You Are Seeking Your Own Death. The truck was out of control and they pushed the truck abruptly. Everything happened between the electric light and Flint. Bella doesn't know how to stealth, but she can do some tricks. She mobilized her psychic energy and blocked the vision of several witnesses around her. In the eyes of these witnesses, she was not at the scene at this time. "You didn't see me." Bella left a psychological hint to them, and then walked out of the crowd generously, pretending to be a passing crowd of onlookers. Vampires are handsome males and beautiful females. This is not because they are beautiful because they become vampires, but because they must be beautiful to become vampires. They are so ugly that they don't want them. Edward Cullen is a well-deserved appearance, a veritable school grass role, and now such a character was almost hit by a truck, which naturally attracted the attention of many students. Many girls rushed around at a speed of 100 meters and asked warmly. His vampire brothers and sisters were also dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Let's keep a low profile. A car hits it, can't you avoid it?" Under all eyes, Edward Cullen couldn't run away, so he could only bite the bullet and was helped by his classmates to see the doctor. Fortunately, the doctor was his vampire adoptive father. He pretended to check and said that Edward Cullen could recover after a few days of resting. This made the female students breathe a sigh of relief. Then Charlie, Bella's father, came to question the person. He crashed at the speed at the time and was 100% the result of the death. This has involved the murder case. As the police chief and the father, he must ask clearly. And the 2 big handprints on the side of the truck are also a bit horrible. Is it human? Edward has been strong since he was a child. I checked his hemoglobin and alanine aminotransferase and found. The vampire adoptive father is also a master of fooling people. After a while and Yunshin missed, Charlie finally accepted the explanation of this young man is usually strong, and his potential erupts in critical moments, and pushes the car away. As for why there are two Madra, this is easy to understand. People have two hands. In a critical moment, it is reasonable to use two hands to push. Night. The Karen family gathered together to discuss what happened during the day. Edward Cullen was really confused at first, but he was also over 100 years old anyway, and he quickly recovered his calm and looked at the whole thing objectively. She is not our same race. I know this very well. Her blood is flowing in her blood vessels, and her heart beats very powerfully. The vampire adoptive father nodded slightly and motioned for the adopted son to continue. Edward Cullen and Alice Cullen looked at each other. She has a peculiar barrier ability. Neither my mind reading nor Alice's foresight can penetrate that barrier. Her power, speed, and reflexes seem to be it can be improved in an instant, the peak value will not be lower than us. She finally used a strange ability. He carefully recalled every detail. Obviously she is by my side, I can feel the attraction of her blood to me, but she just walked away ignoring the people around me, and the people around me also as if not seeing her. Everyone's eyes are on me. Her ability is really strange. The vampire adoptive father communicated with the other children who had been in contact with Bella, and finally made up his mind. I will have a brief contact with Charlie to see if he knows about extraordinary powers, and then decide whether to stay or leave. A big family of vampires sighed in the mansion. Foxtown is rainy all year round, surrounded by mountains, and there is basically no sun in sight. It is very suitable for them to live in. They don't want to leave if they are not a last resort. They don't want to, some people think. Bella had to change her plan after knowing that Reaper had listed herself as her primary goal. She asked for leave from the school under the name of the Mutual Aid Association of Flight 180 Crash Survivors. The association formally sued TWA and demanded compensation for the sky-high price, but Bella's excuse was to have insights in the past and formally participate in it. This is a rare opportunity. I want to learn about the operating rules of our judicial system. Well, Miss Swan, this is indeed a good opportunity and meaningful. The school agrees to your request. The school agreed without hesitation. Although Bella still did not want to understand, how did this act of taking more than 100 people to sue a well-known company for asking for money, a house, and a car, turned into an active participation in social activities? Anyway, the holiday is approved. Not daring to stay longer in Foxtown, she said the same thing to Charlie again. Cha Ideal accompanies her to Phoenix, but Bella refuses. It is quite convenient for her to be alone. With extraordinary powers, and ordinary disasters can't help her, but bringing an ordinary person is burdensome, so let Charlie stay in Novice Village. At this time, she didn't care about whether she looked good or not. She called Jacob the licking dog to ask for a car. It was the pickup that she gave as a gift to her, but she never asked for it. This car has no other advantages, it is solid. For the safety of the goddess, Jacob has replaced all the internal parts of the pickup truck. A spring and a nut have been carefully checked. Unless death can forcefully remove the engine, otherwise the car will drive normally. No problem running around the American continent. Bella is going to drive all the way to Phoenix. Asked Charlie to borrow $1,000 as a travel expense, then she hurriedly left Foxtown with 2 clothes. She plans to go south to Oregon, then to California, and then east, into Arizona. Try to follow the road along the west coast as much as possible. The so-called of death is the inland after all. At the seaside, he might not be as good as the Pirate Queen, right? Leaving Foxtown and entering the highway, Bella was attacked by a telegraph pole collapsed, and she rushed over with a sharp kick of the accelerator. 40 days, she was not in vain. Bella wanted to try to see if she could solve this so-called death in the wilderness. It would be best to deal with it alone. If she can't beat her, go to Phoenix and use official power to find a group of superpowers. Force push. Filled up the gas at the gas station on the side of the road, then had something to eat in the tavern, and solved some personal problems, she continued to drive on the road. "Hey! Girl, come and play with us." A black man with dirty braids slapped her car window. The black man wore a brown leather jacket in tatters and dressed as a tramp. Bella completely ignored the black man, started the pickup, and rushed out of the gas station like the wind. She just drove out for less than 2 kilometers, and saw 3 fast-chasing figures in the rear-view mirror. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Is the black man with dirty braids. He is open and his body is dirty. On his left hand is a sullen white man, his eyes are full of bloodthirsty and killing, and his right hand is a blonde woman. The 3 seem to be strolling in a leisurely courtyard, but the actual speed is not slower than the pickup. Fuck. It turned out to be these 3 goods. I didn't notice at first. Bella really didn't have the ability to distinguish the appearance of black people. In her opinion, the appearance of black people was almost the same. I didn't expect it to be these 3 guys, the 3 evil vampires who would have passed through Foxtown. When she was entangled by the of death, she really didn't want to mix with these 3 guys, there were too many variables. Rolled down the car window, she yelled behind her, "Get out! Get away!" The 3 vampires tracked by were taken for a while and were found to be normal, but it was not normal to transmit the sound to a kilometer away and sound like it was in the ear. Very interesting, an unexpectedly sweet lamb. As soon as the voice of the black vampire with dirty braids fell, Bella's answer came over. "I am ashamed of your vampire ancestors. How did you transform such an ugly man? One step forward, I'm not welcome." Ha 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 ha. The 3 evil vampires are also used to it. Bella's driving away is considered by them as a sign of timidity. A beauty is a prey, and a beauty with extraordinary ability is the best prey. Chase. The speed of the 3 vampires suddenly increased a lot. "If you dare to chase me, I'll let you die." Bella still said cruelly. The 3 vampires didn't care at all, and right to listen to it as a joke. Chasing after, the female vampire suddenly exclaimed, "Lawrence! Watch out for the top of your head." Chapter 20, In Hot Pursuit. Bella didn't think she was so special, but under the attention of the of death, she finally saw her uniqueness. This is composed of many factors. What does the of death hate most? He hates those who should have died but did not die. The survivors of the 180 flight accident are within this range. Bella is the undead, or the best among the undead. There is the immortality of Will Turner and Hector Barbosa in her blood. Barbosa is hard to say, the Aztec gold coin curse and the birth of his daughter, which of the 2 things comes first and which comes later, unless you ask me, you can't verify it. But when the pirate Queen Elizabeth Swan gave birth to Henry Turner, Will Turner must have been the captain of the Flying Dutchman, his heart was packed in a box, and his immortality was proper, even if he was later caught by the sea god Trident. Remove all magic and curses, but there is always a little bit of immortality attribute passed down from generation to generation. The first few generations of the Turner family and the Swan family lived a long life. In modern times, the immortality attribute was exhausted and became like ordinary people. Bella passed through at this time. For the original Bella, the soul dissipates, but the body is not dead, which is also a kind of immortality. For the traveler, avoiding the doom of death is also a form of immortality. Even the surname Swan, in a certain language, sounds like death. The ancestors have shade, she has bizarre encounters, and she foresaw the threat of death, and saved 1/3 of the survivors. If you include Edward the vampire who suddenly appeared in the truck incident, and the 3 who are now chasing the pickup truck. A vampire, all factors add up, her immortality attribute in the eyes of death is already purple. It has been a long time since the truck incident to the present. She has a premonition that the of death has been watching her and never left. This made her very urgent. Death did not kill the rest of the survivors. This is a good thing, but if she keeps staring at her and follows her during eating and sleeping, then she can't stand it. Fortunately, she encountered 3 evil vampires at this moment. The pickup truck was modified by Jacobs, and it was far from reaching the speed limit. Bella wanted to experiment with some conjectures in her heart. She even slowed down the speed specially when the vampire was chasing it down. Before the female vampire spoke to remind her, the black vampire was already very close to the pickup truck, so close that he could grab the pickup truck's carriage by reaching out his hand. Hearing the exclamation of his companion, he quickly raised his head and looked to the left. When a gust of wind blew by, a hanging billboard on the side of the road suddenly fell off. The wire rope that fixed the billboard was like a whip. From left to right, with a sharp wind, it drew towards the head of the dirty black vampire, and his the pickup in front. What kind of ghost power is this? The black vampire was completely puzzled, and it was too late to think about it. Relying on his strength, speed, and reaction power far beyond ordinary people, he turned sideways slightly, and then grabbed the wire rope. After a careful experience, there was no abnormality, no energy flames, no curses, no directional spells, and nothing. It was like grabbing an ordinary broken wire rope by the side of the road. After such a delay, Bella's pickup drove forward more than 300 meters. This is your ability? A trick to tease children. The black vampire said viciously, admitting that he had seen Bella's tricks, and threw the wire rope to the side of the road. Bella almost laughed when she saw this scene. She sullened her face, sticking her head out of the car window, and shouting to the back, "You are dead. Do you still dare to chase? I will use all my energy if I chase after it. I am a believer in the of death, you dirty bugs, if you dare to chase me, you are blaspheming my lord." She was treated as a joke for her insincere advice, and the 3 vampires continued to chase her. The black braided vampire laughed wildly, "Are you talking about death to the vampire? Let your death kiss my ass. Ha 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 ha." Then they formally understood the abilities of Bella. This woman can always use some unexpected coincidences to create murder. Fortunately, they are vampires, with good physical qualities and strong resilience. If ordinary people really can't stand it. The black vampire was attacked once by a wire rope, the lawnmower on the farm in the distance exploded, and it was attacked once by the blasted debris. The white vampire James flexibly escaped a series of attacks from a collapsed road and a smashed tree. The female vampire Victoria was very unfortunate. A transformer on the side of the road failed and a huge arc struck her body sideways. The average person would have been burnt, even the vampire was a bit unable to withstand it. She lay down for 3 minutes. Stood up tremblingly. "Do not fight for the steamed buns to fight for your breath. It used to be just a joke. It was a game of some kind. Now it is being teased by Bella in turn." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. They are extremely angry. They were angry, and they were blocked by repeated shots, and the of death was also angry. "You see my power? Ants. I kept my hand before, and if I dare to chase you, I will kill you." Bella taunted the 3 enthusiastic vampires who came to help bear the damage with their own dry food. Going out all the way, hatred is full. She had some vague premonitions. Because of the participation of the 3 vampires, the of death diverted part of her attention to these 3 heroes. Bella's own premonition of death was not as strong as before. "I didn't say anything, let's continue to pull these 3 guys, maybe it will consume the energy of death." The 3 vampires are not fools. They noticed some abnormalities. It seemed that the closer they got to Bella's pickup, the more unlucky they were. They slowed down specially. But death also noticed the 3 of them at this time, and all kinds of death accidents were thrown past 8 feet away. This ability is really weird. Are we? A black vampire with a dirty braid is a little scared. His nature is like this, bullying and fearing hardship, and it has nothing to do with vampires or vampires. Female vampire Victoria disagrees. "No. I'm going to chop off that little bitch's pretty fingers, dig out her heart, and smear her brain on the wall. She was not lightly electrified, and her character was tough. Of course she would not give up. One advocates retreat, the other wants to continue pursuing. The final decision rests with James the White Vampire. He is the bloodthirsty and cruelest of the three. He licked his lips, his slender eyes flashed with scarlet light. What an interesting prey, even if you disagree, I will pursue it. I'm going to die of boredom. Chapter 21, Ghost. The white vampire James has a very developed sense of smell. He carefully distinguished the smell in the air. That woman seems to have a helper. I can smell a very strange smell in the air. This ability is really weird. He looked around vigilantly, and then searched his long memory, but he thought for a long time, but he didn't recall the similar taste. It's so interesting, it's so interesting. He whispered nervously. I remember these two flavors. Let's hunt some blood food first, and then take the small road and go around in front of her. After he said that he rushed down the road, he was going to hunt the blood food and replenish the energy consumed. Then continue to chase Bella. My dear, I will go with you. The female vampire quickly followed. The black vampire was a little worried for some reason, but it was too late to regret it now and could only keep up. The three vampires went to copy the path. They didn't know that Bella also turned to the path. She was worried that the battle would spread to ordinary people, and that Death's attack would involve irrelevant people. She deliberately led the battlefield to the country road, stepped on the accelerator to the end, and the pickup was racing on the country road like crazy, but she drove it on. Also confused. Stopped the car and walked out of the cab. She put up the pergola and looked around. Where are the three vampires chasing me? Where am I now? Where should I go? I looked at the map over and over for a long time, but didn't see the reason. She could only drive forward along the road, hoping to find a town, gas station, and so on. It was dark when she drove, except for the sound of the engine of her pickup truck, and the road was quiet. Bella could only turn on the radio in the car to relieve her boredom. Sand, professional baseball, Major League said. Bella shot the car radio twice in a row. As a result, the more the beat, the louder the noise, and in the end it made a popping noise. Before she could figure out what it meant, she found that the pickup truck had stalled. She looked outside and noticed a puff of white smoke coming out of the hood. This car is not exaggerated. Before, the little licking dog made a promise, saying that this car is absolutely fine. Bella got out of the car, lifted the car cover like Megan Fox, looked at it pretendingly, picked up a branch from the side of the road, knocked it around. Very good. She found that she could not see any problems. I wanted to call Jacob to ask, but took out his cell phone, only to find that there was no signal at all around him, and the noise of the car radio was even more noisy. Bella is relaxed on the surface, but in fact she is secretly guarded. She also holds the spiritual energy on her eyes, and looks at the left and right. She soon found a white and fuzzy figure on the right side of the pickup. She seemed to feel her gaze, and the fuzzy figure gradually became clear. This is a woman in a ragged white dress. The face of the woman in the white dress was covered by messy brown long hair, and she was not able to see her face clearly when she was standing in the dark, but some blood and scratches could be seen on her neck and back of hands, as if she had encountered something. Can't describe the same event. Bella removed the Chinook energy, and the woman's figure disappeared instantly. Blessed with the psychic energy, the other party immediately appeared. Really bad luck. Is this a female ghost? This world is terrible. Felt scared subconsciously, but her own heart was not scared at all. She didn't feel any threat in her heart, which was far from the threat of death. If she is dead now, with the blessing of Chinook energy, her soul can be 10 times stronger than this female ghost. But in line with the principle of being careful not to make a big mistake, she still activated the mind shield. Hi, beauty, what's the matter? Bella asked tentatively. At midnight, the woman in white skirt standing on the side of the road is of course a female ghost, or a very hostile female ghost. But ghost killing is also a rule. You can't see who kills whom. Female ghosts have their own set of rules for killing. She will seduce all passing male drivers, and then kill them. After meeting the conditions, she is still quite strong, but if she doesn't meet the conditions, let's talk about it separately. A pair of lifeless eyes looked at Bella through the hair. The ghost was a little confused, and her chin swung far away with a very small margin. Roughly means, I only want a male driver, and you, a female driver, stop by my side. What are you doing? What can we do? Don't delay my business, you go now. Bella is now an extraordinary person who studies mental abilities. She can't read the mind of a normal person. She doesn't have similar tricks, but she can sense a general idea from the mental body. At this time, she understands some of the female ghosts' thought. She was also very speechless. Do you think I want to stop at your feet? My car is broken. Can't you tell? The pickup was broken for no reason, and stopped less than a meter away from the ghost in white. Such a coincidence, if there is no influence of death, she would not believe it. But through this incident, you can also see the limitations of some of the gods of death. Most of the gods of death can't tell the gender, right? The of death knows that the female ghost is very powerful, and can make the car accidentally brake beside the female ghost. www.novel.com I just want to use the knife to kill people and use the power of the female ghost to kill Bella, but the of death cannot know the specific ability and gender, or do not know Bella's gender. The female ghost is not interested in Bella, but her car is broken in front of others. The initial fault originated from a coincidence set by the of death, and now it is affected by some of the female ghost's own abilities. The combination of the two makes Bella go as long as she wants to go. No more. Bella's gender has bugged the female ghost, and the other party's magnetic field that interfered with the electronic signal also made her car unable to drive, and the two sides were deadlocked together. Abandon the car, right? Bella was a little bit sorry. This was a gift from Jacob kindly, and it was a bit too casual to throw a friend's gift in the wilderness quietly. But this car does not drive now. Cart? Although her power can push, but the cart is not in her list of options. It's enough for a beautiful woman to open a pickup truck, and she is still pushing the pickup in the middle of the night? Is there a brain problem? I think you are embarrassing me. Humph. Bella angrily pointed at the female ghost, then rummaged under the seat, and finally took out a car repair book specially written by Jacob. Although he is confident in his vehicle modification ability, Jacob still prepared for a rainy day and wrote such a thin manual. He listed several main reasons why pickup trucks would break down and explained in detail how to deal with them. There are pictures and instructions in the manual, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The steps are very clear. It can basically ensure that a third-grade child can solve the vehicle failure with the manual. The forest trail at night is a bit quiet, the pickup truck is on the side of the road. Bella frowns and flips through the book, and the ghost in white looks into the distance like a dead machine. The scene looks quite strange. Chapter 22, Beauty is Dead. According to the picture, Bella is learning and watching, combining theory with practice. She is very careful, for fear that after she is reckless, there will be a few more parts on the scene. After experiencing some mental journey, the ghost in white finally jumped out of the bug circle, no longer entangled with gender issues, and tried to re-import the incident into the normal process. Send me home. Her voice was deep and magnetic. After speaking, she bit her lip and winked her eyes. It's a pity that this wink was shown to the blind. Don't bother me, didn't you see that I was studying? Bella looked through the maintenance manual impatiently, tapping here from time to time, and double-clicking there. Bella's unreasonable card playing made the female ghost look like a repeater, and fell into another state. Send me home. Send me home. Send me home. Bella was quite irritable for a long time, but the engine did not react at all. It seemed that the vehicle would be affected by the female ghost. She really can't help it, and worrying about being chased by the 3 hapless vampires, she must quickly leave this path. "Can you fix my car?" Bella asked. No one has ever made such an unreasonable request to himself, and the mentality of the ghost in white is about to explode. "If you are a good car, this is a tattered pickup truck with a smell of potatoes in the cargo box. But it won't work if you don't repair it." She didn't want to continue spending time with Bella here. She reached out and patted the hood lightly. Bella is overjoyed. The car started. The ghost in white looked straight at her. "Send me home. Leave here first. The female ghost will be the female ghost. Won't it be over if you kick the girl halfway back?" Bella thought about it. The plan works." Pushed the car door and waved to the female ghost, "Get in the car." The pickup returned to normal unscientifically, and the roar of the engine was still so beautiful. Bella was driving, while looking at the female ghost from the sidelines, wondering which section of the road she was on. I have to say that this female ghost had capital before she was alive. From the side, this size is much larger than the thin Bella, and also bigger than Natasha, who loves all kinds of extreme sports, and she doesn't know what she grew up with. Too unscientific. The pickup truck drove out less than 2 miles, and the face of the ghost in white slowly returned to normal, and it seemed that she was in a working state. The female ghost opened a button of her coat with her eyes like silk, which caused Bella to glare. What the hell? This reaction is wrong. She can only skip the first stage and go directly to the second stage. She gently flicked the long skirt with her left hand and rolled it up a little bit, and then looked at Bella with an expectant look. Fuck me. Such a female ghost dare to compete with Fox High School's first leg? Bella, in order to make her move easier and to maintain her beauty, she wore a slightly longer white printed t-shirt and dark blue denim shorts with frayed edges. The front part of the placket was tucked in the shorts and a pair of black sneakers under her feet. The internal space of a pickup truck is much larger than that of a car. Bella retracted her abdomen, bent her knees, put her right leg directly on the dashboard, pointed at each other, and pointed at herself. The demonstration was full of meaning. The female ghost was dumbfounded and dumb for nearly 5 minutes before she recalled her next line. Her voice is not as magnetic as it was at the beginning, and the charm has disappeared by at least 50%. The female ghost in the white skirt asked like a daily task, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Bella's face instantly darkened. "What do you mean? This is a bright provocation." She stopped the car, took out her handbag, quickly applied makeup, and carefully combed some messy hair. "Do you think I am beautiful?" Seems to be a little dissatisfied with this kind of temporary makeup, Bella repaired it twice, and then with a condescending posture, she asked strongly, "Do you think I'm beautiful? What is the situation? You are discriminating against me." The female ghost broke down in her heart, and the last sentence of the script, "Go home with me," could not be said. If she is still a normal human, she can naturally ignore this problem. Does your beauty have anything to do with me? But she is now a female ghost, and this question of beauty is a core condition for her to seduce men who pass by. If it is so ugly that it can scare children into tears, those men will not be fooled no matter how fascinated they are. This question of beauty is for her that is very important. Bella's psychic energy also had a huge suppressing effect on the female ghost. Her words were filled with fearful confidence, which made the female ghost have to answer this question. "You are more beautiful than me." After saying this, her core collapsed, and she could no longer maintain her spiritual body state. From head to toe, it turned into fly ash in a second. "Is it hung up?" Bella was a little surprised. She just told a few truths, didn't she do anything? She looked around and found that there was indeed no female ghost's mental power characteristics, and the unlucky female ghost disappeared. Even the female ghost has admitted. "It seems that this is the truth. I am so beautiful." Ah ha 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 ha! Bella felt the heartfelt praise of the female ghost, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't help but laugh out loud. The praise of the female ghost is stronger than the praise of Charlie and Jacob combined. Charlie and Jacob praised her because of love, which has strong subjective factors. The female ghost in white dress is completely sincere. Praise without the slightest water, and even paid the price of life for this praise. Bella wanted to tell thee of death, if there are more such ghosts, please give me 10,000 more. There are number 10,000. When she turned off the road, she found herself driving wildly all day and night, and now she has arrived in California. At this time, the of death's attention returned to her again, and the range was very obvious. The murderous intent contained in the death warning was increased by at least 80%. She was a little tired and did not dare to rest, so she could only continue to drive south. When Bella dealt with the ghost in white, the three vampires were not idle. Head iron, just chase. James, a white vampire with a terrifying sense of smell, even vowed to get Bella's associate out, and then smashed it. His ability has to be said to be really strong. After a deadly electric leak, he actually grabbed a hand into the air on the side. What did he catch? The intangible and intangible things puzzled him. It was the first time he saw such a strange enemy. The of death felt that he was being provoked, and the three vampires also suffered serious damage to their self-esteem. If you make a coincidence and let the microwave oven explode, I will tear down the entire house, leaving you no place to use force. If you create a fire and want to burn us to death, then we will run. Not only run, they also take advantage of the moment when death launches an attack, looking for clues and counterattack. Chapter 23, Ghost Truck. I can feel that this guy is getting weaker and weaker. James the white vampire was muddy all over his face and looked quite embarrassed, but he was really vicious and didn't say a word of fear from beginning to end. Relying on a strong sense of smell, even if it took a lot of time and took a long way, they still caught up with them abruptly. Before leaving California and about to enter Arizona, they caught up with Bella, and Bella found them at the same time. In the mind vision, she also saw a larger object from behind the three of them. Bella couldn't help but look back. The three vampires ran, while also looking at the behemoth that suddenly appeared behind them. I saw a truck burst out of the fog, 6 headlights illuminating the road like daylight, and there was nothing in the cab, but the steering wheel and accelerator seemed to be controlled by someone, turning and accelerating. The big truck did not hesitate for half a minute, its speed increased to its limit, and it drove at full speed toward a few people. There was a stance of crushing the three vampires and Bella's pickup to powder. What is this? Are there so many demons and monsters on American highways? Is there a way for ordinary people to survive? Bella's head sticks out the window, squinting her eyes carefully. She doesn't understand American trucks, but she can roughly see the signs on the trucks. The license plates of each state are different. For example, the license plate of Washington state has snow mountains in the background, and the license plate of this fast-moving truck in the distance obviously does not belong to several nearby states. Roughly looks like a simple right-angled trapezoid sign, Bella thought for a moment. This seems to be the shape of Missouri on the map. A big truck from Missouri, or a ghost truck, straddling 3 or 4 states, and came to Arizona to kill people without hesitation. What kind of spirit is this? She carefully felt the emotions inside the ghost truck. This car was full of evil spirits. There is no doubt that it was the of death using some messy coincidences to get people to kill people from all over the world. Bella's Chinook energy collided with the ghost truck lightly, and then immediately released. She found an interesting place. The core of this truck is a grievance who died with hatred. This guy was not a good person before his death, but when he died, he was killed by a partnership of 3 black people. Then the truck he was driving was pushed into the quagmire and faked the scene of the accident. The resentment in the heart of the truck driver is hard to quell. For these years, he has been attaching his grievances to the truck and wandering around Missouri when he has nothing to do. Brother Black, Don't chase any more. Can I apologize to you? Bella yelled behind her neck, pulling her neck. Her pickup truck is in the front, the vampire trio is in the middle, and the ghost truck is in the back. The vampire trio still thinks that Bella and the ghost truck behind him are in the same group. They deliberately pull in the distance, just to make the ghost truck and Bella's pickup collide together, a little bit use the sun's spear to attack the sun's shield meaning. When Bella was talking, they accelerated and jumped to the side of the road, hoping that the ghost truck could not keep up the speed and bumped into the pickup truck in front. The two vehicles are less than 10 meters apart. At the speed of the ghost truck, it only takes 2 or 3 seconds to hit the vehicle in front. But at this time, the accident happened. After the ghost truck heard Bella's call, he hesitated obviously. After the action, the front of the car turned 45 degrees unscientifically, rushing at a faster speed towards the black vampire who had already jumped to the side of the road. Fuck. Fotosituum, e. Even with English, Portuguese, and African indigenous languages, the black vampire was so angry that he yelled at him. He felt a lot of discrimination. He felt that after changing several languages continuously. Unhappy. You can see the ghost truck crashing into it frantically, and he can't lift his head up. If he didn't say anything, just keep running. The two vampire companions hesitated for a moment, and saw that Bella's pickup had disappeared. They can only save their black companions with a depressed look. The white vampire James rushed into the cab of the ghost truck. He found that there was no one here. He stepped on the brakes did not respond, turned on the steering wheel did not move, and then went to the cart door and found that the door seemed to be welded to death. He couldn't get out by himself. And the ghost truck has been accelerating, aiming at the black vampire. James' eyes were a little confused. In this case, what should I do? Take it down. Take down this ghost. Hurry up. The black vampire kept changing directions, but the ghost truck seemed to spot him, and vowed to stop if he killed him. I didn't say, take it down. James smashed in the cab, seeing what smashed. The female vampire is helping out. The lights, hood, exhaust pipe, and tires are all targets of her attack. The black vampire was pushed up and down, and his physical strength was exhausted. His eyes were scarlet, and he had to use the blood that is the core of the blood family to supplement his physical strength. Fuck. You guys hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. This ghost is going to kill me. Please www.ltnovel.com help me. I can't hold on. The black vampire kept urging, which made James and the female vampire very annoyed. They wanted to ignore it and killed the idiot, but the black vampire began to plead again. When the three vampires and the ghost truck passed a bridge, the female vampire took down the engine completely. James also destroyed the cab in a mess and punched 2 big holes in the door. At this moment, the bridge deck collapsed. The 3 vampires caught off guard and fell down with the ghost truck. James pushed away the boulder angrily and crawled out of the ruins with some difficulty. He looked at the ghost truck with dark eyes. This truck was very miserable at this time, and it was broken like scrap iron. If it weren't for the energy of the evil spirits, no one wants this car to be thrown at the waste collection station. Suddenly, a burst of black smoke emerged from the exhaust pipe of the ghost truck and disappeared into the air at a very slow speed. James. The female vampire's call sounded in the distance, and he turned to look. The female vampire Victoria was embarrassed to the extreme. Her pretty good face was full of scratches. She was cut by a lawnmower that flew out from nowhere, and her blonde hair is now the same as being chewed by a dog. Don't look at me, look over there. She pointed to the other end of the ruin, and James frowned and looked over. The black vampire is dead. The bridge collapsed. Although he swiftly avoided the collision of the ghost truck, he just fell to the bottom of the bridge when he was smashed into the face by a gravel the size of a millstone with gravity. Yes, most of his head was smashed, and now there is only a small piece of chin still attached to his neck, which is obviously too dead to die. Chapter 24, New Car. James, we should calm down. Lawrence's soul has disappeared. What kind of thing can take away the soul of a vampire? This ability is really weird. The female vampire wants to persuade her lover to give up. They have a long life. There is no need to die here at all, it is worthless to lose his life inexplicably. The soul of the black vampire disappeared completely, which made her feel a real fear. How about strong body recovery? Some strange power inhibited the vampire's ability to regenerate. Now that even the soul is gone, can this be resurrected? James grabbed the female vampire by the neck. You actually want to give up? That guy's attack is getting weaker and weaker, can't you see this? He has become weak, shall we become stronger? The female vampire looked at the body of the black vampire and did not speak. She was using silence to express her attitude. I admit that this guy is really capable, but there are only a few back and forth. As long as he masters the rules, it is not difficult to deal with. He was closely connected with that woman before, and now the connection has reached us. What does this mean? Don't you understand? The white vampire James lowered his voice. I always feel that if this ability is controlled by us, the power will be very powerful. Use your brain to think about it. If we can crack the secret of this ability, those vampire elders can only kneel kiss our feet on the ground. Lure, intimidate, persuade with good words, threaten with evil words. The two vampires have a little difficulty reaching a consensus. They will continue to fight that strange guy. By the way, kill the woman with poisonous tongue. The death of a black vampire made the of death feel bad. His form of existence is difficult to interpret from a human perspective. He once existed, but then fell, and is now revived again. Many things are actually different from before. As for the whole world, he is still in the stage of recognizing him. At this time, he is like a newly born child, except that he has huge energy compared to ordinary babies. Battle with vampires, coupled with the defeat of the white-clothed female ghost, made him realize the difference between ordinary people and extraordinary people. He learned experience and began to accumulate energy. When the time was right, he would launch a new round of attacks. At this time, Bella parked her car on the side of the road, looking curiously at the nearly all scrapped, but she was still chasing her ghost truck. The tires of this car were completely destroyed, the engine and transmission shaft were either missing or broken. The appearance of the whole car was very miserable, but it still relied on the evil spirits in the car to provide power, and the tortoise speed was slow towards Bella's position. Move slowly. Who can you kill at this speed? Racial discrimination can't be deadly. Bella picked up a stone from the side of the road and threw it at a distance. He heard a muffled sound, and the door on the left side of the ghost truck was smashed into a hollow. This car is over. The ghost in the car is almost dead. She quickly came to such a conclusion. If Bella is an ordinary person, she can only be like many supporting actresses in horror movies, screaming heartily while continuing to run, as far as she can, but she obviously is not. She approached the ghost truck with a little excitement. The closer she got, the more angry the car seemed. It was roaring, yelling, and trying to kill all passers-by. Follow me. Bella grabbed the truck's door, and she pulled the badly broken door down. The truck was actually still moving forward at this time, but the speed was already extremely slow, and Bella easily entered the cab. Ugh! She was sitting in front of the steering wheel and found that a white misty creature seemed to be condensed and formed, and there was a small translucent piece in the white mist, struggling like a ball of thread. Haha! Fortunately I came and took a look. At first glance, she saw that this white misty creature should be the soul of the truck driver, but it was destroyed too badly before it could not be formed. The black ball of thread wrapped by him is also easy to identify. Isn't this the soul of a black vampire? Once the truck driver's soul swallows the soul of the black vampire, he will probably be able to recover from his injuries and continue to pursue Bella. Your luck is so bad. The only magical mind shield she was good at was used as a weapon by her and smashed at the co-pilot's position. The mist-shaped creature is like a sandwich, sandwiched by the mind shield on both sides, and squeezed in between. Persisted for less than 2 seconds, and the ball of thread representing the soul of the black vampire was squeezed out, and then the soul of the truck driver was on the verge of collapse. Just as Bella was about to kill this guy completely, a white light and shadow suddenly appeared outside the car door. Has an exploding figure, black hair covering her face, wearing a white dress and bare feet. Send me home. Bella really did not control her mood swings, she seemed to see her relatives. Fuck. Big sister, you are not dead. For Bella www.novel.com. As long as she is truly praised and praised for her beauty, that is a good person. Loved ones. Send me home. The ghost in white pointed at Bella's pickup. Is still the same, but the specific meaning is very different. Bella carefully understood, frowned, distinguished the information she had read from the Chinook energy, and after coming over for a while, she tentatively asked, "You mean, you and mine the car is already integrated?" This answer is unexpected, but it is reasonable. The pickup itself has been used by the Indian tribes for nearly 30 years, and it was more or less contaminated with the spirits of the Indian tribes. After that, Bella drove the car to escape the attack of death repeatedly. To some extent, this car was also it is considered to be immortal. When the female ghost in white was beautifully killed by someone, by mistake, she merged her last soul essence with the pickup. She got rid of her fate to seduce a passing male driver, and at the same time, the pickup became different from before. The ghost in white nodded, and pointed to the ghost truck on the other side. Send me home. Bella scratched her head and thought for a while, do you want the parts of this truck to transform the pickup you are hosting now? Send me home. But the pickup is my car, what? I counted on mine during the day and yours at night? Why are you still shifting? It makes it like driving a rental, weird. Send me home. In this way, let's talk about 2 conditions. As long as you don't kill people casually, and then praise me every 7 days, then I will promise you, how about? After some consultations with the female ghost in white, they finally reached a friendly agreement. Chapter 25, Troubles of Life. Bella sighed again and again. The ghost quality of this year in the United States is obviously not good. Their ancestors all started their business by walking, but now they have to take a car? What a fall! But an agreement was reached, and she was not lazy. The engine that reappeared in the ghost truck was rudely removed by her chassis. There was a crackling smash, although it was messed up, but it was taken off. None of the fuel tank, tubing, and pressure-limiting valve were let go. In the end, even the broken tires and car lights were unloaded by her and piled beside the original pickup truck. The ghost in the ghost truck is still alive. Bella is worried about killing this guy, and the parts she has worked so hard to unload become air. Can you pretend these things? I can't pretend to be. She asked, pointing to the parts everywhere. Don't say it's her, even Jacob can't install it when he comes, it doesn't match at all. The female ghost in white was very calm, she brushed the parts one by one, and finally patted the pickup's engine with her palm. In the next moment, I saw the parts flying all over the sky, translucent, wrapping up the pickup like rain. Bella let go of her spiritual shield and threw only a small group of ghosts of the truck driver with a pale white halo to the female ghost in white. The rather screaming scream lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the ghost in white had finished devouring it, a brand new pickup was born. 100 times faster than the fastest repairman in the world, the original round front of the pickup has become an angular square, the bumper is pure black, looks extremely strong, and the severely peeling paint shell is now changed. It became silver grey, and even the car body was lifted up a lot, and on the rear side of the left and right doors, there was also a vertical exhaust pipe. It was originally a pickup truck that was only used for food delivery, but now it has been modified like this, and it means something like a Ford F650 muscle car. It is full of horsepower and has a cool style, and because this car is now considered a ghost car, there is no need to burn oil. Perfect. Send me home. The female ghost in white seems to say a few words back and forth. The big killer "Do you think I'm pretty?" was blocked by Bella. Thinking that everyone was driving together, Bella felt that it was necessary to learn more about each other. You must not remember the full name. I'm Bella, what's your name? After the white-clothed female ghost swallowed the ghost of the truck driver, her eyes became so sharp. When she heard Bella's question, she began to extract information from her severely damaged memory. Drove for more than 10 kilometers before she replied in a very weak tone, Xiao. Shaw. Bella probably knows this is a surname, but if you want to ask more information, Miss Xiao, the ghost girl, doesn't know. Can't recall at all, and her psychic energy will not change her memory out of nothing, and can only wait for her to accumulate strength and slowly recover by herself. Miss Xiao is very honest. She neither seduce wild men nor is interested in black people. The truck driver's grievances seemed to strike a balance with something in the core of her soul. She got rid of her original fate of binding spirits. Part of the memory was awakened, and when it was okay, he merged with the pickup, and did not come out to disturb Bella. What a good ghost! Bella sighed again and again. Psionists often have them, but enthusiastic ghosts are not common. You must be nice to this tool man, but don't let her dissipate completely. Bella was going to say hello to Natasha while passing through the prosperous town in Arizona, only to find that she was not in the town. On the phone call, I realized that the little beauty Natasha, including her sheriff's mother, is now in Phoenix. According to Natasha, it is actually not a big deal, that is, her current parents are about to divorce. It's going to be divorced. Isn't it a big deal? I don't know you well, why? Bella held the steering wheel with one hand and called with the other. It's not because of the money. The $100,000 given by Stark Industries, that guy wanted to use the money to invest, but my mother didn't agree. Bella listened with a gossip mind. In fact, the plot is very simple and cliched. It is the stepfather of an ordinary employee who wants to obtain the right to use the $100,000, but Natasha's mother thinks that the family is ready to give up the toy car at that time. Natasha tripped the female robber and finally took the toy car back. She intends to use $100,000 as an education fund for her 3 children, which will be reserved for university use. The conflict between the two sides appeared, and the stepfather of the small employee ignored him and forced money into the stock market. What year is it now? It's 2000. At the time of the Nasdaq avalanche, $100,000 disappeared without even splashing. After, the couple started fighting. When Natasha's mother was carrying a shotgun to argue with her husband, the man asked for a divorce. Bella's 40 days were very fulfilling, and Natasha also had a dramatic time. 40 days, the family went through the whole process of windfall, uneven distribution, noisy, collapse, fights and divorce. Natasha still lives with her mother, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Stepfather took the young man away, the bare child in the marriage is raised by the father, and the woman has visitation rights and other things such as bala bala. How about? Let Charlie think about my mother? They should be able to talk. Natasha didn't have the grief after the collapse of her family. She didn't care much about the gains and losses of $100,000. She just wanted to do something interesting. In her opinion, it is very interesting to mix Bella's father and her mother together. Bella is helpless about this. People getting married, divorced, moving, and transferring schools are just as casual as every day. She can only try to adapt to this environment. It's very cold here in Washington state. It's okay, I am of Russian descent, I am not afraid of the cold. Well, our bathroom is small, I suggest you don't come," she said casually. Natasha Grid smiled, "We can wash together." Bella hummed, and just ignored the other party, "Would C be great? Can you look down on B? Cheesy." Natasha joked casually, and as she talked, she suddenly became so serious. "Charlie won't be very poor, right? Charlie is poor." Bella doesn't know. She only knows that she is not rich, but she is definitely not poor. At any rate, it is a national public official. For police workers in remote areas, both the federal and the state governments have subsidies of varying amounts. No matter how poor, where can they be poor? Bella's old lady took her away when she was a few months old, and then poor Charlie was single for 17 years. He lives frugally and has no bad habits. The only house he had was built before marriage. He wandered around the town every day and didn't go anywhere. What could he cost? Chapter 26, Recent Status of Survivors. Bella is not sure how many assets Charlie actually has. She is very cautious. After saving for so many years, there should be some savings, right? Then let him buy a big house and prepare 3 bathrooms. It's best to have a swimming pool. It's obviously not a word, but Natasha on the other end of the phone is already enthusiastically discussing the allocation of future rooms. Bella coughed, "I will go to university this year, there is no need to get so many bathrooms. Then all belong to me." They talked about shoe cabinets, wardrobes, gyms, dressing rooms, and interior decoration styles from the bathroom. Was not interested in the beginning, but after chatting, Bella's interest was gradually mobilized. Charlie is a good person. Finding him a daughter-in-law is worthy of his care for more than a month. Natasha's old lady is very beautiful, and she is as old as a wolf, and she needs people like Charlie with years of savings to deal with it. If they have a love crystallization, they will also have a dependency in their old age. After Bella went to college, she had very little contact with Charlie. Natasha was also a wild child. It is unrealistic to expect her to stay at home with the elderly. It is better to seize the time while the old couple still has energy. They have the opportunity to create another villain. Bella gave some thoughts about the future, and quietly estimated Charlie's total assets with Natasha, and then they hung up the phone with comprehension. Entering the Phoenix City area, in West Phoenix, Bella found Alex, a young student who also had a strong premonition of death. She feels that the of death has moved away from her. This is good for her, but it is a disaster for ordinary people. She must understand the current situation. "You encountered, did you have that kind of attack?" The air conditioning in the bar was full, but the young Alex was still sweaty, and his expression was extremely nervous. "Yes." Bella replied very positively. "How many times?" "And many times. I can't remember too many times." Of course she couldn't say that. She was afraid to tell the truth. Young Alex would be scared to death. "Twice." Young Alex lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that he would leak key secrets, which would lead to even more terrifying killings by the of death. The smell of alcohol and sweat on his body mixed together, which made Bella a little uncomfortable, but she still leaned in to listen. If someone wants to tell herself the truth, she has to cheer more or less. As expected, the young Alex's words are not new, but the theory of death according to the seat on the plane to kill. After listening patiently to the other party's findings, Bella asked her questions. How is the survivor's situation now? What about Claire? What about Professor Gray? What about the dark-haired guy who works as a waiter in a French restaurant? Alex's expression was full of panic. Sam Rodden is dead. 2 hours ago, a table knife pierced his head. Is this a leading actor? Bella frowned slightly. Claire seems to be with her brother. As for Professor Gray, Alex thought for a moment. It seems to have gone to his friend's house to live temporarily. That is the very famous rich man. Old rich man? Bella was at a loss. She only knew the rich man. Professor Xavier, Professor Charles Xavier. Alex flipped through the phone, and finally said the name. Charles Xavier? After Bella's mind turned around, she recalled this image, bald, in a wheelchair, smiling, the spiritual leader of the X-Men. She is not completely ignorant of the Marvel world. She was not connected before. Now with the surname of Gray, she knows the cards of Professor John Gray. The old man's own strength is indeed weak, just an ordinary person. But his friend, his daughter is fierce. Headed by Professor Charles Xavier, and with the help of Piano Gray and Laser Eye, the Rookie of Death is a dead word even in the past. If nothing else, Professor John Gray seems to be the safest. People. Saying goodbye to young Alex, Bella leaves the bar. Send me home. As soon as she got in the car, Miss Pickup suddenly appeared and passed her a simple message. Bella quickly turned her head, and found in the rearview mirror two very fast figures swaying in the distance. The vampire has come after Phoenix. So annoying. Bella slammed on the gas pedal and hurriedly left the city. With one enemy and two, she can't beat two vampires with rich fighting experience. But now the state of the two vampires is obviously not in their heyday, and she also has the half-helper Miss Picka on her side. The outcome of the fight between the two parties is really unknown. Bella made a panicked look, slammed the steering wheel, the pickup was arcing on the road, sparks charged along the way, it seemed that the driver could no longer control the car. She still sternly yelled behind her, "Is the dead? Do you want to die too? Fools! Come here again, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, you are going to die too." The two vampires followed her through 4 states from north to south. This journey was not easy and pleasant. At this time they wanted to kill Bella, her blood, eat her heart, and then the hatred can only be relieved by a big deal. The two vampires were worried that Bella's abilities depended on words. At this time, the silence of each match was to make up their minds and not give her a chance to use her ability. The of Death has also become smarter, and he no longer mixes with him indiscriminately, not to mention that the telephone poles fall down, the transformers explode, there is no wind, and the surroundings are quiet and no waves can be seen. Two vampires, one on the left and the other on the right, flew towards Bella's pickup. They had a good understanding, the female vampire tentatively added interception, and then the male vampire launched a fatal attack. Bella kept calculating the distance between them and herself, and found that the one closest to her turned out to be a female vampire. She was a little disappointed. Her suffocated big move would surely kill one by surprise, and the remaining one would need some hard work. Originally, she planned to kill the male vampire, James, who is good at tracking, but now this guy is a bit far away from herself, but the female vampire Victoria is only a dozen meters away from her. She quickly made a decision, killing one first before talking. This female vampire is fast, and keeping it is a curse. Bella slammed the handbrake and then violently hit the steering wheel, but she didn't need to step on the brakes. The pickup turned 120 degrees on the spot at a speed that was very inconsistent with the laws of physics. There was no friction between tires and the road, no side slip. Turned over in an instant, and still maintained the previous 60% speed. She stepped on the gas pedal to the end, and ran into the female vampire Victoria. Chapter 27, Slayer Vampire. With a loud bang, the female vampire was caught off guard. She was hit by a pickup while she was accelerating and flew out nearly 20 meters away. Before she got up and scolded, Bella was seen turning over and jumping out of the pickup, her eyes glowing with a light blue light, which was a sign of her psychic power reaching her limit. Her left foot slammed on the ground, leaving a shallow footprint. Speed up in an instant, the latter came first, and in less than a second, he came behind the female vampire. The male vampire James hurriedly stopped the forward pace, turned around, ready to rush to the side to support, but he happened to see Bella pulling off the head of the female vampire with his hands hard. "This smell is really stinky. Look at what I said just now? You scumbags are going to die today. Bella carried the head of the female vampire, her tone full of confidence. She is using her psychic energy to continue to bless her physical fitness, constantly saying things like you can and you are great to herself. It's too late to practice fighting skills, but as long as you are faster and stronger than the opponent, that's fine. I am confident that this thing is very mysterious. One party is full of morale, and the other party will naturally be affected, especially when James finds that he has calculated one thing wrong. He always thinks that Bella is just a strange ability and has no power to fight back. But now he has to change his cognition. This hateful woman can screw off a vampire's head before she can react. This speed and strength absolutely exceed the limit of human beings. He has such a little lack of confidence. When Bella rushed over, he couldn't help taking a half step back. After that, his ruthless nature prevailed. What are you afraid of? Let's fight. After 3 strokes, his confidence recovered more than half. Bella's tactics like king and 8 punches are really not threatening. And Bella also felt that after the first 3 moves, her confidence was declining rapidly. She deceived outsiders, but she could not deceive herself. She basically has no fighting ability. She deceives herself and says that she can fight very well. What should she actually do, or what? She really can't beat James the vampire. If you can fight, you can fight. If you can't fight, you can run. There is nothing to say. She wouldn't be able to make false or real moves. She shoveled the ground and raised a large piece of sand, then she turned her head and ran. James did not hesitate, and he flew after him. Get down! A violent shout sounded from the front left. A black Chevrolet is in the middle of the road. The muscular white man wearing a tactical vest and holding a gun in both hands is aiming behind Bella at this time. Who is this? Seeing that the other party wanted to help, Bella did not refuse. She jumped to the side and completely let go of the white man's shooting. Boom boom boom, continuous gunfire sounded afterwards. The Beretta M92F is indeed a famous gun, but the initial speed of the pistol is a bit slow for the vampire, and the distance between the two sides is also far enough. James dodges left and right, his own speed has only dropped by 20%, and he has avoided the 5 shots before and after. Bullets. This is the first time a white man has seen an enemy who can dodge bullets at close range, but his psychological quality is much better than that of Bella. Although he was a little surprised, he did not panic. Did not retreat for half a step. His hands holding the gun were extremely steady, and he continued to shoot without stopping. He used his rich combat experience to predict James' dodge speed and angle in advance. The vampire had just dodged a bullet and found that the next bullet had already come in front of him. At this time, his old power was exhausted, and his new power was not born. Facing the Beretta M92F with an initial speed of 375 mph, it was too late to dodge. Vampires are also flesh and blood, and they can be injured even if a bullet hits them. He was shot again and again. Bella jumped out from the side and kicked off one of his legs. When the white man changed his magazine, another brown-haired woman walked down from the black Chevrolet. This brown-haired woman, Bella, knows Claire Redfield, who has seen him twice in the plane crash. At this time, Claire tied her hair into a ponytail, a white shirt with a short jacket, jeans, and short boots underneath, which was completely different from the previous student's dress. She looked heroic, like a female soldier about to step onto the battlefield. Relatively speaking, the mercenary dress of the white man beside her is not abrupt. Such a muscular man with a firm face makes him awkward to wear a suit and tie. 2 people, 1 person, and 1 pistol, smashed James, who was greatly reduced in mobility. At Bella's request, he fired several shots at the vampire's head until he smashed his head. Then he stopped. Then Bella put the corpses of the 2 vampires together, poured gasoline, set fire, and burned. Whether the black vampire died or not, she doesn't know where it died, and she can only do this at present. At this time, a very serious problem lay before her eyes. The power and speed she had shown when fighting vampires before was so amazing. She didn't think Claire hadn't seen them. How could she explain it? Before Bella could figure out the reason, the white man made up an answer himself. Is this guy the legendary biochemical soldier? His strength and speed are amazing. Hey? www.novel.com. Yes, yes. You are right. It is after genetic modification, you know. Bella wiped. He took a handful of sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and his mind was like a slideshow. After the two of them appeared, he went through his own performance. I was about to turn around and run away. The two of them should have discovered some of their own anomalies, but they didn't ask, so there was no need to say it. Think of it as a genetically modified biochemical warrior. Miss Swan, you are very dangerous now. This is my brother Chris. He is working for the FBI. Chris, the white man, took out his ID in a formal manner and shook it in front of Bella's eyes. Claire quickly introduced the names of the two of them, and Bella nodded. In fact, she didn't believe in the so-called FBI identity of Chris. As we all know, the FBI's personnel are extremely diverse, including but not limited to their own agents, SHIELD agents, Hydra, CIA, KGB, Mossad, MI6, various fancy civilian armed groups, hunters, demons, vampires, demons, angels, and aliens. Randomly find 10 people on the street. In fact, one person can definitely find FBI ID, and it still looks very real. Bella didn't know what their siblings meant. What is the danger in your mouth? Chris looked around, and then said in a low voice, an enemy hidden in the dark caused an air crash. I suspect he used some kind of optical camouflage, and then deliberately designed some coincidences to complete the killing layout. The presence here proved that this is a criminal with high intelligence. Bella. If it weren't for the truth, I would believe it. Chapter 28, Invisible Enemy. Bella thinks that Claire's investigation has no practical significance. Others don't know. Does she still know? This is what the of Death did. If you have a better understanding of some religious myths, you can delineate this of Death as the American of Death. If you subdivide it, it is the of Death of the Maya. It has nothing to do with high-tech criminals and has nothing to do with Magneto. But when the car parked on the side of the road suddenly started and slammed into the three of them, Bella was not so sure of her judgment. Reaper's site is not nearby. She knows this very well. The car is just a private car of an ordinary office worker. It is not a ghost car. It is not controlled by supernatural powers or magic, but there is no one in the cab. How did the car start? Her psychic abilities are focused on defense, not offense. She has never been strong in detection, and the presence of the Claire brothers and sisters has confused her limited perception. Bella jumped to the side, and then saw the car crashing into the Claire brother and sister, and the two brothers and sisters also dodge each other. At this time, the car door opened, and it seemed that an invisible giant hand hit Claire out of thin air. The brown-haired beauty was knocked down just before she had time to make a defensive action, and then a sharp kitchen knife appeared out of thin air and stabbed Claire in the neck. What is? Bella still didn't see any abnormalities. A vague figure was vaguely found in telepathy, but the interference was great. She couldn't watch Claire die. She hurriedly speeded up, and instantly came to the side of the brown-haired beauty, and pulled her arm to the side. At this time, Chris also took a quick shot and shot at the empty space in front of Claire. The enemy's reaction was faster than expected, and the kitchen knife slashed fiercely on Claire's shoulder, and then seemed to want to continue chasing, but Bella had retreated 5 meters away with Claire, and the kitchen knife seemed to suddenly lose control the same, falling to the ground, and the empty car dashed in an arc, flicked and flicked Chris, and then drove into the main road, and disappeared in the city's traffic. Bella has a bewildered face. Everything happened too suddenly. She has no idea what happened. What kind of enemy is this? Why can't I see the figure? Remotely controlled? The supernatural? The magic side? Or is it some kind of power? Chris was swept by the rear of the car, but it was not serious. He wanted to heal his injured sister and did not pursue it. 15 minutes later, in the temporary residence of the brothers and sisters, Chris gave her sister a simple dressing, and by the way told Bella about their latest investigation results. 2 months ago, a middle-aged woman named Cecilia reported to the police that she had been subjected to domestic violence by her husband, but not long afterward, his husband, Dr. Optics, Adrian, committed suicide at home. But Cecilia still believes that her husband is still alive, and is monitoring her with some secret means. Chris showed a lot of police records and photos. The woman in the photo looks really ordinary, with a haggard face, and looking straight ahead blankly. She is a completely mentally ill image, still the kind of mental illness with Rhapsody symptoms. Bella asked uncertainly, "What do you mean?" Chris pointed at the photo with his finger. "The police and many of her relatives think she has a mental illness, but I don't think so. Maybe her husband is still alive and uses some kind of optical invisible device to stay around her. And psychopathically created the 180 flight crash and the series of murders that occurred during this period." The amount of information in this passage is a bit large. After a long time, Bella asked in a weird voice, "Do you think the attack just now was caused by some kind of technological equipment? There was such a person at the scene, who has been hiding next to us." Chris' eyes were extremely firm. "Yes. I have investigated some of Adrian's information. He has a strong desire for control and a very distorted personality. Even the invitation from the Ministry of Defense was rejected by him on the grounds that his wife was not allowed to leave his sight. This person is concerned about his wife. It has reached a morbid level." Chris also turned up a photo. The middle-aged aunt in the photo was holding a sharp knife in her hand. Her facial expression was stiff, she seemed to be frightened, and there was a woman lying on the table next to her, with blood touching the tablecloth to the ground. A large area was dyed red. This is a photo of Cecilia when she was arrested. At that time, many customers in the restaurant said that they had witnessed her killing her own sister, but Cecilia insisted that the knife killed her sister first and then ran away. Was it in her hands similar to the previous attack? Technology equipment can do this? To be honest, after Bella's awakening of extraordinary powers, her mentality exploded a bit, and she always had a slight contempt for technology and equipment. But today Chris killed the vampire with a pistol and taught her a lesson with this inexplicable invisible person. Can't see any shadows at all, come and go freely, and the power looks quite good. This equipment is very powerful. The Clare brothers and sisters believe that the Invisible Man is the murderer of the air crash. Although the suspicion is not too big, the other party is fully capable of committing the crime and must be investigated clearly. And the other party feels that their brother and sister have discovered their secret. www.novel.com rushed over first. It seems that it makes sense to start with the strongest. Chris is going to the Santa Maria Detention and Treatment Center in California to find Cecilia, who has been detained as a neurotic, for more information. Bella volunteered to send Claire to the hospital. The mercenaries' battlefield first aid was indeed effective, but for a woman, scars on the shoulders are always unsightly. Chris is a straight man, and he thinks he can save his life. Law has a different idea. She thinks that if you send Claire to the hospital, the doctor will be more professional in dealing with the injuries. They separated. Chris drove to California alone. Bella helped Claire get on her pickup and sent the beautiful brunette to the hospital. Bella looked at her wallet secretly. The Clare brothers and sisters are typical children of the rivers and lakes. They have no concept of money. It seems that the medical expenses need to be paid by themselves. She was not stingy when she helped her kill the vampire. Bella's predecessor has lived in Phoenix for more than 10 years, and she has an insurance card here. Pulled Claire to the hospital, even though she knew that the emergency treatment here was super expensive. Bella went through the emergency procedure. When Claire was sent to the ward and the doctor said that she was not in a serious condition, Bella was relieved. At this time, she is very eager to develop a healing ability, and the invisibility technique seems to be good too. She doesn't know exactly how the invisible person's optical invisibility is achieved, but she probably understands the principle. This is the same as in the Fox High School truck side slip incident, where she used psychological hints to make people around her ignore her. Actually, the person didn't. The disappearance still exists objectively, but it is invisible to others. Can't see. She felt that she had a vague idea. Chapter 29, Invisible Man. Miss Pickup is a ghost that ordinary people can't see, but it can be photographed by video cameras, mobile phones and other technological equipment. In other words, ghosts don't have true invisibility, but humans can't see them. Optically invisible Bella is not an extravagant hope. There is a lot of physical knowledge involved in that thing, and she has a headache thinking of the huge amount of calculation. The invisibility ability of ghosts can be used for reference and research. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly grabbed her neck with both hands and pushed her against the wall. At the same time, she was trying to strangle her with her fingers. Bella forcefully smashed the opponent's hand and was able to do a ton of bench press. Her strength was not weak at all. At this time, she was a little flustered and lacking preparation, but it was far above the limit of ordinary people. But she used force twice in a row, and there was little space for the other's fingers to loosen, and instead lifted her more than 30 centimeters from the ground. "You're looking for death." Bella punched her in front of her, but the other party suddenly let go, and she hit nothing. Before she could regain her balance, the other party suddenly appeared behind her, grabbed her neck and slammed into the wall of the ward. There was a loud noise, and the wall and Bella's forehead had a close contact. At the very close of her hair, she also used her excellent reaction ability to grab the opponent's arm. It feels weird. It's not the smooth tights she imagined. Instead, she felt a lot of fine bumps, pits, not flat at all. Some of them were shrinking, some were sticking out, as if she had caught a large dense ice. She deserved enough. What the hell? Come here too. Bella's head was a little dizzy. She was uncomfortable and couldn't make the other person feel better. She moved up the position of her arm and grabbed the position of the head, which was suspected to be the head. Regardless of the nausea, the arm is hard, pressing the opponent's head and hitting the wall. The opponent may have some kind of mechanical equipment blessing, which is extremely powerful, but in order to maintain optical invisibility, the agility is too much. Bella grabbed the opponent's head, aimed at the wall, and banged twice in a row. Papa papa! A series of small cracking sounds sounded, and a vague human figure suddenly appeared in her hand. A small part of the head, shoulders, and upper body are exposed, and the legs are still hidden in the air. This is a man who is over 1.85 meters tall. His exposed body is covered with dense optical lenses. Bella feels as if she is stared at by countless pairs of eyes, which is very uncomfortable. The invisible man knew he was exposed, so he turned and ran. "Look at where you are going." Bella dressed as an ordinary person. She and Claire have no criminal record. It is normal to appear in the hospital, and this invisible person looks dark with a strange optical lens. It's not normal how to think. With a sliding shovel, she kicked the invisible person's calf with a kick. This time, the optical lens on the leg was kicked and exploded. Most of the optical lens on the invisible person was still working, but his body can no longer be completely hidden. He ran out in a panic. Bella stood still on the spot, not chasing at all. "Where is this place?" "This is the hospital." The dressing of the invisible person is too exaggerated, it is hard not to be noticed. Bella will be more conspicuous if she goes after her. She didn't want to chase, but the injured Claire had a different opinion. "Can't let that guy go. He killed a lot of people. We must catch him. This charge of killing a lot of people was imposed by your brothers and sisters, right?" Claire was determined. Bella scratched her head. She was somewhat curious about the invisibility cloak, and she could only agree. But she still told Claire to stay in the hospital to recuperate and pursue her by herself. Claire took out a map from his trouser pocket. It showed several places where the invisible person might be hiding in Phoenix. Bella took the map and drove out of the hospital's predecessor lived in Phoenix for more than 10 years, but to Bella today, this is a strange city. From north to south, across 4 states, from Foxtown to Phoenix, this road is all along the highway, she has no problem. But after going around twice in a large city with an area of 1,200 square kilometers and the 6th largest population in the United States, she couldn't find the north. Fortunately, there is still a tool man in the car, and Miss Pickup will show her the way. Send me home. Bella's face was horrified. What did you say? Is the mining building in the street just now? I thought it was the intersection ahead. She can't figure out what work Ms. Picka did before her death, but the other party's ability to recognize the way is much better than her. Claire's mark on the map is very simple. She thinks Bella is a local and has lived in this city for 10 years. Can't you understand the local map? Actually, Bella just can't understand it. Fortunately, Miss Picka can understand. Send me home. Oh. Got it, turn left. Send me home. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Is there a way here? Are you wrong? Hey, there is a way. She was lucky. She didn't find anything at the first hiding spot, but she found a clue at the second hiding spot. Several pieces of optical lens fell on the roadside, and 2 grey footprints were vaguely visible on the ground. After being taught by scientists to be humans, Bella acted more cautiously. She began to negotiate terms with Miss Picka. You don't have to praise me this week. Go in and help me investigate and see how many enemies there are and if they have any weapons. She made up her mind to use supernatural to defeat science. Ms. Picka seemed to think that the conditions were good, so she floated in to investigate. After a short time, she came out. Send me home. This time there was a lot of information, and Bella used psychic energy to decipher for a long time. You mean there are 2 people inside? The woman is tied up, and the man is invisible. He has a pistol. Bella has a new understanding of Miss Picka again, familiar with the roads in the city, and knowing pistols. It seems that it is not an ancient ghost. The ghost cannot leave its host for a long time, and Bella needs to do it himself to deal with invisible people. This hiding spot is an abandoned factory, and Bella imposes a spiritual hint on herself that people around you can't see me. Her use of hints is still at a very early stage, there is still a long way to go before it becomes a spell. Soon after entering the abandoned factory, she heard hoarse screams. The idea of pulling off the switch and fighting the enemy afterwards is very good, but she doesn't know where the switch is. At this time, she can only climb up the scaffolding, relying on her superb physical fitness, along the steel of the abandoned factory. Liang, go forward a little bit. Chapter 30, Spirituality versus Science. In the very center of the abandoned factory building, Bella saw her goal. An ant with a square face, withered yellow hair and a haggard face was tied to a chair. She cursed at the air, cursing why the other party killed her own sister, cursing the other party for ruining all her life, cursing the other party why can't let go yourself. Actually like such an ant? Bella shook her head repeatedly, and the taste of Dr. Optics is really unique. The middle-aged ant yelled at her right side, but Bella felt that there was someone on her left. The damage on the invisible person was no longer visible. It is unclear whether it was repaired or replaced by another invisibility suit. Invisible people are actually not that powerful. Apart from being fascinated by ghosts, when it comes to their fighting skills, they are really at odds with Bella. He has a lot of power, but his agility is a flaw. Maybe the optical lens can't maintain the invisible effect at high speed, which causes the invisible person's usual speed to be slow. Bella waited on the spot for a while, but she found that no matter how the middle-aged ant scolded, the invisible person had no intention of revealing his behavior. He did not show up. Bella carefully chose the same way to return. Falling from the sky, it is impossible to kill with one blow. If she rushes out, then she is in danger. She returned to Pikarai and began to ponder her invisibility, and then she waited for it to get dark. The night environment is not good for her, and it is not good for the invisible person, but it is good for Miss Pika. The ghost can expand its range of activities at night. There is a helper, but if you don't use it, that's the problem. Bella has no weapons, no active attack skills, no fighting ability, typical 3 no personnel. She is not sure to take the invisible person, so through negotiations, persuade Miss Pika to help herself. This is an indispensable process. The abandoned factory at night was very gloomy and cold. The middle-aged woman Cecilia was from California to Arizona. She suffered a lot of crimes along the way. The one on the side has been wearing a stealth cloak and hiding in the dark, even now. The man who didn't want to show up even frightened her. Kill me. I'm just an ordinary woman. Please, kill me. Let go of my family and stop torturing me. Adrian. You coward. If you have the ability, stand up and stand in front of me. The middle-aged aunt may beg or curse, but the invisible people are indifferent. Dangling made a crisp sound, and the middle-aged aunt felt as if there was some noise on the shelf behind her side. She was not sure, in a trance. But the invisible man discovered an anomaly. Just now, he vaguely saw a white figure drifting past the shelves. It's 2000, and it's an amazing invention to be able to make a stealth cloak that covers the entire optical lens. There is no artificial intelligence in the clothes, no record analysis function, he can only observe with the naked eye. Who is another white shadow floating from the sides of the two of them? This time both of them can see clearly. The middle-aged aunt's eyes were wide, and this sudden appearance made her worldview on the verge of shattering. The invisible man was quite calm, his voice suddenly appeared in the empty space. Is it some kind of projection imaging technology? You even used this trick on me, hee, really naive. Bella hiding in the dark. She found that these capable people are very stubborn. They especially like to explain everything with their own worldview. They refuse to accept things that are different from what they know. Bella can only say that you are happy. Now using a female ghost to deal with a scientist, she didn't hesitate. She continued to command Miss Pika, who had increased her combat effectiveness at night, to make movement on the other side, and she slowly approached them. The abandoned factory at night was very cold, and the arrival of the female ghost caused the ambient temperature to drop several degrees out of thin air. Doctor of Optics still stubbornly believes that the enemy is using projection imaging technology to confuse himself. Think that the female ghost is fake, it is a trick of the enemy. It's not his style to sit and wait for death. He took a knife and cut the rope that was tied to the middle-aged aunt, then raised a pistol and pointed it at the middle-aged aunt's head. S body was covered by a cloak, but the knives and pistols didn't have a cloak. At this time, the two weapons floated abruptly in the air. Go, stand up, let's get out of here. His voice was very powerful, and he was obviously a one-of-a-kind character. The middle-aged aunt can only walk out honestly. The next scene is really a nightmare for her. Invisible people rely on science and technology to become invisible. Miss Pika has her own ghost traits, and Bella uses her not-so-sophisticated spiritual magic to become invisible. 3 invisible people surround the middle-aged aunt. The invisible person cannot see the other 2 people. Bella can't see the other 2 people either. As for Sister Pika, if she can see the 2 of them, I don't know. The invisible man kept looking around, as if he felt that the pistol had exposed his position. He put away the gun, but forcefully asked the middle-aged aunt to move forward. Who Miss Pickup is like acting in a horror movie. www.novel.com, she just wanders around the protagonist without attacking. Opened a door on the east side, the door shaft creaked, and how can you hear it at night? Then she quickly passed by the glass on the west side, frightening the middle-aged aunt's asthma. Before they could recover their composure, they ran to the south and ran into an iron bucket. The crisp sound of dang sang spread far at night, and the invisible person looked back the first time the sound appeared. His movement of looking back is a bit big, exceeding the design limit of optical invisibility, revealing a little humanoid silhouette. Chance. Seeing the other party's exposure, Bella no longer hesitated. She took out the fire extinguisher she had prepared for a long time, and suddenly jumped out from the side, spraying at the silhouette of the human figure and the space around him. The dry powder diffused towards the surrounding with her movements, and the outline of the human figure instantly became clear. Bella also roughly analyzed this guy's mentality by 6 or 7 points. She doesn't understand the matter of optical invisibility, but this guy has a very abnormal and even pathological hobby, which is to bully women. I looked for Claire during the previous attack. I also wanted to strangle Bella in the hospital, tracking, chasing, running away, and then chasing afterwards. This guy seemed to have a stubborn preference for beating women. Let you beat a woman. Bella's trick is no trick. This time is different from the attack on the hospital. There is no emotional interference of panic and hesitation, and her power is fully used. Punched the invisible person's chest, and the brand new invisibility suit was once again shattered by a large optical lens, and the fragments scattered all over the place. Spray dry powder, look for the enemy's traces, and add attacks. Although Bella's set of actions is fast, it also leaves enough time for the enemy to react. Chapter 31, Coroner. Active attack naturally made the psychological suggestion effect brought by the invisibility technique disappear, and Bella's figure was completely exposed. The invisible man fell to the ground with a skill that is not like a scientist, then took out a pistol and shot her repeatedly while lying on his back. Shooting from the bottom up, at an angle of 30 degrees, this angle is rather tricky, his shooting has no effect, but Bella is very uncomfortable. The enemy suddenly lay down, causing Bella to lose the target right in front of her. The inexperienced girl did not immediately think of kicking. And this time the bullet has come. The enemy's dirty routine was a bit caught off guard. Bella retreated awkwardly, ran to hide behind the iron shelf on the other side, and blew a whistle by the way. Is there a helper? The invisible man heard the movement behind him, and turned around 3 times. The bullet passed through Miss Picca's body, but there was no bleeding, no injuries, and no damage to the white dress. The pale face came to the invisible man, and the bloodless lips inhaled slightly, and the invisible man felt that his heart had a short pause. Fake. It's all fake. Scientists are generally extremely confident, especially those who have reached the culmination of optical physics, such as the invisible man. When the middle-aged ant yelled about ghosts, he didn't believe it at all. What the hell? It's nothing more than some technological means. His mental arithmetic ability is amazing, and he has an instinctive instinct for the various refraction and reflection of light. He turned around and saw a steel plate standing on the side and back. He believed that he had seen through the layout of the enemy and fired several shots at the steel plate. Who is this guy hitting? Bella was confused. She no longer hesitated, came behind the invisible man in secret, and punched him in the back of the neck. In the movie, it seems that a blow to the back of the neck can knock a person out. In fact, this is very difficult, and it is not impossible for people with strict training. If you use too much force, you may kill someone. If the force is light, it has no effect. Bella doesn't care whether it's useful or not. It doesn't matter whether the angle of the shot is right or not. Can I not faint or die? Anyway, this guy has committed suicide in the official documents, and it's okay to die again. The invisible man was knocked down with a punch, and the optical lens on the back of his neck shattered again. Bella directly tied him up with the rope he tied the middle-aged ant just now, and then she waved her hand with satisfaction and let Miss Picca go back to the car to rest. Just now, the one just now, that is. The middle-aged ant was obviously terrified. Even when she saw her husband who tortured herself for more than a month was knocked down, she still panicked. Can't do it. Fake, all hallucinations created by you. Bella reassured her again and again, which stabilized the middle-aged aunt's emotions. She found the cloak that the invisible man had worn in the hospital before, and secretly put it away. This thing is not very useful to her. She still advocates the idea that Walai belongs to herself. This kind of optics can't help but be invisible, and it will be exposed at a time, and there are too many shortcomings. But if she was asked to directly turn over to the country, she would feel blood loss, and she would simply keep a set of her own. Bella doesn't know any high-end scientists. The only person around me who is connected with science is Miss Natasha. The little girl has a wide range of subjects. She can talk about any subject. Maybe she knows optical invisibility? After receiving Bella's notice, the Clare brothers and sisters arrived one after another. Humans are a very strange creature, obviously terrified before, but after regaining her calm, the middle-aged aunt picked up the pistol on the ground without saying a word. Bang bang bang, a burst of guns, killing the invisible husband. Chris sighed again and again. A month of hard work was completely in vain. He also hoped to find clues to the 180 flight accident from the invisible man. The middle-aged aunt said frankly that she would surrender herself and would not involve the three of them. The three of them can only express their regrets. The middle-aged aunt is a neuropathy in the legal sense. She killed a sister, and killing another husband who supposedly committed suicide is not a big deal. The invisible person incident came to an end, and the three bid farewell to the middle-aged aunt and returned to the downtown area of Phoenix. In less than 12 hours before and after, the killing speed of death was getting faster and faster. The brothers and sisters are going to gather the survivors to protect them, and at the same time find the Black Hand behind the scenes to avenge all the victims. Bella also secretly made a plan to kill the god, but she also needs to gather all the survivors. She and the Clare brothers and sisters separated and tried to gather the survivors, but the liberal and democratic ideas severely hindered their actions. One said that he was very busy, the other said that he was going to send his children to school, and the rest were scolding the White House and the state government for ineffective work. The murderer was not caught for a long time. There was only one core idea. The protection is to be free. Bella felt that she had thought things too simple, her prestige was not enough, and she wanted to gather all the survivors. www.novel.com, we must rely on official power. Despite the efforts of the Clare brothers and sisters, the victims still appeared one after another. The female teacher who survived the flight accident suddenly fell over while cooking in her kitchen, and then a sharp knife on the knife holder pierced the back of her head and pierced out of her eye socket, killing her on the spot. Bella and Claire went to the female teacher's house to check the so-called enemy track. The female teacher's house is not too big. She has a husband, but her relationship is not good. She has children, but the children basically don't go home. The neighbor's dog smells blood, so she called the police. When the three rushed to the scene, the police had already pulled the cordon. Chris showed off his FBI ID and asked the police about the situation. The police found no clues at the scene and showed no signs of robbery. Suspects of vendetta, love murder, etc. were ruled out. The female teacher was initially judged to have died accidentally. That guy feels very indifferent to me. Bella pointed to the tall, thin black coroner with thin eyes and thin lips outside the cordon. The death of the female teacher was extremely miserable. The sharp knife was still stuck in the eye socket, and the lens was mixed with brain and blood flowed all over her face. When several police officers pushed the body out, they were unbearable. The black coroner's face was as usual, even he looked back and forth at the angle where the sharp knife was pierced with interest. If there were no reminders from Bella, the Clare brothers and sisters hadn't noticed the abnormality. Well, the coroner was originally a person who dealt with corpses every day. It is normal to be gloomy, but it is a problem to be optimistic. But after she reminded, the brothers and sisters did find some abnormalities when they looked over. The black coroner was too cold to the point of ruthlessness. It's like not a person who died, but a toy, a bug. Chapter 32, Storm Girl. The black coroner did not wear protective clothing and looked very irregular. After the forensic doctor beside him finished taking pictures and other recording work, he reached out and took out the sharp knife from the female teacher's eye socket and put it in a sealed bag. Then he wiped his hands, walked up to the three of them, and asked in a leisurely manner, "This is your friend?" Only Claire had contact with the female teacher among the three, so she naturally answered. "She is a good teacher, she shouldn't have such an ending." I can see that Claire has a strong sadness in her heart. Then what kind of ending do you think she should get? She was in a car accident? Was killed by a suspension bridge? Or was she electrocuted? Strangled by a wire rope? Or drowning in the water? Which one do you think is more suitable for her? The black coroner asked with a focused attitude of studying academic issues in the classroom. Claire's eyes were a little angry, her right fist was clenched, and she felt that this person was talking too much. Chris stood in front of his sister and looked directly at the black coroner. "Friend, I think you should have the most basic respect for the dead." The black coroner's nose hummed, "Everyone will die. There is no vain death, no tragic death, only a destined death. Before the destiny, there is no cruelty or cruelty. Yours, you can't feel sympathy for her. I have something else to do, goodbye." The coroner smiled and shook his head, and ordered the police officer to transport the body back to the morgue, and then left alone. "This guy is crazy." Bella didn't feel any extraordinary power from the coroner, and the other party's cult of death also made no secret of it. She felt that this was a person who was crazy about death. There are not many such people in reality, but it cannot be said that there is no one. At this time, she can use a sudden attack to see the condition of the coroner. But Bella gave up. If the other person is an ordinary person, then teasing an ordinary person can be said to be meaningless. If the other party hides deeply, the little temptation now is meaningless, but it will startle the snake. It took 12 hours to deal with the invisible person, and then contacting the survivors and visiting the dead, it took them more than half a day. Bella spent some words to convince the Clare brothers and sisters that this incident is nature's revenge on humans, and there is no need to go to terrorists, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, and Beirut. 2 of the 3 are students. Only Chris has contact with some state agencies, so he naturally finds official assistance. Official? In fact, the survivors did not trust the government. They don't believe that the so-called death incident will fall on them again. They don't think that if they stay at home, well, some bad luck will fall from the sky and kill themselves. But this is an information society, and the speed of information transmission is very fast. The officials are also quite witty. Whenever a survivor dies, they inform all the survivors. When the deaths reached 7 times and succeeded 5 times, the news spread that 5 survivors were killed. The remaining survivors were frightened. Those rich people must do it. They want us to die. The survivors gathered in the gymnasium in the eastern district of Phoenix. It is completely open air, and the accidents that can be manipulated and caused by death will be reduced by a large part. A few old men with gray hair, dry and thin, but big voices gathered together to vent the fear in their hearts. They believed that TWA was hacking the survivors to reduce or exempt compensation. Bella was also very speechless about this. She found that she could not tell the truth about the of death. She knew the truth, but could not tell it because she had no evidence. Many people are accustomed to measuring and identifying what is happening around them based on their own experience. Deep down in Chris's heart, most of them still insist that the murderer is a criminal with a high IQ. Such old men and angry youths put the black pot on the head of the capitalist. Some people think that it was a demon. Some people think that an acquaintance, a business partner, or a neighbor who pretends to be his wife is killing themselves through the 180th flight accident. There are all kinds of weird, all kinds of guesses. Bella is very embarrassed now. She has a rough plan to deal with death, but she doesn't know how to put it forward. "Hey! As she was studying the map and an ancient Indian manuscript, a bright spot suddenly appeared in her perception. If the mental power of an ordinary person is a firefly, then this person is a flashlight. The mental power of ordinary people is mixed and scattered. This guy is relatively solid, and it seems that there is a special training method. Who is this? The psychic detection is very concealed. Bella didn't disturb the other party, and came out to check at will. A brown-skinned woman caught her eyes. She seemed to be of mixed race. She had short silver hair, her eyes were calm, a black one-piece leather jacket and a black cloak, and an X-marked belt hung around her waist. Knowing that Professor John Gray and the X-Men have a very deep relationship, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Bella also investigated the information of the X-Men in this world on the internet. The students couldn't see it, but a few teachers can still see them. After all, they are not terrorists, nor are they secretly organized. They just use the guise of the School of Geniuses to train mutant students. The appearances and names of several teachers are public information and can be searched on the internet. The woman in black is the Storm Girl Orlo Monroe, an African American. Storm Girl's mental power is very strong. In Bella's perception, it is like a thick cloud that breeds squally wind and lightning. But because of her aggressiveness, her mental power also appeared to be quite manic. Her control ability was very poor, and she did not have the ability to detect and read the mind. Bella looked at her back and forth for a few times, but Storm Girl didn't notice anything. Storm Girl is consciously lowering her sense of existence, and it is a group of men and women with tough temperament who enter the gym with her. These guys have a strong temperament, and they all seem to be elite. They have pistols in their back waist. A few of them walked into the gym and looked around. The two words agent were all over their bodies. A very tall, red-haired woman with a height of 1.8 meters is walking in the forefront. Her appearance is actually very beautiful, but the seriousness makes people unable to think of being close. At this time, the survivors got up one after another and looked at this group of uninvited people. The red-haired woman nodded to her side, and a square-faced agent showed her ID. "We are the FBI, please trust us, we will protect everyone, we have arranged a large number of safe houses, it is very safe there." "This is also the FBI?" Bella couldn't help it. She looked at Chris Redfield beside her. "These are your colleagues too?" Chapter 33, Victoria Hand. Chris's public identity during this time was the FBI. There were many survivors who knew his identity. At this time, he could only stand up and look at the red-haired woman. "Hi, Ms. Hand, I heard that you have gone back to school to do research work." The red-haired woman looked at Chris for a few moments. "Chris? Long time no see, research also requires financial support. They asked me to lead the team to deal with this matter. It's just a job." "You? What? I heard that you are still planning to establish your BSAA? Why come to Arizona?" Chris stretched his finger to the other side. "My sister was also involved in this accident." He made an introduction for both sides. "This is my sister Claire, this is Miss Swan, Claire, Bella, and this is Ms. Victoria Hand. She is one of the important directors in charge of the West Coast." Chris only mentioned being in charge of the West Coast, but he didn't say which organization was responsible for the West Coast, and Bella was wise not to ask. The two fake FBI guys chatted like old friends. The survivors trusted Chris more. Seeing that he confirmed the identity of the newcomer, he immediately began to pack things and prepare to go to the safe house to escape. And Victoria Hand has also proved her worth. She knows many parliamentarians and state government officials. After a few phone calls, the obstacles at the official level are swept away. Going to the safe house to escape is too passive and does not fit Bella's plan. She had to ask, "Do you have any specific countermeasures? You must know that this murderer's method is very cruel, and it is particularly hidden." Victoria Hand took a close look at Bella. She didn't like beautiful women, especially women younger than her and more beautiful than her. According to her old personality, she didn't answer this kind of question, but thinking about the weirdness of this mission, she hesitated for a while, and decided to reveal some information. She lowered her voice and said, "We have some research and understanding of this guy. He will use all the surrounding coincidences to kill people, sometimes regularly, sometimes irregularly, and the plan needs to be adjusted at any time according to the specific situation." Her answer is extremely conservative. She seems to have said a lot, but in fact it is the same as she did not say. Bella had to show part of her self-worth. She adjusted her mentality and pretended to be a silly white sweet. "Do you think this guy may not be a person, but some kind of a certain natural law? Or a response mechanism? Or is it a collection of consciousness?" Victoria Hand was serious, and asked in an eliciting tone, "Can you tell me more about your findings?" "Of course you can. Look, why did this guy kill the survivors? Who is he? First exclude TWA. Even if their management and shareholders are crazy, they can't do such an inhumane thing. Secondly, aviation, the company's competitors also have no motive here, at least there is no sufficient motive for killing." Bella thinks Victoria Hand knows part of the truth. Death is such a blatant murder, it is impossible for the national level to know that Victoria Hand seems to want to get the truth about Bella, and then take control of the whole situation based on the information he has already. They can take the initiative, Bella doesn't mind. She started from the analysis of myths and legends, from folklore to unofficial history. She said 70% to 80% of the existence of the death, and she just said that it was a certain Mayan who had already died. "What are you going to do with the FBI?" She talked a lot, seeming to wake up at the end, and asked with some caution. Victoria Hand decided that Bella's information did not exceed her estimate and smiled with satisfaction. "Whenever a survivor encounters a fatal crisis and is rescued, we send him out of the safe house. We use technology. Simulate the magnetic field signal of the last survivor. When all the survivors are evacuated, the scene is sealed off with a special alloy, and buried in the ground together with the death in your mouth." Bella thought about it seriously. This method cannot be said to be bad, but there are too many uncertain factors and too idealistic. Victoria Hand's method has a success rate of up to 20%, and it will definitely kill a lot of people. "I don't understand what your magnetic field technology is. I'm just a student. In fact, this death mechanism still has loopholes. When I was studying Indian culture, I discovered such a thing." Bella unfolds the missionary notes she got from the Foxtown High School library. Victoria Hand, Brother Chris, and Storm Girl came to watch. In the Oasis Plain of Oklahoma 200 years ago, there was a tribe called Sapalpa. They lived in the valley and they were carefree. Until one day, the colonists came and they wanted the natives to move. Go, bow and arrow to gunpowder, stone spear to bayonet. What was the outcome of the war between the colonists and the Aborigines? Bella didn't say, and several people knew everything well. Men, women, children, the chief of the tribe cursed the colonists. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com, and he swears by pointing at the sky that no white man will occupy this gorge anymore, taking the life of the chief as a guide. The price, as witnesses by all the ancestors and gods of the tribe, this valley is cursed by the Sapalpa tribe. Once the white people enter, what awaits them is disease and death. Bella made her own conclusion: the only thing that can fight against death is death. A deadly rule of death can fight another. I have checked the follow-up of this note. The curse of the Zapalpa tribe makes the valley. There are countless insects growing deep underground, and the guy who caused the air disaster cannot accurately estimate the number of surrounding lives involved. Victoria Hand's wisdom is good, and he immediately grasped the point. You mean that we entered the canyon and proactively caused a curse, causing some confusion to the guy who caused the air disaster, and finally offsetting the curse in that canyon? Bella nodded, indicating that she meant it. Victoria Hand thought for a moment, then turned to look at Storm Woman. Madam, what's your opinion? The storm girl with silver hair thought for a while, I personally think that the success rate of the previous plan is higher. It can be seen that Storm Girl's enthusiasm for this action is almost zero. Bella knew that she seemed to know some magic, but she wisely did not go up and get it together. Victoria Hand controls the overall situation. It is impossible for someone to come over and say a few words to her and change the plan. The 42 survivors at the scene still got on the specially reinforced bus. Victoria Hand kept calling, first to confirm the specific location and situation of the canyon, and then to consult with the leaders of their FBI bureau, and mobilized think tanks and experts to analyze the risks of the entire operation, and finally obtained a new operation authorization. Chapter 34, Oriented. Bella's new plan also has a lot of uncertainty. How to make death and curse coincidentally collide, how to ensure that the two will not merge together to kill the survivors, are unknown, and the current methods cannot predict. It turned out that the plan to install the of death in a giant metal box was not cancelled, but it was combined with Bella's plan and used as a backhand. There were a total of 61 survivors in the 180 flight accident. 5 of them were dead. Some of the survivors were abroad, or simply lost contact. The total number of survivors gathered in the end was 42. Unlike Bella, who has encountered countless ghosts and ghosts all the way, everyone wants to come and bully Bella. The effect of Victoria Hand's leadership is ghosts. Not to mention the difficulties at the government level, even those lonely ghosts have not been seen. This made Bella couldn't help but wonder, is this a world of luck rather than a Marvel world? Are ghosts afraid of being an official? Where are you those who were killed on the highway, whose heads were chopped off, and those who were poured into concrete pillars? Come out and say hello to Victoria Hand and make friends. Starting from Arizona, crossing New Mexico, and finally along the highway into Oklahoma. Encountered 5 death crises on the road. The first 4 targets were survivors. The agents were agile, well-trained, and responded much faster than ordinary people. There was no difficulty in rescuing the 4 people. By the time of the 5th attack, the target of the attack became an agent who rescued people before. The of death has abandoned most of the killing rules, and now whoever comes to blend in, he will kill whoever. This is good news. Victoria Hand said. Bella, as the creator of this plan, also nodded secretly. She had long discovered that death is the most powerful when targeting a certain individual, because it is impossible for people to never rest. Once you rest, he will give you a cold breath. It's unstoppable. Except for those fierce people whose bodies are as strong as stainless steel and whose anti-material weapons hit their eyeballs at close range, normal transcendents encounter death rates when they are resting, and there is a high probability that they are dangerous. The core of Bella's plan is to increase variables. The more life forms involved, the better. On the way to Arizona, she found out that Death's intelligence is really low, and when dealing with the 3 vampires, he behaved very confusedly. 3 vampires are in chaos. What happens when you deal with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of undead bugs? She is looking forward to that picture. While resting on the road, Bella wanted to learn how to use a pistol from Claire. She hasn't reached the age to carry a gun, but she doesn't have any offensive skills at the moment, so she feels a little safe to carry a gun. Claire did not refuse either, and drew the pistol, ready to teach her to aim. But the gun was just raised, and suddenly it was hit by a fat ant behind him. With a bang, the gun went off. Is Claire's agility. At the critical moment, the wrist turned out, and the agent on the other end reached out and dragged it. This avoided the tragic fate of young Alex being shot headshot. 2 ladies, I suggest you do less unnecessary actions. Victoria Hand warned them seriously. Bella and Claire laughed together. What kind of gun to practice? Just stay honestly. The Sapalpa Gorge in the Oasis Plain fully interprets what is called sparsely populated land. The nearest towns are all 10 kilometers away. If you walk on foot, you must climb at least 2 mountains. Now the residents of the town no longer know about the war between the early colonists and the Indians, but they still subconsciously don't come to the valley. On the one hand, there is no way, and on the other hand, there are some old warnings. Even the second-hand American youth who likes to die are reluctant to go to the canyon, because the canyon has long become a paradise for plants. There is nothing, why go there? No need. There are merchants who are preparing to connect the canyon to the outside world and use the natural scenery in the canyon to develop villa areas, but the plan is still on paper. The team did not pass through the town, but entered the mountain from another road. Many survivors had their stomachs and had no physical strength to climb the mountain, but they were still gritted their teeth to survive. Claire's classmates have better physical fitness than office workers, but after climbing a mountain, they are still very tired. The first few male classmates were still enthusiastically catching bugs in the wild. Whenever they caught some weird bugs, they would hold them in front of the girls to show off. They seemed to be able to show their courage, but now they are also weak. Look like. The only agents who can maintain ample energy are the Storm Girl, Claire brothers and sisters, and Bella. Bella, your physical strength is really good. Do you usually exercise? No matter how concealed, Bella's physique far superior to ordinary people was still discovered by Victoria Hand. She can only continue to promote the happy education of Foxtown High School. Yes, our school has 4 consecutive physical education classes every week, and we have to play 4 consecutive volleyball matches. Sometimes our volleyball matches are over and we have to go playing basketball with boys. The amount of exercise is incredible, so the physical strength is naturally developed. There is a big bug in this statement. She has just gone to Fox Middle School for 10 days. What kind of happy education can she experience? But Victoria Hand did not pay attention to this little detail. www.novel.com. The transfer is a big deal for Bella, and a trivial matter for the agents. Who cares about the transfer of a high school student? Life, people are usually busy. The brown-haired beauty Claire was surprised to hear her. She was good at gun shooting and grappling, but she had always been weak in physical strength. In addition, in order to enter college, she would naturally take less time to exercise. It's okay to climb over 2 mountains with her strength, but it's far less calm than Bella. Can the girls in your school hold on to such a large amount of exercise? She asked. Insist on being a ghost. Thinking of the bellows like breathing of the glasses girl, thinking of the fog on top of the head like a steamer every time the former school flower finishes the game. Bella continues to praise the happy education of the school, trying to get everyone's attention point away from yourself. Sometimes we have to practice sprinting, long jump and indoor rock climbing after playing volleyball. Is your school training students? This is training athletes. Victoria Hand shook his head and chuckled. "Na Bella, are you going to prepare after graduating from high school?" Bella has long wanted to understand this question. She needs to learn, and she needs a lot of time to learn. At this time, she said firmly, I am going to study the history of various nations. History will tell us a lot. We can't make the same mistake again. Not only did she clarify her ambition, she also patched up her previous study of Indian history. That's really good. Compared to working as a frontline agent, I actually like to be a teacher in school and do my research in the laboratory. Victoria Hand changed the subject wisely. Bella responded well. Chapter 35, Bait. Victoria was tall and serious. Although she was dressed no different from ordinary agents, she was dressed in a white shirt and black body armor, but at a glance, she could still see the difference between them. She is very smart and has a clear purpose in doing things. She only makes friends with valuable and worthy people. It is okay to say that she is an exquisite egoist, or that she represents the current generation of American elites. Bella proved her worth, and she did not have a clear personal label, so she was classified as an appropriate investment and continued observation. Victoria Hand has a very wide network of people. She knows many people in education, politics, and military circles. She studies well at university, has many friends, and is a well-known athlete. As for whether she really loves sports, then God knows. After graduating, I even made friends. Although I can't say that Bush has friends all over the world, it can also be called a broad friendship. Bella is still in the ignorant stage about going to university here. Victoria Hand relies on her own experience to talk about some experience and provide some valuable suggestions that will be beneficial to her future development. After nearly a day of trekking, the large force finally entered the Zapalpa Canyon in the early morning of the next day. After 200 years of scouring, there are no traces of human life in the canyon. Just as the Indian chief who cursed with his life said, he returned the land to nature. The tree canopy obscures the sky, and half-meter-high weeds can be seen everywhere. The survivors plus special agents, the large army of more than 100 people, their arrival broke the tranquility in the canyon, and the insects fled their homes. A kind of sleeping consciousness was slowly waking up. It's just to find the fault. The agents don't pay attention to natural harmony with the insects in the canyon. The curse of the Indian chief will erupt on the night of the full moon. Before that, they need to build a strong residence to resist Bella's mouth. An endless swarm of insects. The agents are a little controversial about the defense level. Some people think that building some sturdy rooms is enough. Some people think that the camp must be built according to the standards of the fort. In the end, Victoria Hand threw this question to Bella. How big do you think the size of the swarm will be? I don't know how large it is. That's a curse. It's the category of magic, and it can't be considered by common sense, such as the food chain, and the climate and environment. Bella took out her note. Look at this paragraph. This is the description that the owner of the note, that is, the missionary, heard from others. He said that the sky was completely covered at that time. The Indians. No, we call them Native Americans now. The blood of the natives dyed the river red. The colonists, no, they should be called the American pioneers. The pioneers used civilized means to persuade the original. After the residents left, they encountered countless insect attacks. After being corrected by Victoria Hand, Bella has already paid much attention to the use of these words. No one cares about you what he thinks in his heart, but he still needs to pay attention in public. This fortress cannot be too strong. If we isolate the unknown enemy, then we will be in vain. But it must not be too weak. Apart from the decoy, the survivors must face the unknown enemy, and the rest of the survivors must also face the curse. The swarms of insects that came to attack. The core meaning of is one sentence: the defense level cannot be too strong, but it cannot be too weak. Don't let the death come before we are killed by the Indian curse. That's funny. Modern society has a lot of machinery and equipment. Some houses are built very quickly. In the morning, you enter the canyon, and in the evening, a medium-scale building complex is completed. The agents have generators and electricity can be supplied with a limited amount, but water is scarce. It is conservatively estimated that they must live here for at least 2 days. Even if they can buy water from a small town far away, it should not be wasted. No one is making loud noises at this time. Everyone is on guard in secret, waiting for the arrival of the unknown enemy. Whispers are indispensable. Although everyone can temporarily throw away those unrealistic fantasy under the premise of threatening their lives, a large number of people come to such a deserted place, which will always cause some discussion. Bella doesn't explain this. There is an official person, so why should she talk more? You just fudge. Not to mention, Victoria Hand is really a talent. The doubts of the survivor were blocked by her excuses such as the invisible killer cannot kill in the forest and the other party is unable to use high-tech equipment in a complex environment. Reaper is not suitable for ordinary people to know. Even for Bella, the insider, Victoria Hand also uses the term unknown enemy to refer to it. In order to let the of death have a chance, the agents deliberately set up many hidden dangers in the building. Broken ropes, leaking electrical appliances, loose iron frames, and various death traps have been artificially set by them. www.novel.com. From the perspective of death, survivors are prey, but if you change the perspective, then you will find that death is also a prey. If the insect swarm caused by the curse does not come into contact with the death, it will definitely not work, but if hundreds of thousands of millions of insects come in, then they will not be able to withstand it. How to balance the relationship between the two so that the death is right against the curse above, this is a test of the survivor's ability to control. It is recorded that the curse was launched at the brightest moment of the moonlight at night. Maybe we can set a few key notes. Bella is not very sure at this time. The words on the missionary's notes are all his hearsay. People who have experienced this Indian curse are dead. Who knows when the curse is strongest? Victoria Hand frowned. She has also experienced many supernatural events, not completely ignorant. Because I understand, I feel that this timing is not easy to grasp. Let's make two plans. First, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. If you are prepared, I will take the initiative to cause the curse. Storm Girl Orlo has been playing soy sauce, but at this critical moment, she came out to solve a core problem for everyone. The Storm Girl is not very old, she looks like she is in her 20s. Bella wanted to get close to her, but the eldest sister kept her face straight and kept her distance from everyone, so that she had no chance to speak. Now is a good opportunity. Bella took the initiative to ask, I am the person who foresaw the crash first, I will be the bait. Victoria Hand did not agree. She meant that professionally trained agents would be the bait and Bella and the survivors would just hide behind. Chapter 36, Collision. Even if it is improper bait, you have to face the curse. The degree of danger is similar. Believe me, in front of that kind of supernatural power, your agents are no different from me. I am injured and you can save me, but if you are injured, I can't save you. I will be the bait. Bella said categorically. Victoria Hand was non-committal, turned around and looked at the agents. Like a human being, she instantly saw the thoughts of her subordinates. In fact, the agents are also a bit afraid at this time. Facing the erratic attack method of the of death, their mastery of shooting, language, fighting, infiltration, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance and other skills are useless. Compared horizontally, it is indeed true. No difference from Bella. The agents did not say anything about Bella's brave deeds, but they actually admire it very much. Storm Girl also has such a good impression of her. She is brave, honest, and responsible. Everyone likes these qualities. Even if the boss of the guiltless society, he also hopes that his men will be able to block bullets for him at a critical moment. A good person, not a selfish villain who has sores on his head and pus on the soles of his feet, who tries to stab himself every day. As bait, of course, some protective equipment will be provided. Agents don't have bulletproof, puncture-proof, and fire-proof super combat suits. There is still some distance from the era of superhero proliferation. Super high-tech protective suits have accumulated enough technology in terms of technology, but they have not been manufactured. Necessary, now even Victoria Hand wears body armor. What the agents provided to Bella was a bulletproof vest with a ceramic matrix composite material inside. The weight was very light. It could resist pistol bullets within 20 meters. The psychological comfort of this thing was far greater than the actual effect. Bella faced death when wearing such a vest, the increased defense power was almost zero. But it seemed that Victoria Hand didn't intend to take it back. Thinking that the big organization like that had money and didn't care about such a bulletproof vest, she calmly accepted it. We will protect you, don't worry. Storm Girl said to Bella quite seriously. It is false to say that it is not nervous. Death is much more difficult to deal with than vampires. Bella nodded, indicating that she knew. One bait is definitely not enough. What if she hangs up? What if death did not match the Indian curse? These unexpected factors must be considered. Victoria Hand arranged 2 more spare baits. Claire Redfield was inspired by Bella's fearless spirit and volunteered to be the second bait. Alex, a young man with early warning capabilities in the flight accident, also wanted to be a decoy, but after testing by agents, his reaction speed was only average, far inferior to Bella and Claire. The result of his decoy was to send it, and finally the third decoy was taken by the elite agent who had been on the death list before. The survivors looked at their expression on the execution ground, and didn't understand what they were doing, but they stood aside and waited honestly. What? Do not know. The night is a little quiet, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The agents opened the door of the building, allowing the indoor and outdoor natural environment to complete a certain degree of docking. I'm going to start, you are ready. The Storm Girl said, her task is also very simple, is to forcibly trigger the Indian curse here. Bella gently nodded, indicating that she was ready. Then the Storm Girl walked outside, an invisible and intangible energy burst out from her body. This was the first time Bella watched a person cast a spell. Her eyes were fixed on the energy changes around her, not missing a trace of detail. Hey! She couldn't help but wonder slightly. Victoria Hand glanced at her, she shook her head repeatedly, indicating that it was all right. The endoplasm is unrecognizable, but roughly things can still be seen from such a close distance. The spell of Storm Girl is undoubtedly a coincidence. She uses the magic in her bloodline as a guide, and uses her X gene as the energy source to combine magic and abilities to form a 1+1-2 casting effect. Is very clever. The layman sees the excitement and the insider sees the doorway. Although she has just started, Bella is undoubtedly an expert. The core of the spell casting of Storm Girl is her own power, while Bella relies on Chinook power, and they are not pure spell casters. Bella took all the details in her mind and saved it for careful study in the future. The howling wind appears out of thin air. Storm Girl's silver hair is floating with the wind, her body floating about 1 meter in the air, her eyes are white, her arms are raised high, static electricity rubs against the air, making rustling noises. The radio equipment of the agents received huge interference, but fortunately they were very calm at this time when they were notified in advance. Bella doesn't remember much about Storm Girl, only that she is a descendant of an African family. This casting action is more like a kind of sacrifice. What is the core of the sacrifice? What is the principle of this spell? She didn't even understand. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Using the example of Storm Girl, she actually got a glimpse of some of the methods and purposes of death. Why does the of death kill? Vent your anger? Revenge for the Indians? What did he do 200 years ago? He is also offering sacrifices, but he is offering sacrifices to himself, trying to reawaken his power through killing. The on-site observation has made Bella quite rewarding. Her invisibility technique, which is still in the cognitive stage, finally broke through the last level and solidified into a spell state. The essence of the spell is invisible, rather than disappearing completely. Her smell and body are still in the material world, and will become invalid with some hostile actions. Is this spell useful for the current situation? Bella sighed helplessly, it was really useless right now. She continued to stare at Storm Girl, trying to find some inspiration. Bang! In the air, there seemed to be a sharp awl piercing the balloon, and the magic of Storm Girl collided with the Indian curse in the canyon. The curse felt offended. It roared from the trees, from the potholes, from the water, from the cracks in the rocks. Suddenly there were countless rustling sounds in the surrounding dense forests, and countless insects were awakened. They wanted to eliminate these invaders who broke into their homes. The Indian tribes back then did not guard their homes. Today, these insects can do it. It's now. The Storm Girl was so exhausted that her spell collided head-on with the Indian curse. At this time, she fell from midair and was supported by 2 agents to run into the house. While running, she faced Bella in the room. Shout! Bella had been prepared for a long time. She certainly didn't know who this Mayan Grim Reaper liked the most, but she was definitely among the best in terms of who the Grim Reaper hated the most. Chapter 37, Fight to Death. The dense swarm of insects outside the door has swarmed, and all the survivors are extremely nervous. Young Alex held on to the wall anxiously, and suddenly saw a spider full of black hairs the size of a child's fist fell on the back of his hand, and then crawled along his arm to his chest. Chris Redfield moved quickly, and a dagger pierced the spider through his sleeve. "Be careful." He didn't have time to say more, and soon went to help another survivor. Chaotic, very chaotic. The ground is full of bugs with hard shells. In the cave not far away there are countless scorpions and centipedes crawling out. The ceiling is full of colorful spiders, and flying insects like black clouds pass by in the sky. Victoria Hand is quite brave, holding the flamethrower and pulling the trigger at the insect swarm. The agents had made arrangements, some rescued the survivors, and some followed by killing the insects. Bella followed the plan and began to seduce the of death. She stood quietly beside the chair that had been arranged a long time ago. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, when the count reached 13 seconds, a huge beetle knocked down the seat. The seat tilted to one side, knocked over the table, and then the tabletop hit the ground, smashing a dagger that was missed by the agent on the ground, and the dagger pierced Bella's neck with a swish. Now this little trouble has long been ignored by her. The angle of the dagger and her standing position are all calculated in advance. Lower the center of gravity and lean sideways lightly, and the dagger flies off her shoulder. Passed. The shot dagger obeys the basic laws of physics. It will not turn or fly a few kilometers away. It flew for more than 20 meters and stabbed several mosquitoes to death. It fell to the ground with a sound. "Did you succeed?" Victoria Hand asked urgently. Bella looked around, closed her eyes and realized it a little bit, and found that Death's attention had not changed much. "No. Wait, I'll do it again." She stood in front of the trap again and went to seduce the of Death. At this time, a large number of flying insects rushed into the temporary camp. They opened their sharp mouthparts, trying to the blood of all the living. All the agents followed the predetermined plan to protect the survivors in the enclosure, and they used flamethrowers to kill the insects on the outside. Under the attack of the swarm, there are still loopholes everywhere. The survivors can only wrap themselves in blankets, clothing, or bedding. Facing the overwhelming bugs, their nerves completely collapsed. More than a dozen female survivors would only subconsciously scream, each of them screamed sharper than the other, the decibels were higher, even Bella was affected. The male survivors' face it is also extremely ugly, not to mention them, even the female agents are a little bit uncomfortable, and they are completely supporting them. "Come kill me. You have the ability to kill me." Bella continued to hint at the spiritual level, actively shielding the interference from the outside world, and finally triggered the murderous intent of the of Death again. This time the killing was not something they had arranged in advance, but an agent's brain was heated up, and he threw a grenade at the flying bugs, and then the grenade turned around and reached Bella's feet. She was still staring at a rope 2 meters away, and suddenly the omen of death almost made her jump up. Between the electric light and flint, he saw the grenade that came quietly to his feet, and he didn't care about hiding his strength. He picked up the grenade and threw it at the insect swarm. There was a loud boom, and a large area was cleared. In the next instant, more bugs filled the previous queue. The grenade came from an agent and was thrown out by Bella. The swarm split up 2 waves of troops to attack them. Facing the overwhelming bugs, Bella was also a little trembling. She had to enter the agent's protective circle to receive protection, and at the same time blessed the invisibility technique, muttering in her mouth, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Own sense of existence. The agent who threw the grenade had no such ability. A bristly spider crawled from the neck to his mouth along the chin. There are other centipedes, scorpions, and other insects in the ears, nostrils and other organs. Drill, in less than 10 seconds, the agent's face was blue and his life died. For the Indian curse, one of the two murderers died, and the other seemed to be missing. It also separated a large number of flying insects that rushed to the sky, as if they were doing a performance, gnawing wildly at a certain place in the sky, and it found that there is still a culprit hidden here. Was disturbed one after another, and the of death was also very angry. To deal with humans, he still needs to make some coincidences. To deal with dregs like flying insects, he can crush them based on his characteristics. Any bug that rushes to his side can't hold on for a second, it will die silently. The Indian curse was also not afraid. 1,000 died, 2,000 came, 2,000 died, and 3,000 died. The swarm curse treats death as an intruder. White, the more you kill my bugs, the more I will kill you, so I launched a decisive charge against the death. Death is also not to be outdone. www.novel.com. Any bug that rushes into a certain range will lose its vitality in an instant. The two sides can be said to be incompatible with each other, and they will soon be strangled together. Success. Bella was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her plan is still very stable, and it succeeded twice. War. Fight to the end. Humans are fighting with insects, and insects are fighting with death. Death occasionally pays attention to these survivors, but his behavior is too rigid, and the endless number of insects quickly attracted his attention. These semi-magical and semi-material bugs rely on the curse of the Indian chief. Some bugs have lived for more than 200 years, but they also have immortality. Was noticed by the of death now, and the two sides immediately entered a state of immortality. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go home. God. God. Run. Please, I can't hold on. Stop. Stop for me, don't you go out now to die. Bella pulled back several survivors who were about to run out. She still sympathizes with the survivors. A bunch of people are kept in the dark. She doesn't know who or how she fights. She has been confused and can persist until now, which is very good. The survivors were almost in a state of hysterical frenzy. They wanted to run, and the farther they could go, the better, but both Bella and Victoria Hand were opposed to evacuation now. They had to wait for death and Indian curse to decide their victory or defeat. Make follow-up arrangements. Shut up. Whoever dares to yell, I will let him die. Victoria Hand shot the survivors over the top of their heads, forcibly suppressing their panic. Have opinions? Can. If you have any comments, go to the FBI to file a complaint afterwards, just complain. You see, I am not afraid. Chapter 38, Contain. We have caused unimaginable damage to this land. The Storm Girl is also in the protection circle, and her observation focus is different from ordinary people. Bella had actually discovered it a long time ago. As more and more insects died at the scene, the energy of the of death became weaker and weaker. These lost energy will not disappear out of thin air. According to her observations, they should all follow the corpses of those insects. Return to the natural environment. This gorge may be a paradise for insects, but after today it is definitely a good place to build a mausoleum. The weight of life here makes her very uncomfortable. She doesn't care about the ecological problems of the canyon. After this incident, she will never come here again. It has nothing to do with her. Bella has always focused on the of death. From the current form, this guy is not a human figure, not a gas smoky thing. Vaguely, it seems to be a thing with wings, it is not clear what it is. Not to mention the blessing of invisibility, she also wrapped herself tightly with a thick quilt, only showing her two eyes to observe the outside world. Even though the protection was so tightly guarded, she was bitten twice by bugs in the middle, and a large purplish-red bag appeared on the back of her hand. The pain made her pump so hard that she could only grit her teeth. The battle lasted all night. In the early morning of the next day, the rich vitality in the gorge was exhausted. Now, let alone the Indians, even if the Reachers were called, they could not survive in this gorge, and the sun was faint. You can see ghosts, who can stand it? The of death destroyed all the vitality in the canyon, and he replaced the original curse with another curse. That guy seems to have disappeared. Storm Girl said uncertainly. No one can answer this question. The survivors and agents are exhausted enough, even Bella has no strength, and she looks like she's stunned. Everyone went to rest in a nearby town. Bella didn't feel any signs of death, lying on the bed, and soon fell asleep. Inside the canyon, the FBI is actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The team is still in charge of Victoria Hand, but all his subordinates have been replaced by new faces. There are many more technicians in this team than combat personnel. They took out a variety of seemingly high-end equipment, dressed in tight protective clothing, and launched a dragnet search in the canyon. In the afternoon of the same day, they found a puddle of viscous liquid with a strong pungent smell in an area south of the center of the canyon. The liquid is about 1 meter in diameter. No one touches it, but the dark brown liquid seems to have its own life, constantly squirming in the other direction. Sir, there is such a strange pool of liquid 200 meters to the west. Sir, there are also in the northeast. Victoria Hand had anticipated this a long time ago. Collect them in batches, put them in alloy boxes and store them, coded as X1187, X1188, X1189, code name, Reaper, detention location, the hut. Then she picked up the phone. Nick Fury, I have completed your task, remember your promise. The other end of the phone said, of course, I will call your laboratory account before the sun goes down today for the investment you need. Victoria Hand hung up the phone soon. She sighed slightly. It is not easy for anyone to live these years. High school students have the troubles of high school students, and she also has heavy tasks on her shoulders. For the sake of ideals and for herself, she does not allow herself to stop. But this time she was greedy for most of Bella's work. As usual, a high school student will become greedy, so who can do anything to her? However, she has a very accurate vision. Intuition. Bella is not like an ordinary high school student. To know the most critical moment, even Claire is a little flustered. The performance of some elite female agents is far worse than Bella. Why is she so calm? Victoria Hand thinks that the other party still has cards that she doesn't know about. She is compelled to be greedy for credit, but she doesn't want to blame Bella for this. She is going to send the benefits to it and settle the matter completely. Yawning, Bay stretched a big lazy waist, and the skin between her waist and abdomen shone brightly in the sun. There is no sign of death, no vampire to harass, this is the real life. She guessed that the of death was dead, and even if she didn't hang up, she couldn't jump out and kill in a short time. The agents are evacuating one after another. People are very busy and there is no death crisis, so naturally there is no need to stay in this small town. The survivors also have to return to Arizona, and they have to sue TWA for sky-high compensation. They have no way to deal with demons and monsters, but they are experts in lawsuits, protests, and even win the sympathy of ordinary people in front of the media. In this regard, Bella needs to continue to learn. Storm Girl left alone. She just accepted Professor Charles's commission to investigate the matter here. After the matter was resolved, she could naturally leave. The Clare brothers and sisters also bid farewell to Bella. The brothers and sisters did not want to go under the spotlight and be watched. It is really not difficult for mercenaries to make money. Their brothers and sisters are not as poor as Bella, so they just gave up the compensation. www.novel.com. Chris also filed a transfer procedure for Claire. Goodbye, Bella. Goodbye, Claire. Bella was also going to leave at last, but Victoria Hand stopped her and invited her to drink coffee. Take off the agent's black vest, and Victoria Hand's usual dress is much more refined. A maroon skirt and 8 cm high heels, She also put on a pair of wide-brimmed glasses, rather bookish, looking like a university professor. The elder sister, who pursues the principle of self-interest, asked very kindly, "Bella, which university are you going to take the exam?" University is Bella's next important goal, and she has also done some screening secretly. The Bard College of Professor John Gray is a good choice. The Bard College, established in 1860, is one of the top liberal arts colleges in the United States, but the tuition of this school is huge. According to Bella's understanding, the tuition fee for a year is at least $70,000. Not to mention whether she has $70,000, even if there is, she dare not go. Where is there? It's the New York of Marvel World. What a terrifying place a brick can fall into. Two superheroes and a super criminal. You can't go to death. The farther away she goes to school from New York, the better. Although she does not agree with it, due to the place of birth, she can basically be regarded as a Westerner now. Eastern and Westerners in the United States despise each other, Northerners look down on Southerners, and people in the middle are pitiful to everyone. Westerners like her will definitely encounter all kinds of hidden discrimination when going to Eastern cities. There are not many choices. Stanford University's Department of History. My grades are enough, but social practice is really too little. Chapter 39, Claim. The scores on the SAT test are very high, but because of the lack of social practice, there are too many examples of being rejected by prestigious schools, and Bella is also quite a big one. She is not a cute new person who has never entered the society. She has some guesses about Victoria Hand's intention to find herself for coffee and chat. She said that she chose Stanford because the other party graduated from Stanford. Without investigation, there is no right to speak, but she feels that the communication between East and West is similar in terms of university alumni. The same alumni are sometimes a natural circle. Victoria Hand, as if he hadn't heard Stanford's name, asked, "Isn't Harvard's history department better?" Bella said, "Haha, I don't want to be too far away from home. My mother plans to move to California with her husband in the future. Although my father is in Washington state, he is not far from California, so." Victoria Hand saw through her careful thoughts. Regional discrimination. Bella made a very indifferent expression, highlighting her firm stand as a Westerner. "I knew a girl in her 20s in Foxtown. She went to school in Philadelphia. She said that people here in Washington state are very simple and harmonious, while people in Philadelphia are particularly indifferent. And it's bad." The word Bella used in bad is mean, which is already a very serious expression. Victoria Hand deliberately corrects her words when it comes to the Aboriginal and pioneer issues, but when she expresses her dissatisfaction with the Easterners, she takes a sip of coffee casually. Those people on the East Coast only recognize their Ivy League. They think that the center of the world is New York. Actually, they are inferior to the West Coast in terms of high technology and the entertainment industry. A group of nerds who only calculate their annuity income. Miser. Bella throws off her cheeks and sprays. "It's amazing here in the United States. Discrimination and prejudice are taboos and absolutely must not be touched. However, regional discrimination and prejudice don't matter. Those talk show hosts who open their mouths are just like the people in Georgia and the people in Texas. It doesn't matter how you ridicule. There is a strong disagreement between the state and the state, let alone the contradiction between the Easterners and the Westerners. The contempt between each other is so deep that anyone can come over and say a few words, and no one will feel that there is a problem." Victoria Hand smiled. She was very satisfied with Bella's statement. She herself was squeezed out by the New York gang. What ability does Collison have? Isn't it because he is a New Yorker? She seemed to say fairly, the Ivy League has a strong academic atmosphere. You must have been misled by false media reports. Bella waved her hands repeatedly. "I'm afraid they will discriminate against me. If I go to the Eastern city like me, it will be too difficult to live. Victoria Hand had read Bella's file several times and knew that she was not lying. The fact that beautiful girls are hostile by people around them is not new. People who cannot bear it and commit suicide abound. This country seems to be advocating heroes, but in reality it is anti-heroes. The country does not want to see an individual rise to the top. Those who are particularly beautiful and heroic will be treated strangely here. The country hopes that everyone is mediocre, so that the upper class can use their rich social resources for effective management. Victoria Hand did not make any promises, and Bella seemed to not understand anything. The two chatted casually, then cherished each other and left. That evening, Bella took a plane and returned to Phoenix, Arizona. I found my pickup in the previous gymnasium, and then went around the city twice before finding my home with some difficulty. Strictly speaking, this is the house of the old lady Bella. Her old lady is now making a villain with her boyfriend in California, and there is no plan to come back in a short period of time. She will have no problem staying for a few days. Bella called her mother and said that she would stay here for a few days, and then called Charlie to report her safety. This is a complete relaxation. She will stay in Phoenix in the next few days to participate in the social practice where the Association of Survivors sued TWA and demanded sky-high compensation. According to the Montreal Convention signed in 1999, airlines and insurance companies that insure airlines have to pay sky-high compensation for the victims and survivors. Here again involves the magical operation of the United States. The United States has signed a lot of messy conventions with the countries of the world. After all countries have implemented it, they themselves have been slow to implement it. The United States is a member of many conventions, but it is not a signatory. The reason is that the conventions signed by the government need to be approved by the country's legislature. As long as the legislature does not approve it, a large number of conventions are valid for others and invalid for oneself. Now whether or not the compensation scheme in the convention is applicable to the 180 flight accident, you read www.yunsha.com. This need to hit a question mark. The compensation must be paid, but the exact amount of compensation is disputed. Airlines and insurance companies don't want to pay more, while the victims and survivors are looking forward to taking the local tyrants and dividing the land and getting rich overnight. The contradictions between the two parties are completely irreconcilable. Bella followed soy sauce twice, only to find that she couldn't participate in the incident at all. Seeing a group of grandpas and aunts shouting hoarse in front of the media, how scared and helpless she and her family are, how serious the airline crime is, she feels that her face is too thin. She knew very well that the airline was actually a victim in this incident. She was ignorant of her conscience and said that the airline's crimes were so exhausted that she really couldn't do it. Faced with sky-high compensation, many airline staff have also been abolished and lost their financial resources. Their lives are also very difficult. Bella withdrew from the leading ranks of claims, and the grandfathers and aunts took the lead. The survivors killed by the gods of death these few days are also counted as airlines. Anyway, the hearts of capitalists are black. It must be the shareholders of the airline who bought the murder and killed him. While combing through the death list, Bella made a discovery that was neither big nor small. The black coroner who was pretending to be forced was also dead. Looking at the time of death, it should be after the death of death and the Indian curse. Halfway through, I ended up with no disease, fell asleep and died. For this social practice activity, Bella no longer cares about the process, only the result. She urgently needs the capitalist's sinful money to replenish her barren little wallet. She is so poor that not a Shayla there is no interest in going out shopping. Chapter 40, In the Bank. The reason for shopping is naturally to celebrate the smooth divorce of Natasha's stepfather and mother-in-law. How can you be worthy of yourself if you don't go shopping at such a happy moment? Women's so-called shopping, in terms of intensity, is actually about the same as the war of death. In the face of ordinary people, Bella can be crushed even if she faces the sky, but she must be more careful with Natasha. She spent an hour putting on makeup, taking care of her hair, picking from her previous clothes, and finally found a grey-purple t-shirt, pulled the collar apart, deliberately showing her left shoulder. Below are colorful shorts and a pair of flat-bottomed boat shoes at the foot, just to highlight a pair of long legs. Her advantages are tall, long legs, and a standard model figure. Natasha naturally did not want to be a foil, and she also dressed up quietly. She walks in the forward and backward style. Some small knit sweaters are supported by her figure. She shows her cute belly button. She is slightly shorter than Bella, but with a pair of high heels. The charm in the eyes made up for that shortcoming. You should make a supplement. As a friend, I must say that you are too young. Natasha pointed her chest. This is called a heartbreak. Bella looked contemptuously. At first glance, you just have no vision and no knowledge. This is the standard body. Look at those supermodels and then look at me. Is it very similar? A British psychologist has studied. She Barabara said for a while, and did not forget to sprinkle a handful of salt on Natasha's wound. It's you, look at your size. I am wearing flat shoes today. It looks like you are shorter than me. Do you like the people around you looking down on you? Come on, hurt each other. In the end, Bella even expressed her own point of view. I don't need high heels. Look at me. How comfortable. Even if I encounter a gunfight, I run faster than you. Shopping is just incidental. Natasha's old lady still used the common property before marriage to set up an education fund for her. Now she needs to go to the bank to go through some procedures. The two first studied the invisibility cloak that Bella had seized in the room for a while. If Bella was scientifically blind, it would definitely be a slander. But her knowledge of physics is basically still at the level of the third year in her previous life. Natasha is much better than her. Little Beauty is involved in all disciplines, but she is not like those super scientists. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards wants to explore the mysteries of the universe, and Tony Stark is want to change the world through science and technology. Natasha was just thinking about playing, and her realm was a lot worse. In addition, she is still young. She can only understand the matter of optical invisibility. She wants to improve on the existing foundation. The time of year is not to think about it. They studied until 9 o'clock and went out to the bank. Wow! Is this your car? The little beauty was shocked by the now changing pickup. She touched the silver grey shell, and gestured to the height of the car again, with an excited look on her face. Can you let me try? Bella chose to refuse without hesitation. Kidding. What should I do if Miss Sister jumps out take me home while driving a pickup truck? This is very easy to cause ambiguity. What if she is misunderstood as a scum? Only she can drive this car now. Both have cars, but Natasha strongly asked to take her pickup, so she threw her car in the garage of Bella's house. As soon as she got in the car, the little beauty noticed the unusualness of the pickup. Hey? What kind of air conditioning is installed in your car? The cold wind is very strong. Is it a brand on the market? I feel that it cools down in an instant. It's great. The wind is blowing. Natasha admires the car air conditioner in Picard very much. The state flower of Arizona is a cactus. It can be imagined how hot the climate here is. It is almost June now, and the temperature is so high that it is simply appalling. But as soon as Natasha entered the pickup truck, she felt the cool breeze blowing in her face, which was really comfortable. Bella laughed dryly. Of course it was comfortable in summer, but how about winter? She thinks that if she drives this car in winter, she will be wrapped in a cotton coat, right? Used Jacob as a prevarication. She said that this car was modified by her Indian friend. Bella guessed that Natasha would never meet Jacob in her life, probably. West Bank, this is their destination, you can tell by the name. This is another old bank with characteristics of the times. There is no mobile payment. There are a lot of people doing business in the bank. The two sit on the side and wait to chat. Natasha seemed to be complaining, but she was actually showing off that she seemed to be a little older, and Bella immediately began to humbly ask for advice. Eat more foods rich in collagen and vitamins, drink 1500 ml to 2000 ml Longan water every day, swim regularly, and take more rest. Natasha Barabara introduced her experience, and Bella was struggling to write a book while holding a small book. This is all for the test. Before her wish is fulfilled, she says that big is big and small is small, and she can transfer the fat in the body at will. Some scientific methods still need to be remembered and mastered. These methods help a bit. Despised every day? She wants phase 2. Boom boom. Gunshots sounded in the empty bank lobby. The two women who were chatting on UU reading www.uuganshu.com reacted quickly and turned their heads together to look. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to rob the bank. 3 men in masks and top hats filed in. They shot at the ceiling continuously, and then women screamed in the hall. A few of the female staff even had pale eyes, sore legs and feet, and fell to the ground faintly. Natasha gave Bella a weird look. You crow's mouth. Bella glared at Natasha. Obviously you have a black physique. Can you run away in this situation? Natasha alluded to Bella about her wearing high heels. Hey, we can still get away if we want to run. Don't talk about invisibility, just talk about physical fitness and burst out with all strength. Bella can run to 100 meters away before the robbers can react. The range of the broken pistol was safe enough from 100 meters away. But instead of revealing her trump card, she said of her observations, look at these 3 guys. There are unnatural bends in the knees. Even though they are trying to straighten up, you can still see the rickets in the back. They wear gloves on their hands, but their limbs are very stiff, and the way they pull the trigger is unnatural. The recoil of the pistol can affect their palms to a certain extent. Natasha came to the conclusion directly, they are old people, and they seem to be very old people. The two discussed in low voices, and then sighed together, sad. What kind of system is it that will allow 3 80-year-olds to take risks to grab the bank regardless of their own safety? Chapter 41, 3 Old Gunmen. I don't know that my details have been exposed. The 3 real old men are still working according to the established process. It seemed that they had rehearsed countless times. They seemed relaxed, but actually started the robbery with stiff hands and feet. Don't move. Don't touch the siren. Unless you want to get a shot in your head. Get down. Get down on me. The division of labor between the 3 is fairly clear. One person looks at the wind to calculate the time, and the remaining 2 go to the counter to get money. Bella blessed herself and Natasha with invisibility. In order not to appear abrupt, the 2 squatted and waited. What are you waiting for? When the robbers are gone, they will continue to handle business. Didn't you see that the salesperson and the customer are very cooperative? Anyway, the money robbed belongs to the bank, and when it needs to be paid, the bank management and the board of directors have a headache. These losses have nothing to do with individuals. A group of part-time workers still worry about the boss? Give me a break. Just stay honestly. Bella just sighed, look at the evil side of capitalism. 80 old men will come out with a rubber mask at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. The stuff is worn by children and is not breathable at all. Just looking at it, Bella felt that they were too hot. Up. Seeing the 3 old men stepping away from their osteoporotic old legs, panting, and filling money into their bags. She really feels a lot of emotion. I don't know if it is a distortion of human nature, but this is definitely a loss of morality. Even in the robbery, the old men exuded the glory of humanity. They said that they would rob the bank, which is much better than those robbers who slapped rabbits and never let go of their customers. The customers and staff did not have any personal property losses. The entire operation can be regarded as a standard case in the robbery field. Within 2 minutes, the robbers took the money in 3 travel bags, and then quickly fled the bank. Bella cancelled the invisibility technique secretly released, and the two of them got out with their probes. Natasha's perception power can be said to be extremely high. She looked around in a puzzled manner. At the moment when the spell was cancelled, she still felt a little sense, but she didn't know what it was. The two of them were basically not affected by the robbers. After finishing the education fund, Bella also applied for a bank card at West Bank. It has been 2 months since she passed it, and she didn't even have a bank card. You lose face. The two continued to go shopping enthusiastically and complain to each other. They fully interpret the word shopping in shopping. No way, Bella is so poor that she doesn't have any source of income. The cost of various cosmetics is still very high. Natasha's parents divorced, and her personal disposable funds shrank sharply. Both of them looked young and beautiful in their outfits. In fact, they didn't have a famous brand on them, and they were all poor ghosts. After wandering around for a long time, and didn't buy anything, they agreed to meet again next time, and then they went away. West Bank's influence is large enough. The criminals this time are not Death, Magneto, or other superpowered criminals. Under the urging of the bank, the FBI moved extremely fast. In the evening, 3 suspects were caught. Bella was lying in bed and watching TV after taking a shower. The real faces of the 3 old robbers happened to appear in the camera. Old. This is her first impression. The subtitles at the bottom of the TV also show the ages of the 3 people. They are 85, 82, and 81 years old. Among the people that Bella knows, there are probably only those vampires who are older than them. The FBI doctors only did a simple examination and found that the 3 had high blood pressure, diabetes, osteoporosis, arthritis, ventilation, and skin diseases. Among them, the 85-year-old man also suffered from severe renal failure. The 3 of them did not see the slightest panic in the face of the media camera, and each of them was as stable as an old dog. For them, this was a stud. They won the club's young model and did not have to go to the sea to work. It doesn't matter even if you get caught in prison. Anyway, the prison takes care of food and shelter, and the doctor is responsible for checking the body. Maybe living in prison can live 2 years longer than living outside. Wexler Steel's production workshop in the United States decided to move out of the United States due to technical transformation and labor costs. The company that acquired Wexler Steel has a history of 80 years. There are certain doubts about the huge pension problems left over by the old factories. Many old people's pensions were frozen indefinitely in the name of re-examination and verification, and the 3 old people were angry and embarked on the path of crime. West Bank of America sold wealth management products, and the 3 old people lost all their principals. Now even the houses are mortgaged. The bank is collecting debts. The whole case is not complicated at all. With just a little bit of information revealed by the FBI and their respective channels, the reporters have reasoned out about 80 to 90% of the case. It's not too big to see the excitement. The reporters don't care about the bank or not. Everyone has conducted a fierce analysis of the entire case from the social, legal, and moral aspects. At 11 o'clock in the morning the next day, the FBI acquitted 3 elderly people. Although the 3 old men have a lot of problems, their mentality is still very stable. We are so old. www.novel.com. What can you do with us? Arizona abolished the death penalty on November 15, 1992. Even if the 3 were convicted, the worst outcome would be prison. The alibi they arranged is not clever. You can find the problem if you look it up. But there is just a suspicion, but no direct evidence. The 3 old people who usually come into contact with are also old men and old ladies. They didn't deliberately cover up, but they didn't ask anything specific. The FBI director asked, "Mr. William, what is your coworker Mr. Joe doing during the period from 2:15 to 4:15 in the afternoon?" The old William, who is already suffering from Alzheimer's disease, opened his mouth and his eyes were full of confusion. Hareza stayed a while, and he looked at the FBI director blankly. "No, I don't want it, I am full. This is a real disease. It's not that they pretended to be sick to shield criminals. The FBI director drew a fork behind the old William's name. There is no need to ask about this. God may be able to ask some things when going down to the world, but he certainly can't. The next witness entered the door quickly, and the FBI director, like a repeater, asked again, Ms. Linda, what is your coworker Mr. Joe doing between 2:15 and 4:15 in the afternoon? The old lady seemed to have online intelligence. After listening to the question with a serious expression, she seemed to think for a few seconds. I remember, cough 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 cough. The violent cough lasted for more than a minute, and the lungs were almost coughing out. The FBI director was frightened. If he died before his eyes, he couldn't explain it. Stop asking, call a doctor. You always take some medicine, go back and rest. Chapter 42, New Social Practice Subject. The three robbers are all old people who are 80 years away. Where can their workers be young? Some have dementia, some are seriously ill, and some fainted right after they walked to the FBI gate. The hospital expressed strong dissatisfaction, and the FBI was also uncomfortable. Seeing that the three old men will follow you in the future, the supervisor waved directly. We will not wait. The evidence is insufficient. Let them go. If the bank has an opinion, let the bank check it out. The news report that Bella saw in the afternoon of the next day stated that there was insufficient evidence and the three were acquitted. The FBI has not issued any restrictions on leaving or going abroad. The general meaning is that if you run at will, if you have enough physical strength, it does not matter if you run to the South Pole. Just go after it, even if I lose. Bella didn't take it seriously at all, and it wasn't until 2 days later when Natasha found her that she knew how non-American she was. For such a good social practice subject, as one of the parties, don't you pay attention to the result. Sleepy eyes were dim, and Bella in her pajamas was fainted by Natasha's rush of questions before she woke up. What? What theme? Could it be that the compensation for the aviation accident has come down? She hurriedly took out her mobile phone, and after watching for a long time, no one called her at all. Turned on the computer and searched in the mailbox, but did not find the letter that asked her to go to a certain place to withdraw money on a certain day, a certain year, and a certain day. In the end, she got wind under her feet and ran to the mailbox at the door for a long time, but did not find the letter. Natasha looked at her strangely. What are you doing? Looking for a letter, didn't you say it? Practice, the practice. Bella's hair is messed up like a chicken coop, and her lattice pajamas are also crumpled. She is standing in the living room at this moment. Asked puzzledly. Natasha spent 5 minutes explaining to her that there was no compensation, no letters, and even for the following social practice activities, they might still need to spend some time and pay some money. Bella completely lost interest after listening. She fell face down on the soft bed as if she had lost the support of her body. Her face and the pillow had close contact with each other, and then she murmured and waved her hand, "Goodbye, don't send it away, remember to help me close the door when I leave." Bring! Natasha was also fierce, grabbed her by the collar, and forcibly pulled her up. A lot of people are already paying attention to this matter, the bank. Greedy capitalist. The old man who was driven to a dead end. What a great theme! Do you know how important this matter is? After half an hour, Bella washed her face, only then slowly recovered her consciousness. The meditation time last night was a bit long. Staying in the realm of my beauty is the best in the world for a long time. Her spirit is very tired now, and her brain reaction is a bit slow, but she also has to admit that what Natasha said is reasonable. This case of an old man robbing a bank is indeed a high-quality social practice topic suitable for high school and college students. Although she is a little dissatisfied with the social practice here, she can't say that this kind of education is wrong. Reading has the benefits of reading, and knowing more about all aspects of society will also benefit. We won't be in any danger. She pointed at Natasha, then pointed at herself. It's safe to do social surveys with such an appearance, or to go to those poorer areas. I can do karate. I can protect you. The little beauty patted her chest, vowing to be safe. Black Widow's karate? Bella thought for a while. In my impression, Black Widow has never won against superheroes and supercriminals, but it should be fine to fight a few miscellaneous soldiers. What's more, there is still oneself. How much combat power can 380-year-old men have? Kaiji, or old Kaiji? Go. This time Bella changed into a ruffled blouse and jeans. She had normal canvas shoes under her feet. She also put on a baseball cap and sunscreen. Tossing back and forth for a long time, it was already afternoon when I went out. It is not difficult to find the homes of the 3 old robbers. After all, there are only a few who are as slow as Bella. Now half of the students and reporters in Phoenix are moving. Everyone wants to dig out first-hand information and even want to make a name for themselves. Everyone was as excited as a chicken blood. The safety issue Bella was worried about was not a problem at all. Too many people came to investigate. Bella and Natasha walked all the way, and the sight they saw was shocking. Old houses, dilapidated roads, and there is no car from the 90s here. Many elderly people still wear t-shirts with logos of nearby amusement parks. These are work clothes issued by amusement parks. Nowadays, many elderly people are the most popular. Good clothes. The factory and the purchaser of the factory cleverly set up a name and frozen the pensions of the elderly. The good name is that the accounts must be reviewed and checked again. All fools can see their purpose, just drag. When will it be dragged? Anyway, the old workers are all 80 years old. www.novel.com. How long can they live without money to see a doctor, no money to buy medicine? Drag until death. When a person dies, there is no need to pay the pension. Banks are also very fucking. They make the old people buy wealth management products with fancy words. Now that the investment fails, the old people's houses are used to offset the account. There is no pension, and the bank has to take away his house. Apart from robbing the bank, how can the elderly survive? Bella was also very angry after she learned about the circumstances of the incident. Could it be possible to buy the big capitalist from the steel plant, but lack the pension for the elderly? No, they are not lacking, just habitually stingy. Do banks really need old people to buy those financial products? No, they don't need it either, they just want to make more profits habitually. Which company is this company that bought the steel plant? She asked. It seems to be Stark Industries. Let me see. Natasha flipped through the information, and after confirming it, she handed her 2 thin sheets of paper. Is Stark Industries the acquirer? Looking at the information that the little beauty summarized, Bella was really surprised. However, after being surprised, I was relieved. The steel plant is too old and the size is not large. This kind of merger and acquisition has nothing to do with the group's senior management. With the huge scale of Stark Industries, the headquarters does not move, and it depends on Phoenix. Branch companies can complete mergers and acquisitions independently, and the management of the group can only sign and confirm at most. What? Do you have friends in Stark Industries? Natasha asked. Bella shook her head. How is it possible? I know him, he doesn't know me. I met several lawyers during the 180th air crash. We collected evidence and then sued on behalf of the old people in the steel plant. Stark Industries. She is gearing up a bit excited. This time the social practice class has dry goods. Chapter 43, Persuade. The 3 old robbers refused to interview and help in any form and closed the door tightly. This disappointed many visitors who were thinking about social practices and big news. They could only target the rest of the workers and try to find some new hot spots. Bella is different, she knocks on the door with fanfare. Said many times. We will not accept interviews. A middle-aged woman opened the door somewhat angrily, and stood inside the door with a bad face. I am the most beautiful. I'm your friend. Look at my sincere eyes. Bella's face was filled with a particularly contagious look, which was an external manifestation of psychic energy being slowly mobilized. She crazily hinted to the middle-aged woman and the little girl who looks more than 10 years old next to her, I am your friend. Slowly let go of the guard, distrust turned into confusion, anger turned into guilt, and a trace of regret suddenly rose in the middle-aged woman's heart. Was what she said a bit heavy? You see someone such a beautiful girl coming to the house, should you let someone come in and sit down? Zip. The little girl also felt that they were kind and looked like friends of justice, and quietly pulled her mother's sleeve. We would like to know more about the suspension of pension and bank wealth management products. The same words are spoken by different people, and the effect is completely different. The middle-aged woman felt that Bella's words were in her heart. It sounds so heartwarming and contagious. I didn't say, come in. Natasha was shocked when she invited them in. She had been here before, but she didn't have this treatment at the time. She looked at Bella suspiciously. Does this guy have such a big attraction to passers-by? The first target they chose was 82-year-old Joe. When he was young, the old man seemed to be a small man in the factory, with certain organizational and social abilities. Now everyone knows that the three of them are robbers who rob the bank, and they themselves know that everyone knows they are robbers, but because there is no evidence that they are robbers, everyone pretends that they don't know that the three of them are robbers. The three of them also pretended not to know that everyone already knew they were robbers. Joe was a little surprised by their visit. He had already told his daughter that he would not receive any visitors at this time and would not answer any questions. The money is in hand, keep a low profile for a while, after the wind has passed, they will not worry about eating and drinking, there is no need to do extra things at this time. But this was the guest brought in by his daughter and granddaughter. He still struggled to get up and greeted him politely. The effect of Bella's high charm on the old man is greatly reduced. People are 82, old eyes are dim, everyone is blurred, everyone is a moving mosaic in Lao Chiao's eyes, you are as beautiful as a fairy now it's useless. He can't see clearly. But Natasha is very good at talking, she just brought the topic to the business before the other party started to rush people. Bella pointedly said, the FBI's tracking can't be ignored. Those guys are all wolves. Once they are spotted, they don't want to get rid of them for the rest of their lives. She just wants to break the old man's fluke, telling her bluntly that the robbed money will eventually be robbed, do you want to use it normally? Dream. The old man seemed to inadvertently respond, perhaps they have their own way. The way? Bella chuckled, it's nothing more than washing in the gang. I am a method that ordinary students know, the FBI will not know? Will they not stare at the bosses in the city? Or? Say the three robbers can transport the money to Mexico. The old man panicked immediately. If the money was taken back after a long period of tossing, wouldn't the three of them be tossing for nothing? At their age, they worked hard for a month to rob the bank for the 2 minutes. Is it easy? Natasha saw the old man's panic, as if she was talking about crosstalk, and asked Bella, it's really scary. If you work hard and there is nothing left in the end, it will be miserable. What do you have? Is it a good way? Bella's voice is sincere, if the three robbers are smart enough, they should donate their money, all of them, and then rely on formal legal means to protect their rights. This time it's not on behalf of individuals or on behalf of the three old guys are fighting for a statement and compensation for everyone and all the old workers. Old Joe thought for a while, and asked noncommittently, you two are here today for? The two of them took out a small notebook and prepared to make notes just like a reporter. Mr. Joe, can you tell us the reason for Wexler Steele's freezing of pensions? They never mentioned the bank robbery this time, and only focused on the two contradictions between freezing pensions and bank wealth management products. The old man was really attracted. Of course, he wanted to find someone to talk to him. If he didn't say anything about such an aggrieved thing, he was afraid of angering himself. The old man said tremblingly, "Which Stark Industries is going to move Wexler steel to Vietnam?" www.novel.com said that the labor cost over there is cheaper. Damn capitalist. The war in those years at that time, we were producing steel for the front line day and night, working without rest or sleep, just to let them make tanks, planes, and artillery. Why didn't we move to Vietnam at that time? His tone was agitated, and the corners of his mouth trembled. The guys in the factory have collapsed. Vietnam? God! They have never left Arizona in their lives. What awaits them is unemployment, maybe even severance pay. Natasha and Bella comforted him again and again. These can be discussed with the acquirer, and the old man's emotions eased. They said they wanted all the pension expenditure details, said yes. The old man thought for a long time, but he didn't know how that word was said. Natasha reminded, asset reorganization. Property liquidation. It seemed that several nouns were wrong. The old man shook his head, saying that he could not remember the nouns used by the management at that time. Bella pays more attention to the actual amount. How much is your pension for a year? The old man remembers this number clearly, $45,000. He pointed to his home. Look at me. My daughter is divorced. Her husband is a scumbag. She lives with me alone with her children. There is no source of income. My granddaughter is still in school. All of my expenses need to be supported by my pension. That bunch of villains. That bunch of maggots won't let me live. I will. The old man got more and more excited as he talked about it. He was about to shake out the bank robbery. Bella quickly coughed, interrupting his complaint. Chapter 44, Lawyer. Old Jiao's daughter was also listening, and when she heard the old father say that she had no job and no source of income, she couldn't help wiping a tear. There are cultural differences between the East and the West again. Oriental women have a job, and achieving economic independence is the mainstream value consciousness. But the West is different, there are so many housewives here. It is unimaginable in the East. The matter of happy education is not mentioned. Even women who have received higher education or even graduated from prestigious universities have a large number of people who choose to get married and go home to be housewives. Men earn money to support the family, women do housework, take care of children. It seems that this is a matter of course. Right now, this 80-year-old man went out for robbery. The middle-aged woman had hands and feet, and was disease-free but staying at home, washing clothes every day, and sending children off. This is also the common situation here. Bella has no position to accuse each other. She is not going to talk nonsense on the issue of feminism, it's a long way to go. She persuades old Joe. You calm down, anger can't solve the problem. We can resort to law. I will consult a lawyer for pension matters later. Let's talk about West Bank let you buy wealth management products. The old man was also very interested in this topic. He began to talk endlessly about how the bank staff tricked him into buying wealth management products. After he lost his principal, he still had to use his house to offset the account. The old man burst into tears, and Bella was also a little bit unhappy. The steel factory and Stark Industries are doing shamelessly, relying on your pension, a little bit of delay. The bank was fucking, using a lot of technical jargon to confuse the old man, and let him buy financial products when he was confused. People here don't have the habit of saving. 30% of the people don't even have $1,000 in savings. The old man and his family depend on his pension for a living. What savings can he have? Hearing what the other party said is a big mess, no risk, high rate of return, high quality projects, and what kind of national policy support is there? The 80-year-old is already out of touch with the times. What distinguishing ability can he have? Old Jiao and many of his workmates used their houses as mortgages, and then they bought wealth management products that the bank staff would never buy themselves. Bella and Natasha sighed and left old Joe's house, and then went to the 85-year-old Willie's house. No one in the family found out that the old man had been admitted to the hospital because of kidney failure and was now on a ventilator. The remaining 81-year-old Yar was quite talkative, but his girlfriend hurriedly said goodbye to them and left after 10 minutes. I can still find a girlfriend at the age of 81. Seeing that with silver hair, it seemed that a 70-year-old grandmother was holding the 81-year-old Yar's hand sweetly. Bella was really taken aback. Natasha put up 3 fingers, a look you rarely see. How weird, what is this? Old Yar has declared on many occasions that he can do it with his girlfriend 3 times every morning. Bella took a closer look at the old man Yar. This one was not able to walk. He walked more than 10 meters, walked for a long time with small steps, rubbed forward a little bit, and couldn't move his legs and feet. Can this body be done 3 times a morning? I don't understand you old Americans very much. You are really good people. May God bless you. Good boy, there are too few enthusiastic people like you now. Bella and Natasha once again asked 7 or 8 elderly people who had the same experience. After they expressed their willingness to help the elderly seek justice, they received full praise. These things are useless for Natasha, that is to say, after listening to it, I make myself happy, but for Bella, it is very useful. The compliments of the old people are all sincere, and her enthusiasm rose a lot in an instant. Now that she could receive compliments, she immediately adjusted the original plan. In the evening, the two deliberately found faults and had a fight with 2 groups of high school students who were also conducting social surveys. Natasha's so-called a little understanding of karate is still reliable. Although it is still limited to the level of ordinary people, it has strength and agility, and its understanding of martial arts is terribly high. Bella helps them. A few high school students were persuaded with both punches. After they completed the first day of social surveys, there were 13 younger brothers around them. Procession, demonstration, and prosecution are the 3 magic weapons of social practice at this stage. Natasha volunteered to organize demonstrations, while Bella used the little contacts left by the previous air crash to try to go through legal procedures to ask for a future guarantee for the old workers of these steel plants. Even the most stubborn Texans must admit that New Yorkers are very good at litigating lawsuits. The lawyers for the flight accidents came from New York. Bella called the law firm that was in charge of the current 180 air crash. After knowing that she could not pay much attorney fees, she still enthusiastically recommended a lawyer for her. After seeing this lawyer named Jerry Hogarth, Bella felt a little bit fooled. This female lawyer looks too young, with black hair, skirts, and high heels. She is meticulously dressed, but looking at her face, read www.yuyuganshu.com is not even a few years older than Bella. There is no personal assistant, and even the title on the business card is just a lawyer, not a partner in a law firm. This female lawyer is obviously at the level of a fresh graduate from school. Jerry Hogarth accepted the commission to sue the steel mills and Stark Industries to suspend pension payments, but it is a bit embarrassing for the old people to buy financial products and lose their fortunes. Miss Swan, I understand your original intention, but from a legal point of view, there are risks in buying wealth management products, and there is no suspected illegal content. Bella is not a law student. The laws are different from state to state, so I don't know if it is illegal or not. Is there no fraud involved in this? She asked. Jerry Hogarth shook his head and chuckled. If someone asked her this kind of question, she would just casually talk about it. Seeing Bella's face, she still patiently and meticulously explained the difference with her. If the signatory is sane, has not been duressed, has not been concealed or deceived, then the investment agreement signed in this case has a legal basis, and the investment is risky. The old people in your mouth will be taken away by the bank. As an individual, I am sorry, but as a lawyer, I do not recommend spending a lot of energy on this. Bella scratched her head. The female lawyer spoke clearly, and she was not someone who could not listen to persuasion. According to her original intention, it is best to seal the road for the elderly to buy wealth management products. What kind of money management is at such an age? But financial management is the mainstream here, and she can't think of any refutation. Well, let's focus on the payment of pensions first. What should we do? Jerry Hogarth thought for a moment. Do you know about joint prosecution? Find as many victims as possible and take the way of joint prosecution. Chapter 45, Open Court. There are many procedures to prepare for joint prosecution. Bella took Jerry Hogarth and met with Old Joe and others separately to negotiate their own demands. Their request is very simple. In the future, the pensions of the elderly will be paid in full and in time. If the purchaser is unwilling to this payment mode, it is also possible to make a one-time payment based on the physical conditions of the elderly. As for the relocation of the steel plant to Vietnam, what about the working problems of the current employees in the plant? There is no solution to this problem. Human resources in the East are cheap. It is unreasonable to ask capitalists to use cheap ones instead of using expensive ones. This is a super social problem, not to mention the two adorable lawyers Bella and Hogarth. Even the Twitter ruling president can't help it. From a national perspective, at most, it is to implement some tax cuts to encourage capitalists to use their own workers. As for capitalists not to listen, that is another matter. Bella is definitely unable to solve this kind of social problem. She is not the savior, and the current employees let them find a way. After more than 10 days of negotiations, Bella obtained signatures from a total of 59 old workers, including Old Joe, Old Willie, and Old Yar. As their principal in the joint prosecution, Bella formally challenged Wake, Siller Steel and the Phoenix branch of Stark Industries, which acquired the steel company, filed a civil lawsuit. Jerry Hogarth is also eager to get a name. Even if all the attorney fees are not paid, she starts to follow Bella to visit the elderly one by one, organize the materials, and prepare for the appeal. At the same time, Natasha also organized a large number of elderly people to march and demonstrate in the Old City and the East and West cities. The memory of Bella's predecessor was not received at all, which resulted in her not knowing the classmates and teachers of her predecessor at all. It was a fake. As a local, organizing the parade could only be left to Natasha. If the old people stand in the sun for 2 hours, they will definitely not hold on. Just like clocking in, let them come and stroll around every morning. Some of the members of the parade are young students nearby, and most of them are the sons of workers. Daughter, grandson, granddaughter. The slogan "I want bread, I want to work" definitely cannot be used. Old men and old ladies are 80, and letting them go to work is a complete murder. The main content of the slogan is to issue pensions, and the pensions shall not be suspended for any reason. Two-pronged approach, their momentum here immediately rose. The 180 flight accident faced only the passengers of that flight. Now, demonstrations and lawsuits represent a group, and it is aimed at a multinational group and its impact on society. Power is not a level at all. California, Los Angeles. It is said that he can make circuit boards at the age of 4, build engines at the age of 6, and Tony Stark, a super genius who graduated from MIT at the age of 17, has just sent away a female star whom he cannot name. He has always been the darling of the media, dating so-and-so. What are his opinions on certain policies? What are his opinions on New York congressmen? What are his opinions on Los Angeles congressmen? Which team he supports? All kinds of messy questions will surround him when he walks out of the villa. It is normal to ask questions. As a super topic character, it is strange that no media reporters ask questions. If a female reporter is beautiful and in good shape, Tony Stark will reply with 2 sentences, otherwise ignore it. But today's question is mixed with a few new tricks. Mr. Stark, what do you think about engulfing the pensions of the elderly? Where are these pensions embezzled? You make the elderly homeless, but enjoy the top social resources, you will not feel guilty. What kind of mess is this? View? What can I say? These questions are meaningless to Tony Stark. There are too many people spraying him in various ways. Without even thinking about it, they opened the door and left his villa in a hurry. He didn't take it seriously because it was too far away. But when the incident slowly spread from Arizona to California, tens of thousands of industrial workers were still alarmed. Workers who have retired worry about the suspension of their pensions, while those who are still on the job are worried about the future. In case they click when they retire and their pensions are gone, who can bear it? The workers' concerns have not attracted enough attention from the management. There are too many companies and individuals who have sued Stark Industries. If the group deals with it with a big fan every time, then the management should stop working. Someone told us? Okay, transfer it to the legal department, and let the legal department resolve the other party. Stark Industries does not take it seriously, but their competitors are quite happy. California, Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, and demonstrations in several states have their shadows behind. Even Bella received a bearer check for a full $10,000. The other party probably meant to ask her to order GKD, right? Phoenix Court www.novel.com. Bella is dressed in a formal suit and sits quietly behind the plaintiff's table, while lawyer Jerry Hogarth sits beside her. The clients and lawyers of the Steelworks and Stark Industries Phoenix branch were on the defendant's side. Old Joe and a group of people were sitting in the auditorium behind. On the side of the judge and the clerk, there are 12 members of the jury. The judge with a big beard announced the opening of the court, and lawyer Hogarth began a very sharp statement. On behalf of 59 elderly people, I formally sue Wexler Steel and Stark Industries. History should not be forgotten. I hope that history will remember today and this moment today. Our predecessors worked hard and selflessly for the war. Now that they are old, those companies are so stingy that they even want to encroach on that meager pension. What about us? When we are old, what do we rely on for living? When I lose my capacity and can no longer stand in court to speak up, when you jury members quit their current jobs because of illness and age, what should we do if our pension is frozen at that time? Go begging? Go and kneel at the gate of Stark Industries, begging them to give us a piece of bread? Law. The law is an effective weapon to safeguard our own rights and protect ourselves. What we want is not begging, not Mr. Tony Stark. Mr. Obadiah Stanney rewards us with a piece of bread like a saint. What we want is decent, the last dignity of a person who can spend his old age in a civilized society. The current Miss Jerry Hogarth is still a little immature, but it can be seen that her tone is excited. Chapter 46, Abnormal. Jerry Hogarth is a fledgling lawyer, not a sociologist. From her perspective, she cannot see that the country under her feet is rapidly entering the age of aging. She did not pay attention to this issue, but she is a highly educated person. People who have sufficient insight, after in-depth investigation, have realized that once the pension issue is detonated, it is a social issue. This will arouse everyone's attention, from the judge to the cleaner in the court. No one cares about their pension issues. The more people who follow, the greater her reputation. Win or lose is not important, of course. The best way to win is to win. After she said something, the judge and the clerk did not change anything, but the members of the society on the jury were already moved. Next is the defendant's lawyer, whose answer is very official. What needs to be handled with discretion and what needs time to re-examine, completely denied the accusation of the plaintiff, and very firmly believed that there was nothing wrong with it. Jerry Hogarth, as usual, asked the defendant's client a lot of questions, and the other party's answer was perfect, which was obviously after guidance. Be careful, try to be cautious in your answer. Then it's time for the defendant's lawyer to question Bella, the client of the plaintiff, Jerry Hogarth whispered. In fact, she has no bottom in her heart. Bella is too young and she is too young. If it is dealing with ordinary enterprises, this case is almost impossible to lose. But what volume is Stark Industries? Multinational group. There are hundreds of lawyers in the group's legal department, and they fight lawsuits all over the world every day. Even several law school professors known by Jerry Hogarth are providing legal advice to Stark Industries. They are familiar with the laws of various countries in the world. Can say that black is white, that combat effectiveness is not generally strong. She is a little bit unsure about Bella's resilience, but at this time she can only wait for the opponent to make a move. The defendant's lawyer was tall and thin, with a decent temperament, well-dressed, and a white elite face. He has fought similar lawsuits too many times. The rookie combination like Bella Gogarth is really not in his eyes, as long as a few simple language traps can put the opponent in. He sorted out the cufflinks on his sleeves, stood up, and walked to the plaintiff's side. I want to ask the plaintiff's client some questions, you. He greeted a pair of dazzling eyes. There were so many emotions in his eyes that he couldn't distinguish carefully. At a certain moment, he even thought that he saw God and everything was so sacred. With such a righteous look, can you slander it out of thin air? When the words reached his mouth, he got stuck. You, after a long time, after the judge bearded also showed a puzzled expression, he stammered, You didn't lie. Bella was particularly calm, I didn't lie. The bearded judge almost threw the hammer in his hand. What the hell? A 3-year-old child won't answer this question truthfully. The members of the jury were also a little confused. Such a sincere defendant lawyer is really rare in 1,000 years. The defendant's lawyer also knew that he had asked a stupid question. He desperately told himself to be calm, and to try to adjust his state back. Clearly has a stomach problem, but his mouth just doesn't live up to it. What is your age? 17. Oh, you're so young, that, you didn't get paid when you complained, right? Of course there will be no remuneration, and 1 cent of the money will be confiscated, completely out of public heart. It's so good, it's so good. Well, that one hasn't been bewitched or encouraged by anyone, right? Bella looked righteous, of course not. This way of questioning made the bearded judge and the 2 clerks collectively dumbfounded. After so many years in the industry, it is the first time to see such a harmonious defendant lawyer and plaintiff client. What is this? This is a victory for the construction of the rule of law, this is the glory of human nature. The defendant's client has a dumbfounded expression. What about good dirty water? You can ask questions about power to money transactions, power sex transactions. Ask if there is anyone behind the scenes and how much money has been charged. Make the water muddle first, and nail the opponent to the moral shame. Did not care about the shock of the world, the defendant client stood up and shouted, Your Honor, I object, when his lawyer asked the plaintiff client. The bearded judge also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, you yelled against it. If you don't, I will ask someone to fork your lawyer out. What the are you asking? I haven't eaten, and I'm not happy studying at school. Which university are you going to? These questions should be asked in court. At his age, the bearded judge has long passed the age of the sacred and inviolable of the law. He has seen too many things and too many people in the courtroom. Today's situation is a bit strange, but it is still within the scope of understanding. Attorney Hogarth and Attorney Hogarth both glanced. Bella's eyes were filled with inexplicable looks, and she looked like an honest and selfless person. Look at Miss Hogarth. www.ltnovel.com. I can't say that the appearance is bad, but the sharpness between the eyebrows and the stubbornness at the corners of the mouth all show that this person is very strong and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. The bearded judge came to his own conclusion, this female lawyer is cruel enough. She must have seized some of the other's lawyer's handle secretly, and this funny scene appeared in the courtroom. He doesn't care whether the defendant's lawyer can make a fool of himself or lose his job, but he must maintain court order. Bang bang hit the hammer twice in a row, motioning the defendant's lawyer to go back to his seat. mechanically returned to his seat. The defendant's lawyer was taken aback. God! What was I doing just now? Where am I? Who am I? He glanced at Bella subconsciously, confused, hesitant, and joyful, until he showed the expression of licking the dog. After less than 3 seconds before and after, Bella turned his head and stopped looking at him, and he withdrew his gaze angrily. Oh! He sighed, which attracted the glaring of the defendant's client. Are you from my side? The actual position is that Stark Industries is full of anger in the heart of the middle-aged assistant manager of the Phoenix branch. His response was also extremely fast, and he also came to the conclusion that his lawyer was secretly threatened by the other party. This kind of thing is not new in court. Today this is not the first case, and it will not be the last. He covered his heart, stood up tremblingly, and said that he had the disease. If you don't adjourn today, you will die. The bearded judge was happy to pretend to be confused, and immediately dropped the hammer and adjourned the court. How did you do it? Coming out of the court, Jerry Hogarth couldn't help but lower his voice to ask Bella. Immediately, she said as if asking and answering herself, did you have some evidence of the defendant's lawyer? That's why he made that abnormal reaction. Chapter 47, Farce. Bella felt that the misunderstanding was a bit big, but she didn't know how to explain it. She smiled and pondered. Lawyer Jerry Hogarth didn't know what she had read from her smile, and waved her hand suddenly. Okay, I see, you don't have to talk to me about these things, our goals are the same. At the same time, she also sighed in her heart. She feels that she is doing things by all means, but her bottom line is to buy a witness or something. Today, Bella, who seems harmless to humans and animals, taught her a lesson. Buying witnesses is a fart, we can directly threaten the other party's lawyer. The enemy's lawyer turned in court, and it was scary to say it. The idea of sorrow for rabbits and foxes does not exist. His colleagues are enemies. Attorney Jerry Hogarth can't wait for all the lawyers in the world to die, and there is only one talent left. I can't be merciful. What high school students can do, I have to do it myself. The bottom line is still lower. She warned herself secretly. Seeing the female lawyer's very enlightened expression, Bella was puzzled. What do you understand? I haven't said anything yet. Back to the residence, Bella also felt that he had done a little bit too much today. Next time, the effect of the spell she named as obsession is reduced by half, right? 3 days later, the court opened again. This time the defendant changed an old lawyer. Jerry Hogarth's heart sank. She had met this old lawyer. He was a law professor who had taught herself. Now she runs a law firm by herself and is a big cow in the industry. The old professor's determination and willpower are stronger than those of the young lawyers, but in the face of the psychic blessing infatuation, he also quickly defeated, and he was kindly said to Bella a lot of nonsense. The problem is more acute than last time, but it basically stays at little girl, you have ideas for social practice. This is very good, very free, very American, but it is not easy for Stark Industry. We did not deliberately refuse to pay pensions. Or this is a problem for the whole society, and Stark Industries cannot bear all guilt. If you want to, little girl, I know a few Republican congressmen here. If you go to the party, you can take her to respond to this problem to congressmen. The defendant's client is full of question marks. Are you defending? Is this surrendering? He had to stand up for the second time and interrupt his defense lawyer's question, Your Honor. I object. With all his strength, he uttered an unyielding cry from the depths of his lungs, which made his voice particularly loud in a not-so-wide courtroom. The bearded judge put on reading glasses on purpose today. He looked carefully at the defendant's client and the lawyer, and wanted to see if these two old friends put on makeup to trick themselves. Then shook his head, not his old friends, these two girls are here to amuse themselves. The defendants have surrendered. Is there still a need to fight this lawsuit? He turned to look at the jury. The members of the jury are also confused, and they have never seen such a harmonious trial. Is it true that Tony Stark is stupid and rich? Maybe people really don't care about the compensation? We don't understand the rich world. Seeing that the jury wanted to speak, the defendant client was so anxious that his forehead was sweaty, and he couldn't care about the disorder in the court, so he rushed out to write a letter of recommendation from the University of Pennsylvania to Bella. The old lawyer pulled back to the dock. It was too hasty 3 days ago, and there was no psychological preparation, but I was fooled by this high-hanging free card. This time Miss Jerry Hogarth will not miss the opportunity. She immediately stood up. Your Honor. The defendant client despised the court order, and I asked him to be blasted out. The bearded judge almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. The defendant's lawyer had surrendered to the enemy. Now you are blasting the defendant's client out? No one on the defendant. What shall we do in the remaining time? Our staff and your plaintiff get together to play truth or dare, waiting to get off work? Sit down. If you dare to make trouble, I will blast you out. He warned the defendant client and signaled the trial to continue. The bearded judges is a bit crooked, but the defendant's client still retreats step by step under the problem of Miss Jerry Hogarth. The lawsuits are always 2-on-2. The client of one party has the lawyer of the other party. Now, the assistant manager of Stark Industries' Phoenix branch does not feel any 2-on-2 atmosphere. He feels like 1 against 3. To deal with 2 lawyers and an enemy client. Did the Phoenix branch of Stark Industries notify the union about the suspension of pension payments during the entire incident? Did all the workers meet in accordance with the regulations? Did the branch management participate in the money transactions? Jerry Hogarth's problem match was a sharp one, and the defendant client really had no choice but to use his stunts to escape. What? I passed out. He didn't even think about it, his head tilted, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com fell straight to the ground with a loud bang. Bella saw this scene and very rarely took the initiative to speak. Your Honor. Mr. Brandon in the jury is qualified to practice medicine, please allow him to save people immediately. Dr. Brandon originally didn't want to get involved with this, but under Bella's eyes, he stood up awkwardly. The defendant client who pretended to be dizzy on the ground was taken aback. What the hell? Is there a doctor in the jury? Didn't he fall for nothing? It is absolutely politically correct to save people. The judge can't say that the goods on the ground are pretend. As long as we adjourn the court, he will be fine immediately, and nodded in agreement with the Dr. Brandon to save the people. The members of the jury come from all walks of life, and a doctor is not new. After receiving Bella's encouraging look, the doctor walked up to the defendant's client courageously, but after watching for a long time, he found no problems. Judge means to adjourn the court and hand the defendant client to the hospital for treatment. It's too late. The patient must receive first aid on site. Dr. Brandon yelled, and then 1 milliliter of adrenaline was injected into the vein. Seeing that the patient was not awake, the doctor immediately began chest compressions. He used a lot of strength, but this patient was a little fat, and his chest was full of fat. After listening to it for a long time, he didn't hear his heartbeat. He had to exert his whole body strength and press hard. Press the breastbone to make a creak. I'm dying. What if the breastbone is broken? The assistant manager of Stark Industries' Phoenix branch has to think about this question. Is this a work injury? Earning such a salary by yourself is not worth working hard for the company, right? Seeing that the doctor still had to give him artificial respiration, the adrenaline was also affecting his body, and he had to wake up. Chapter 48, Compensation. The members of the jury and the old Joe in the gallery applauded. Attorney Bella and Hogarth also clapped their hands in a humane and caring manner, expressing joy. Seeing that his 2 clerks were applauding, the bearded judge who secretly received a lot of money from Stark Industries also slapped his chin with a speechless expression. The defendant's client was full of tears. He grabbed the doctor's hand and tried to delay a little. God! Dr. Brandon, thank you for saving me. You are welcome, this is a doctor's duty. No. Please make me thank you. The adrenaline had already begun to work, and the defendant's client was so excited that he couldn't wait to do 2 somersaults on the spot. The doctor helped him up and took a look at him. He seemed very satisfied with his first aid level. Look at this patient, who was so serious before, but now he was rescued by himself. His tone was triumphant. Let's continue the trial. You miss me to die. The defendant client had to return to his seat and continue to face Jerry Hogarth's cross-examination. Complete defeat. The defendant's client was killed so that he lost his armor, and the lawyer on his side also asked a few irrelevant questions. After a half-day adjournment, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the jury made an unofficial verdict and found that Stark Industries and Wexler Steel Company breached the contract. The judge also respected the jury's opinion. On this basis, according to Arizona's the law makes the final judgment. Stark Industries and Wexler Steel Company must faithfully pay all pensions of retired steel company workers within 90 days. Bella discussed with Lao Chiao and others that the way of receiving monthly pensions every year was really unreliable, and now the purchaser and the steel factory are required to pay in full. Take the elderly who can live to 100 years old as the boundary, 100 minus their current age, and then multiply the actual amount that should be received each year, which is the pension that should be received. If they live past 100 years old, then they are regarded as a loss. If the currency depreciates, it is also a risk they need to take. The fact is that I have been working in a steel factory for a lifetime. No one thinks that I can live to 100 years old. It is God blessed to live to 90. Everyone is very happy to be able to get some extra money. Even if the currency depreciates, they will recognize it. Stark Industries and the steel factory are definitely not happy. Not everyone's pension is $45,000 a year. Old Joe's pension is the most. But even so, according to their calculations, 59 workers' pensions, the total amount of pensions also exceeds 50 million. A broken steel factory, in addition to the normal acquisition costs, it has to pay $50 million. No one wants to change. Bella knew that they were unwilling, and it was a foreseeable situation that they continued to delay while appealing, so the demonstrations continued. Before the bank robbery, no matter how bad it was, the 3 elderly people still donated most of the stolen money in addition to the necessary living expenses. Now the court has won the case, and it is justified. Whether it is going to the Stark branch to demonstrate or win the sympathy of the media, the old people are standing on the highest point of morality. The elderly themselves are a disadvantaged group. This disadvantaged group has nothing to do with the skin color of blacks and whites, and has nothing to do with the gender of patriarchal and feminist rights. Everyone will go through this stage. Today is them, tomorrow is you. It is worthy of sympathy in itself, and now there are court decisions to support. Bella and Natasha gathered many students and spoke on various online media. Stark Industries competitors were also secretly working hard, and the old people marched and demonstrated. Has received a lot of social attention. Congressmen, politicians of various parties, and media reporters have followed this topic closely, which is becoming more and more unfavorable for Stark Industry, which is at the center of the whirlpool. Everyone will get old. Today is old Joe and old Willie. Tomorrow is us. Maybe Mr. Tony Stark has enough money. He doesn't need to think about his retirement in his later years, but we need it. I think Stark Mr. Obadiah Stanley, the CEO of the industry, also needs it. After all, he is just a part-time worker. 99% of people in this country need to consider this issue. I'm just an ordinary person, I can only do my little power to appeal to everyone. Everyone stand up together. We have to say no to those capitalists who can't arbitrarily swallow our pensions. Obadiah looked at Bella talking in front of the CNN camera, wishing to smash the computer with a punch. I'm still at work at the age of 70, and have tossed so hard for so many years. Haven't I had a family background? I don't need a pension. Things are developing so fast that he didn't expect it. The problem now is not Bella and the dozens of old workers who broke the steel factory. The incident spread across the United States, and many employees and workers employed by Stark Industries expressed their concerns to varying degrees. This group ranges from the assistants around Obadiah to the aunt who is responsible for cleaning the toilets of the group. Everyone is concerned about this issue. What about my pension? Will it also be suspended? The relationship between the two parties is only an employee, not a slave. If you don't give money, who will work for you? The entire group is in turmoil. Obadiah meets every day to appease his subordinates. He is also a strong man. www.novel.com. He is quite decisive. When his subordinates are about to continue the lawsuit with Bella, he directly calls a stop. Take the money and smash it, and put the instigator right. The 50 million pension is obviously blackmail. Stark Industries can't make this. The amount is too big. Who can live to be 100? Stand up and let me see. The age limit is set to 90 years old, and then part of the pension will be paid according to this standard. A week later, the old people received pensions from Stark Industries, totaling $15 million. Specific to the 59 elderly people, the more can get 300,000, and the less can get hundreds of thousands. The holes in bank wealth management products can basically be plugged, the house will not be taken away, and a large part of the money will be left for future expenses of the family. The children, neighbors, and friends of the old people are under pressure from all walks of life, with persuasion, threats, and favorable incentives. After they got the money, they euphemistically expressed to Bella that they hoped to stop there. Yes, I respect your choice. Bella and Natasha left Xiao's home. The old man was very embarrassed, and personally sent them to the door, until they drove away, and then staggered back to their home. Natasha was somewhat depressed, thinking that things were not perfect. Bella is quite satisfied. It's pretty good that things can develop to this level. It can't be said that Tony Stark is a good person. He is a good person in Stark's industry. Now everyone still abides by the rules of the game, but if it is urgent, hiring murders and kidnappings will definitely happen. Bella is not afraid, it does not mean that others are not afraid. She got the reputation and praise she needed, and the old people got almost the same monetary compensation. This thing can end here. Chapter 49, Accident. Bella wants to stop, but others don't want to let it go. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind keeps on. In many cases, it's not because you say you don't want to play. The pension lawsuit ended. Natasha went back to school in Prosperity Town. As a sophomore, she had to receive another 2 years of happy education, while Bella was involved in the compensation case for the 180 flight accident for 2 days. In the case of pension, she got a little remuneration, if not at all, it would be too capitalist. Among other things, Miss Hogarth's legal fees must be paid by her. Several old people gave some cash, plus those bearer checks, and removed all expenses. In the end, she had less than $5 in her hand. Thousands of dollars. And the little beauty Natasha divided the spoils, and the two took $2,000 each. This little money is really careless, eat, drink, go shopping, basically there is not much left. Bella is more concerned about flight compensation, that is the big one. After another day of trial, she went to a convenience store to buy a lot of food. According to Natasha's experience, Feng Nahi needs a lot of nutrition, so she bought a lot for this. While checking out, suddenly a slightly fat middle-aged man jumped out from the back of the shelf on the side. The opponent held a pistol in his hand and pointed his muzzle at Bella. "Remember me? Miss Swan? Why didn't you laugh? Didn't you laugh happily before?" The client of the defendant, who was like a clown in the pension case, was full of suffocation at this time, his hand holding the gun slightly trembling, staring at Bella. "Fuck. Bella really hates the proliferation of guns. How can any cat or dog get a gun out? The two sides are separated by 5 meters. She bursts out with all her strength and can dodge before the opponent pulls the trigger. This kind of pistol can't hurt her. But the current environment is not right. In front of her is a slightly stubborn middle-aged male cashier, and behind her are 2 female customers waiting to pay. There is really little room for shelter. Calm down, this is a matter between us, we can solve it by ourselves, you first let irrelevant people leave. Bella's infatuation is completely ineffective against hostile targets, she can only use words to convince each other, clear away the people around first. Some fat middle-aged people laughed so sadly, do you think I will let you go? I was fired, the bank took my house and car away, and my wife and children left me. I'm so unfortunate, why don't you take a few more people away? Hey? You are not allowed to move. Whoever moves I will kill anyone. Just as his expression became more and more ferocious, a few big men in black rushed in from the front entrance of the convenience store, the head of which was a fat man. Mr. Todd. Stark Industries will pay you enough severance pay. Please calm down and put down your gun. The fat man in the lead said loudly, and the few people behind him were half encircled, as if they were about to fall down. Todd's middle-aged man. All back, back. Mr. Happy Hogan, I have paid so much for the company, what is waiting for me in the end? It is mocking. It is indifference and dismissal. What did I do wrong? You humiliated the company and said you did nothing wrong? At this stage, Obadiah and Tony Stark are still close uncles and nephews. As Tony Stark's close friends, the fat bodyguard Harpy Hogan and an executive of the group are assigned to deal with the Phoenix side thing. The work on the surface, such as explaining the whole thing to the media, such as distributing pensions to the elderly, is the responsibility of the executives at the headquarters, and the fat bodyguard is responsible for some ugly things, sweeping the guy out. It was one of them, but I didn't expect it to be countless, but something went wrong. The fat bodyguard is really not a material for negotiation, it will only keep the other party calm. The middle-aged man named Todd can no longer suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. Money, honor, and reputation are all away from him. What else can he worry about? He gritted his teeth and fired 3 shots in Bella's direction. Boom boom boom. Bella couldn't take care of the horror. She pushed down the 2 female customers on the side with her left hand, and then stared carefully at the trajectory. His lower body remained motionless. Wiping her afterimage, hitting the stubborn middle-aged cashier behind her. Bella Sigma. She was extremely surprised. She had adjusted Todd's shooting angle using her conversation and her position before. In theory, there should be no one behind her at this time. Wasn't the guy who was shot at his right before? She still stretched out her hand to push it, just pushed a little. What did this guy run behind her back? Boom 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 boom, bursts of guns rang out, and Stark Industries bodyguards shot one after another, killing the hateful and poor Todd directly. The fat bodyguard Happy obviously knew who Bella was, but his attention was focused on Todd before, and he did not see the scene where she quickly dodges the bullet. At this time, a stride rushed in front of her, as if worried about her safety. The remaining bodyguards evacuated the panicked crowd, and one of them was calling to contact the company's legal department. Help! There is an innocent, hey? What about people? Bella pushed away the protection of the fat bodyguard www.novel.com and wanted them to be treated the middle-aged cashier who was shot just now, but when she turned her head, she found that only a puddle of blood was left on the ground, and a big living person had disappeared. What the hell? Are Americans so strong? 3 shots in the body can still escape in the chaos? This guy obviously has a secret in him. A pure passerby who came across had secrets hidden in her body, she really didn't know what to say. Miss Swan, we think there should be some misunderstandings, Stark Industries. The fat bodyguard searched his stomach and seemed to be wondering how to convince her not to pursue the matter. Bella was also a little irritable in her heart. Her intention was not to harm others, and she never thought of harming anyone. But Todd's series of encounters are inseparable from her, and she also doesn't want to be portrayed as an anti-Stark fighter. At this time she said impatiently. This is not a personal grievance, I can assume that today's thing did not happen, but where is the police station? The fat bodyguard repeatedly assured, there will be no problems with the police station, you can leave now. Yes, this. He handed Bella a check, a bearer check for $50,000. Bella took the check, looked back and forth, and her tone was somewhat lost. This is the severance pay you are going to give Mr. Todd? Now use it to stop my mouth. Forget it, here is the money. I don't have much use for me, and I can't make a fortune. If you don't know what to do, then leave it to Mr. Todd's family. She returned the check to the fat bodyguard and left $50 at the cash register. Then she picked up her satchel and a lot of food, sighed, turned and left the convenience store. Chapter 50, Save People. Bella avoided the crowds and police cars, carrying large bags and small packages, and went around to the other side of the parking lot to pick up the car. The appearance of her pickup truck is extremely domineering. As an inland city, Phoenix has a lot of idle people. Wandering in the city, watching other people's cars is good. There are a lot of black homeless people who used to slash twice. Ordinary cars will be stroked, but ghost pickups are different. Miss Pickups can pull those second drivers in and kill them. In order to prevent such incidents from happening, Bella usually parks the car in the corner, and at the same time tells Miss Pickup to turn on the ghost stealth mode. Except for the kind of people who are about to die, ordinary normal people will definitely not see the corner. There is also a car parked inside. This trick is to try Bai Ling, who is going to die in the parking lot. The normal person came, and without Bella's consent, he could not see the ghost pickup. However, there was an accident today. The blood stains are very light, and it is really difficult to find without a certain degree of vision and smell. Bella looked around and sighed. Where did the accident happen? I must have been affected by Natasha's black physique. She opened the car door and found Miss Picka wearing a white dress sitting in the passenger seat, with a man covered in blood lying on the back seat. This man was in the convenience store. He was hiding behind her because of his cleverness. He was hit by a middle-aged cashier 3 times in a row. This guy is dying, otherwise with ordinary people's spiritual perception, the ghost pickup in the invisible state will not be seen at all. What's the situation? This is... Bella asked the ghost. Since Miss Picka swallowed the ghost of the ghost truck, her spiritual body has been much stronger than before, and her memories and ways of thinking have also recovered by 10% or 20%, and occasionally there will be anger, frustration, confusion, and other emotional expressions. Come out. Send me home. Bella carefully experienced the emotions felt in the Shinix. You mean this guy is your friend? Do you know? This time, Miss Pickup seemed to think about it. Send me home. Oh. I didn't know each other. That would be easier. There is definitely a big problem with the identity of the middle-aged person. Bella doesn't want to be nosy, but she is a little curious. She looked through the wallet of the middle-aged man. There were a few notes in it, which were messy, but there were 4 or 5 documents in them. The driver's license is in English, and the name is Christopher da Silva. How does this name look like a pseudonym? The letters on the other certificates are not in English, and one of them looks like Russian. The middle-aged man was confused. He was shot in the shoulder, chest, and lower abdomen. Now he was covered with blood and he was about to die. Bella patted the other person on the shoulder. Comrade, vodka. The other party did not respond. Comrade, babasha. Still no response. Eula. After Bella yelled, she didn't have any curses at all. Recently, she learned 3 sentences of Russian with Natasha. Comrade, I'm sorry, it was my fault to implicate you, but unfortunately, I don't have the ability to treat. Now it must be too late for research, this is fate, it can't be cured, wait for death, goodbye. Bella lifted the middle-aged man's neck collar, pulled the cargo out of the back seat of her car, and threw it on the ground. Turned around to leave, but the abrupt middle-aged man grabbed her ankle. Save me, save me. Save me. I am an agent of MI6, code name 006, I know important information. I have the value of being saved, valuable. The man's desire to survive is quite strong, and he repeatedly calls for help in English. Bella broke off the opponent's fingers. The opponent is not as powerful as her under normal conditions, not to mention that he is seriously injured now, but the middle-aged man is very persistent and is unwilling to let go of any life-saving straw around him. Grab, break again, grab again. After 3 consecutive times, his stamina was completely exhausted, and his blood-stained right hand grabbed the air, trying to grasp the illusory last hope. The strong will of the middle-aged man to survive really shocked Bella. She felt that if she walked to the other side's position, she would accept her fate at this moment. It's useless for you to catch me. How can I treat a gunshot wound? I won't. She scratched her head and temporarily developed a healing spell? Sorry, she doesn't have that skill yet. Send me home. The erratic Miss Picker said, pointing to the middle-aged man. Bella frowned, you mean, you can first aid on the battlefield? Send me home. This is what you said, okay, I'll run again and find some first aid medicine. In an eagerness, many drugs are not easy to find. Bella thought of Dr. Brandon in the previous jury. The other party's clinic was not far from the parking lot. The effect of the previous obsession was still there. She ran over and gave the other party's first aid kit. Take it back. The ghost pickup will not leave any stains, and the blood will be automatically sucked away by the car body. Bella put Comrade 006 flat on the back seat, and then under the guidance of Miss Pickup, he was given first aid. Send me home. Okay, okay. Bella spilled alcohol on Comrade 006's wound, and then disinfected the scalpel www.novel.com to dig up the wound and take the bullet. But she dug out her eyes for a long time without seeing anything. Send me home. What? The bullet didn't stay in the body, so it passed through? Then you said it earlier. It made me dig here for a long time. Send me home. Doesn't I so good looking? Please. I am a high school student with blood on his hands here to give first aid. It's already amazing. You are standing and talking without backache. Let's ask the person involved, hello. Do you think I so good? Look, he didn't say a word, it means he thinks I can sew it. Several kinds of injections that Bella couldn't name were hit into Comrade 006's body one after another to maintain body functions, and then debridement, suture, and blood transfusion. The whole process took less than half an hour, and the movements were slightly rough, but on the surface, the person was saved. However, after receiving treatment in the ghost pickup, there must be sequelae. The negative energy in this car is extremely large. Normal people are fine. Comrade 006 who is about to die at the moment will probably leave some minor problems due to negative energy accumulation. Bella and Miss Pika have been thinking about it for a long time. They think that Comrade 006 will have a small amount of symptoms such as epilepsy, dizziness, insufficient blood supply to the brain, or simply awakening the yin and yang ability. It's normal. If you have any questions, go to the hospital. Comrade 006 lost too much blood and fainted a long time ago. Bella couldn't throw him in the parking lot and wait to die, and send the Buddha to the west. At least let this man have a relatively warm place to rest. Send me home. Okay, okay. Go home first. Bella threw Comrade 006 into the back seat and drove the pickup out of the parking lot. Chapter 51, 6 and number 039, S Diary. My name is Eric Trevelyan. I am an agent of MI6 in the United Kingdom. I inherited the code name from the former agent. Now I am 006. March 1986. The Director of Intelligence knew it, and I knew it, but the Director of Intelligence thought I didn't know, and I pretended that I didn't know. I am not a British, I am a Cossack who was betrayed by Stalin and the British government. I have been trained by British intelligence agencies since I was a child, and I was loyal to the Sun Never Set Empire, loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, and was instilled in the idea of overthrowing the tyranny of the East, but after learning my true identity, I was lost. 006's diary during this time was very scribbled, some of the paper was wrinkled, and the handwriting was slightly blurred. Of course, it was not tears, but because he drank too much. June 1986. The operation failed. I was thrown into cannon fodder by 007, who was also a British agent, for the British Empire and for Her Majesty the Queen. What a great slogan, what an exciting moment. The 007 who once had a deep friendship with myself in the name of task priority, I gave up myself. I want to retaliate against the former empire and the Queen of England. After clarifying the goal, Comrade 006's fighting spirit was restored. He wanted to use his ability to let the respected Queen watch a big firework. In October 1995, he planned to steal the military satellite GoldenEye. As a result, the plan was destroyed by 007, and he had to feign death and escape from Russia. August 1999. I reintegrated my intelligence network, and the effect was amazing. Russia is getting more and more chaotic, and we have gained a lot of weapons and talents from it. January 2000. I secretly organized manpower and made a careful plan. Finally, I stole their newly developed Jericho-type I-missile from Stark Industries. The missile was disassembled and shipped out of the United States in batches. Your Majesty the Queen, the big fireworks I prepared for you, I hope you like it. In February 2000, the most important circuit board in the missile control system was not in place for a long time, and I had to return to the United States to track down clues. On March 5, 2000, I was going crazy. My thoughtful plan was finally destroyed by 4 dumb thieves. It's all over. The plan is completely exposed, I must hide it. On the afternoon of March 5, 2000, the air crash attracted countless agents. They were all chasing me, I can't let them track me down. Today's pie doesn't seem to be right. Uncomfortable, I'm so unlucky. On March 6, 2000, the police and gangsters in Phoenix moved around like crazy. The FBI, the CIA, and the agents of those allies and the enemy's agents were also involved. The 1.5 million permanent residents in Phoenix population, now there are more than 20,000 agents mixed in, and on average there is 1 agent in 100. I'm going crazy. Eating fast food every day is so uncomfortable. Why do these Yankees like to eat this kind of food? On March 9, 2000, ordinary people were unaware of it, but I can see that now Phoenix is heavily guarded. Once I leave my current residence, I have a high chance of being exposed. Alas, I can only continue to hide. Now, in order not to cause suspicion, I will go out to work tomorrow. I will go to a fast food restaurant for 2 days first and observe the wind direction. On April 5, 2000, my salary was deducted by 2/3 by the black-hearted boss. According to my old temper, I should have killed him with 1 shot. But now I have to endure. 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 On April 12, 2000, I can't bear it anymore. That black-hearted boss dared to touch my ass. On April 15, 2000, I started to work as a food delivery man. A group of young guys actually laughed at me. Have you never seen a 40-year-old food delivery man? On May 29, 2000, the job of a food delivery person was so exhausting. My knee hurts when I pedal a bicycle. These southerners did not follow the traffic rules. I was almost killed by a silver grey pickup truck. Resign. Quit doing it. I went to a bar and became a bartender. June 2, 2000. The guard in the city seems to be relaxed, but we should be more cautious. What if it is a tactic? June 3, 2000. As expected, the agents in the city suddenly mobilized. I was hiding in the dark, and I saw the figure of Victoria Hand. Why did this high-level SHIELD agent appear in Phoenix? It's incredible. Are you here to hunt me? I must keep hiding. June 20, 2000. The turbulent pension incident in the city seemed to be a good opportunity. I followed the parade for 2 laps around the city, and my guard was indeed relaxed a lot. I think it will be enough to observe for 2 more days. Leaving. I have to say one more thing, the box lunch provided by the parade is really terrible. June 24, 2000. I changed my job again and now I am a cashier in a convenience store. I need some cash that cannot be traced. If nothing else, I can leave this hapless Phoenix tonight. City, ha 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 ha. The diary ends here abruptly. When started writing again, it had reached a new page. June 26, 2000. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I was injured. I was seriously injured. I was shot 3 times in my shoulder, chest, and lower abdomen. But I don't remember what happened in the past 2 days. I can't remember anything, as if my memory was dug out of nothing, and I still have a slight headache. June 27, 2000. I accidentally discovered that one of my safe houses had signs of being used. I went to a few friends to inquire, and they said that I took a woman with me and took something from it. Hell. Me. I can't remember it at all. June 29, 2000. I left Phoenix, and my injury was still not completely healed. I would find a place to rest for a while, but my previous amnesia still made me feel palpitations. I must know that during the 2 days of amnesia here, what did I do? On the evening of June 29, 2000. A guy who was a broker contacted me, and he said that I bought a file from him. It was from the former ISA female agent Samn Shah. Hell. If I remember correctly, if so, this female agent should be dead. She was killed by the government. Why did I buy this information? June 30, 2000. I came to West Virginia. There is an identity I have used for a long time, as well as my wife, and an adopted girl. To be honest, I love them. If there is no agent's past, it would be a wonderful thing for a family of 3 to live together in peace. I want to heal my wounds, look for lost memories by the way, and give Ruth and Sharon a happy life. July 1, 2000. Sharon is a lovely daughter, but she seems to be a little afraid of me. Is it because I haven't been back for too long? But the symptoms of this sleepwalking are abnormal. Let's go see a doctor tomorrow. Chapter 52, Psychic Again. Treating Comrade 006 is just an episode in Bella's life. With the help of the other party's intelligence network, it's good news to learn about Miss Picca's past life, but for her personally, she changed from Miss Picca to Sister Pickshaw. There is no difference. I don't know who was betrayed and how he died. It's useless even if you know it. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil, tide returns to tide. Is this agent under the control of the United States during his lifetime and after his death? Those who should go to school are still going to school, those who should be ghosts are still being ghosts. Using their own psychic energy to cooperate with the negative energy impact of the ghost, they jointly sealed the memory of Comrade 006 in the past 2 days. The identity of the female ghost cannot be revealed at this stage. Bella's actions to evade the bullets were also clearly seen by Comrade 006. These contents must be sealed. In order to make the seal stronger, Bella also deliberately added a password to the blockade. Considering the living habits of the people here, the noun she set for the password is drink hot water. In theory, using any language to drink more hot water can make the memory in a semi-activated state, but considering that people here drink ice water for years, Bella thinks this password is relatively safe. There is a password, there is a strong negative energy blockade. The experience of these 2 days, Comrade 006 cannot be recalled anyway, and the top hypnotist is useless. The earth is so big, it is so easy to encounter supernatural events, and this ghost is even higher than Xiao's sister in level. Sister Xiao is an elite agent herself, and she also suffered betrayal. After her death, her grievances soared to the sky, and this can be condensed into a spirit body. Ordinary people alone can say that their mental power and willpower cannot reach the level of agents, not to mention that grievances are not so easy to accumulate. Yes, it is even more difficult to become a ghost, and now it is higher than Xiao's sister's level? Bella thinks that the chance of Comrade 006 bumping into this kind of thing is very small, and there are limits to bad luck, right? The pension case gave Bella a lot of social attention and reputation. At the end of June, Victoria Hand took her to Stanford University in California and visited several history professors. This kind of prestigious school is very welcome to celebrities, and Bella's grades are also good. The door of Stanford University is completely open to her. At the end of August, she can report to Palo Alto in the San Francisco Bay Area. Saying goodbye to Victoria Hand, and driving north from California, Bella returned to Foxtown in Washington state. On the second day after returning home, Bella used the remaining materials from the last time to arrange the psychic ritual, lit the brazier again, and tried to communicate with her ancestors. The of death was successfully resolved. She felt that she should report to her ancestors, regardless of whether it was useful or not. This at least echoed the previous request for help, which was regarded as a respect. The second psychic was much more difficult than the first. She had a hunch that if she continued to use the psychic methods of the Qurut tribe, the chance of success next time could be infinitely close to zero. But after entering Linghai, the feeling is completely different from last time. As a Psion, she only feels like a fish in water here. If the comfort level in the material world is 1, the comfort level in Linghai is 10. She hummed comfortably, and the speed of entering the depths of the Linghai was twice as fast as last time. Various spirits are releasing kindness to her, and she also expresses her gratitude one by one with a clear attitude. She didn't see Will Turner, Elizabeth Swan, nor did she know where these two ancestors went to play. Bella only met Hector Barbosa and his daughter in the Sea of Spirit. Karina Barbosa. It is very fast to converge thoughts in the Sea of Spirits, just 2 thoughts. They understand the whole process of Bella's defeat of death. Hey, then a little trash can make you like this? 1 generation is not as good as 1 generation. As Bella's spiritual attainments have greatly improved, Barbossa's spirit is also clear in her eyes. Wearing a heavy cloak and a black cocked hat on his head, even though he has turned into a spirit, Barbossa still maintains his final appearance, wrinkled, unshaven, scars and nails all over his neck and arms. Rough and ugly, with artificial legs. Karina Barbossa's dress is relatively normal. She is wearing a Baroque-style whalebone skirt with a slender neck and a graceful posture. Don't mind, he is like this, even if you defeat Zeus, he will not praise you. Karina Barbossa smiled and rounded off. Bella was also not angry. Her own method of dealing with the of death was indeed a coincidence. Well, it doesn't matter, I am also very happy to see your father-daughter relationship is so good. I just came over to say, nothing is wrong with me. I went back. Please wait a moment. Karina Barbosa called her. Then turned around and seemed to exchange some information with Hector Barbosa. Then turned around and asked Bella, how is your relationship with your father? The relationship between myself and Charlie? Bella thought for a while, it's not bad, my father and mother are divorced. Do you also have the concept of marriage in your time? Now I am negotiating with another girl, for Charlie, it is my father who reintroduce a girlfriend. It wasn't a bad thing anyway, there was no question of what could not be said, so she gave a rough idea of her plan with Natasha. She didn't lie at all. Charlie and Natasha's old lady Samantha did have something to say. www.novel.com. The two secretly called and sent text messages, thinking they were hiding from Bella and Natasha. Found out early. Hey? This thing is very interesting. Little girl, I like you a little bit. The focus of men is that they are different from women. Old Barbossa's expression immediately changed significantly, but when he saw Karina Barbossa next to him, he still wisely did not continue to discuss this topic in depth. Karina Barbossa's expression is a bit speechless. In her day, people's lifespans were short, and their children were premature, and parents died everywhere, even she did. She just found her boyfriend, Dad. Just died, although that was an unnatural death. She organized the language, and after thinking about it, she said, "We are not on your side. We die in our respective eras. Now we can only meet briefly through the connection of the spirit." This is a bit transcendent, and it seems to involve the concept of time and space. Bella doesn't understand it very well, she waits silently for the other party's text. Karina Barbossa and Hector Barbossa clasped their hands tightly together. "We just met, he left me, I have never enjoyed a day of fatherly love." Hector Barbossa's tone was a little bit resentful. "It must be the Calypso cursing us." Bella was surprised by the tone of the goddess of the sea. "What does this mean? With my own small arms and legs, are you going to go and carry the goddess of the ocean?" Karina Barbossa talked about her purpose. "My spirit is here. There are my memories, my love and my knowledge. But I am not the same as Karina Barbossa. Part of Karina Barbossa died long ago. She died in Havana, beside her children and grandchildren." Chapter 53, Barbossa and number 039, S stunt. "Do you want me to find your corpse?" Bella's brain opened wide, and she used many movies and TV shows she had watched to analyze. Karina Barbossa was taken aback. She didn't understand her thinking very well. "Of course not, I don't care about my bones. Well, it is like this. I tried to resurrect my father with the secret technique obtained from the trident of the sea god, but Calypso interfered with the ceremony. After all, our father and daughter were not reunited. This is the one thing I regret most." Worried that Bella would continue to think about it, Karina Barbossa explained, "My secret technique cannot be said to be a complete failure. My thoughts have crossed the distance between time and space. Landed in your age, or because of your psychic last time, that part of the mist stayed in your age. If you see a woman who looks like me in reality, please help her and let them father and daughter reunited." Bella's forehead was confused. "Isn't it? The last time I channeled was 3 months ago, did you ask me to find a 3-month-old baby?" Karina Barbossa is very embarrassed, thinking for a long time and don't know how to explain. "Time is not what you think, it is not linear, it is grid-like, and I can't be specific. To explain this, I can only say that the girl should be about the same age as you, or several years older, and definitely not a baby." There is a lot of information revealed in this passage, and Bella takes a little analysis. She felt that there was a secret of time involved, but Karina Barbossa seemed unwilling to say more about this issue. How do I find that woman? Do you think that a group of pirates can divination of such high-end spells?" Hector Barbossa suddenly interjected, his eyes widened, and he looked at Bella firmly. "No name, no location, how can I find it?" Bella is a little stunned. Of course, it is impossible to follow the fate. Karina Barbossa had prepared for it, and she handed Bella a compass. "This is a copy of Jack Sparrow's compass. Of course, you don't need to know who this person is, that's a very annoying guy, and he has nothing to do with our current affairs. After returning to the real world, the compass will guide you to find the girl. Calypso has already noticed her. Please help her." The situation between her and her father is very dangerous. Bella hesitated a bit. She just killed the of death, and now he is going to tease the of sea? She was a little reluctant. Hector Barbosa gave a particularly exaggerated smile. If you are willing to save the father and daughter, I will teach you my stunt. Your stunt? Does the old Barbosa have any tricks? Bella looked at him sideways, instinctively that the other party was fooling herself. Seeing that she was not fooled, the old man changed his face again. Do you think Calypso will let you go? Maybe she didn't care about it before, but now? You have an intersection with Elizabeth Swan, you still think you can escape in this battle? We are not servants of the sea goddess, not slaves. The land has boundaries, but the sea does not. Children at sea are free. Is the American spirit of freedom passed down from you? It really has a long history. The old bus's threat and temptation did not make Bella completely determined. It was Karina Barbosa who finally made her make up her mind. Calypso is very weak. The sea today is no longer the sea of her time. She can't enter the world at all, and she can't even regain her consciousness. This task is not difficult for you. Well, give me the compass, I'll go over and take a look. Waking up from the spirit sea, Bella looked at the compass in her hand. There is a sun mark on the lid of the box. Open the lid, and the golden pointer on the dial is spinning like crazy. She put the compass on the table, and the spinning pointer immediately stopped. Holding it in her hand, it started spinning again. It's amazing. She couldn't help sighing. The extraordinary power of the pirates of the Caribbean world is actually not weak at all. A few pirate kings can seal the goddess of the ocean, immortality at every turn, immortality, voodoo zombies, Blackbeard swords, and Jack Sparrow's compass. The other items are all amazing, but these extraordinary powers are in the hands of the Pirate King and are not known to outsiders. The compass in Bella's hand can't understand the principle, and she doesn't know how Karina Barbosa copied it. Currently, there is only one function, and that is to find the woman who has most of her missing. When the compass needle stopped swinging, Bella glanced at the direction, facing east. Put the compass aside, she looked around and picked up a baseball bat from her bookshelf. This psychic is actually the last psychic. The two Barbosas not only gave the task, but also gave the reward. Bella's left foot is in front and her right foot is behind, her arm is raised with the baseball bat, straight, transfer, and sprint. This part of knowledge was imprinted in her mind with psychic energy. It was impressive and easy to master. She tried to make her body remember these movement essentials and turned it into a physical instinct. There is no doubt that she was pitted by the insidious and cunning Barbosa. This is the so-called stunt of the other party, the fencing technique used by the pirates. How is the old man's swordsmanship? This depends on whom you compare. With Jack Sparrow and Walter Irby, that must be worse. Jack Sparrow is a bit like Lu Huangshu. He is beaten every day, from north to south, from east to west. If he doesn't have good martial arts, he will end early, let alone Will Turner. Apart from ironing, the only thing worthy of praise what is swordsmanship, and the old Barbosa is good at management and intrigue, in terms of personal force is only average. But as the pirate king of the Caspian Sea, no matter how bad his swordsmanship is, he is a lot better than ordinary pirates. It is no problem to fight ordinary people. Bella worked hard to integrate this part of knowledge. When the sun went down, her swordsmanship had already reached the level of a somewhat talented swordsman who had worked hard for about 5 years. Fencing in this era basically stays at the level of performance, but at least it is a martial art that can be used on the battlefield. If you have nothing to do, you can take it out to practice. It can maintain a beautiful body shape and help digestion. Later, go to the fencing club of the university. You can still mix up with the first name. What the old Barbosa taught her was swordsmanship, saying it was useful and useful, saying it was useless, it was really useless. Karina Barbosa is much more generous than her father. She combined Bella's own abilities with the knowledge of the Sea King's trident to develop a brand new Sonic spell for her. Including the Mind Shield, Invisibility, and Obsessive spells, this spell is now the 4th spell that Bella has mastered and the only attack spell. Ice Rays. Theoretically, this spell can simulate the 4 energy operation modes of ice, fire, lightning, and sound waves, and then rely on rays to cause long-range energy damage to the enemy. Chapter 54, Crocodile. Known by Barbossa as the Children of the Sea, Bella feels that even if she is not good at water warfare, she must at least be good at water warfare. After a simple clean-up, she went to the school's indoor swimming pool to practice. If she didn't practice, she was surprised. Her swimming speed is surprisingly fast, and the current has almost no resistance to her. Instead, it seems to be pushing her forward, easily crushing the few junior students who are taking swimming lessons, and this is only a small amount of strength. S level. She felt that she could break the world record with one leg tied. Before the swimming coach was shocked, she ran away. When he came home, he told Picasso to stop showing up, and called Charlie to deal with some college admissions. Then Bella took a plane to Florida. Pirates of the Caribbean, as the name suggests, are pirates within the approximate range of activity in the Caribbean Sea. Only Florida is the only one that can touch the Caribbean Sea on the US side. The flight was peaceful all the way, there was no hijacking, no explosion, and no major virus outbreak, but in the end it didn't land at the destination Miami, but stayed in Atlanta, the capital of Georgia. Bella rented a car, and then drove all the way south along the compass. When she was about to leave Atlanta, she knew the reason for the early landing of the plane. There was a hurricane across Florida, and all the planes could not land there. For Bella, hurricanes are really new, but for people here, it's commonplace. The United States is known as the tornado land where 1,000 to 2,000 tornadoes are encountered every year. On average, there are at least 3 a day. There are many winds on land, and there are also many winds on the sea. The cause of hurricanes is related to geographical location, climatic conditions, and atmospheric circulation. As for the specific formation? Sorry, Bella, who studies feudal superstition every day, also doesn't understand. The closer you are to Florida, the greater the deterrence brought by the hurricane. In her previous life, she had never seen the terrible hurricane passing by, but now she has seen it. The overwhelming rain hit the glass, and the wind blew the trees and billboards by the side of the road. Although the of death had been killed, Bella was still a little nervous. She looked nervously at the buildings on both sides of the road for fear of something. Things like tree trunks fell down and hit him. The needle of the compass points to the south. Although it is estimated that the hurricane must pass there, she still bites her head and heads south. Gainesville. Located in the north-central part of Florida, this city is rich in fruits, vegetables, and tobacco. It is a trade center and its industry is also extremely developed. Without hurricanes, it is one of the most livable cities on the East Coast. Along the way, the National Guard and local police are organizing the evacuation of the people. Bella got news from the car radio that the number of evacuated residents exceeded 1 million. The rain is getting worse and worse. She feels that when she first entered Florida, the wind was not so strong. This road was driven over, the road conditions were extremely poor, and the line of sight was not good. In addition, she had to stop and correct the compass position from time to time, so the speed was not fast. At a fork in the road, she stopped. There were 2 signs on the side of the road, the one pointing to Gainesville from the south, and a cartoon crocodile painted on the sign to the southeast, which seemed to point to a crocodile farm. The place. She looked at the compass, and, as expected, the pointer pointed to the southeast. You ancestors and ancestors, join hands to cheat me. She slammed the steering wheel somewhat angrily, turned on the path, and drove towards the southeast. Drove less than 3 kilometers, she had to park the car on the side of the road. The rain was so heavy that the road was completely submerged, and the car had to be returned to the car rental company when it turned back. She couldn't afford to pay for being poor and vain. Put on the raincoat, she got out of the car and walked. The pouring rain severely obstructed sight and hearing. She flashed a flashlight and walked south along the road with some difficulty. Can't find the stabbing sword for a while, she picked up a steel bar on the side of the road, sharpened one end, and prepared for the next possible battle. The rain is getting bigger and bigger, the water on the side of the road has not passed her waist. Although Bella has been moving on high places, she still jumps between houses like a ninja from time to time, but the rain still fills her shoes. She prepared raincoats, flashlights, and even weapons, but she didn't prepare rain boots. Who would have thought that the rain would be so heavy? As she walked, she suddenly saw an assault boat marked with a police sign in the middle of the road. She waded on the water and climbed onto the assault boat. After a trial, she found that the thing was easy to control, but the blood on the side of the motor made her feel left and right. Took a look. Rain and strong wind made the water surface undulating, and there were still a lot of debris from residents' homes floating on the muddy water surface, but Bella still noticed something strange, something underwater. A call for help came from the house in the distance. Bella ignored the call for help and stared at the water intently. Underwater things are not fast www.novel.com, but they are relatively hidden, and there are more. Reminiscent of the signs on the roadside and the surrounding environment, she has guessed the enemy she will deal with next, the crocodile. So many crocodiles. Which idiot is so idle that he runs a farm to raise crocodiles to play? This incident is over, I will sue to death. Bella thought viciously in her heart. She tried to communicate with crocodiles with her psychic abilities. It is the best to defeat people without fighting. But she did not expect that the resentment in the hearts of these animals was so great that it seemed that it would be difficult to resolve the hatred without killing a few people. According to Bella's conjecture, if it weren't for Calypso's divine influence, the owner of the stupid farm would pick up crocodile skins every day to make purses and belts, and then it aroused the collective resentment of the crocodiles against humans. Anyway, the current situation is that the crocodiles run away. Since communication is invalid, then go to death. The surface of the water is very turbid. She has no perspective eyes and can only rely on subtle perception to judge the approximate position of several crocodiles. Vaguely remembered that crocodiles also crawl underwater. She waited patiently for a while, and when a crocodile was about to surface, she suddenly shot. The steel bars with the thickness of a finger stab at the place where the crocodile emerges. Puff! The defense of the crocodile skin is not low. Bella felt a lot of lag, but under her strength, the steel bar still pierced the crocodile's body. This is an alligator measuring nearly 3 meters in length, and it weighs more than 800 kilograms. The steel bar pierced through the crocodile's back, protruded from the lower abdomen, and encountered a sudden attack. This made the crocodile very angry. It struggled violently. Bella didn't compete with it. Using a fencing technique, Bella retreated. With his right hand, he gently pulled the steel bar from the crocodile's body. Chapter 55, Haley. The badly injured crocodile fell back into the water, and before Bella could make up the knife, the second crocodile had already rushed out fiercely. Bella's movements are faster than the crocodile. The assault boat is not a good place to fight, but she still sprints with sharp eyes and hands. With her arms, she pierced the crocodile's eyes as soon as she came out of the water. The steel bar pierced from the side of the eye and penetrated from where she estimated it should be behind the head. This time the piercing was too deep, and 2 crocodiles came to bite her leg and she had to fly a kick. Kicked one of the crocodile into the water again, and at the same time, pulled back the steel bar that was still in the crocodile's head. Help! Help! The call from a distance continued. Bella was busy fighting and ignored the last reply. This is what you forced me. The endless crocodile can't be killed by pure swordsmanship. The space of the assault boat is too small. She is very worried that the crocodile will overturn the assault boat. Even if people are rescued and there is no transportation, she will be very passive. Chanted the spell silently, then mobilized her psychic energy. When a crocodile rushed out of the water, a thin line of ice was shot between her fingers. Ice rays hit the crocodile's mouth, and the low temperature covered the small half of the beast's head. The freezing effect continued to spread under the influence of the spell. Bella kicked it out, and the crocodile's flesh and blood mixed with ice, like a goddess. Like a flower, it splashed on the water not far away. The smell of flesh and blood drew the attention of most crocodiles. They swarmed up and happily swallowed the flesh and blood of the same kind. Bella once again killed a crocodile with steel bars and threw the corpse in another direction. The assault boat drove quickly to the direction where it heard the call for help before. A middle-aged man and a woman who looked a bit like Karina Barbosa were standing in front of the door and looking out. At this time, the stagnant water had passed through the waist, and the two saw Bella's assault boat and hurriedly waved. "Not bad, this task is not difficult." Bella took a peek at the compass. The target should be this woman who looks 2 or 3 years older than herself. As long as the father and daughter are rescued, she will complete the task. The father and daughter were obviously tossed by the crocodile. One of the father's legs was lame, and the daughter's thigh and arm also had a few crocodile teeth marks. As for why they were not bitten by the crocodile? Don't ask, ask is the blessing of the ancestors. Come on. Bella pulled their father and daughter into the boat one by one. Before they could speak, they saw the middle-aged man pointing behind her with horror. "Get down!" "What?" Bella hurriedly turned her head, and saw a huge wave at least 5 meters high with countless debris, rushing from a distance like a rainbow, and the target was their assault boat. Bella was dumbfounded for 2 seconds, knowing that her current location is not a wilderness, but a residential area, surrounded by houses and trees, and the water is also full of debris washed out of every household. Pots and pans, TV sets, and washing machines are everywhere. How did these 5-meter-high waves gather? To say that there is no magical manipulation behind this, she does not believe it. Bella subconsciously learned from the old Barbosa and cursed, "This Calypso." As soon as the voice fell, a huge wave hit the assault boat. Fire and water are ruthless. No matter how powerful Bella is, there is nowhere to be used in front of this natural force. She can only curl up. Even the assault boat carries people, and is pushed sideways to the house. Well, it's a coincidence. The father and daughter's previous house went around in a circle, and they were pushed back again, and now they have spared a Bella. Boom, the door of the house was directly smashed, the assault boat turned to one side, and the 3 of them were forced into the house by the water. The middle-aged uncle can't take care of it anymore. Bella fetches water with both feet, reaching out to grab the woman who is suspected to be the reincarnation of her 18th-generation ancestor at the moment of her death. The quality of the house is not good. She is clutching the door frame in the corner, but under the impact of the huge water stream, the 2 of them are still rolling into the kitchen. Go up! Go up! The water continued to rise, and tables, chairs and benches were floating around. From time to time, she was hit by some debris. Bella was a little irritable, holding the woman's butt, and pushing her to the kitchen stove. Then she climbed up herself. Embarrassed. This is Bella's first feeling. The rain dampened her hair, and she was rushed out more than 10 meters away by the waves. Now her whole body is soaked, similar to Luo Tangji. Fortunately, there is a woman next to her. The 2 climbed onto the stove and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did they have time to introduce themselves. "Hi, I'm Haley, Haley Keller. You? You look so strange, are you not a nearby resident?" Isabella Swan, no, I don't live here, I'm passing by, a tourist." Bella certainly can't say that he traveled all the way from the most northwestern state of Washington to the most southeastern state of Florida in order to find you and made up an excuse to travel. Hailey and Karina Barbosa are a bit like, both of them have stubborn eyes, and listen to each other's introduction. www.novel.com seems to be students at the University of Florida. But as she spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice, as if she was worried that Bella was afraid. Speak down, there is something under the water. I don't know where my steel bars were rushed. Bella wanted to find a weapon, and there was no knife in the visible range. Bella asked, does your family have any weapons? Baseball bats? Golf clubs? Chainsaw? Hailey shook her head again and again. She has been living in the university dormitory and has not been here for a long time. Besides, what the is a chainsaw? Seeing that Hailey was a little flustered, the crocodile hidden underwater gave her tremendous psychological pressure. Bella repeatedly calmed down. Don't worry, it's okay. Marvel Survival Rule 3, when someone says to you, don't worry, it's okay, be careful, it's definitely not without problems at this time. But the problem is big. Bella stared at the water surface, let her kill the crocodile with her bare hands, which was somewhat troublesome. The most important thing was that she didn't want to expose her magical ability. We must find the boat to get out of here, walk along the wall, slow down. Their bodies are considered light. They stepped on the stove, pressed against the wall, and moved a little bit towards the door. Suddenly a behemoth jumped out underwater. Just by looking at its size, this crocodile was more than 6 meters long. The huge mouth opened, and the sharp teeth glowed with cold, as if preparing to kill the two of them together. Calypso, that bitch! Bella could tell at a glance that this crocodile had been strengthened by magic, otherwise the alligator could not have grown so big. At 6 meters, the number does not seem to be big. Actually, this guy is already super scary. She pulled down the cooker hood above her head and slammed it down at the big crocodile's head. Chapter 56, Kill Alligators. The range hood is definitely not a heavy weapon. This thing is so big that it can't actually cause much damage when dropped. Bella's movements seem to be flustered, but actually just use a range hood to cover the crocodile's mouth. I don't know how long it can cover, but this is an opportunity. Run! Get into the water! Go swim! Hailey herself is a master of the school swimming team, not to mention Bella's swimming speed. She even stabs the crocodile's abdomen with a kick, and then follows Hailey out of the kitchen. Hailey! Hailey! The middle-aged uncle kept shouting from the stairs. Help your father! Bella found the overturned assault boat, and found that the quality of this police equipment was really good, and it could still be used when it was turned over. Hurry up! We must get out of here. The wind and rain are very anxious, and you must shout with your voice, otherwise you can't hear it at all. Bella first dragged her 18th generation ancestor on the boat, and then went to the middle-aged uncle. Okay? Halfway through, the weight in her hand instantly increased more than 10 times. Before she could respond, she saw the middle-aged uncle let out a scream. Bella said nothing. A fierce boy plunged into the water, just in time to see the 6-meter-long big crocodile biting the middle-aged uncle's right leg. The turbid eyes of the big crocodile were all ferocious. It rotated its body as if it wanted to drag the middle-aged man away. Bella didn't know how to save people for a while. She could only rush to break the crocodile's mouth. Underwater, her power was not able to be exerted at all. In addition, the crocodile's bite force was also extremely high. She repeatedly kicked the crocodile's head with force, and the result was that the two sides were in a stalemate, and no one could help. The crocodile's teeth stuck into the middle-aged man's flesh. Even if he opened his mouth, the middle-aged man could not get out of trouble. This right leg is helpless. Barbosa broke his leg. Now this middle-aged uncle also broke his leg. Bella is a bit speechless. Her ancestor in her 18 lives must be poisonous. Who is her father, who is unlucky? I want to chop off your leg, she shouted. The middle-aged uncle is also quite brave. He doesn't know what method Bella used to break his leg, but he nodded repeatedly, saying that he was okay. Haley! Pull him! Bella picked up a cleaver from the water, and it appeared to be rushing over from the kitchen along the water. Saw the leg is definitely not an easy job, but the middle-aged uncle's leg was severely injured in a crocodile attack before, and several large holes were bitten out. At this time, it was torn by the big crocodile, and the scarred right leg was even more obvious. Broken. Bella carefully observed the wound, then used a meat cleaver to cut it down the outer edge of the crocodile's teeth. Hailey pulled her father's shoulders on it, and when her leg was broken, Bellato, she pulled on the boat, and the two of them used force together to push the middle-aged uncle with the broken leg onto the assault boat. Bella! Come on up! Hailey yelled anxiously. She didn't want this passerby to be injured or even killed. She wanted to go into the water to help, but her father's situation was really not optimistic. His broken leg increased blood loss. The middle-aged uncle's face was pale and he had passed out in a coma. She can only tear off her sleeves and try to tie her broken leg, but the blood still flows out without money. Bella was also a little urgent. She wanted to get on the boat, but she was entangled in the big crocodile several times and couldn't get out for a while. The big crocodile moved extremely fast underwater, and seemed to have spotted Bella's goal, ignoring the assault boat on the water, and kept cruising around her. After swimming for 2 laps, the big guy suddenly rushed forward. After Bella dodged to the right, he opened his mouth abruptly, and an ice arrow shot straight towards her door. Fuck! This product even has spell-like abilities. Above Bella's head is the assault boat. She can't dodge, she can only fight back with her ice ray. The two groups of energy of the same attribute collided together, forming a large group of irregular ice ballast underwater, and the sight of each other was covered. For the crocodile with low intelligence, this situation is a bit difficult to understand. It carefully senses the nearby water flow. Its huge head swings from side to side, and its eyes covered with protective film are also opened wide, trying to find Bella's position. An ice line with the thickness of fingers hit its hind limbs suddenly, and it reacted quickly, turning around immediately, ready to meet the enemy. However, the 3-meter-long alligator and the 6-meter-long alligator have completely different reaction speeds. They are huge when they prey, which is an advantage for the crocodile, but when they encounter a surprise attack, they become large. A disadvantage. Bella hit on the side early. At this time, ignoring the consumption of Chinook energy, a continuous cold light flashed between her fingers. Lower abdomen, tail and hind limbs, the big crocodile even hit 3 icy rays. This guy seems to be able to send icy arrows only with his mouth, but not the rest. Casting the spells continuously made Bella a little dizzy, but she took advantage of the opportunity of the enemy's slowness to move forward, pierced the big crocodile's eye with a butcher knife, then stirred vigorously for a few times, and put her right hand into the opponent's eye socket. With both arms hard, he lifted the skull of the big crocodile. The filthy blood filled her vision. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com kicked twice and found that the big crocodile had lost the signs of life in her perception, and then she climbed onto the assault boat with some fatigue. The idea of picking crocodile skin to make a purse can only be thought of. She doesn't have the craftsmanship and doesn't have time. Quick! Get out of here! At this time, several crocodiles swam underwater. Hailey had better skills in driving the assault boat and was more familiar with the terrain. Bella asked her to sail and inspect the middle-aged uncle's injuries. The bitten right leg was picked up by her. At this time, she put it aside and Bella couldn't figure out how far modern medical technology had developed. However, judging from the severe damage to the section, she estimated that the chance of reattaching it was very small. The assault boat galloped all the way and saved another family along the way. This was considered to have rushed into a nearby residential settlement before the hurricane wind reached its maximum. Many people were injured during the evacuation. Many residents witnessed the scenes of the crocodile ravaged, but they all watched from a distance and had close contact with the crocodile. Except for the extremely tragic-looking father and daughter Hailey, the rest were all bitten. Died. The police simply asked the medical staff to come to treat Hailey and his daughter. Helicopter is going to send the middle-aged uncle to the Atlanta hospital for treatment. Whether that leg can be rescued or not is unknown. Hailey has to follow along. Thank you for your help, thank you. Before boarding the plane, Hailey said goodbye to her temporary friend Bella. Caring more about your father, he is a great father. When the middle-aged uncle was in a coma, Hailey and Bella talked about the conflict between their father and daughter. Parents divorced, father-daughter relationship is cold, very cliched story. The father-daughter was completely in a state of Cold War before, but after such a catastrophe, the father-daughter relationship should be able to completely ease, right? Chapter 57, Invitation from the Karen Family. By the way, this is a lawyer I know. If you want to sue the crocodile farm, you can call her. Bella took the pen and paper and wrote down the phone number of lawyer Jerry Hogarth. The broken crocodile farm said nothing to let go. I heard that there were hundreds of crocodile farms, so she killed a few? How many crocodiles are still raging? How many people will be killed? All unknowns, jointly prosecute. Sue Ching's bankruptcy. Okay. By the way, this is for you. I picked it up on the beach when I was a kid. It's not worth any money. As a souvenir. If you come to Florida next time, you can come to my house to play. Hailey handed Bella a bracelet. In the middle of the chain was wearing a wooden rudder pendant, which was dark and a little broken. Hailey smiled and waved goodbye to her, hurriedly boarded the helicopter, and accompanied her father to the hospital in Atlanta. Bella looked back and forth at the rudder the size of a fingernail. When it was in Hailey's hand before, there was no abnormality, but when it was in her hand, she seemed to feel a very slight magical fluctuation. Is this a magic item? There seemed to be a line of text on the front of the rudder. She faced the light and carefully identified it. The text is Spanish, and Fox High School offers Spanish courses, and Bella learns well. Although the handwriting is extremely vague, she still read aloud, Flying Dutchman. She weighed this fingernail-sized rudder twice. This is the famous ghost ship Dutchman? Is there so little left now? Only one rudder is left, or is it a reduced version? Will Turner is too bad for good stuff, right? There seemed to be traces of fire on the surface of the rudder. Bella threw it into the water and tried it. There was no response at all. She didn't know how to use this thing. Was it because I didn't find the right way to use it, or was this thing too broken to be able to use its old power? She doesn't know the answer either. The problem can only be solved later. No matter what, the Florida mission was successfully completed. A total of Barbossa's swordsmanship, an ice ray spell, a pointer that will always point to Hailey, and a rudder related to the ghost ship and the Flying Dutchman. It seems to have gained a lot, but it seems to be of little use. Returned the rented car to the car rental company, and then she flew back to Seattle and returned to her Foxtown. Back in Foxtown, Bella had nothing to do except go to school. Snow White's opera was staged as scheduled. Town residents and young girls affirmed her performance. She performed a frail and strong Snow White to the fullest. Many people have already used the title princess to joke with her. While reaping praise, Bella did not relax her exercise. At the weekend, she was racing through the dense woods outside the town. In her right hand is a stabbing sword bought from Seattle. She assumes that she is being besieged by several enemies, parrying and attacking with stabbing sword, parrying and attacking again, trying to master the attack rhythm of this martial art, and at the same time, her footsteps are constantly changing. Limit the enemy within your attack range. Barbossa's swordsmanship hides a lot of insidious tricks, such as hitting, taking out firecrackers, shining face, and shooting the enemy. At that time, he was limited by technology and materials. Marksmanship didn't need to be practiced, and it was useless to practice. It was completely random spearmanship. Once the distance exceeded 10 meters, he didn't even know where the projectile would go. Bella's conditions are much better. She got 2 Glock pistols and some ammunition from Comrade 006's safe house. She definitely didn't have a gun license. The ballistic data of the firearms was not registered at the police station, but she got a dense one. It's okay to practice in the woods. Use a stabbing sword to attack more than a dozen swords in a row, then draw a pistol from the back and shoot it directly in front of him, or use ice rays instead of guns. Bella is trying to improve her fighting ability. It's amazing. Alice Cullen, a female vampire who had been at the same table a few times, sat on a tree trunk not far away and clapped her hands. Hey? When did this guy come? I didn't notice it by myself. Bella felt that she had to hurry up to develop a reconnaissance spell, otherwise she would be in trouble next time she encounters an enemy. She seemed to inadvertently put away the stabbing sword. Is it only you? How about those in your family? Alice Cullen smiled and jumped off the tree. They are all at home preparing for the graduation ceremony. Hearing this topic, Bella still couldn't help but laughed out. You have attended so many graduation ceremonies, will you really not get tired of it? I have to find something to do for myself, can I try it? Alice Cullen reached out to her, as if she wanted to borrow her sword. There is no such thing as a sword in Bella's hand, and martial arts has fallen a lot. In fact, there is no big difference between having a sword and not having a sword. She handed the stabbing sword to the vampire with short black hair calmly. Alice Cullen followed her look www.novel.com and made a few gestures. The movements are very blunt and the steps are chaotic. It seems that he has practiced at most a few times in places such as university fencing clubs, which is far away from real combat. Alice Cullen shook her head afterwards. I haven't practiced this thing. How can you play such a classical thing? I guess only Carlyle can do some tricks in our house. After all, he is almost 400 years old. Are you interested in visiting our house? At the invitation of the female vampire, Bella hesitated for a while. The other party was not in a hurry, as if waiting for her to answer. When I left Foxtown, I killed 3 vampires. Do you know this? She asked. Alice Cullen gently shook her head. It's those bloodthirsty guys? It has nothing to do with our family, we never hurt people. Thinking that the Karen family does not have any inferiorities in this regard, it is considered a very Buddhist vampire, Bella immediately nodded and agreed. As a result of learning swordsmanship, he found that he had no opponent and was helpless. Carlyle Karen lived in a period when fencing was popular. He himself was of noble origin and should be good at swordsmanship. Well, I believe you. How do you get home? 10 minutes later, Bella came to the Karen family's villa as a guest. The Karen family expressed their warm welcome to her visit. Carlyle Cullen and Esme Cullen are the celebrities in the town, and Carlyle also works part-time as a doctor in the town, and he has some friendship with Charlie. The remaining Bella have been seen in school, including Edward Cullen who is thin and melancholy eyes, Emmett Cullen who is a big man, Alice Cullen who invited her to come, and Gia. There are 7 vampires in the Cullen family, Spa Hale and Ashley Hale. Chapter 58, Carlyle Cullen. The pale skin and handsome middle-aged vampire Carlyle. Cullen couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard about Bella's intention. A woman in modern society, actually wants to compare fencing with him. Carlyle Cullen is very old. He was born in 1640. He did know how to fencing himself, and he had practiced hard for a long time. Frankly speaking, his swordsmanship was not a master at that time, but he was definitely not low. And his wife and children were all converted into vampires at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Guns were popular in that era. Armor, war horses, and crossbows were all thrown into the garbage. Who would practice swords? It was in modern society that things like fencing were once again unearthed by wealthy and leisurely people. Carlyle didn't know if Bella was making a fuss, fooling around, or having other purposes. He gave Alice Cullen a concealed look. The beautiful vampire with black short hair began to entice him. Bella's swordsmanship is very powerful. Anyway, I think it is very powerful, you guys sign. Don't hesitate, hurry up, hurry up. Yes, Uncle Carlyle, let's make gestures. I practice alone, so there are always minor problems. Bella's attitude is also quite sincere. Yeah, go up and try. Let's open our eyes. The remaining few vampire children are also making a fuss. A human woman, in this era, is looking for them, these antique fencing skills, how fresh this thing is, and if you don't join in the fun, I am sorry. Carlyle Cullen can't match everyone's enthusiasm. In his own home, Bella, an outsider, is not afraid. He doesn't have to worry about his own safety. He thinks about it, and bites his scalp with Bella. He threw away his saber long ago, and at this time it was also a thorn sword made with modern technology. Carlyle Cullen walked in the clearing while wielding a piercing sword, looking for the touch. I haven't practiced this thing for at least 300 years. I did learn it earnestly at the beginning, and then I have experienced many battles between life and death. It is said that once this skill is mastered, I will never forget it in my life, but that life refers to the life of ordinary people, not the life of vampires. Carlyle Cullen, I felt that I was very strange to the touch of the sword. He slowly looked for the feeling of swinging a sword. Bella did not urge. It was not until 10 minutes later that Carlyle Cullen smiled and said that he could start. In terms of specifications, they both use épée swords. Bella's sword is 90 centimeters long and weighs 720 grams. Carlyle's sword is longer and heavier. Is not a formal competition. They are not wearing protective gear, and there are no rules for 11 swords and 21 swords. Carlyle Karen's wrist quivered, and the tip of the sword covered all Bella's attack angles. I haven't played this thing for a long time, I hope I don't lose too ugly. Bella is also quite modest. Uncle must be merciful, I am just learning. In the next second, she just started a fierce attack. The pirate's understanding of swordsmanship is definitely different from that of the nobles. It is fast, accurate, and ruthless. It doesn't require much etiquette or manners, and kill the opponent in the shortest time. This is the pirate swordsmanship. Carlyle Cullen considers his own age and does not think that Bella's swordsmanship can be so good. For a modern person, fencing is at best for fun. To what extent? So it is defensive. After a few moves, he felt pressured. He originally wanted to defend a few more moves, but at this time, facing the turbulent offensive, he had to take advantage of his height and arm length to counterattack. The movements of the two are extremely fast, and the rhythms between forward and backward, between offense and defense, and between retraction and retraction are mastered very well. Bella's swordsmanship emphasizes a fast word. On the sea, between the sides of the ship, knock down the enemy at the fastest speed. This is the essence of pirate swordsmanship. Carlyle also slowly showed his full strength. Noble swordsmanship emphasizes stability. They don't need to fight like civilians. They think more about how to save their lives. Swordsmanship has relatively more defenses. Bella's tricks are fast, but she lacks experience and has been fooled by the opponent with some tricks several times. Carlyle is weak offensive and constantly uses her own superior experience to deal with it. The two hit the tree from the ground. They stood on the thick branches and waved their swords. The blades intersected, and they made a continuous and crisp sound, as if they were playing a beautiful and moving movement. Bella only felt a little regretful. If she were to put a Pirates of the Caribbean BGM at this time, maybe her swordsmanship could be 2 points faster, and Carlyle slowly recovered her state as the fighting time prolonged. The elegant middle-aged vampire plays extremely beautifully both offensively and defensively. The group of vampires who watched not far away had to say that they were a bit surprised. They weren't able to see fencing in the age when they lived. This kind of martial arts is far away from them. Carlyle is a person from that era. www.novel.com. Swordsmanship is good, not new. Where did Bella's swordsmanship come from? Did the school teacher teach it? The physical education teacher at Fox High School has this ability. Bella and Carlyle's battles quickly ended. There is no fighting day and night. There are only a few fencing skills back and forth. When they are fighting, they are more to learn from each other's styles and improve their own swordsmanship. Your attacking skills are too strong. The small lunge and sprint just now are actually better to be changed to straight. Simply speaking about swordsmanship, Carlyle should be more intelligent. After the battle, he also pointed out a few words at the right time. Bella also found a problem in her swordsmanship. There are too many kills. If it is a life and death battle, that's okay. Kill the enemy and it's all done, so what do you do? But if you are going to show up in the university clubs, you must change some of your moves to make your swordsmanship more beautiful and elegant, and don't just pierce your eyes, your heart, or stab your eyes. Is incomparable to the original time and space, but after coming and going, Bella is still acquainted with this family of Buddhist vampires, and from time to time, she comes to learn fencing with Carlyle. Bella designed 2 sets of swordsmanship for herself. The one with a pistol is a kind of swordsmanship, which looks particularly gorgeous, and the one with beautiful tricks is another kind of swordsmanship. Carlyle's children followed the lessons for 2 days, but they all found it meaningless. Emmett Cullen, a big man, thinks that fencing is not as practical as boxing. It is inconvenient to carry and has many rules. In modern society, besides pretending to be forceful, what's the use? What do you think? My main purpose is to pretend. Bella has a clear purpose and has learned a lot of fancy tricks. She has already imagined that she will show off in the Stanford Fencing Club and harvest a lot of scenes of crazy praises from fans. Chapter 59, Graduation Party. The annual Fox High School graduation ceremony was held as scheduled. There are more than 300 students in the school, divided into 4 grades. On average, Bella and the others will graduate more than 70 students this year. Many people graduated from high school, which represents the complete end of their education. Later, they will become workers, work in their own cafes, or run their own farms. The income in a small town like Fox is not high, but the pressure of life is not as great as in the city. How the parents live, how they will live in the future, will not appear to starve to death and not eat. More than 70 students, with their parents or guardians sitting next to them, more than 200 people filled the conference hall. There are bachelor hats for graduates from kindergarten in the United States, let alone high school. The yellow bachelor uniforms and bachelor hats seem a bit rustic. The students are enjoying the last school life, and a few who are ready to continue studying are discussing the scene in the university. After the 18-year-old threshold, it means that everyone is an adult. There are people who are going to be crazy for a few more years, but there are always a few who want to study hard. Among them, Bella's Stanford University is undoubtedly a focus. Americans are not fools. The difference between prestigious universities and ordinary universities is still understood, but unlike those in the East that focus on future employment, people here are more concerned about the present. Glasses Girl asked curiously, "Bella, can you afford the tuition?" When I mentioned this topic, Bella had the urge to cover my face, I was so poor. The tuition fee of Stanford University is not as exaggerated as Bard College, but it also needs to pay $40,000 a year in tuition. Parents are not encouraged to pay college tuition for their children. The children of the rich and high-ranking officials only need to save part of their usual pocket money to pay the tuition. Children from poor families and middle-class children will make preparations in advance. Basically, they will work part-time, half or a year in advance to save their tuition. Bella doesn't touch either side. She hasn't walked through it when people work and save money. He doesn't look like an invisible rich man. But she is not in a hurry. There is still more than a month left. With her ability, she can still get some money if she wants to. More often, she just doesn't bother to worry about it. Don't worry, tuition is not a problem, she said confidently. Glasses Girl asked pointedly, you must have secretly gotten a lot of money, right? Pension cases spread throughout most of the United States. Bella is a super celebrity at Fox Middle School, and many people think she has made a lot of money. This thing cannot be explained. Those who believe do not need to explain, and those who do not believe it is useless. Do you really need money? I still have some savings here to help you pay for your tuition. Charlie has been sitting next to her, and when the Glasses Girl turned to the other side to chat, he whispered Bella. Bella waved her hand nonchalantly, the air crash case has been won, and the compensation should be paid soon. There is no problem on my side, but you, how did you talk to Samantha? I tell you, you are not the only candidate, Nada said, there is a heir to some mine in Prosperity Town who wants to go back to the town, that is a little white face, it seems to be a little interesting with Samantha when he was young. You have to come on. Both Nada and I support you. The topic was directly biased by her. Charlie seemed to want to ask more, but he was a little embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, it happened that Nada invited me, let's go to Prosperity Town to play together in 2 days. Bella made the decision directly, and the matter was settled. The graduation ceremony of the school is really lackluster. Everyone is from the town. Most of the people will live in the town in this life. There is no problem of separation. There is no problem of separation. You can't see you with your head every day. What else can you say? Everyone's focus is on the evening dance party. As soon as the graduation ceremony of the school is over, everyone ran home crazy. The high school prom is a very important event in life. How important is it? Bella didn't know, anyway, she followed the crowd and drove home to dress up. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Bella rushed to the ball. She curled up her hair, revealing her slender neck and a string of pearl necklaces. After careful modification, her extremely delicate face is now more glamorous, her brows are picturesque, and her red lips are shimmering. The appearance has been enhanced out of thin air, and there is a touch of charm between Gu and Pan. The prom is very formal, with girls wearing long dresses and boys wearing suits, shirts, and ties. Bella wore a royal blue dress and, very rarely, a pair of high heels. She looked slim and beautiful. The people in the small town don't pursue any famous brands, and she can't afford them now. Handbags, bracelets, and earrings, necklaces, just wear them with similar colors. Saying goodbye to Charlie who drove her here, Bella picked a bunch of tulip-colored hand flowers outside the venue, and then slowly walked into the venue. Her popularity is undoubtedly much better than her predecessor, and her art of conversation is also extremely brilliant. Along the way, I have a few conversations with people I know www.novel.com, but I have a firm grasp of the rhythm of the conversation and will not let the other party have any unrealistic associations. The protagonist of the prom is of course this group of graduates. Each of them can invite a partner, not necessarily a couple. Anyone can invite. Bella didn't invite anyone, just came to join in the fun. Hi, Jessie. You are so beautiful today. You are more beautiful, Bella. Thank you. Hi. Are you Irving? You look so handsome in a suit. Ah, thank you, you are also beautiful, Bella, you are the most beautiful. Oh ha ha ha. You guys have vision. Bella is like a butterfly wearing flowers, wandering all over the field, chatting with anyone who knows or not, harvesting waves of compliments. Walked, she came to the small circle of vampires, and asked suggestively, I'm so nervous. Do you see anything wrong with my dress today? Alice Cullen and her are also considered acquainted, knowing that she has the habit of asking herself if she is beautiful or not. If you answer that she is not beautiful or pretend not to hear, she will hold her grudge. The female vampire replied without thinking, too beautiful, so perfect. Bella, you are so, very beautiful. The remaining vampires also responded. Yet, you are the most beautiful. It's so good, so good. There is still a slightly discordant note in the compliment. Can I invite you to dance? Bella looked at the suit and tie, dressed up in an extremely formal manner. At this moment Edward Cullen, who was slightly bent over to invite her to dance, was silent for a few seconds. Chapter 60, Bella and Edward. My dear friend. My personality has changed so much, can you still have ideas? What do you think of me? Can I change it? Bella deliberately refused, but at this time the prom had already begun. Just within her sight, she saw at least 5 male students approaching her. It's too weird to dance without a single dance. If you do, choose the one that is pleasing to the eye. Okay. She held out her hand. Under Bella's conscious control, she had very little contact with Edward Cullen. The two sides were at best nodding acquaintances, but recently they have been practicing swords with Carlisle Cullen, chatting in the vampire's villa from time to time, and gradually they have some contacts. The two are not unfamiliar, but they are far behind the original time and space. In the current relationship, this invitation to dance is a bit abrupt, but it is still within acceptable limits. The music sounded, and the two slowly walked onto the dance floor. At this time, there are not so many strict rules. You can dance any dance. Bella and the others dance a slow waltz. Bella found that Edward Cullen's eyes were on her face. She consciously guided the topic, so she asked amusedly, "Are you reading my thoughts again?" "No." "Humph, my mouth is wrong." Bella tried to read the other person's mind in turn, but her ability to read the mind has not been strong. Unless she is a pure spirit body like Xiao, her mind is completely open and does not set defenses, otherwise normal people's mind activities could not read it out. Tried twice, but she gave up without getting any information. The two danced lightly to the music. The handsome men and the beautiful women created an unspeakable beauty between movement and stillness. What is the relationship between Jacob and you? Edward Cullen asked suddenly. Jacob? Bella couldn't help but took a closer look at him, without herself sandwiched between them. It stands to reason that the two people would not have contact, now is it? Do you know Jacob? Jacob of the Querut tribe. Edward Cullen smiled, the pale face and the hollow eyes, really meant to be so domineering president. It's a pity that this trick didn't work for Bella, so she asked again. Edward Cullen directly revealed the answer, he saw you leave Foxtown and seemed to want to follow and protect. It may be that the breath of the 3 fallen vampires caused him some misunderstandings, so he went to our house and made a big fuss. Bella frowned, why didn't you tell me this? You hurt him? No, he ran away. Edward Cullen deliberately emphasized the word run. Jacob was still stimulated by the power of the vampire and awakened the werewolf blood. Bella has been avoiding Jacob's footsteps. The werewolf bloodline of their Querut tribe is really cheating, and the so-called branded lover is even more evil. Edward Cullen and Jacob of the original time and space are fighting for Bella's vacillating heart. The two are struggling, and in the end, the rich and handsome defeated the poor and handsome. If things stop here, it is normal. But when Edward Cullen and Bella gave birth to a girl, things got strange. Knowing that this girl was his destined branded lover, Jacob's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He called his rival 5 minutes ago as his father and the girl he had chased for 10 years as his mother, and then he vowed to die. The earth wants to protect his lover, that is, the girl who was just born. What do you love her? I can't even talk about greedy, this is still a baby. The entire development process of the incident is as absurd as Thanos and Bella celebrate Thanksgiving, and then chorus a grateful heart. Now Bella doesn't feel at all about Edward. Jacob's branded lover will definitely not be born. If he is an ordinary person, marries a wife and have children, it's okay, but if the werewolf's blood is awakened, he must have his spouse. The position is left to the branded lover, and Bella is sure that Comrade Jacob will not find the branded lover in this life. Although I can't read your heart, your reaction is different from what I expected. Why is this? Edward asked. Why else? I sympathize with Jacob. The silly boy will be bachelor for a lifetime. Bella deliberately talked about the illusory topic. It's just that I sympathize with the fate of you and the Querut tribe. Originally I thought your fate would not meet. Are you okay? As she talked, she found that the vampire on the other side was in a state of something wrong. Her hands were shaking constantly, her eyes were red. Did she have Parkinson? The smell of your blood fascinates me, it's so tempting to me. Edward Cullen said in a low voice, seemingly painful. Calm down. Bella took a quick look outside the dance floor. Alice Caron and Emmett Caron shook their heads together, indicating that they did not know. You have to hold back. If you dare to bite me, I will definitely fight back, then your Caron family will be exposed. Bella's posture turned in a graceful circle, and it looked no different from normal dancing, but both she and the surrounding vampires were on guard in secret. If Edward Cullen goes mad, a few of them rushed forward, controlling them first. Seeing Bella's vigilance and seeing the actions of his brothers and sisters, Edward Cullen couldn't help but smile. My willpower is not that weak. When I invite you to dance, I will be prepared. This is the best. Say something light-hearted. What are your plans? After graduating from high school, you can't stay in Foxtown, right? Although Bella is now in a more harmonious relationship with the vampire family, she doesn't want the family to stay in Foxtown. It is too dangerous for the residents of the town and the Querut tribe. We will go to Canada to go to college. In her gaze, Edward added, but Alice will go to California. Bella looked back at the vampire with short black hair, and the other party waved cheerfully. Why haven't I heard Alice say it? I always thought you didn't like southern cities. She went to California alone, won't it be exposed? Then you can ask her. Bella wondered why Alice Cullen left the protection of the family and went to school in California. Edward also endured very hard. The music stopped, and the two left the dance floor together. Bella was about to talk to Alice. She stretched out a hand from her side. Do you mind dancing with me? The protagonist of the previous topic, the young Jacob's eyes with hope, stiff hands and feet, bowed slightly, as if afraid that she would refuse. Jacob is Bella's best friend in Foxtown. Those plastic girlfriends and the family of vampires can't compare to this friend. She can't refuse the invitation because of reason. Of course can.